Hello and welcome to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. We're at the Hilton Prague Hotel, and it is final table day in the EPT 10 Prague main event. 8 players remain from the 1,007 who started in this tournament, and today we will play down to a champion. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Today we reached the conclusion of this 5,000 euro buy-in event, 889,000 euros up top.
And Joe, it was a very swift day yesterday, 11.5, 2 hours and 15 minutes of play. No one saw it coming. It was unprecedented to get down from 22 to 8 in that amount of time. And to steal your phrase, today there is the potential for a long, deep stack final table.
Yeah, these guys are stacked deeper than the wheel wells in Shaq's car, okay? I think it's 80 some odd big blinds is the average stack. So a lot of times in the past, recently, it's been about a 40 big blind average stack coming in the final table, 50 at most. Today, it is over 80.
And today we stream in all of these languages. Obviously, you're watching English right now, available on a number of platforms, including PokerStars.tv. If you'd prefer to watch the final table in any of those languages, that's where you can find the stream. Of course, being a final table, we're showing the whole cards today, and that means we are on a 1 hour delay. So the action you're watching right now actually happened an hour ago, but we are commenting live. And reminder, you can watch us on the iOS and Android PokerStars TV app, which is available for you to download at this moment in the App Store and on Google Play. And because we are calling the action live, you can interact with us on Twitter. Use the hashtag EPT Live. Give us a follow as well at EPT Live. You can email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Don't forget, the guys on the blog continue to provide live updates from the High Roller event. Our focus very much on the main event today. We've got our Facebook page, we're on Instagram, we have the YouTube channel. A reminder that if you missed yesterday's action, you can see the PokerStars Daily Roundup available to watch on the PokerStars YouTube channel.
Social media, it's important, kids. Nobody knows why, but we know it's important. 94 big blinds, by the way, is the actual average stack right now.
That is quite incredible. Of course, follow the PokerStars blog, guys, as well as providing live updates from the High Roller. They also provide background information on all of the players who've made the final table of the main event. If you've just joined us on the last day of this tournament and you want to know how we got from 1,007 players down to the final 8, it's a great resource. We advise you to bookmark that URL, pokerstarsblog.com. Many people chiming in on Twitter saying they're looking forward to the final table. Let's get to it. Down to Neil Johnson, PokerStars live event specialist, to introduce the players.
Welcome, everyone, to the 10th season of the European Poker Tour and our 94th final table. 1,007 players joined us here in beautiful Prague to create a prize pool of 4,883,950 euros. With over 2.6 million euros of that left on the line today, let's meet our final table. In seat number 1, he finished in 5th place in the Eureka High Roller earlier this week. He has 3 EPT main event caches, and all of them are here in Prague, 39th in season 4 and 10th last year. With 975,000 in chips, Finland's Jorma Nuutinen. Seat number 2 has a tremendous poker resume, including 2.8 million euros online, 1.2 million euros live, and both W-Coup and Scoop bracelets. A 3rd place finish earlier this week in the Eureka Main gives him back-to-back final tables in 1,000-plus player fields. 4,935,000 in chips, the UK's Stevie 444 Chidwick. Seat number 3 has a ridiculous 12 EPT caches this year and has turned 11 of those into final table appearances and 3 titles. By finishing inside the top 16 in this event, he has taken over the lead in the Global Poker Index Player of the Year. With 2.4 million in chips, Austria's Ole Shemian. Seat number 4 makes it back-to-back EPT final tables for Greece. This is his 3rd deep run at an EPT, and a victory will move him into 1st place on the all-time money list for Greece. With 4,320,000 in chips, George Sotiropoulos.
We love you, George!
Seat number 5 is from Germany, and this is his first EPT main event. He's primarily an online cash player, and while his game of choice is PLO, his no-limit skills have carried him onto the final table and into the chip lead. With 7,240,000 in chips, Julian Track. Seat number 6 was the first Spanish Supernova Elite, and you'll find him at the online cash tables under the name Caju85. This is his deepest run on the EPT, and he carries the hopes of a nation as Spain tries once again to get its first EPT champion. With 2,995,000 in chips, Ka Kwan Lao. Seed number 7 is also on his deepest run in a live tournament. With a first place finish, he will move to second place on the all-time money list for Croatia. His last-minute decision to come and play EPT Prague has paid off in a very big way. With 1,225,000 in chips, Zdravko Duvenjak. Seat number 8 has owned the UK IPT over the past few seasons with 11 cashes, all of which are final tables, including 2 high roller titles and a main event title. A top 3 finish today puts him over 1 million euros in lifetime winnings. Currently second in chips with 5,935,000, the UK's Max Silver. All right, we had 1,007. 999 of them have fallen so far. We have 37 minutes and 20 seconds left in this level. We have an ante of 5,000, small blind 20,000, big blind 40,000. Congratulations on making the final table, gentlemen. Good luck the rest of the way. Dealer, please shuffle up and deal.
Thank you very much, Neil. Let's get to this. And bizarrely, the most number of spectators down there on the floor are from Spain, cheering on Ka Kwan Lao, a player with, shall we say, confusing nationality.
Well, he's from 3 different countries, so he's got 3 different rails out there.
Born in Hong Kong, grew up in Spain, has a UK passport, and now lives in Portugal. And you wonder why we couldn't get the flag right. Here are the players in seat order, and it is Julian Track who comes into this final table as the chip leader. Jorma Nuttinen is the short stack, as he's been for most of the last 2 days. He's played a great survival game. And on hand number 1 of the final table, the action starts with a raise from Julian Track. Now, you'll notice the absence of whole card cameras in the table. We are able to read the cards via individual chips in the cards and barcode scanners. However, it does require the players to put their cards in a very specific place on the table. And during the first orbit, during the first few hands, they may have problems finding that place on the table.
Fair enough. Now, in addition to having whole cards today, there's also something we'll be having today that we haven't had the rest of the tournament. Green and black chips.
They were introduced during the latter stage of yesterday, but there's more of them on the table than ever before. They are the sexy 100K chips, alongside the yellows, which are worth 25,000, and the blues, which are worth 5,000. So Track immediately 3-bet by Lao. He calls, and we are going to the flop, and it's a sweat with hand for the first hand of the final table.
And I'm already shocked that such a big pot is being played. Lao started with just under an average stack.
So we've managed to read one of their cards. Track with the king of clubs, Lao with the king of spades.
It's like blind man's bluff. Lao continues. 250, it looks like. And Track calls. So we've got a $1 million+ pot already.
Boom, 3rd diamond. Obviously no player has a flush, but if one of them has a diamond as their kicker, they have picked up the flush draw on the turn. And this is exactly where we left off yesterday, Joe. These guys not afraid to play bloated pots.
Yeah, absolutely not. So, you know, you would expect that things may slow down, which we've been saying all day yesterday. It just never happened. Maybe it won't happen today.
Check, check on the turn, and now 4 diamonds on the board. Sorry, Lao bet 250,000 on the turn, my bad.
Was a check, check. And now it's Track who's bet the river. And Track's made a really small bet on the river, just 225 into a pot of 1.2 million. It's a really confusing bet because it could just be a weak bluff. Could also be a please, please, please call me with a diamond. And I think Lao does not have a diamond here at all. Because for this amount, I think you have to call with any diamond. So he's contemplating some kind of hero call. Unless he has the ace of diamonds and he's just waiting to make his move.
We talked about Lao's roots. Julian Track is a mature student in Germany, currently studying politics, media and sport. Mainly plays 1-2 PLO cash games on Stars. Not a big fan of live events. Says he hates the fact that players think about their decisions for 5 or 6 minutes.
Well, you can't be liking this. It's such a small bet. What's taking so long? He's probably thinking. I'm not doing the whole these guys are taking too long thing yet. It's only the first hand.
Lao folds. We can now see that Track had king, queen suited, so flop top pair and made arguably a thin value bet on the river.
Wow, and Lao folded kings on the river. I think for that amount, you just got a call.
Yeah, definitely hard to bend the regular cards.
And here's what they're playing for. Everyone now guaranteed 84,600. The winner, 889,000 euros plus an EPT title. So Julian Track extends his chip lead on the first hand of the day, closing in on the 8 million mark now. Max Silver second on the leaderboard at the moment with 5.9 million.
I think that was a crazy fold. I don't know. He was getting a ridiculous price. He was getting like better than 5 to 1.
Stuart Lee, he asks which guests we have lined up for today. We're hoping to be joined very shortly by Eugene Katchalov from Team PokerStars Pro, and after him, a member of Team Online, Dale Phillip.
Dale rocks you.
Hand number 2. George Soteropoulos raises under the gun. Track folds.
Actions folded around to Jorma Newtonen. Just the blinds to get through now for Soteropoulos.
An 8-handed table, is this a tad loose? Ace-9 offsuit, raising UTG?
I think so, but the whole table dynamic hasn't really been determined yet. So if it's the kind of table where people are going to fold their blinds to you a lot, I think it's fine. But when your blinds are Steven Chidwick and Ola Shemian, I would probably not waste a lot of time attacking them. Or chips.
Hand 2 of 2, and there is a player with kings. Chidwick is not going to flat with kings. He 3-bets and gets a pretty quick fold from Soteropoulos. And obviously many people in the UK cheering for both Chidwick and Silver. And we talked a lot this week about how Max Silver had cut his teeth, if you like, on the UK and Ireland Poker Tour. But until Neil read out those stats, I didn't realize just quite how successful Max has been on the UK IPT.
It's just a slowly slightly lower buy-in Olashemian. I mean, he's had a pretty ridiculous couple of years.
1 main event title, 4 final tables, a first and a second in high rollers. Should point out, by the way, that he cashed in this year's PCA high roller, an event which Olashemian final tabled. Scott R says, I'll be watching all day, more excited for the final table than I am for Santa coming next week.
Well, you say that now, but once it's over, then you still get to kiss up to Santa.
Max Silva racing from the hijack with 8-6 offsuit. Damien asks, why no rail around the table in Prague? Damien, you're probably used to seeing our TV set. The huge arena with this spectator gallery. Obviously, this is a non-televised event. This is what we call an EPT Live Lite with fixed cameras over our feature table on a smaller set. There are spectators out in the room, but there is actually no gallery for them to stand around the players.
It's quite tough for them to get close to the table, actually, because the table's up on a stage.
So Max Silva wins that one uncontested. He moves over the 6 million mark. 3 hands dealt so far at the final table of this event. A record breaker here in Prague, the biggest field we've ever had at an EPT in the Czech Republic.
Well, we know how long the blog team thinks this is going to take. Stephen Bartley quoted as saying, this could be the first final table with a breakfast break.
Wow.
As tweeted by Rick Dacey.
ETA for a winner, 4 a.m.
Lau raising this hand. Ace-Jack under the gun.
Live Poker says this is going to be the most interesting final table of the year. Track, Chidwick, Silva, and Shemian equals action.
You know, you mentioned that Soteropoulos' open with ace-9 was a little loose. What I do give him a ton of credit for is he got 3-bet by a really aggressive player and just ditched it. I think if you are going to open that hand and you get 3-bet, you get yourself into a lot of trouble when you call with it. So, raise folding, I don't have a huge problem with.
3-bet coming from the big blind, Julian Track. And these two have tangled already today. And Track got Lau to lay down the best hand. And what is this? This is the 3rd hand out of 4 where a player's been dealt kings. And once again, we see a very disciplined laydown. Lau responds to the re-raise with a quick fold.
I don't know how you do that. I really don't. I mean, Lau made a disciplined laydown that was incorrect on the first hand. And here he makes the right laydown. But when you get 3-bet by the chip leader who's proven himself to be very aggressive, I don't know how you fold ace-jack.
Kier Mackay on Twitter says, I missed Dacey time. Day ruined. There was no Dacey time today, Kier. He refused to wear a Santa hat yesterday, so we fired him.
Done.
Arthur Peters says, so many empty poker tables. What do they do with them?
Burn them.
Move them to the next EPC location, but it says Prague on it. And Paul Walsh provides a very simple answer. They change the felt.
Are you sure they don't just burn them all out back in a big dumpster fire? Oh, I'm sorry. That was EPT Live as the dumpster fire.
First time we've seen Olashemian play. Hand 5 of the final table, and he's raising the cutoff with 9-10 off.
They burn him in a dumpster and send the ashes to the Bubble Boy's house.
Folded to Karquan Lau in the big blind. Raise and take it for Wizzo, who has racked up more than $1.3 million in live tournament cashes. He is only 21 years old. He was not old enough to play the World Series of Poker this summer, and yet he has still managed to pip Daniel Negreanu to that GPI Player of the Year title.
Pretty sick.
He won 3 side events at the Grand Final last season and cashed in all 3 major tournaments at Barcelona.
I feel like I get better at poker when he says hello to me at breakfast. That's how good at poker he is. That was just my way of bragging that he said hello to me at breakfast. I don't know if you guys are paying attention, but I know all personally.
By the way, 50% of the final table, 4 of the players you're watching right now are in this tournament for a small investment. 4 of them qualified online at PokerStars.com.
Play on PokerStars.
You can qualify right now. 2014 PCA, EPT Deauville. Satellites are running now.
Play on PokerStars.
Chidwick, Shemian, Soteropoulos, and Julian Track all won their seats online.
Chidwick opening ace-8. He's gonna get 3-bet by Shemian. Maybe we're gonna find out these guys aren't that aggressive and they all just have monster hands every time they 3-bet. Nope. Story does not check out.
Conning says, awesome to see Shemian with whole cards. You always wonder what he's playing. Finally, we see what he has. And the 3-bet works. Pedro points out that Newtonen is short-stacked again, but seems impossible to knock out. Should salute this guy, by the way. Prague always has a big field. Granted, last year it wasn't quite 1,000 players, but it was more than 800. He came 10th last year. He's got at least 2 better, making it to 8th place in Season 10.
It's impressive, and also, you know, just I'm happy for him. You know, if he had bubbled again the final table, I think that would have been pretty devastating for this guy. He's already finished 2 places higher. I think that although I'm sure he will be disappointed wherever he goes out here unless he wins, once he's got some perspective on it, he's going to be really happy to have made the final table.
And he says, is this table RFID? Normally there's a little square they have to put their cards in. We are using RFID technology, Andy, you are correct. There is actually a mark on the table, which is tough for us to see, but the players now know, and you'll notice we have been getting the whole card information since that first hand. Shemian steps away from the table, and Soteropoulos gets things started. Raising to 80,000 with Queen 8 suited.
I think that all these hands are perfectly okay to open when you are in fairly late position and it's folded to you, but just with the amount of 3-betting that's happening, I don't know, I feel like I might tighten up just a little bit.
Lao calling in position with King-Jack offsuit. Max Silver in the big blind. James Graham says, odds on Wizzo Wizzo becoming the first 2-time EPT champ. The weird thing is he hasn't got his first title yet, and yet he's probably really short odds.
He's not the biggest long shot. I would take, sadly, I would take him winning too over certainly some of the already winners.
Well, here is the re-raise from Max Silver. A 3-bet from the big blind, a squeeze if you like.
We'll see just how squeezy it is. Wow-wee! This could get real ugly because this is a spot where Max, I think, is going to raise a lot.
An awesome spot for Max because it looks really bluffy, and here he is sitting with aces. So he's made it 265,000. Action back on Soteropoulos, who got things started with the Queen 8. Francesca says, watching poker on the PokerStars TV app while at the hairdresser's getting my hair highlighted. Hashtag multitasking.
Send a photo.
Soteropoulos folds, and Lao makes another disciplined laydown.
King-Jack in position against the guy who's going to 3-bet light there at least some of the time. If I'm Max, I'm like, how are you guys folding? What could you possibly have that it's me. You're folding to me.
Ed says, should be an excellent table today if the start is anything to go by. Keep up the good work, J&J. We'll do our best. By the way, there is another EPT Live free roll today. We'll give you the password information later on. A clue to today's free roll password. What's next?
That's
Blinds.
the clue. What's next?
That is the clue. 20,000, 40,000 blinds with a 5K ante. 20 more minutes on this level.
Is it that easy?
A reminder, Eugene Katchlov's coming into the booth soon. You might want to fire in some questions for Eugene. We also need to set up our competition a bit later on, Stapes.
We have our competition. We've got a PCA competition we want to tell you guys about. It's a clearance sale, by the way. End of year clearance sale. We get to give away all the prizes that we have left over. Today we'll be giving away 10 card protectors, 2 all-in triangles, and 1 dealer button. See that hockey puck right there on your screen? We're giving away one of those bad boys, and I got to tell you, Hardigan wants it bad.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do some schmoozing with the whole poke. Soteropoulos raising with 9s under the gun +2. Action on Max Silver in the small blind. He's folded. Jorma Nuutinen starts the hand with 920,000. He's the shortest stack at the table.
He calls King Jack. And you can see why I just called. Not exactly a hand you want to 3-bet get it in with. You can certainly defend your big blind.
Ace 6-3 with 2 hearts on the flop. By the way, we're going to play through at the end of this level. There will be no break. We'll roll straight into level 27. Blinds will go up to 25.50.
It's an annoying flop for King Jack. Not really that annoying for 9s, but not one you love. Should be able to continue, though.
Action has been checked to Soteropoulos, and he does continue. Yeah, only the 1 heart, Jorma. And he folds.
You know, James, I wanted to let everyone know, in the early hours of this morning, I acquired my first EPT trophy.
Yes, Joe, would you like to explain whose trophy it actually is?
What do you mean? It's mine.
Did you win it playing poker?
No.
Did somebody else who won it playing poker decide to give it to you because she felt sorry for you?
Well, she didn't give it because she feels sorry for me. I think she gave it to me because she didn't want to have to pay excess baggage fees for her, like, 400th trophy. Vanessa Selbst gave me her 08 trophy. And I'm going to take it home and use it to impress girls. Or hang a hat on it, I'm not sure.
So when they stare at it and it says Vanessa Selbst, PLO champion, you're going to say, yeah, when I play poker, I play under the moniker Vanessa Selbst.
Well, it doesn't have her name on it, so it really could be anyone's, specifically mine. Shimmy and raising ace king. You know, to give it to me, she asked me to like come to her room to get it, and then when I was in Vanessa's room, there was like an awkward sort of and so I just went for it with Vanessa. Total misread of that situation, by the way.
No kidding.
Just completely. I don't think I've ever been so off in a read. Why else would she invite me to her room, James? Why else would she invite me to her room?
To give you the trophy that she didn't want to play excess baggage on. So, 9th hand at the final table, another big hand, but a hand that doesn't get any action. Raise and take it for Shemian. Currently 5th in chips with close to 2.7 million. Mateo says, what is this, a highlight show? A lot of big hands early doors for sure. Jamie Robinson says, not sure I've seen such a stacked final table before. This will be fun.
Craig, I'm going to give Craig one of these card protectors already, actually. Craig's tweet has made me laugh. In response to the clue for the EPT Live password of what's next, Craig's 3 guesses for the password are the washing up, Coronation Street, putting the bin out.
Nice.
Craig, you want an EPT card protector. I'm going to give your name to our powers that be. And what does he have to do? Follow at EPT Live?
Correct, but I believe he already is. He directed his tweet at EPT Live.
Okay.
So hand number 10. Carl Kwan Lau is raised with Queen Jack suited. Max Silver calls from the cutoff with pocket 7s. Round to Ola Shemian in the big blind. Joe Selwyn, a big Shemian fan. Let's go, Ola, harnessing the good energy, block out the bad. Harness, energy, block, bad. It's like a carousel, go with the flow.
That is from Happy Gilmore, and I used that in an EPT episode not too long ago.
All spades on the flop.
So Silver still with the best hand and the best draw, although Lau is up and down.
Lao out of position, first to speak on this flop. He continues. 105,000.
I think Max is going to peel here pretty often.
Just to clarify, we're now giving away a dealer button, 2 all-in triangles, and 9 card protectors, because Craig just got one of them, right?
Right. 9 more. We're still giving away 10 total.
5 of diamonds on the turn. Hasn't changed anything.
If Lao can find another barrel, he may get a fold now.
Carl Summer says, Stapes, give that trophy to your dad for Christmas. Sorted.
You know what? That's actually not a bad idea.
What, can we give Carl a card protector for that idea?
Sure. That's my favorite idea of anyone's, although that option wasn't available when I ran the competition. Carl, you just got card protected.
Reminder, Carl, you need to follow at EPT Live on Twitter, and we will follow you back, and we'll arrange everything via DM.
All right, so Lao does find a second barrel. Third if you count pre-flop. Now's where you can see Max is taking a close look at Kakwan Lao, because this is where the reads really start to come into play. And he thinks his 7s may still be the best hand and calls. Queen on the river, but it's a spade.
So Lao has second pair. Silver has a small flush.
And I don't think Lao can really bet this. He can certainly turn his hand into a bluff, but he does have reasonable showdown value.
Reckon this goes check, check?
I think that Lao is going to check this a lot, but I'm not convinced that Max is always going to check this. Probably, though. He's never really getting called by worse, and he doesn't need to turn his hand into a bluff. But look at this. Lao is going to bet it anyway. And looks like he's done a pretty good job of putting Max to a decision here. I give Lao a lot of credit for being able to bet this, considering we've seen him play really tight so far. Now, granted, those were times when he wasn't the aggressor. And he's made this a good amount, where it's not just a snap call with a hand like this. You know, I think if he had done here what Julian did on the first hand and just bet some, you know, something like a fifth of the pot, Max beats him into the pot. And it looks like Lao is the type that looks right at his opponent. I like that.
Max lays it down.
Nice pot there for Kakwan Lao.
Simon Sandin says, come on, let's get Lee in the booth. Lee Jones will be here later on. One of the things Lee's been talking about all this week is the December festival on PokerStars. Phil Cooper tweets to say, just watch one of the million hands. 1-2 no limit. Guy won a pot of $1,540 plus nearly 5K in bonuses.
Wow.
We can't bring Lee in the booth right now because we have a guest commentator in the shape of Eugene Kachalov from Team PokerStars Pro.
Hey guys, good to be here again.
What up, Eugene?
What up?
So here we are, Eugene, and we are 10 hands into this final table, and we've seen a lot of big hands so far. We've had kings 3 times, ace king, pocket pairs, overcards all over the shop.
Wow.
Aces.
If it keeps going this way, you guys might have a short day.
Eugene, don't jinx it.
Obviously, people pretty impressed with the lineup we've got here. You appreciate that when you start with 1,007 players, you never know what you're going to get in the final 8, but the cream really has risen to the top here with players like Chidwick, Shemian, and Silver. Not to say these other guys are slouches.
Please don't say cream.
Yeah, it's not every final table that we get like some, you know, interesting players and good players.
First all in of the final table. Max Silver opening to 80,000 with King Jack suited. And Newton and shoves for 20 big blinds with ace 9.
Is that a standard shove with 20 big blinds, or is that a little, I mean, you can't
positions
really
are they
play
from?
it. It's either all in or full, but
Oh, he's like cutoff versus
hijack.
hijack. I think it's fine. I mean, you know, Max Silver is obviously opening a lot, I'm sure, as he should be at this table, having a lot of chips. So I think it's fine.
Newton, by the way, is from Tampere in Finland. He does have a full-time job. He's by no means a professional poker player, but he's had some great results, including his aforementioned 10th place finish in this tournament last year. And he's already cashed in this festival in the Eureka High Roller.
Now, if Max knows or thinks he might be up against a hand like ace and then a card that's lower than both of his, do you think he makes this call?
Well, that's what he's afraid of, and also his king isn't that great either. I mean, it's rare that he's ahead here with King Jack. I mean, it's possible,
but he's willing to take this particular.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he feels maybe he has like small pairs often enough, or even, you know, maybe he does have the best hand sometimes. Maybe he's facing like Jack 10 suited or King Queen suited, Queen Jack suited, hands like that once in a while. And even if he's up against like ace 9, it's essentially a coin flip here. He's just barely behind.
Well, it's our first all-in and a call of the day, and Newton does have the lead with ace high, but he is the player at risk. Silver with live cards looking to hit to eliminate Newton in 8th place. And it is an ace high flop, but there are 2 clubs out there. Newton's still ahead for now, but Silver's got a lot of outs. Diamond on the turn. Newton still looking good for a double up. Silver looking for a club on the river.
Ace of hearts, 9 of diamonds, that's a pair of aces. But Max Silver does have the flush draw with his king, jack of clubs. 2 clubs on the flop. The turn was
Boy, they are really making him sweat it, huh?
It's a 10 of spades.
Spade, not a club, and that's a double up for the Finn.
Let's check the chip count.
And now that the player with 20 big blinds has now doubled up to 40 big blinds, this really could turn into the marathon day
So I did jinx it for you guys.
that we are
I
expecting.
did
Thanks,
jinx it.
Eugene.
You gotta get. That's why I'm here, guys. I want to make sure you guys are here until like 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning. You know,
Still remaining in the main event.
gotta make you work.
Now Duvniak, the short stack with 28 big blinds. Not exactly push fold for him at this point. Jorma Newton now up to 42 big blinds.
Max also had to call, like going back to that hand, like he also has to call because you know, he has to show that he's like willing to call short stacks, you know, with strong-ish hands that he, you know, that people will basically like stay away from a little bit more. I think when you kind of make a marginal call
Sure.
like that, so it
Well,
kinda
you're
gives
less
you-
likely to ship your king 10s.
Yeah,
and your
yeah,
king 9
exactly,
suited.
exactly. So there's some benefit to that as well.
Let's try and get to some questions for Eugene Kachalov on Twitter. Remember, EPT Live is the hashtag to use. Kristen says, Eugene, how's training going, especially during December? Arguably the hardest month of the year not to slip off your diet.
Yeah, probably is. My training's going good. You know, thankfully here in Prague we have, I think, one of the best gyms in all of the, you know, throughout the whole EPT tour. I think we have the best gym here in the Hilton. So pretty fortunate with that.
It's a better gym than many of the gyms in London, actually.
Yeah, probably so. It's like comparable to like Las Vegas, you know, those big casino Las Vegas gyms, which are great.
And 12 of the final table. Action folder to Shemian on the button. He raises. 7-4 suited.
I thought the gym at the Pullman in Barcelona was really small. All they had was a pull-up bar, but it turns out I was just in a closet.
Yeah.
It's like a 3-bet from Soteropoulos.
Ace king of clubs. He's made it 240,000.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay.
Now, Eugene, if you think that Ola's opening his button, you know, pretty much all of his hands on the button once it's folded to him, and you have ace king suited, is there any sort of value to be gained in not 3-betting?
Yes. Yes, sometimes. Yeah, it's all. That's a question for, well, number one, player dynamics. Number two, stack depth. And number three, just again, like your history with the opponent, like what he thinks of you. Like, obviously, if you're 3-betting him a lot, like you should 3-bet.
Continue 3-betting him,
yeah,
right?
because then, you know, you can expect like maybe a live 4-bet and you can get in. But, you know, by no means I think you should always be 3-betting there. I think a lot of people just automatically 3-bet there all the time.
Sure, and I'm not being critical of this particular 3-bet,
No.
by the way, but when it's someone who is as loose aggressive as Ola, sometimes you can just call there and get them to barrel off multiple streets.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I think a lot of people discount that, but it's certainly an option. I'm not saying it, you know, it's just you have to take a lot of things into account.
Dave tweets to say, I'm shocked at Max's fold of the 7s, with only 5 hands beating him and getting 5-1 on the call with his stack size. Easy to say with the benefit of hindsight and the benefit of seeing your opponent's cards. This tends to be what happens during the first few orbits at a final table, Eugene. People tend to play cautiously.
Yeah, I think that's normal. I mean, you know, obviously not everyone has been, you know, for almost everyone, a final table is a big deal. You know, even if you've been in a final table before, a main event final table is a big deal. You know, the money jumps are huge here. So it's important for everyone. So everyone's just kind of taking it easy, feeling each other out. Also, you can't really play too aggressively because it is, you know, there are 8 people here. So.
Well, Shemian raised the cutoff with King 10. Lao defends his big blind. Shemian flops top pair and checks it.
Sniggy, sniggy.
Yeah, I think he's just using pot control here. It's kind of like a wet board. Doesn't really want to get check raised on the flop. He wouldn't really probably know what to do, so I like his check.
Things just get better for Shemian. Now has the second nut flush draw to go with top pair.
Not really much trouble Lao can get into.
Check, check again. Ah.
It's certainly like a bet from either one of them now at this point.
Check, check.
Well, you know what's going to happen now, don't you? They're going to show their cards, and they are going to chop this pot, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Yes, Eugene, you went for it. You did it. My new favorite.
The chop pot remix featuring E to the K. We love it.
I am actually going to pick Eugene in our contest that's coming up later. I'm just going to tease it right now. A little Team Pro Last Longer contest coming up. Eugene just officially secured himself as my pick.
Here's another question for you, Eugene. As the blinds go up, by the way, Teresa, the tournament director, just confirming to the players that we're now playing 25.50 with a 5K ante, level 27 of the tournament. Andrew says, Eugene, do the pros with several big scores still sell pieces when they're entering 10K tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people do. I mean, obviously situations are different for everyone, because it also depends. Some of the pros who've had big scores, they didn't necessarily have it, you know, a lot of themselves. So you know, it depends on a lot of things. But some do certainly.
James, did we get to? We had a great question, I think.
Well, I want to get to Jordan's question.
Jordan
next.
was the one. Yeah.
Eugene, which seat at this final table would you like to be sat in and not sat in, and why?
That's a good question. I got to see everyone here.
I mean, with the standard caveat that obviously you'd like any seat at the final table right now.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
if the poker gods gave you a choice.
Probably to the left of Ole.
So,
Georgios Sotiropoulos, his seat.
Okay, and which would be the worst seat at the table?
The worst seat? Probably...
Giorgio Sataropoulos.
No.
Because he's to the right of the chip leader.
Probably to the... Well... Probably either to the right of Max Silver or to the left of Max Silver.
So either Duvniak or Newton, and they've kind of got the short straw.
So either Jorma Newtonen, his seat, or like I guess those would be worse. Just basically stuck in between good players. You obviously just want to have position with good players.
So here's how the players stack up so far. Julian Track still in front. Silver and Chidwick second and third on the leaderboard. Duvniak the shortest stack with around 20 bigs. Aaron Basses, don't forget the added dynamic that they will know the whole card information in an hour's time, and maybe they will switch styles then. And it always fascinates me that we've been doing this now for the better part of 2 years, and some players are on it. They've got someone who's watching the stream during the breaks, they're looking at key hands, and some are almost oblivious to it and don't even think it's a factor.
Yeah. I don't know how much you can really change your game, though. I mean, information is certainly important for sure. I mean, if I was at the final table, I would certainly ask someone to look for hands for me, and you know, I'd ask them key hands like what people had. I think that's information is important. I don't know how much you can really change your game.
Chidwick with another big pocket pair, queens this time.
Raises under the gun +1 to 115,000. Hand 15 of this final table. Allows him with 8-7 suited on the button.
So far, pretty standard.
Nice try, Lao Shay.
Trying to get in there cheap. That suited connector.
Max Silver folding the big blind, so heads up to this flop.
Let's see, 9-10 Jack. That's what I want to see.
But how many diamonds?
Ooh. 1-9, 1 diamond.
That's no fun. At least.
All right.
So unless Lao gets creative here, I guess this is going to be...
He hasn't been terribly creative, but he did make a nice river
made that
bluff.
bluff when
yeah.
I came in here.
Exactly. And that just went bet fold.
I don't know if you saw this yesterday, Eugene. I know that Claw included you.
Oh, I saw this. This is cool. Who did this?
See that guy hiding behind the monitors over there?
Oh, really?
The weird thing is he's totally listening, but he won't look up. Because he's weird. Obviously.
That is awesome. I gotta
Catch
retrieve
me
that.
if Ukraine.
This is a funny picture.
I'm sure those of you who follow along and look at all the tweets in the EPT Live timeline will have seen that. CJ has a question. It's a flashback question, Eugene. How did you get on in your first ever live tournament?
Oh. So what does that mean? Like, how did I get on?
Well, did you
like, what was my experience like?
What was your experience, and what was the result?
My first ever live tournament. And I used to play like these little tournaments in underground clubs in New York City back in the day, but I don't know. I guess it probably means like a major tournament.
Well, you didn't get shot, so
yeah.
You didn't do that bad.
I think my first major tournament I had like a really deep run in. Actually, it was in Bellagio and in like a 3K event that I was running good in cash games at the time for like a couple of days. I won like 4,000 or 5,000. And then I was going to play a 3K event, and my friend took half of me, and I took half of myself, and it was a 3K event, and it was like 400 something people, and I finished 5th, I remember. So that was pretty exciting. that's when I was like, wow.
What year was that?
I want to do this. 04.
04? Okay. Yeah, I remember, I think it was, what, the 06 World Series. You were, like, all over. You were just always in the chip counts, always.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's when I first I remember seeing your name a lot that year in 2006.
Yeah, I think so, too, yeah.
So Track raised the hijack with Queen 7 of diamonds. And Jarmo Nuutinen has been thinking for quite some time in the big blind. And it's a 3-bet from Nuutinen with jacks, which gets through.
Just want to give a little shout out to Bartek for picking up the Indiana Jones reference, and whatever the opposite of a shout out is to Scott, who said good old Jack Burton. Although Big Trouble in Little China is also one of my all-time favorites. Wasn't a Jack Burton reference. I was not referencing David Lopan. I was referencing Lao Che. So sorry. Chevy folds under the gun. Soteropoulos. UTG +1. Gonna come in for a raise. It's like 95,000, which wouldn't be possible because blinds are 25 and 50. So it's 100,000. Duvniak ships from the cutoff with 8-7 suited.
20 blinds? Yeah, that's fine. A little bit loose versus early position raise.
Guess he wants to make sure if he does get called that he's live.
Certainly a good hand to have in your range for shoving over an open.
It's a hand you'd rather shove with than like a king 7 or a queen 7.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're just never like buried with this hand unless you're facing like 2 8s or 2 9s. You're just always okay, even if you're up like against like a big pair. Like you're just fine. Not that bad.
Hands like 8-7 and 6-7, they have the best shot at cracking those big pairs. Suited, specifically.
I don't think I would make this call with king queen. So I would work against me.
And that's why maybe it's a little bit better spot to do this too, because he's not in absolute desperation mode. 20 big blinds is...
Well, it's a perfect stack to shove over an open, so that's kind of what you're looking for with that stack. But having said that, he is shoving over kind of an early position open, so it's a little bit risky. But, you know, I think it's fine. Yeah, see, it's going to be really hard to call him. You're going to have like, in my opinion, you're probably going to have like ace jack or better, and maybe 6s and better, 7s and better.
So Duvniak chips up to 1.22 million. Still the shortest stack at the table. Julian Track still the chip leader. He came into the final table as the big stack and still has around 7.8 million. Chidwick second on the leaderboard with just over 5 million.
You know what I just noticed, and I might be crazy, but is there any sort of meta game involved that when it goes bet, shove, how long you tank for your decision, say for like Steven Chidwick, and if you make it look like you sort of have a big decision, maybe there's information to be gained there, like people.
You mean for the short stack?
Well, the short stack's already all in, obviously,
so
but like let's say
for Steven?
Yeah, let's say, well, not for either something Steven's doing intentionally or unintentionally. Now you're the guy who opened,
right?
And you see that Steven Chidwick tanks like forever, and
right.
You think, okay, well, I have ace jack and he's tanking forever, so like maybe he's got an ace too. Maybe there's an ace out of the deck that one of my outs are missing.
That's you're for sure thinking like, okay, so obviously Steven's got a hand that he's considering going with. So you know, what are some of his hands? But you know, if you have like ace jack, it doesn't mean he has to have an ace as well. I mean, he can have like 2 8s and just not know what to do.
Sure, of course, but there is a little even how long someone takes to make their decision there can sort of influence your decision when it comes back to you, right?
Yes,
If
absolutely.
You're the original opener.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, I've seen times when, you know, let's say I open with like 2 9s and someone shoves, for example, and then someone else is thinking, and I'm like, and then they have like a tough decision and they finally fold, and I'm like, well, maybe they had like a big ace, you know, and now the other guy who shoved pretty likely has a big ace, you know, like an ace as well. So
Sure.
that makes me more likely to call now,
Right.
because now I'm more, you know, I'm a
Right.
bigger favorite now with 2 9s, so I'll make that call.
Well, that last hand is the second time today that Max Silver has picked up aces, and once again he doesn't get any action. It was a case of raise and take it. So on to hand number 19, action on Kwan Lao.
So if you're at a final table and basically, you know, you're going to make money for every player that's eliminated, is there maybe some sort of metagame to acting like you have a decision so that maybe you can get, like you said, sometimes someone tanking for a while may...
Yeah, but it also may help you fold.
May make it fold, okay.
Yeah, so I don't think it really skews it anyway, because you have no knowledge of the hand,
right.
of the other player's hands.
Lao in with king, queen off, raising to 100K.
I wouldn't advise it just doing it randomly, because it's just annoying and you're wasting time. And people want to play more hands. I'm always in favor of playing more hands. I can't take it when people start like tanking for no reason in easy spots.
Well, it's funny you mentioned this, because Julian Track, the current chip leader, he's mainly an online player, mainly plays PLO cash games on Stars. He actually won his package to EPT Prague online, also won a package to the Aussie Millions. He's not enjoying his experience of playing live poker, despite being chip leader at the final table. Says, I don't like it when players think about a decision for 5 or 6 minutes. Maybe the Aussie Millions will be my last live event.
Yeah, it's you know, I've had a really painful table like yesterday in the high roller, in my first table, day 2. It was just unbelievable. We were playing like one hand every 10 minutes. I mean,
do you guys say anything?
I even called the clock. I almost never called the clock on anyone, and I had to call the clock. It's just unbelievable.
Do you say anything to anyone when in between hands? Just
Yes,
say, hey guys,
yes,
can we
yeah,
move this along? You did.
When it gets too crazy, I'm like, come on guys, I'm like, seriously, like when you know, if you take like I was even like needling, like Steve O'Dwyer plays fast, right? So like, let's say there was a hand like I opened, he 3-bet me, and I just like instantly folded, and he quickly 3-bet me, right? And I was like, and our table, and I was like, wow, this is so nice. We played that hand so fast. Yeah. Even though I lost the hand, I felt good. And he started laughing, and I was like, and then I was telling him like out loud, I was like, you know, if you took 2 minutes to think about the hand, for sure I would have went all in with it, you know, like it's a joke. Like, of course I wouldn't. But many people seem to think like if they take 2 extra minutes to 3-bet me, or anyone else, like,
it makes a difference.
Okay, well, now I'm going to do something else, you know, like, it makes no difference. Like, you know, you can do, like, a 10-second Hollywood, fine. Like, it's you know, but you're going to know within 10, 20 seconds what you're going to do.
Sure.
You don't need any more time, and it's not going to make any, you know, your other decisions any difference.
I think we're going to have action here, because Lao called the 3-bet out of position. He's flopped top pair. Chidwick has flopped bottom pair and the flush draw.
Wow.
Look at the percentages. This is a flip, assuming that we see all 5 cards.
And Lao is 50 blinds deep, right? Yeah. Oh, Steven called the button? Is that what happened?
No, he 3-bet the button.
Oh, he 3-bet the button.
He 3-bet the button. Lao called the 3-bet out of position. He checks the flop, and Chidwick continues with his pair and flush draw for 310,000. How does Lao respond with top pair?
Spot, Eugene, where you're just going to call, reevaluate?
Again, it's stack depth dependent and position dependent, and you know, that's an interesting, very interesting card.
Ace of spades. An overcard to Lao's kings, but he is now a 68% favorite. He checks a second time.
Chidwick's going to fire again here a lot, right?
Well, he should, but he's going to hate his life if he gets shoved on. He's probably not going to get shoved on. I mean, because we know Lao's
not with this hand, right?
But
But
it's
sometimes
very possible that Lao, in this position, would have a hand that he could shove, and then Steven Chidwick hates his life, so he might be afraid of that and might check back, and then he loses the pot if he does that. I mean, unless he gets there on the river.
Well, Chidwick decides what to do. Hang on a
I
sec.
think
I think
he
he's
should
betting
bet.
again. Yeah, he's barreled.
Yeah.
475,000 into this 1.2 million chip pot.
Because a lot of players are going to continue to bet their air there also.
Right.
So when you have a hand right now that's not much better than air, but has decent equity.
Yeah, he's basically hoping that Lao has a hand like he has, like King Queen, Queen Jack, Jack 10, King 10 suited, like all these hands, and you know, he's hoping that he can get him off it.
Lao calls again.
I like it. I would call as well.
With Lao calling, there's 2.2 million in the middle. Lao has 1.4 million behind.
Ooh.
Boom! The flush gets there. And with the way this board has run out, if Chidwick bets big on the river, how hard a fold is this for Lao?
Probably not very difficult. I mean, it's...
The only thing that I think that might make it difficult is how much of his stack is invested here, but it is not a good run out for his hand.
Yeah, it's not a good run out. I think it...
Yeah, Chidwick shoves on him.
It is a good like bluff spot for Chidwick, but having said that, it's really tough to call here for Lao.
All you can eat, Lao. It's going to cost you every chip you've got. And if he does call, he'll be the first player out from this final table.
This obviously a spot where a tank is warranted. This is a tough decision.
Yeah, it's a very tough decision.
For his tournament life, for the first exit here at the final table.
Luke May tweets to say, I love it when a Brit gets there. Chidwick did indeed get there.
You know, I wonder how this hand would have played out if, instead of the ace turning, if the turn was like an offsuit 8. Like if Chidwick would bet, and then what would Lao do? Would he just call? Would he check raise all in? You know, because at this point, by the time Chidwick bet, you know, Stevens bet the turn, and Lao called, the pot was 2.1 million, and Lao only had 1.4 behind. So essentially, there'd be like no reason for him to just call. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it would just be like either go all in or fold. And you know, so and it would have been interesting to see him go all in, and now Steven Chidwick with like just bottom pair and flush draw might be priced in.
Yeah, when the ace hits and you shove, it's really hard to get called by worse.
Yeah, the ace may have slowed him down into nut shoving, but I don't know. You know, it's still not a bad card to shove because I mean
it's just harder.
It is much harder. Yeah.
We've got high roller updates. Damian Clarkson, our Aussie viewer, says Jeff Rossiter out 9th in the high roller. Almost 40K. Oh, Eugene, buddy. Dude, you bubbled.
I did.
That was awful.
Thanks for reminding me.
I'm so sorry.
That was painful. That was very painful.
That was terrible.
Quick reminder, if you want to follow the High Roller event, live updates are available on the PokerStarsblog.com. And you don't have to worry about any spoilers on there because the live reporting guys are very kindly reporting off the delayed feed.
Simon wants to know, would you apply your thought here again about the polarized bet? And yes, this is a polarizing position.
Well, obviously, Steven's representing a hand like aces, kings, or ace-king. That's what he's representing. And like I said, it's a really difficult spot.
Chidwick now up to 6.1 million. 20% of the chips in play.
When Steven goes all in there, he either has 2-pair plus or air. So now you have to think to yourself, well, what air is he just going to continue barreling with on that board? You know, if he has like 7-8 of clubs or something, that he probably, you know, he might play the same way. I don't know if he continues barreling the way. I'm not sure.
Johnny asks, is it possible to view a player's cards when he is in the tank and not just when he gets involved in the hand? We're working on it, Johnny. We have sent a memo to Graphical Hue in the future. And hopefully you should see some changes in about 30 minutes' time.
That would be nice.
Bradley Green says, thanks, Lao. That's 5 minutes of my life I'll never get back. I think that is a legitimate thing. I mean, I know that we often criticize players for taking time over their decisions. I think if you're at the final table of a tournament and it's a decision for your tournament life, you've got a marginal hand, it's a polarizing bet from your opponent. I do think that is a legitimate.
No, there I would never call clock there. In that specific spot, I would never call clock because that's a tournament life decision. I mean, it's obviously the final table, and it's it's a huge pot, and the guys put you all in. I would never, there I would give the guy as much time as he wanted. I just mean like calling the clock in like.
When they're not huge decisions. I mean, you're just playing
like little pots or like just little like very standard situations that as a poker player you encounter all the time. There's no reason why you should be taking so long. This is obviously that was not a standard hand, so you can take all the time you want. As far as I see it.
So picking up the action here, Newton's raise called by both blinds. An ace 8-6 flop with 2 hearts.
Do we think this is a loose defend? I mean, I know he's getting pot odds, but what are you really hoping to hit? With 8-5.
Second pair.
Second pair, which is almost, never going to be the best hand.
So both Soteropoulos and Track have checked. Action is on Newton, who does continue with top pair.
Guess 8-5 did outflop 7s.
140,000.
They all have like backdoor-ish draws too.
Yeah.
The 7-7, 7 of hearts. The ace-9 has the 9 of hearts. 8-5 has like middle cards that it will help.
And Track folds it, so I mean that's.
I don't like that. If he's gonna play 8-5, he should not be folding that flop.
You can't fold a pair, right? I mean.
Well, yeah, like that specific board you can't fold. Because Newton's gonna continuation bet with like his king queens, queen jacks, and essentially like all his hands that missed as well, in my opinion.
That's what I mean by what are you hoping to hit? Like if you have call with 8-5 and you hit second pair, that's pretty good. Like
that's pretty good. Yeah. So I also like to defend my big blind a lot, but I'm not gonna give up on that board. And there's certain boards I'm gonna bluff. There's there's a lot there's things that I'm going to do to make up for the fact that my hand doesn't have much equity. Because if you're just defending it just to flop like top pair or 2 pair, it's just you're not getting enough.
Or a straight,
you're
right?
Not getting enough
it's not happening.
We talked about the fact that Julian Track has been complaining about the pace of play. Oya Hansen says Track looks like he really hates the pace. He looks so bored despite being on the final table. And Aaron Bass is the same thing. Track's defending 8-5 off because he is so bored.
That.
How much money is he making playing? What is he playing? 1-2? Is that what it says?
1-2 PLO.
How much? Oh, I guess 900,000 euros. No big deal, huh? For 1-2 players anymore.
Matt Crocker says, "Stop moaning about 5-minute tanks. You already forgotten the 5-minute deal making from earlier this year."
45-minute deal making.
Sorry, I left out a digit there. All I have to say, Matt, is any guy that has an avatar of a girl, your opinion counts for less.
Stephen Chidwick raising from the hijack with ace queen.
Not because there's anything wrong with girls, but it's just weird.
This is hand number 21 of the final table. And it's Ka Kwan Lao gives him action, calling from the big blind with ace-9.
This could get dicey, especially standard with Lao's stack.
Jack, Trey, Deuce.
Probably gonna go bet call, my guess.
Just going back to the last hand these two played.
Check back.
John Grace's lads, should Lao have played his top pair more aggressively on the flop, or is there more value in check calling there?
Well, again, that's a question for your stack depth and the positions that you're facing. I think with how deep he was, I think it was fine to do it either way. Because the thing is, you have to consider also, like, when you check call, you're basically telling Steven that, look, you've connected with this board, you have something, because he's not going to, like, float him out of position on that board with nothing. So, you know, Steven's going to know you have something. So if the turn is like a random brick, do you really think that Steven's going to, like, continue bluffing you?
Right. Sometimes they just shut down.
Yeah, they might shut down. So it's like, what are you really gaining by just calling? So you have to, like, consider these things. So if the player is the type of player who's just going to continue barreling, yeah, you just want to just call and let him continue barreling into you.
Delayed c-bet from Chidwick gets the job done here. He wins another pot. And his stack is now up to 6.29 million. Track still in front with 7.6 million. Ollie has a hypothetical question about the previous hand between Chidwick and Lao. If Lao had flipped his cards over on the river to try and get a read off Chidwick, would his hand be dead? What is the EPT rule? First of all, I don't think he would ever do that, and I don't think he would get any read. And the ruling, I believe, would be, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, wherever possible, no one likes to kill hands. I think he would have a live hand there, but he would receive a penalty at the end of the hand.
Oh yeah, I actually don't know.
I think probably a fairly severe penalty too, as far as penalties go.
I don't know. Heads up, are you and the guy and when Steven no longer can make a decision, I don't know, maybe that's allowed. I don't even know.
It's
actually.
not allowed. You can't.
allowed.
You can't say what you have. They do allow some talking between the players when it's heads up, I think, but you can't talk about your hand.
I know for a fact that exposed cards deliberately would incur a penalty.
Okay.
At the very least, I imagine it'd be like 3 hands, possibly an orbit. But again, I'm sure that we'll get Neil Johnson, live event specialist, on that one. He'll give us a concrete answer.
C5, that's 125,000.
Folded to the button. Julian Track is raising.
C6, fold.
Folded by Lao in the small blind, and by Duvniak in the big blind. Luke Hobson says, lying in bed watching EPT Live, can't beat it. Max Silver for the win. Damien says, Eugene, what is the regular limit that you play in cash games?
I haven't played cash games in about a year or two. Not many, at least. When I used to play, it was... I mean, it depends. Mixed games or no limit hold'em. Mixed games, I was playing pretty big, I think. You know, 3,600, 4,800 and higher.
Limit.
And yeah, limit. And no limit when I used to play, I don't know, 50, 100, I guess.
Sick.
C2, fold. C3, fold. C4, fold.
Second hand in a row has been folded around to Track. He passes from the cutoff. Can't quite allow on the button. Quick reminder of chip denominations. The yellow chips we see him throw in there are worth 25,000 each. The blues are the smallest chips in play, they're 5,000. And the sexy green and blacks are the 100k chips. So king 10 off. A min raise to 100,000. Decision on silver in the big blind.
C8 announces Ollie.
Wow, just ships on him. Wow, folds. Eugene, of the folks left in the high roller, is there anyone that you are particularly rooting for?
I think Olivier is still in there, right?
Olivier Bousquet,
Yeah.
final table.
Yeah, he's a very good friend of mine, so I'd certainly like to see him win.
All right, there it is. There's Eugene's pick.
Yeah, sorry to bring up the whole bubble thing again, but we did have a couple of people on Twitter point out that you bubbled as a direct consequence of Elke getting extremely lucky.
yeah, that was funny. But I think I made a mistake also on the bubble. That was I shouldn't have done. I mean, the hand that I went with, it's a funny situation. Like I had 2 7s on the bubble with like 28 blinds on the button, and I think versus 2 big stacks in the blinds. But there were short stacks, a lot of short stacks out there. So the funny thing is, I think I should just probably open fold. But what I did was I raised on the button, and I think I expected to get 3-bet by either one of them because we're in the bubble, so I expect them to put pressure on me. So I just expected to get 3-bet, and I thought I was just going to 4-bet and get a lot of fold equity. So that's what I did, but I happened to run into a hand. But I think, considering everything, I think the risk just wasn't worth it. I think I should have just folded and ICM-wise, just waited to get into the money.
Does the particular tournament you're playing weigh into that decision a little bit more? Like if it had been a main event, you'd been that close to the bubble in the same situation, would you have? I know you know, in hindsight, you think you should have changed it.
Bubble's a bubble. I mean, they're both big tournaments. Main events, a 5K euro buy-in. This is a 10K. This is even bigger. This is a big bubble. You know, 17,000 euro or zero. So it was certainly painful. I mean, I wasn't a happy camper when I busted, but you know, but I was more unhappy with myself because I think, you know, I think I made a mistake.
Lao all in, coming over the top of Soteropoulos. And an easy fold with ace-3. Now picks up the money in the middle. So still 8-handed after 24 hands at this final table. The final 8 from the 1,007 players who entered the EPT Prague main event. The lion's share of the prize pool still to be paid out here today. 84,600 euros for the first player out. The winner receiving 889,000 euros.
Aaron writes in with a question I'd be interested to get Eugene's opinion on. Aaron says if Lao is just going to snap fold when Silver ships it, he should really tighten up then on the button. I guess not really a question, but a statement.
No, I don't agree. I mean, the King 10, he definitely should have been opening the King 10. I don't think he should be like open folding King 10.
Yeah, so
it's a very strong hand.
It's not that big a deal.
I don't think Max Silver is just shipping anything. I mean, he did have an ace-7. I mean, he just had a hand that he thought he was ahead of his opening button range, but I don't think he's shipping like 7-3 offsuit or something just to randomly ship. So I think he should definitely be open. I would definitely be opening King 10 and then folding to a ship.
Duvniak opens with a raise to 100K. Starts the hand with 1.1 million.
I certainly wouldn't open like loose. I mean, I'd certainly be tight-ish opening.
Sure, but King 10 is not a hand you can fold.
Yeah, King 10 is a good hand. I mean, I wouldn't be like stealing. I mean, I probably wouldn't open like 9-7 offsuit or something that I may open, you know, quite often. But in that spot, I wouldn't because, you know, obviously Max is a good player and he's got a lot of chips. So it's just not going to be a profitable open for you. But a hand that's just better than average, I don't think you can fold.
Reminder, we've got Eugene Kachelov from Team PokerStars Pro with us in the booth. Your questions are welcome. nuts@pokerstars.tv for your emails. Tag your tweets EPT Live. Even though we're watching a delayed feed here, the action we're seeing now took place just over an hour ago. We are calling the action live, so we can get to your questions and comments immediately. Obviously, we have to put a delay on the field, on the stream rather, to protect the integrity of the tournament with whole cards exposed.
So cool when Eugene leaves the booth, he's going to go into the future 1 hour.
Whoa.
No, I'm actually going to the Russian Russian booth.
When he does leave the room. Tell us what the future's like. Just no spoilers on the tournament.
Pocket 10s for Julian Trapp.
Maybe the world has ended.
It could have. We wouldn't know.
He just wouldn't even
We'd
know.
catch up.
Yeah, he'd catch up.
He's raised from under the gun +1. It's a min plus raise to 105,000. Max Silver with the decision.
Eugene's going to leave the booth, and we're going to see him like scoot past the outside of the frame on like a hoverboard. It's the future, guys. See ya.
It's a 3-bet from Silver. With King Jack off, he's made it 265,000. And in this spot, your track with pocket 10s, is it a call or a 4-bet?
I would just call. They're very deep. I would never fold, but I would call. I think that. Oh, you 3-bet. Well, it's a problematic 4-bet because now if Max decides to 5-bet, it's like, what are you really doing? Like,
oh no, he knows what he's doing.
He might be playing head games, but it's like, are you gonna like fold now? I don't like playing poker like this. I like to play post-flop poker.
He did this exact same thing yesterday, 4-bet, 2 10s, when both he and his opponent were super deep, and when his opponent 5-bet jammed on him, he slammed the 10s over like they were aces.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I've heard. Okay, so yeah, so he's gonna play his 10s like they are aces, but I think it's just a very, very what's the word, like volatile playing style. You know.
I hope we don't see a repeat of that hand. Before that could happen, by the way, they need to stare lovingly into each other's eyes.
Oh, that's right. There was a little
Yes.
bromance there. And Silver does lay it down.
Julian Track moves over the 8 million mark. Silver third on the leaderboard. Stephen Chidwick sandwiched between them. Duvniak still the shortest stack at the table with 24 bigs. Ali says, Eugene, what was the first big purchase you bought with your first big poker money winnings?
An apartment for my grandparents.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Tomagoy asks, can they make an 8-handed deal at a main event final table? They could.
Yeah.
I think it's highly unlikely. I can't think of any situation on the EPT where more than 4 players have tried to negotiate a chop.
Yeah, I think that's silly. That's just silly.
It's not the kind of attitude that
not-
buys apartments for your
You
grandparents.
should not be playing poker if your plan is to make an 8-handed deal. I mean, the whole excitement is to get on the final table and then, you know, gamble for that big money. I mean, it's fine making a deal like when you're like 2 or 3-handed. I can understand that.
I mean, 8-handed, somebody's going to be giving up a lot.
Right.
By the way, we've got a response from PokerStars live events specialist Neil Johnson on the penalty you would receive for exposing your hand. I'll answer that question after this hand is played out. Newtonen opens to 100,000 with ace-4. Stephen Chidwick 3-bets the button with ace-9. Action on George Soteropoulos in the big blind. He folds. Action back on Newtonen. And he will very quickly fold. So if a player were to accidentally expose their hand, that would be a warning. It'll go no further than that. However, if the feeling was that Lao had exposed his hand intentionally and there was clear intention, they actually would kill his hand. It would be ruled dead.
Wow.
And he would then get a 1-orbit penalty.
And
Wow,
a penalty.
So
Oh,
actually,
man.
the punishment would be more severe than I thought.
Ouch.
But it would have to be super clear that he intentionally exposed his hand.
Right. Makes sense.
Just want to read out Lon Don's tweet, who says, I'm confused. And that's it. Sorry, Lon.
He then tweets a few minutes later to say, so maybe confusion has ended.
Eugene, you still got a big fat shoe addiction?
Yeah, although I haven't, not over the last year.
Really?
I've had it under control. I've been, I don't know, too focused on playing poker rather than on buying shoes.
Max Silver raising here with Jack-10. Action on Shemian. And that's a 3-bet. 255,000 he's made it. And he has ace-king.
Have we seen anyone 3-bet with the worst hand yet?
Yes. When the hand that we were just talking about, Lao and Chidwick, 6-7 against king-queen.
Yeah, so that's the one occasion, but for the most part, these 3-bets have all been pretty serious, or if not, you know, Chidwick 3-bet ace-9 on the button, which isn't always going to be the best hand. Against the other opening range, it often would be.
Max Silver normally pretty happy to play flops.
Oh, getting a cold 4-bet, I think.
Oh,
It's going to be all in for sure.
yeah, well, let's
Whatever he
not
has.
worry about what Max Silver's going to do. I didn't realize that Track still had cards, and he does cold 4, which gets an immediate fold
Wow.
from Max Silver. Pocket 3s.
Well,
Well, let's see if he can, if he plays the 3s like he plays aces. If he can snap off the shove.
C3 announces all in.
Shemian shoves.
and it's 1.5 million.
He's not bored anymore.
Question. If he calls here, do you think he snaps the threes down?
I hope so.
This is really sick. And now he's getting like 2-1
Yeah.
with a pair. And he's, yeah, I mean, he may have to call. He's got a lot of chips. He can afford to flip. I mean, and a chance to knock out, you know, a good player like Ol. Like, if I were to play my threes this way, I think I would have to call at this point.
That would have been a perfect spot to call, though, right?
Not really.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
You think 4-betting?
No, I would just fold.
Just fold the threes.
Yeah,
Okay.
fold.
It just seems like a weird. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're deep enough for him to just call to flop a set when there's, you know, a cold call 3-bet.
There's still action behind too,
I think
right?
Track's priced himself into this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Now
that's
he
what I'm
has,
saying.
yes.
Yeah, he's priced. He has to call, I think, because he's getting over 2-1.
He absolutely hates it.
Yeah, but he can afford it. He got a lot of chips and he can afford it. So I think
I didn't quite realize it was only 1.5 million
Yeah.
to call because of that massive 4-bet.
Yeah, it would be a huge mistake to fold here. You know, it's one thing if it was like a tournament life on the line, like maybe, but I think here once he 4-bets, he has to call. Afraid of looking silly, maybe. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I think that's got to be part of it. You're just kind of embarrassed
no.
to call with threes there.
Oh no.
Shemian adds $1 million to his stack.
Without any risk. Wow.
Up to $3.5 million now.
You just can't do that. You just can't dump chips like that.
So we had the conversation about deals, and just to make it clear, they could talk about an 8-way deal. It would never happen, but hypothetically it is possible.
Hypothetically, can all 1,007 players talk about a deal before they start the tournament?
I guess hypothetically, everyone will be a loser.
Yeah, exactly.
Yuha says, Eugene, what do you think about deals in general?
I think they're fine. I mean, I think if you're in a top 3 or top, there's 2 or 3 people left in a major event like this, and you don't really feel like playing heads up for, 350,000 euro.
I thought you were going to say 350,000 hours, because that's how long it's going to take.
Yeah, that too. Well, that's what you guys are worried about. They were more worried about the money, not the time. So, yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, it's just a lot of money. There's no need to gamble for that kind of money. So.
Max Silver back in the action here, raising under the gun +1 with ace-10.
Luke also had.
But then again, I was going to say, like, if it's like if it's like a professional player heads up versus a player who who's going to have a lot of pressure on him, because that money's going to apply a lot of pressure to him, I may not make a deal, even though I wouldn't want to gamble for that much either, just because I know I'd have an edge against him, because he would make more mistakes, because he'd be so nervous playing for so much money. So that you may actually gain some edge by not making a deal.
So you sort of answered Luke's question, who wants to know, is it bad poker etiquette if you refuse to make a deal?
No, I don't think it's bad poker etiquette.
Totally
not
fine.
at all. Yeah, absolutely not. You can do what you think is best for your equity. I think that's the end result. Not all the time, but specifically in a deal-making situation.
What about in a hypothetical situation where you agree to a deal at the table, go away and talk to your backers, then come back and refuse the deal?
Oh, we've seen that, right? that I don't like. I mean, you shouldn't agree to a deal. Then you should just wait, go talk to your backers.
So Silver, with the worst hand, bets 165,000. You can now see Chidwick's other card. Pre-flop, we saw he had the ace of spades. He's got the queen of spades to go with it.
He's certainly not folding here.
Sebastian says, gotta love Track's play, refreshingly aggro. I might have to rethink the way to play my pocket threes. But, as you would say, Eugene, if you are going to play it like that, when the guy shoves, you then have to call.
Yes, you then have to call. It's not the end of the world when you 4-bet. Like, it's very volatile. But wow, he folded ace queen. It's very volatile to play threes that way. But if you do decide to play it that way, I think you have to call.
Bart says...
Just because there's more variations of ace-king than there are of big pairs.
Well, Bart has a comment on that hand. His ace-king versus threes. My pet peeve in poker, 4-betting without a plan.
Yes, that is true.
Adam says, big mistake. Even stranger that he'd make that mistake since he's a cash game player.
Well, he's a PLO player, so I don't know. A little bit different.
Well, halfway through this level. This is the 30th hand of the final table. Still 8-handed. Donovan Newton with King Jack. Will raise. Ola Shemian. Three bets. And he's got the same hand. Hello, Julian Track.
Oh.
I like his style. I like his style, though. I mean, he just blasts it in there. He does have it this time.
Yeah, he's not folding this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just gonna win it from both of them at this point.
And 2 quick folds. This time the cold 4-bet gets through.
I mean, you don't expect that he throws in a raise there and you can jam on him and put him in a bad spot again.
Yeah, exactly.
After how badly he reacted last time.
I'm sure he wasn't happy with himself either, you know, having to fold there. So I you know, I think the other players realize here too that he's probably has more of a plan with this cold 4-bet.
Judging by the Twitter timeline, we've got new players joining us all the time. Hello, welcome to EPT Live. The final table of the main event here in Prague. The final 8 competing for the title trophy and €889,000 first prize.
I would love to answer Dat Fail Santa's tweet, who says, always been a fan of poker, but I've never understood the check rule. Could you clear that up for me? You have to be more specific about your question. We'd love to answer your question, but I'm not sure really what you're asking.
When you can check, is that what he's asking? Or about
if you're
checking
asking
the nuts on the river? I mean,
oh, maybe it's checking the nuts on the river. Now, if you're asking when you can check in general, you can check anytime the action's on you and there's no bet pending. If you're talking about the checking the nuts rule, you may not check behind the nuts on the river.
As in if you're checking, it goes to showdown.
Correct.
Yeah.
Shemian opens with Queen 9. Duvniak shoves with Ace 10. Shemian folds.
And also, it's not just a check rule when it comes to the nuts. I believe you also have to raise if you have the nuts. You can't just call with the nuts on the river.
Michael says, going back to the threes versus ace-king hand, that's what most of the conversation is about right now. If you follow the Twitter timeline, just search for the hashtag EPT Live. If you're going to have to call anyway, why not just shove? Well, the complication there, Michael, was obviously Max Silver was between them. And I don't think he's in a million years even thinking about it. If Silver shoves, then it's an automatic fold.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't. If he shoves and Max Silver happens to wake up with a hand, I mean, that's just absolute disaster.
Joe says, I'm enjoying EPT bacon and eggs. Thanks for the great coverage. Wow. He's done a Walter White with his bacon and spelt out EPT. Do you know what? Oh, Joe, you made a mistake.
What's that?
I was about to think this guy deserves a card protector.
Yeah.
He asked for a prize in his tweet.
Oh, he said hopefully button or triangle worthy.
Oh,
Joe Coldabella.
What does that mean?
You can't ask.
Oh, you can't ask?
the first rule of trying to win a prize is you cannot ask for a prize.
Oh, I see. Makes sense, yeah.
Well, at least you still get to eat the bacon.
Bacon. Soteropoulos against Newton. Newton defending his big blind with ace-4 suited. Soteropoulos with the 9-10 suited. And this flop is all Soteropoulos. Newton checks. George checks behind.
Who was the opener here?
Soteropoulos. And Newton defended.
And the big blind. Oh, I see. Okay. Check. Okay. Makes sense.
So both players with a pair now. Goes check again on the turn. Pair of 9 still beating a pair of 4s.
Check. Not a huge point to betting here, right?
I mean, you can bet. I mean, you almost always have the best hand, but I mean, it's fine to check too. Your hand is kind of face up at this point versus a good player. So I think versus a good player, there's no benefit in betting here. I mean, I guess you might get paid off by like 8s or something, but it's rare.
I think it's also rare that you'll fold out better.
No, you're not. You're just no. You're not looking to fold out better. You're pretty much. You almost always have the best hand here. I mean, yeah, you could be up against like Queen 9 suited or something, or maybe Jack 10, Jack 8. That may play this way, but you're just very rarely getting called.
No call.
There is a benefit to betting though, in that
you don't have to show your hand.
You don't have to show your hand, yeah, which I think is very important and undervalued. You don't want to give away any extra information. So I actually sometimes bet, even when there's no value, I'll just bet just because I don't want to show my hand.
Do you think that you ever miss out on someone just taking the opportunity to raise you at that point?
Yeah, but if I have to, if I'm like very, very sure I have the best hand, you know,
you'll just bet
I'm
call
fine.
there.
Yeah, I'm
cool.
Well, but people also just very rarely raise. If it's a spot where I'm very sure I have the best hand, and I feel like the hand's obvious, and I'm facing a good player, like I'm pretty sure they're probably also not going to be bluff raising me there either. So it's I feel safe.
It's very safe.
And just expecting
For
to win
you.
the pot. Yeah, and not having to show my hand. So I don't want them to know like how I play on certain boards, you know, or certain hands.
Andy has a question for Eugene Kachalov. What's your opinion on open-face Chinese? I know you play it, Eugene. Have you played against any other pros?
Yeah, I mean, I was very addicted to it for a while. Thankfully, not quite so addicted anymore. But yeah, there was a good period of a couple of months where I just played it nonstop. A bit too much. It's a lot of fun, and you know, it's when you don't have like chips and you're like just nothing to do, and let's say you're traveling or whatever, you know, it's fun to play. But
James and I kill time on set playing open face Chinese. Or standing around waiting for lighting or something like that.
Shemian's under the gun raise, called by Newton in the small blind. 5 still good. Oh, squeaky chairs are back.
Shemian continues. 115. Small c-bet. Muted in calls. Jack on the turn. No one improves.
Newton checks a second time. Shemian checks behind. Ace of hearts on the river.
Not a terrible run out for 2 5s.
yeah, at this point though, Shemian can pretty much not beat anything except chop, maybe with ace queen, the way I see it, or ace 10 suited or something. That may play this way. It's most likely just, you know.
Check. 5s are good. Newton wins that pot. Just heard from an EPT champion on Twitter. Kevin McPhee says, I've never been more excited to have friends at a big final table. Good luck today to Stephen Chidwick and Max Silva at the final table of EPT Prague. Joseph says, loving the coverage. When is the next break? Some of us East Coasters have to shovel this morning.
Ooh.
There is 34 minutes left on the level. And that means 34 minutes until the first break of the day. Luke May says, because there's maths involved in poker, I'm counting watching EPT Live as hours towards my university maths exam revision. Hashtag so legit. Luke, stay in school. Play on PokerStars.
Stake me, I'm broke. Doesn't agree with a lot of the analysis he's hearing. Your name is Stake Me, I'm broke.
Yeah, I think Eugene Kachelov's doing all right at poker. Wow, Julian Track really is bored. He's walked away from the table. Soteropoulos is raised here with pocket tens under the gun. Newton calling on the button. He's got deuces. Chidwick folds the small blind. Shemming gives up the big blind. Heads up to this flop.
Soteropoulos first act. 10's real good.
Easy fold for Newton. Philippe asks, is the Stars Wishlist contest available for Canadian PokerStars players?
I don't see why not.
Absolutely, you know what to do. We need to see a photograph on Twitter or Instagram of the present you would like PokerStars to buy you for Christmas. And I'm going to emphasize the word photograph. It is not enough just to type the words. You have to also provide a photograph.
A hot dog? No. I want a hamburger. I want a cheeseburger.
You'll get nothing and like it. So tag your tweet, Stars Wishlist, and do check out the T's and C's on this one. It's very important that A, the prize is something that PokerStars can legitimately buy for you, and B, does not have a cash value greater than $500.
And I don't know what they're using to how they're picking, but I would say to maybe be a little creative. We've had a lot of requests for iPads and Samsung who's-its and laser disc players and Walkmans, and there hasn't been anything really clever anyone's asked for, anything that's sort of outside the box. And it has to be something that's easily gotten by PokerStars. But for example, no one's asked for like a pair of shoes or an electric blanket or a back scratcher.
Ian Leckie says, come on, Max Silver, take it down. Gerson asks, how long does it take to master the chip trick? Can you do chip tricks, Eugene? Are you a riffler?
Yeah, I can do some basic cheap trick. Nothing like incredible that, you know, most of it we can't do.
Not like Antonio shooting the chip up from his hand.
That I definitely cannot do.
I wanted to read Alex's tweet.
Please do.
Who says, grinding some live poker all night while sweating EPT Live. I've got my money on Chadwick in this one. Well, sir, whoever took your bet on Mr. Chadwick is almost a guaranteed winner. Because we only have Chidwick. Alex, you blew it.
Tobias says, I'm home and ready for some poker. Welcome to the party, Tobias. Enjoy the action. This is the 36th hand of the day. Action folded around to Max Silver. He passes. Jorma Newton, last year's 10th place finisher, now guaranteed at least 8th. Raises. Blind at 25.50. He min raises to 100,000 with ace king.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Chidwick gives him a look and then promptly 3 bets.
Newton gets excited.
They've got the same
well,
hand.
Not so exciting, I guess.
Yawn.
Big yawn. Uh-oh. Quick 4-bet.
He is grabbing green.
Whoa.
Oh.
The unpredictable Julian Track.
Love this guy.
Oh, this guy's quick. Just in there. Those guys don't have anything. I'm 4-betting.
This is his third cold 4-bet of the day.
That's actually this is still an easy all-in for Newton, but oh wow!
And we know what he's going to do with tens. He's going to snap call and slam those cards on the table as Newton moves all in. And what do you do with your Chidwick here?
Yeah, what do you do?
I don't know. I think considering that we've seen Track cold 4 and fold before, I don't think he can fold his hand. But if he moves all in, then what does Julian Track do?
He calls and slams his cards on the table.
But he has to fold then. He has to fold the tens, but he's going to be sick about it if he does. Wow, this is scary for Steven Chidwick actually. He's like against the one chip leader.
The only guy who's got him covered at the table is the other guy in the hand, and he folds the ace-king.
Good fold.
So 10's in better shape than usual.
1.85 total.
Come on,
Come
dude,
on.
Are you kidding me?
Are you serious? What does he want to happen? He just wants to just win the pot pre-flop and like let people never play with him if he continues doing this?
I want to see the looks on everyone's faces when he tank calls with 10s here against a short stack.
This is like a really bad,
You know what, though? Let's feel for this guy a little bit. This is his first live cash ever. He is in a crazy spot right now. Tons of money on the line.
He calls, but he's not as happy with his tens as he was last time.
Call. All in a call.
He doesn't want to show him.
You're ahead.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But strictly speaking, with ace-king against tens, we have a classic race underway at the final table.
That was a very disciplined fold by Steven Chidwick.
Yeah, it was. It's got to be really tempting just to
because he knows this guy Track is so unpredictable. He just doesn't need to be in there with ace-king. So it's definitely a good fold.
Newton needs to hit. And hopefully Steven Chidwick will just politely not tell him I folded the same
Yeah, I don't
hand.
think he's told him yet.
No, he wouldn't.
You can say it afterward, after the hand's over, but you don't want to say it.
And that obviously reduces Newton's equity,
Wow.
especially when we see a 10 on the flop. Running cards now needed
All
for
right,
Newton.
Jack of diamonds, Queen of diamonds on the turn.
It would be disappointing if we didn't get a diamond on the turn. We need something sweaty.
Or at least a Jack or a Queen.
How about the Jack of diamonds?
No, it's a 7 of hearts, and Newton is drawing dead on the turn. So 10th place in Season 9, 8th place in Season 10. Jorma Newton exits EPT Prague, collecting just over 84,500 euros.
Newtonen, Utonen.
How come those hands weren't planned out?
And Julian Trapp now has close to 10 million chips, 9.75 million, with 7 players remaining.
Well, now the call of 10 seems so much easier.
That was just slow roll. He's got like all the chips, and he can't even make the call. Now he's getting even better odds than when he was getting with threes.
We're jaded, and we're around these big money poker tournaments all the time, and we know what the right decisions are. And I think that was purely an emotional tank. That's not like, I don't think he can ever fold the 10s, and I don't think he means a slow roll. This is the guy's first ever live cash.
It wasn't a slow roll. It wasn't a slow roll, yeah. I don't think it was a slow roll either.
But yes, nothing to be scared of, especially when the guy can barely dent your stack. I mean, he would have lost. Yes, a 30 or chips is a lot, but you would have gone from being chip leader to second in chips.
and you have a big hand. It's not like
and you
like
also
don't
have
anything.
What's considered a big pocket pair.
Yeah.
So we've got the first hand of 7-handed action here, but I want to just go back to the Stars wish list competition quickly, because Wayne says, if I could take a picture of what I want, that would imply I have it, and therefore don't need it. No, it could be somebody else's. A friend, for example, might have what you want, or it could be in the store. You could take the photo in the store, or get the photo from the internet. We agreed yesterday that, you know, if they've got a pic on Amazon, you could just download it and use that.
Yeah. Come on.
Be creative.
You're not just these people aren't just thinking inside the box. They're thinking inside a box that's inside of another box.
Ben Peter says, too bad Track didn't slam the 10s on the table. He would have been my new hero. Hashtag, next time, slam it hard.
Yeah, but he probably doesn't flop the set if he slams it.
Shemian raising the cutoff with king 4 of clubs. There's a 3-bet from Soteropoulos with 8-6 of diamonds. Track fold to the small blind. Lao in the big blind. Also passes. And Shemian, he's done with it. Thomas Bacon says, if he folds 10s there, I punch the TV. Sebastian says, give Track more chips. He is awesome with a big stack. Greg observes that Track gave Stephen Chidwick a look like, don't call, because I am. Seems a thing that chip leaders do. And Emilio says we should give credit to Newton for surviving to 8th place, considering he had been short stacked practically the whole tournament, certainly for the last 3 days.
Yeah, he did a really, really good job hanging in there.
Dan has a question, and obviously we throw around poker terminology a lot. Dan says, what is the difference between a cold call and a call, or a cold 3-bet and a 3-bet?
Are you asking me? Why don't you let the professional poker player handle it? Because I would like to know. I hear people throwing these terms around all the time, call and raise. And
Called 4-bet means that you have not made any action at all, and there's been a raise and a re-raise in front of you, and you are now entering the pot with another raise when you have not yet entered. So a regular 4-bet is if you raised, somebody 3-bet you, and then you're re-raising them again. That's just a regular 4-bet.
Pre-flop, for example, it's impossible to have. I mean, every 3-bet is going to be a cold 3-bet in the sense that
exactly.
it's always going to be the first action of that player. But then, obviously, if someone behind him were to then who hasn't previously put chips in were to then re-raise again, that becomes the cold 4-bet.
And it's also still cold if you're only been in the smaller big blind, right?
Yeah, because you haven't voluntarily put any chips in the pot.
And if you guys want to learn more about your game, for those folks who haven't been around that long, do check out Poker School Online. It's a great free resource for learning about poker, learning how to play. There's some fun things to do. There's a great community, and also there's lots of ways to free roll your way into stuff. Lots of Poker School Online free rolls. Check it out. And my blog.
I appreciate many people are tweeting about this subject, so I want to address it quickly, but we're not going to talk about it on the live stream. People asking for Eugene to weigh in with his opinions on the situation in Ukraine at the moment. Not being funny, guys, I know we talk about some random stuff on EPT Live, but I don't really want to get into politics, and I'm sure Eugene would rather not be put on the spot right now. He's here to analyze some poker.
Probably right.
Is that a walk for Max Silver? Don't look, Max. Never look. Andy Taylor says, back from holiday, no work today. Final table. Can life get any better? Hope Max takes it down. So we are 7-handed after the exit of Jorma Nuutinen. Hand 40 of the final table. 20 minutes to go on this level. 20 minutes till the first break of the day.
I like where Adam Fairfield has gone with the Stars wish list. Now, I'm not sure if this hurts his chances or helps or whatever. I just like it. He says, PokerStars, please buy me entry into the Berlin Marathon. 400 euros. That's different. That's a little unique and creative. That's going to stand out. Adam, I hope you get your wish. James wants to know, how can I take a picture of a signed photo of Eugene Kachalov, Stapes, and Jay Hardigan all together? That's a weird thing to organize, but I'll tell you what, if you ever came to an EPT, I'd be happy If you came and found me to sign something for you, get James to find it. And if you can't find Eugene, I would track him down and get something to get him to sign something for you too.
That will never be a problem.
Jonathan Van Fleet says, I heard Ace Queen versus Nines described as a classic race the other day. When does a race stop being classic? Ace Jack off versus 3 still classic?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Keep sending in suggestions, though, and we'll tell you whether or not they're classic.
Maximilian says, so happy to have got a lung inflammation. Can watch the EPT Prague final table all day.
Weird.
Get better sooner, Maximilian.
Phil says he should point out there are 2 developers in the office railing Max Silver to his first EPT win. Hashtag both fired by Christmas.
Just to update you on where the stacks are right now, Julian Track's still the chip leader. He's extended that chip lead from the start of the day. He starts this hand with 9.6 million. Stephen Chidwick is second on the leaderboard with just shy of 6 million. And then it's Max Silver with 4.8 million. With the elimination of Newtonen, Karquan Lao becomes the shortest stack at the table. It's actually pretty tight between him and Duvniak. And action is on the Croatian / Dutchman. And a lot of players changed nationality over the course of this tournament. Duvniak was born in Croatia. He emigrated to Holland with his parents in 1993, but moved back to Zagreb a year ago. And this is the awkward thing, Eugene, when people have got multiple passports and have grown up all over the world, it kind of becomes a bit awkward sometimes to determine their nationality and work out exactly which country they would like to represent.
I think that's only going to get worse with time. You know, as people are more and more free to move around the world.
Max Silver's 3-bet Duvniak.
And on the subject of 3-betting, I'm just going to quickly answer this question from Alejandro. What about when someone limps, another player raises, and the limper re-raises? Is the limper 3-betting or 4-betting? He is 3-betting because that initial limp is still the original bet.
Still a 2-bet.
Yeah, it's not. That wouldn't be considered a raise.
Duvniak shoved.
Wow. Duvniak is not. You know, he's playing. You know, he's not afraid to risk his tournament life and 2 close decisions now. Like this is one, and the other one was when he shoved the 8-7 suited versus an early position open. So I like the way he's playing. He's not letting anybody run him over and
picked his spots
so,
well.
Yeah, so far I kind of like what he's doing. I mean, it's only 2 hands, but still, like a lot of people would.
In his position, he can't play a lot of hands, though.
No, he can't, which is fine. But I'm saying the hands that he's played were not particularly strong, and he was willing to go with them.
I like Matthias's entry for the Stars Wishlist competition. He says, I want a collection of James Hartigan's favorite movies on Blu-ray. The problem is he's just taken a generic screen grab from the iTunes store of movie posters. If you really want to go the extra mile, you should find out what my favorite movies are and create the actual photograph from the posters. And that information, by the way, is available online.
We also don't know if that will help your chances in any way, though. Michael says he wants a deck of cards with a different poker player on the back of each. Ace of Spades must be Tom Dwan. First of all. Second of all.
I love the fact you can now do that joke now his contract's expired.
Second of all, you didn't include a photo. Michael, you blew it.
We're going to have a competition of our own on EPT Live. Maybe we'll kick that off in the next level. As Stape said at the top of the show, we've got lots of prizes to give away today. We've got a dealer button, as demonstrated on this final table. That big hockey puck sat in front of Olashemian right now. We've got 2 all-in triangles, which you can see there next to the dealer, next to Max Silver. Plus, we've got 8 remaining EPT 10 card protectors.
Yeah, we've only given away 2 today.
We're setting out the rules for our competition at the start of the next level, level 28.
Simon's tweeted in to say, I don't need to post a photo of my birthday present because I'm already watching it on PokerStars.tv. First of all, Simon, thank you. We're very happy that you consider this a gift. However, you know what this means, James? Simon is Jesus.
Maybe he just happens to share his birthday with Jesus.
Oh, maybe.
Ricky says, is Ace King versus tens with an Ace and King muck a classic race? Yes, Ricky, it qualifies. From the player's perspective, they don't know that cards have been folded.
Correct.
Max Silver raising from the hijack with 5-6 suited. The last hand, by the way, was raise and take it for the other Brit at the table, Stephen Chidwick. Oliver said, do we not get to see what Duvniak had when he jammed there? I thought this was with whole cards. We saw his cards, right?
Ace-8.
You need to look in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, Oliver.
Or just at the screen in general.
The Track has defended his big blind with Ace-7 suited. He's flopped top pair. Silver flops bottom pair and continues.
He's such a messy player. Track. His chips are like all over the place, like, shuffling all different denominations.
I do what I want.
He check calls for 120,000. King of Hearts on the turn.
Eugene, is this a spot where you're just gonna like call?
I don't know, but I would definitely bet in Max Silver's spot. It's not an easy spot for Track, but I do think I would call again, at least. For sure, I would not fold here. What you do on the river is, I'm not sure. Again, you know, all those same things apply as before. Everything's very player dependent and everything.
Looks like he.
Look at his chips. He's just mixing.
They're all over the place. This guy.
So messy.
I think he got a dirty stack.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm becoming a Julian Track fan.
I like him.
Yeah. He's unique. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Fire those out. Those flew. Oh my God.
Everything he does is at an 11. I love it.
Face up, I was gonna look. I ran that, it was face down.
It also sometimes seems like he's spinning a wheel in his head. It's like what his decision's
Yeah.
gonna be because he had like calling chips and then he had a raise and all of a sudden it was like a super fold. If there was something like even harder than a fold.
That was a super fold, actually.
Yeah. Niels wants a telescope, and he sent in a photo of it, as Luke did with his sunglasses. Niels and Luke. Action on Duvniak. Duvniak, the short stack.
7 raise to 100,000 total.
Makes it 100. That's been the standard raise. Min raise. Ace-7 of hearts. Okay to raise that with less than 20 big blinds under the gun.
He has more than. He's got 34 blinds. He's got 1.7.
Okay to raise that with 35. I guess the answer is yes. I guess the answer is yes.
It's fine. It's a little bit loose, but I think it's fine.
It's missing a decimal point there. Soteropoulos flats on the button with ace-queen suited. Allie, if you send in a picture of this bobblehead one time, I'm going to call up the PokerStars Fat Cat and make sure you don't get it or any other prize we ever offer.
And on that bombshell, we see a flop of 6-6-3. Lao checks. Dominic continues for 115,000. Apologies to everyone wearing headphones right now. Stapes, that's what, your third bottle of the day?
Look, I have a problem.
Soteropoulos is called on the button. Lao folds, so we're going heads up to the turn. Nine of clubs. Board just gets better for Soteropoulos, who's already ahead. Duvniak firing again by the looks of things, Eugene.
I don't know how much I like the second barrel from him.
Got to be careful with his stack, right?
Yeah.
Well, it was 34 big blinds to start the hand, so.
It's got blinds to spare.
You don't think that if Soteropoulos doesn't pick up clubs here, the double barrel works a lot?
Also, he's just betting kind of small. I mean, he's betting 210 into like 600.
Okay,
It's
sure.
like, you know, what does he think Soteropoulos is calling him on the button with pre-flop and on the button? I mean, maybe he's hoping to fold out like 2 7s or 2 5s, but you don't even know if he will. Maybe he's hoping to fold out a hand like ace-queen that is not clubs, obviously.
Yeah.
But again, you don't know if he will. There's a lot of things you're hoping for. He might be getting trapped. So you're not going to fold those hands out. So it's just
Fair enough.
not a great spot. Lucky river for him.
Oh, that is his get out of jail card. It also means we go to showdown.
Most likely we'll see showdown here, yeah.
Well, the lovely people at home are going to get a jingle, Eugene.
Warm it up.
Warm it up.
How lucky are you to get 2 in 1 level?
That's why I'm here. That's what I was hoping for. Holiday jingle.
David Bridgman thought I was channeling my inner Clarkson with the word bombshell. Nope. Partridge, mate. 100% partridge.
Back of the net. Check, check.
Uh-oh.
They both show their
What we got?
aces. The kicker that goes with the 9s and the 6s on board. This is going to be a chop, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Eugene, you did even better that time. I think by the third one,
Already.
you're gonna have it nailed. We need one more though for the barbershop quartet.
So this is the difference in stacks from the start of play today over the course of the last 50 or so hands. Julian Track extending his chip lead by 2 million. Chidwick's had a good level. Max Silver not so much. He's lost 1 million. Soteropoulos practically even. Ka Kwan Lao is the biggest loser beyond Jorma Newton, of course, who lost everything he had. He's down 1.8 million.
Got an update on the high roller. Max Heinzelman out, 8th place. Vanessa Selbst out, 7th place. Andy Seth out, 6th place. Dmitry Urasov, Olivier Bousquet, Thomas Mulacher, Ivan Soshnikov, and Mike McDonald all still alive.
And a reminder that live updates on that tournament are available on the PokerStarsblog.com. Damien says, no talkers at this final table. Ask them if they've seen Django Unchained. Lol. Uh-oh. Jacks against 7s. Silver raising under the gun. Called by Chidwick.
Just really quick, I want to mention that Thomas Mulacher is going for back-to-back high roller wins.
Wouldn't quite be back-to-back. There was London.
A leapfrog.
Yes.
A leapfrog high roller win.
It's a good one, too.
Not bad.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, certainly.
Keep forgetting about London because I lived there.
It still counts as an
Doesn't
EPT.
feel like a stop.
Just because you live there doesn't mean it's eliminated as an official EPT. What's Lao tanking with?
I wish we knew. Whatever he has, he's never getting a fold from silver. That's for sure.
Besides just a call, he's got
Wow.
the same hand as Chidwick.
Yikes.
Actually, I don't know what I do in this spot with sevens. That's a bad spot.
Well, if these guys flop a set, we've got a problem here.
Yeah. This would be funny if silver did not win this pot. If Max Silver did not win this pot.
I think it's impossible now.
No, it's not impossible. On a board like this, he actually might. You know, it's conceivable he might lose.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just meant to have the worst hand. I didn't mean it's impossible.
No, I meant, yeah.
You mean if he gets bluffed
Yeah,
off
if he gets
of it?
bluffed, yeah. Yeah, I didn't mean for him to.
I thought you meant if the 1% and 2% equity somehow caught up.
No.
So check, check, check on the flop. 9 of hearts on the turn. Lao checks. Once again, checked around. Queen of diamonds on the river.
Max is definitely going to win this pot now.
Quicksilver, he is not.
No.
That's 90,000 on the river.
A very value-ish 90,000. But it's actually a good bet because sevens is a hand that actually could pay off 90.
Tim Roberts says, how did King bust, guys? He was looking good on day 4. He's one of the first players out on day 5, I believe. Tim, you know where I'm going to send you? PokerStarsblog.com. Why not read the roundup of everything that happened on day 5 and the lead up to this final table today? Chidwick calls, Lao folds. Jack's the winning hand.
Just want to thank everyone for tweeting in. Our Twitter is blowing up today, guys. Thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it. We're going to go on break after this hand.
This will be the last hand of the level, and obviously if any of you out there speak Russian, you'll get more Eugene Kachalov on the Russian stream after the break.
Yeah. Gotta switch over my thinking into Russian.
How easy is that for you to do?
On
a scale of 1 to 10.
I mean, it's pretty easy, but if I don't speak Russian for a long time, then it's pretty hard.
Eugene, thanks a lot, man, for coming in and doing this.
Sure,
and doing
guys.
the Russian
Thanks.
stream. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure. I guess I'll see you guys next year at the BCA.
That's right.
Absolutely. Live streaming the Super High Roller and the main event. You'll be able to view the schedule on PokerStars.tv as soon as Prague is concluded.
Hopefully you'll be watching me at the final table.
Hey, we love watching you play with your grumpy face.
Not anymore. You won't see that grumpy face anymore. I've changed.
Soteropoulos raising the hijack with ace-jack suited. Kwan Lao on the button. Teresa, the tournament director, confirming there'll be a 20-minute break at the conclusion of this hand.
He has 20 blinds.
Well, he's 3-bet from the button because he's got ace-queen.
I think he might have to get it in here. He might.
Are you surprised that...
Very tough to fold ace-jack suited here.
Are you surprised it's a standard 3-bet rather than a shove here?
Yeah, it actually almost looks scary, actually, when you 3-bet here. So, like... But, yeah, I mean, I personally would just shove, but... I mean, what are you trying to, like, induce? I mean, I guess you can... Unless you think you can induce a light 4-bet all-in, and unless you're, like, bluffing here a lot, I would prefer just to shove. But if you do this, like, sometimes with, like, you know, just some random, like, ace-3 or 8-6 or something, a hand that you're planning to fold, if you do that quite a lot, then it's fine, I think.
I don't think he is doing.
If he's not doing that,
Yeah.
I think you should just shove. Because now, like, let's say, like, Soteropoulos has, like, a hand like Jack-10 suited, like, and just feels like, all right, I'll just see a flop. You know, he's getting, like, 100. He's getting, like, 4-1 to see a flop. He might just decide to see a flop, and then the flop will come, like, 9-8-4, right? And he has ace-queen, and now it's just a disaster. Now he ends up having to fold the best hand, because Soteropoulos is probably going to, like, check-raise all in or something. It just becomes a disaster.
Soteropoulos may feel like he can't fold ace-jack suited to the
Yeah,
shortest
this
stack.
is a tough spot. I really wouldn't really know what I would do here either. It's very tough to fold. I'd certainly want to consider maybe even seeing a flop, but it's obviously ace-jack's not a great hand, but suited too. I don't know. It's very tough to fold.
I think a lot of players are just going to want to see all 5 cards here.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him for shoving here. It's not a great spot, but he's in the hijack versus button. I don't know, and it's the level of the break.
Well, there we go. We've reached the 2-minute mark.
I don't know what I would do here. All right.
Puts them all in, I think.
Called. Ace-jack against ace-queen. Lao, a 2-1 favorite to double up through Soteropoulos. If he gets unlucky, if we see a jack or some clubs on this board, then Lao will exit the tournament in 7th place, and Spain will still be denied an EPT winner. Yeah, we've done all this.
Got to do it for that live audience. There are 2 or 3 cocktail waitresses who are really focused on the action. There we go.
Boom.
Oh, whoa! All right. That is a scary card when you see it first, that jack. And then that feeling of relief when you see the queen. Man.
1 club out there, too.
This is that 1 club, though. A king or 10 would make it exciting, of clubs.
Nice crunchy turn card, please, for the ultimate sweat.
Oh! Right. That's not the crunchy you're asking for.
Look at Lao just putting his chips in the middle.
All right, boys, it's been fun. I'm going to go take my break.
Yeah, go do it.
Thank you very much to Eugene Kachelov from Team PokerStars Pro as Ka Kwan Lao doubles up through Georgios Soteropoulos. Lao now playing 2.26 million, Soteropoulos down to 3.16 million. And as you can hear, there are spectators down there in the hall, and most of them seem to be Spanish, rooting for Lao to become the first ever Spanish EPT champ.
It's looking a lot better now than it was a few minutes ago.
Julian Track still leads with 7 players remaining. We reached the first break of the day. We'll be back in just over 15 minutes' time, and we'll continue to play down to a champion here at the Prague leg of Season 10 of the PokerStars.net EPT.
We are 10,000 people in Brazil, holding our breath. We are alone. Hunters. Hunted. We are committed. Blessed. Calm. We are all in. We are poker.
I think anyone having to deal with poker players on a daily basis is in for a world of hurt. The amount that dealers have to deal with poker players, I think it's one of the most difficult jobs, definitely in poker.
I like to think I have a really good relationship with the dealers. Because I get to play a lot of the events, I get to hang out with them a little bit, you get to know them a bit more. And I've actually a few of them who I'm friends with quite a lot of them, and have good banter with some of them as well.
It's a real intensely important job, and I think the best dealers are the ones that you rarely notice.
We take a lot of pride in having the best dealers throughout Europe, some of the best dealers in the world. To make the commitment to your job, your profession, to come out and spend 2 weeks in a location and doing 12 straight days of 10 to 12-hour days and pushing through all of that is a tremendous achievement from all of our staff. And the other thing is we have a lot of fantastic players who balance the other end of that equation.
The start of the day is always quite moody, so everyone's quite serious. And then usually it takes one person on the table to start talking on the table, and then people start to generally loosen up, and then...
The EPT is such a big festival and a big tour that you don't really get many walk-in players. It's a lot of repeat players that come here, so after 2 or 3 events you feel you know them better, it eases up a bit. So.
To really test their skills and their ability to run the games, and then you top that off with tournaments that are getting 1,800 players in Barcelona, 1,300 players here in Prague, and so just to be able to go through, we're talking 13, 14-hour shifts at times. I mean, there's the old joke that trained monkeys could pitch cards, and I know because I've worked with a few, but to me there's a difference between being good and being great. To me, it's the attention to the small details.
Yeah, I think you need to be friendly, hard work ethic.
Patience is a big one, because some players you're not going to get on with all the time, and you're going to have to, experience what every situation's like. We've probably been in all situations as dealers,
yeah,
and we've seen it or messed it up somehow before. So I think mainly is just experience.
I think it's a bit of both.
Yeah.
You do need to have a certain amount of authority.
Yeah,
because if you don't, then, they'll kind of run riot.
Yeah, you can't be too nice.
I think being dressed professionally helps us more, to be honest, because if I came to work like some of the players, just jogging bottoms and a hoodie, I think my deal skills were completely affected. I don't think I deal anywhere near how I deal now. So coming in there with a waistcoat and tie and shirt on, you feel like, you've got importance at the table, so you're there to do your job, and you do it better when you dress smart, I guess.
I think it's the voice, it's, things like making sure you're sitting upright, taking control of the game.
Making sure you follow the rules, so then they know you're in
enforcing
control.
the rules.
The dealer coordinator has probably one of the most important functions throughout the whole thing, because they tell all the dealers where they need to go. The floor guy who's running the 2K will come and say, all right, I have 150 registered so far. We're looking at about 20 tables. Can you get me 20 dealers, set up the breaks, et cetera, et cetera. And then it's the dealer coordinator's responsibility to make sure all that's covered.
We do have the best dealers coordinator in the world.
Definitely.
Yes. The qualities I'd like from a dealer coordinator mainly are good communication, lots of breaks. They really do put across the voice of the staff. At the end of the day, everyone's happier and makes us do our job better.
My name's Emma Vivaldi. I'm the dealer coordinator. I look after around 150 staff, sorting out their schedules for the day, making sure that they get regular breaks. Everybody has to get an hour dinner break. If they're sick or they need a doctor or anything, they've got any problems, then I like to think that I'm the person that they feel like they can talk to. I look after around 150 staff. Not just when I'm here, as when I'm at home as well. I'm still thinking about them. So I definitely feel like I'm the big mum of all of them.
I don't think many players are aware that we don't get paid a set wage as such. Like, we're completely working on the event depending on how busy it is.
We're allowed to take 3% out of the prize pools to pay the staff. And that's, you know, certainly it's all the staff that comes, the floor, the DCs, the chip controllers, the dealers themselves, their only wage comes from the 3% that comes from the tournaments, and any tips that are left by any players after they've won the tournaments, or like here in Prague where we're working with the cash games, any cash tips that are put on it.
There's probably 70 of us that we travel around with all the time, and I get to know them so well as well. We're like a family.
Learning poker's easier if you chat with others of the same skill level. Check out the forums and the free live poker training at Poker School Online.
Well, Raymond, yeah, I've been with PokerStars for quite a while. As far as my role changing, I think there are times where, you know, we've been doing some, you know, television production, and they've asked me for my advice on some of the stuff, like the big game and things like that. So I played a role there. You know, and they asked for my feedback in a lot of ways. I've been around long enough. I do have a good sort of ear for the players' voice and what they want. So they've definitely gone to me there. As far as like the newcomers to the team, yeah, I feel like I've really, you know, made some good friendships with guys like Jason Mercier and Eugene Kachloff and the like. They're really great players, and we travel together. You know, we do a lot of media stuff together. We don't really talk a lot of poker, to be honest with you. Mostly just, you know, we really just kind of have fun talking about life. Well, Raymond, yeah, I did win the APAC, and you know, I've had a decent year so far, but the year's not over. I've got Player of the Year titles that I'm, you know, looking forward to winning. So I'll be working my best at it. I'm going to be in Europe playing, you know, the EPTs and also the World Series Poker Europe. So I'm going to give it my best. Well, Raymond, one of the things that you have to be conscious of is you always want to be introspective. You know, check in with yourself, like every 6 months to a year, and how you're playing, and are you in line with the way that you think you should be playing? Because often when we're losing or not doing as well, you know, we blame it on bad luck, and it's very likely true. But what bad luck can do is also make you play worse. So you need to really be honest with yourself and you know, take a look at how you're thinking about the game. Carly, yeah, I'm a vegan, which I feel just is a healthy lifestyle for me. It works for me. I'm not saying that everyone needs to be, but it's certainly what works for me. As far as energy, when I became a vegan, I felt like I had way more energy. I don't do caffeine, I don't do drugs, except for drinking sometimes. But I've just always had a lot of energy and spirit and spunk, and I think that likely my diet and the way that I live my life contributes to that, yeah. Well, Carly, if somebody put meat in my burger during the tournament, I would not be happy about it. I don't know that I would get sick. It depends how much of it I consume, but if you haven't eaten meat for as long as I have and then you just had a big old steak or something, there's a very good chance that your stomach's not going to like it. Well, to be honest, Panos, I think there's like several ways to learn how to play the game. Getting a coach is one idea, but you can also, you know, do training sites. I have one called Poker VT. There's books. But I didn't learn that way. You know, I did it the old-fashioned way, just kind of talking with friends and, you know, just sort of learning through experience. Well, Alistair P., yeah, I think that what generally happens at the highest stakes is you have, you know, a player or two that sort of make the game. And what ends up happening is there's like a network of people who help set up the game, and they sort of get on the in list. It's a little bit political, and I don't like it, especially when they do it in Las Vegas, because there's actually a rule in Las Vegas where you're not allowed to private game in a casino. What they'll often do is they'll set up the game where they have it full, and then they make the list their people, which is fine. But then if the seats open up, they don't let people play, which I'm not okay with. I've never been a schmoozer or an ass kisser, so I don't put myself in those situations. To each his own, I guess. People got to get their hustle on. It's just not for me.
As I set forth on this journey, may the gods of this game continue to bless me with the gifts of good fortune. I ask that you grant me the power to hold my ego at bay in the face of adversity, the strength to choose patience over greed, and a trustworthy gut that knows when to lay down and when to fight. Once that decision's made, I leave my fate in your hands. I have faith that you'll be there to guide me along this ride on the river.
Check, 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 check. Raise hell, bet call those angels. Better know that range well. So we meet again. EPT season 10, Barcelona first stop. Back in the home of the first flop. When Stebbins will get in the record book out of the gate. Original champion, not far behind him. Star rising, currently king of the cash in. Luca, Pagano, huge bucks, Bronco. Still no title yet. Never know he might be next. Antonius a day late by the time he got in. Started at the bottom, finished on the top and bottom. Thinking Johnny Lydon's riding right there on the brink of his first EPT win. But what does Johnny think? I be widely regarded as the greatest on the scene. Still no number 1, but number 2 in season 3. At Chips and by Big Ben, the big story was victory for Vicor and that victory Season 4 we saw 2 new cities on the tour. Expanded that casino, PCA and San Remo. Elke earned a new moniker by the quick way that those chips came. Mr. PCA leading the way, and hey, a new nickname. First time in San Remo, victory would go to J Mercy. First time on a live circuit, worthy of that first seed. Got it again in a year, way to begin a career. The only difference here, now the original high roller title holder. Come on! Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You could cry me a river. In Germany, McDonald, only 18 years old. Maybe grinning silver, but that baby's winning gold. Nearly got that win again in Dortmund season 5. Path blocked by a black mamba, only she survived. Season 6, make a living with the chips. 1,240, fell short except Bori. Super high rollers need 100K to play. Catch it off and go snatch it all in the first at PCA. Monte Carlo, season 9, grand final. Searching for that first win was Laden and Negranu. Mercier and Cody hoping to pioneer a title pair. Smoke finally cleared, only O'Dwyer in that chair. So the jinx lives on, even after 9 years. We've never seen a double, gotta say that's kinda weird. Matter of time, indeed, it might be seen in season 10. Sit back, enjoy the ride as that new season begins. Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You can cry me a river. Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You can cry me a river.
It's where we come to match skill against ego, where we check, call, and raise. It's where night turns into morning and friends turn into foes, where odds can be tested and aces can get cracked, where the river can turn deuces into trips and fear into confidence. Because uncertainty is a rush, and what happens next is anyone's guess. FullTiltPoker.net. It's where we play.
At the EPT 9 Grand Final in Monaco, Johnny Lodden played an interesting hand against Andrew Pantling. At this point, 2 players have been eliminated, Grant Levy and Jason Mercier. So as we join the action, we're 6-handed. Blinds currently 25,000 and 50,000 with a 5,000 ante, and we are going to sweat with Johnny Lodden. We'll play a hand from his perspective.
Norway's not exactly the sweatiest country, but all right, I'll do it.
Pocket. Welcome back to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour, and principally because I don't want to get fired. Hello, Louise. It's coverage of the final table of the main event here in Prague from the Hilton Prague Hotel. We are seven-handed. We lost Jorma Nuttinen during the first level and a bit of the day, and now we're kicking off the next level with blinds at 30,000, 60,000 with a 10K ante. James Hartigan rejoined by Joe Stapleton.
If we lose one player per level, we will be on track for that EPT breakfast winner.
And here's how things stand right now. Julian Track, his first ever live event cash. He is guaranteed at least a six-figure score, at least 118,200. But he is the favourite right now to win the first prize of 889K because he's the chip leader with 9.3 million. Chidwick and Silva second and third on the leaderboard. The shortest stack with just below 30 big blinds is Vazko Duvniak. He's got 1.7 million. As we head in to level 28 of this tournament, and we introduce a new commentator on EPT Live, making his debut on the live stream. He's a member of Team PokerStars Online. Dale Phillip, welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Is being called Dale Phillips your #1 pet peeve in the world?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Every time someone asks, like I sign up for a casino card somewhere, I usually just give them a driver's license and say,
let them
like,
copy it.
Yeah, and they still mess it up. And I sometimes just say, like, it's Philip, 1 L, no S. They write it down, 2 L's and an S every time.
I was going to say you're giving them two opportunities to go wrong, putting
Exactly.
in too many consonants and adding an S.
I don't know what it is, but I must say it's a real privilege for me to be on this EPT live stream. Big fan of both of you guys. James, your technical analysis, always spot on. Joe, not so much, but you're a really funny guy, so the combo works.
Thank you, Dale.
We're honoured to have you here, and obviously we appreciate the insights of all the pros that we get in the booth.
Yeah, well, I hope you're not expecting the same kind of technical analysis as you were getting from my colleague, team member, Ike Haxton. I'm more of a field player, which I guess
How's that work online?
That's, well, really it's just a polite way to say that someone's like not really good technically, but I'm kidding. But yeah, you won't get the same level of technical analysis you would from Ike.
Obviously a really stacked lineup of this final table when you consider we've got Ola Shemian, Stephen Chidwick and Max Silva. The live wire at the table though, and for us Dale, the most entertaining player to watch is this Julian Track guy. Mainly an online player himself, mainly plays 1-2 PLO online. Qualified for this tournament, he's qualified for the Aussie Millions in the new year. And he's made no secret of the fact that he's struggled to adjust to live play because of the sometimes 5 or 6 minute decisions that you get from players. And he is the antithesis of that. He just basically throws chips in and just goes for it.
He
and
did tank once. He tanked with the 3.
That's true.
Tank folded.
That is true. But he is an emotional player, and I kind of like that.
He's a field player like Dale.
Yeah, I mean, if you've played poker long enough, most decisions are kind of quick and instant anyway, especially if you're an online player. So, yeah, I don't really get when I see players like taking 6 minutes on a decision. Like, what do these players do when they're playing online? Like, and they have like 12, 15 tables running. Time out a lot or what?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think so. So I have no idea what that's all about. But
so here we go, first hand back from the break. Hand 47 of the final table with the blinds at 30-60. The ante, by the way, doubling to 10,000, which is not insignificant. Ola Shemian raising under the gun.
Maybe they just don't know how to handle chips and they're trying to make their brains make their hands move, like they only know how to click.
And unfortunately, we've not been able to read either player's cards yet using our scanning technology. We know Shemian's under the gun open is 125K, and the 3-bet from Soteropoulos.
how does that work? Is it RFID or something?
It is RFID, yes,
Right.
which for people out there who aren't familiar with the technology, there are computer chips, unique computer chips in every single card in the deck. And there's like the equivalent of a barcode scanner over the table, which is able to read the whole cards and relay that information to our graphics team. It does, however, require that the cards are placed on a very specific part of the table. And we probably will have to remind the players, as they've just come back from the break, that they do have to put the cards side by side on their dot.
You think kind of the players kind of deliberately not put it over the bet when they're going to make some kind of outrageous move?
We'd like to think they wouldn't do that. I mean, there is obviously a 1 hour delay for security reasons on the stream. But we are getting to that point now where they will be able to hear from their friends who've been watching the stream some of the hands that were played earlier on today.
It's kind of going to be a bit distracting, you know, like they're going to be looking at their phones, reading about hands that they played an hour or so ago, and instead of concentrating on what's happening right now.
It's one of those things which creates a new dynamic in the game, and when we initially started doing this, it was discussed with the Players' Council, with members of Team Pro. Two of the biggest exponents of this method, by the way, were Daniel Negreanu and Barry Greenstein, who said, yes, it changes the dynamic, but it is a level playing field. Everyone has access to the same information, and it just sort of takes the game just one step further.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like some kid who's got a lot of friends who are going to be watching the live streams, probably a bigger advantage than like some old dude who probably doesn't have that like team of guys like watching and helping him.
I would seriously recommend having someone else watch the stream so you don't have to do it yourself, and they can just relate, you know, someone who you trust and someone who knows the game so that they can relate just the pertinent information, because I don't think you really need to be bogged down with every hand history.
And important is someone you trust. You don't want it to be trolled, right? Like
yeah, right.
The guy bluffed you. Right. Awesome.
So an under-the-gun raise from Soteropoulos. 3-bet by Max Silver with deuces.
So I've played a few times with Max in the UK EPTs this year. So it does some things a little bit unconventional, but obviously a very good player.
I think we only saw him make one move that we could probably unilaterally agree was a misstep. I think he 4 or 5-bet jammed with ace deuce.
Yeah, he does that. He likes to do that.
And he tweeted about it later saying, classic me.
Yep.
Well, there's the fold from Soteropoulos, and already a lot of love on Twitter for our guest Dale Phillip. Justin Fairbanks says, hey, Dale Roxu, who are you closest with in poker? Do you ever hang out with De Warsaw when you're in Thailand?
I've hung out with the Warsaw once. I don't really have any really good poker friends. I kind of socialize with people more that outside of poker, just because then I can go for dinner and not talk about poker hands, you know, and this kind of thing. But yeah, I try and make poker not my whole life. So yeah, I try to find friends who aren't involved in poker in any kind of way.
Artie says it's great to hear you on the EPT live stream. Kenny says you're a top man. He offered to bring me pizza while watching Fatima at the Isle of Man UK IPT final table.
That's
Are
right.
they serving pizza in Prague? You walked into the room, and what was the first thing you said, Dale?
Wow, pizza. Awesome. Yeah, they know how to look after you at PokerStars, though.
Should point out, however, that they have served pizza every day.
Yeah.
And by day 6 of the tournament, I'm not going to lie to you, but I think I could easily go 2 weeks without ever seeing pizza again.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit eating pizza every day.
Yeah, well, I see like a whole room full of people eating pizza, and Eugene's sitting there eating some sort of like grilled chicken thing. That's discipline, right? There's like a stack of pizza boxes, and he's sitting right beside the pizza boxes eating some grilled chicken.
He sniffed out that salad.
Yeah.
Ali says, great to hear a fellow Scot on EPT Live.
Okay.
Hoots.
Hootsman.
Is this the 3rd time Max Silver's had aces at this final table?
That we've seen.
Interesting fact about Max Silver is he's not actually Jewish. Which might surprise you because he's got a Jewish first name, a Jewish nose, but he isn't actually Jewish. I mean, he could win so many like kind of prop bets and stuff. You know, just...
well, not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. I've just ruined his action. There you go, Max.
Dale Phillip, by the way, most definitely Scottish.
Yes.
So Lao raised under the gun +1 with 5. Silver just flatting with the aces in the cutoff. And Shemian's going to get funky out the small blind.
Did we see Silver do this once before with aces earlier in the
He
tournament?
Did. And it was the hand where Ludovic Lakai, who at that point was the chip leader, had kings. And that was where Max was really able to build a big stack coming into the last 2 days of the tournament. So Shemian 3-bets to 345,000 with ace-10. There's the fold from Lao with the 5s.
I don't think Max is going to fold.
When you said your analysis wasn't going to be as good as Ike Haxton's, I don't know what you were talking about. Decides to continue his ruse.
Just calling. 8-7 deuce with 2 hearts. Shemian continuing.
If a 9 or a 10 peels off here, assuming Max doesn't raise, Ola could be in some big, big trouble.
260,000. And Max continues to slow play, just calls. 5 of diamonds on the turn. And this is where Kwan Lao starts hating life.
Ola may just give it up here. Checks. How slow will he go?
Yeah, like, if this was online, the bet's already made, right?
Whatever the action is, yeah. Max gonna, looks like he is gonna make a bet.
So with the action check to him, Max Silver bets 440k, and the quick fold from Ola Shemian. Max Silver able to add 845,000 to his stack. Now playing over 6 million. Second on the leaderboard behind Julian Track. And this is what they're playing for at the final table. Everyone's locked up the better part of 120,000. The winner will get 889,000 euros. And more love for Dale on Twitter. West Ender says, hail, hail Dale. Paul McTaggart has a very important question. Can you reveal when the PokerStars Dale Roxu Team Online documentary will debut, because the fans demand it?
I've no idea. They haven't asked me to do one yet, so I don't know. Maybe sometime in the future.
Daz said, good to hear Dale on the stream, even though he recently unfollowed me on Twitter. Oh dear.
Which guy is that?
Dazzler.
Oh yeah.
Whoops.
Must have been something he said.
Tivniak with a big pocket pair. He is the table short stack.
Folded around to Soteropoulos in the small blind.
Boy, Ola's got not much more than him, though.
Yeah, Shemian down to 1.86 million. Here we go. We're on track for some fun here, with Julian calling out of the big blind with 10-3 of clubs.
Boredom once again gets the best of Julian Track.
Well, he's flopped a gut shot and a backdoor straight draw.
A gut shot and a backdoor?
Flush draw.
Flush draw, yeah.
I mean, obviously, when you flop that huge with 10-3 of clubs, you can't fold to just one bet.
No.
Yeah.
Plus, you got one of your opponent's set outs. Blocker.
Oh, he does fold.
It's twice now he peeled really wide from the big blind and folded when he caught some kind of piece.
Yeah, Max kind of plays like that as well.
It's free roll password time, people. 8:15 this evening, Central European time is when the game begins. $1,500 in the prize pool. And the password you will need to enter to register for the game is PCA 2014. That's PCA lowercase 2014. PCA 2014 is the password for today's free roll.
What can they win? Is that password implying that they can win a PCA seat, or?
The password implies that they
can
win a slice of $1,500. The winner normally gets the better part of $170. But mainly they play for fun because they get to click buttons while watching us talk about poker on their other screen. And ultimately, that's what poker's about. It's fun.
And watching us.
And clicking buttons.
We've covered all our bases.
Yep.
Well, I'm registering for the free roll, PCA 2014. Do you know why I'm registering for it? Because I have a very strong chance, and when it gets to 8:15, we are still going to be going. Kevmath on Twitter says track had suited kitchens. Seemed like an easy call.
Oh, I forgot about the kitchens. It's not often you see people playing the kitchens. You know, while we wait for the Greek player here, Mr. Soteropoulos, I do want to just, we have a tremendous response right now to the Stars wish list promotion. Lots of people tweeting in photos of things they want.
Yes.
For Christmas. However, a lot of you are missing the hashtag Stars wish list. You can't just tweet it at us. You can't just tag it EPT Live. In fact, you don't have to tag it EPT Live at all. You just have to tag it Stars wish list.
By the way, Matthias revised his entry. He's the guy who wanted my favorite movies on Blu-ray. He's actually amended the picture, so it literally is a compilation of my 10 favorite movies of all time. So good on you, Matthias. I like it. I have no control over the competition whatsoever, but you get a thumbs up from me, if that's worth anything at all.
Who's deciding this? Is it a panel of judges, or?
We have no idea.
Special men.
I'll be the judge of that. PokerStars Fat Cat can just bust in on the stream whenever he wants, huh, I guess?
So Soteropoulos has 3-bet Chidwick.
Is ace-10 off a hand you're going to 3-bet on the button a lot?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yes, sir. Yes, you, Mr. Professional Poker Player.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I think it's better than flatting. You know, you got blockers to big pairs and stuff. Why not? Why not 3-bet ace-10? Simply put your opponent in a difficult position. Like, what's Chidwick thinking with 6s here, you know?
And I guess a lot of the time you'll win it before the flop if they're just opening kind of light. Mike McDonald tweets, ended up coming in 5th in the high roller for 115,000 euros. Ran super well all tourney, and I don't think I've ever been this pleased with a non-win in my career.
I don't know what Oliver's talking about. He says Mad Marvin just busted the high roller. Mad Marvin wasn't even at the final table of the high roller.
It's a WPT high roller.
Oh. What's that?
Thanks for weighing in, though.
Never heard of it.
Chidwick responds by moving all in, applying maximum pressure.
Wow.
Just before the break, George Soteropoulos doubled up Kwan Lao. He now folds, leaving himself 2.68 million. Chidwick up to 6.37 million. Second in chips once again, just ahead of Max Silver. Both of them some distance behind Julian Track, chip leader on over 9 million. And Joe, we did say one thing we would do this level is set a competition that we have for the viewers of EPT Live today, because we still have some awesome prizes to give away. We've got a dealer button, 2 all-in triangles, and 8 card protectors left. It's our end-of-year clearance sale, if you like, and Stapes has got a great competition mechanic for you.
I have a question, though, before we do it, James. Do you think I should give people a different hashtag to use? Because our timeline is kind of blowing up right now.
I think we need to create the hashtag EPT Lyrics.
EPT Lyrics, perfect. Okay, so if you guys remember a couple of stops ago, we ran a competition which was to change the title of a movie to something poker-related. Today what we'd like you to do is to change popular song lyrics and make them about poker instead. Now, what's going to be a big factor here and how good your submission is that we can't sing them because we don't own the songs.
And we can't sing.
And we also, yes, more to the point, we can't sing. So we are going to read them aloud. We can do the cadence of the song, but the thing is, if we can't recognize it, by the way, we may not be able to recognize it just from reading them from you. So it needs to be recognizable. We'll give it our best shot to give it a little bit of the flair in the original song, but we want you to change song lyrics to make them poker-related. James has an example for you.
Here is an example based on Bonnie Tyler's Total Eclipse of the Heart. Once upon a time, I was calling with queens, but now I only call with the nuts. Nothing I can say. He sucked out when he hit a heart.
There you go. There's an example right there. I've got an example. Wise men say only fools push in, but I can't help moving all in on you.
Taking
awesome
song lyrics, rewording them so they're about poker. You can email nuts@pokerstars.tv. You can tag your tweet EPT Lyrics.
And that's the only way we're going to find it, by the way. I'm not even going to read any that aren't tagged EPT Lyrics because that is what I'm searching for.
Yeah, well, people can't follow basic instructions, then they deserve to lose, right?
Exactly, Dale. Exactly.
I like the way you play, sir.
We've got 2 submissions already. Except one guy changed the name of a band. Oh, no. He did a band and a lyric. We'll just read these 2 really quick. De La Soul Read. 3-bet is the magic number. That was from Nick. And Torpedo says, money for nothing, chips for free. 2 solid entries to kick things off here.
Solid, but again, not wanting to sound too harsh, could probably do better, especially if you want to be in contention for a card protector, an all-in triangle, or a dealer button. So you're going to be across this state, so you're going to monitor this additional timeline that we've just created to confuse ourselves?
Are you going to monitor the original timeline?
It's a deal. It's a steal.
Okay, let me know when you want me to do more.
Well, let's pick up the action here. It's hand 53 of the final table. Soteropoulos raising with king 8. Max Silver defends his big blind with king 7 suited. A 6-5 deuce rainbow flop, and Soteropoulos continues for 135,000.
Yeah, Max, like from playing with Max, he peels a lot from the big blind. He obviously like has confidence in his game to, you know, be playing out of position a lot with weak cards against tough opponents. A lot, not something I do. Like kind of that kind of hand, I just usually like probably 3-bet or fold it rather than kind of try and play out of position. But he's Max Silver. He's at the final table of EPT Prague, and I'm sitting here with you 2 guys. So.
Whoa, 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 it's not so bad being in here.
So, yeah. Maybe I'm the one that's doing it wrong.
Big action happening on the high roller final table. Try to catch some of that after this hand, which is now.
Because Silver's check raise gets through, and George kind of getting beaten up on right now.
George is getting a little upset.
So yeah, big hand just now at the high roller final table. Olivier Busquet winning a huge pot when he rivered a flush. Getting a huge chunk of Thomas Mulocker's stack there.
How many are left in this?
I believe that they are 4-handed, because
right.
Mike McDonald was the last out in 5th.
Oh, Max Heiselman was there. I have a funny story about Max Heiselman. I don't know if you want to hear it or not.
Ivan Soshnikov, Thomas Mulacher, Olivier Busquet, and Dmitry Urasov, the 4 players left in that high roller. Well, we want to hear your Max Heinzelman story anyway.
Absolutely, but just very quickly, how do we feel, Stapes, if people use both hashtags, so EPT Live and EPT Lyrics?
It's fine, but, you know, don't.
Yeah, you'd rather not stink up the EPT Live
Thank you.
feed. Yeah, funny Max Heiselman story. So I had never met the guy before, and I was playing UK IPT Nottingham just before coming to Prague, and my friend Neil Rain, he introduced me to this German guy on one of the breaks, and he says, oh, Dale, this is so-and-so, hi, it's Dale, and I just like shook the guy's hand and said hi. And about 3 days later, I got a text message on like the final day of UK IPT Nottingham, and I just got a brand new SIM card, so only 3 people knew my new phone number, so I got a text message for some foreign number that I didn't know, and it was like, hey Dale, are you still in town? Do you want to hang out with me tonight? Signed Max/Hot Carl.
What?
It was like Max/Hot Carl, and I was like, I had no idea. I was just like, but I knew what Hot Carl was, right? So
yeah.
it's like so funny. So I asked a few people and who it was, and like I eventually figured out who it was and stuff. But yeah, I just thought it was so funny, just to, like kind of introducing yourself as Hot Carl.
Was it Max?
Yeah, it was him. Yeah, it was.
And he calls himself Hot Carl?
Yes.
I recommend Googling the phrase Hot Carl, by the way. Maybe not an image search, but just
No.
the text.
Maybe just Urban Dictionary or something.
Yeah.
Urban Dictionary will sort you out.
By the way, just to subdue the trolls, I know that Max Heinzelman did not quit poker. It was a joke. Sometimes people are unable to detect the sarcasm in my voice now, and it causes controversy in the world of poker.
Raise and take it from Max Silver. You want to do some of these songs?
Yeah, I'm a little bit perturbed that people are putting both hashtags in, because the whole point of having the EPT lyrics hashtag was to stop people clogging up the EPT live timeline, and it's not working because people are double tagging. And it's, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little tilted.
I'll tell you what, from now on, anyone whose tweets come in, I won't read them if you've clogged up the regular EPT timeline with them. How's that?
But you can give us some more anyway, because I want to hear some.
Okay. Andy says, this is good, Charlotte. Girls don't like boys. Girls dig chips and money. Dennis says, Frank Sinatra should have a song, I Flopped It My Way. Koenig says, give a little bit of your chips to me. A lot of chip stuff, guys.
Yeah, just sticking the word chips in a song lyric is not deserving of a prize. I'm sorry.
We got one email to nuts@pokerstars.tv.
Yeah.
To the tune of, should I stay or should I go?
Yes.
Damn it, you're all in. I don't know. Should I call or should I fold? If I call, I may get stacked, but if I win, I'll be truly back.
Martin is definitely getting a prize, because that was awesome.
He got that in 140 characters?
No, that was why he emailed it.
Oh, right, okay.
You can also email nuts@pokerstars.tv.
Martin, you are on the shortlist for a prize, because that was good.
Raised by Duvniak, 3-bet by Chidwick on the button. I like Artie's. Loosely in the blinds with diamonds.
Ah, who is that?
That's Artie Smokes PS. I think he may be an employee. Not sure he can win, but let's put him down because it's worth mentioning.
Artie Smokes. So Duvniak starts the hand just over 2 million.
I knew
the
we were getting
3-bet.
too many of these.
Give something away for free. That's all you need to do to get loads of people tweeting at you and stuff.
And a 3-bet's going to get it done. Let's see here. Someone did a whole song, I think. Richard. It's Christmas time. There's no need to be afraid. At Christmas time, we get it in light and we banish the spades. And in our world of plenty EPTs, we can spread a smile of joy. Throw your cards around the world at bad beat time. But say a prayer when you ship with 7-2. At Christmas time, it's hard, but when you're having fun, sometimes you're due.
Not bad.
Effort.
A lot of effort went into that one, so I'm going to put Richard on the shortlist for that reason alone.
Biggie, 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 can't you see? I got pocket aces and you got 3s. That's from Dip Your Whip.
Rory McDonald says, I think you are going to have to read my EPT lyrics, as Joe hasn't a hope of knowing the Liberty X song.
As does no one else who actually has any taste in music.
Not a case of liking, it's a case of knowing.
John Martins is really ruined by the fact that we can't sing, and I will always bust you.
Stephen Chidwick has raised the cutoff with a 10.
Harrison says, I came in like an 8-king ball. Like JD Rice is here. REM, that's me with the top pair, losing my connection. One for the online guys.
Yeah, especially when you travel and stay in hotels and stuff. Internet can be a problem.
Looks like Soteropoulos is in 3-betting.
Oh, wow.
With 6-4 suited.
And watch out for the cold 4-bet, because here comes Julian Track. Boom. A stack of green and black with a little bit on top. The original Razor is out. He had 9-10 suited. What's Track got?
Better than 6-4.
Ace-King. And Soteropoulos continues to have A horrific time at this final table. Down now below 2 million as Track chips up to 9.6 million.
All right, here we go. All I want to do is a zoom, zoom, zoom on the 1, 2, 2, 2. Just shake your hump. That was from Greg. Daniel says, what does the flop say?
I think there's a reason why the email entries are winning out so far, because obviously they've written more than one line. We've got complete stanzas on the email.
Nick Abu-Risk has written in with the actual lyrics to Call Me Maybe. Thank you, Nick. Not the way the game works.
Cutting and pasting ain't gonna cut it.
Brian likes Miley Cyrus also. And I got my hand called, playing my game. I know I'm going to go all in. Yeah, it's a party at the EPT.
Meh, I'm undecided on that one.
That one I think would really be helped by the music, I have to say.
Where is Rory McDonald's? Because obviously, with your lack of knowledge of the musical five-piece that is Liberty X, he feels that you won't be able to do it justice.
I don't know. We've got a lot of submissions here, James.
You only got yourself to blame. You're the one who came up with this competition.
Jasper, walking out the club like, what up? I want a heads up. When I get to it, I'll let you know.
What is Soteropoulos doing right now, Dale? He's 3-betting with 6-4, button raising with 9-4. And once again finds himself being re-raised.
Yeah, life is tough. When you're, you know, when you're that active, you're gonna get 3-4 bet a lot.
Wheels starting to come off right now for Georgios. Down to 1.8 million.
Matt says, nits to the left of me, fins to the right. Here I am, stuck on the river with you.
I like that one.
That's nice. Who is that?
That's Matt Crocker. It's MF Crocker is his name.
No, I just want to write down real names.
Okay.
It's your job to find them later.
Okay, I got a Robbie Williams one. You'll have to do that one.
Hang on. Which one?
This one in gray. Nah.
Nah.
Okay.
See, that's how harsh a judge I am. I don't think all of them are even worth reading, let alone are worthy of prizes.
And if they win, do they get to choose what they get?
No, no. I'm making a short list, and then the jury, I, myself, and Joe Stapleton, will decide who gets what. The judge's decision is final. No appeals.
That's going to be pretty cool for someone that in their home game to have the official EPT dealer button and stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Raise from Max Silver while we get to ETBs. It's been a hard day's grind. I've been 3-betting like a donk.
Let's go on the list. Silver's under the gun, raises with 6s.
Awkward silence. Look at the other foreign commentators, they're going wild.
It's funny because Joe Selwyn just asked me on Twitter, are the different language EPT commentator teams like the rival news teams from Anchorman? I can see Hartigan with a trident. No, that's, I'm far more removed from that. I would just have like a Walter White style M60 on remote. I'd stand back and admire the carnage I'd created. Yeah. Soteropoulos continues to play aggressively with rubbish hands.
Richard says we're on a highway to Helpy.
I can't work out if he's tilting or just like...
Well, eventually he's got to think that people are going to think he's going to slow down because he keeps getting run over. So this time he's probably going to have a hand, right? And Max folds. So.
Well, I guess he was flipping.
Well, it works for one. Jimmy Fricky gets in touch and say, how about flop and then I check shove before you catch a heart? Stop in the name of love.
Say it again.
Flop and then I check shove before you catch a heart. Jimmy can't win anyway.
It almost worked, Jimmy. I'm not lying to you. It almost worked.
Why can't he win?
He's practically part of the EPT family.
Okay.
So just a reminder, we've got a dealer button, 2 all-in triangles, and 8 card protectors up for grabs. I want you to take song lyrics and rework them so they're about poker. Yes, you can tweet using the hashtag EPT lyrics, not EPT live. Alternatively, you can email nuts@pokerstars.tv. I appreciate this might be a competition where emails make it easier. Tom says, hey guys, just came home. Kind of surprised they're still playing after what happened yesterday. Yep, to say it was fast would be an understatement.
Yeah, I was due to come on live stream yesterday, and I got an email like about 2 or 3 hours before I was due to come on saying, oh, they're finished already.
Yeah. We'll be needing to bring out everybody on the list today. David says, my Anaconda ain't fold none unless you got quads, hun. Baby got button. Take me down to Value City where the games are soft and the players are nitty.
I like it.
I like. Who's that? Who's that?
That is Chris, and I think Chris
Yes, winner.
may also be ineligible.
Oh.
Wow.
But keep him on there. I don't know. I don't want to cheat anybody out of a prize, but Chris is a colleague of ours.
It's quite disillusioning to realize that a high percentage of your audience are actually employees of the company.
So, yeah, PokerStars has a lot of employees, right?
Quick reminder about this contest. If anybody tweets more than once, you automatically lose. And a couple of people have earned themselves blocks already.
Wow. The Banhammer, wielded by Stapes.
I think some people are making up their own lyrics. Tell me if this song rings a bell. I need you like Ben Affleck needs poker school. He was terrible in WSOP. Anybody?
No idea. But Ben Affleck was terrible in WSOP, so.
All right, here's something for you, you Brits. We don't need no pocket aces. We don't need no pot control. No straight or flush card on the river, so you better leave my blinds alone. I feel like that's a little off, but it's a pretty decent
Let me try
effort.
to...
But at least they're not a PokerStars employee.
Yeah, it's a little off. It doesn't quite scan, Aaron.
Andrew says he's on a highway to the rail. Good, Dale.
Meanwhile, Julian Track is raising with 6-7 suited from the hijack. Makes it 125k. 3-bet by Karkwan Lao. Lao's got ace-queen. And Track ain't folding.
Oh, I think that's the Ben Affleck one is supposed to be like from Team America, says David. Pearl Harbor sucked. Still don't think it works.
So Track flops best. Second pair. Checks to the guy with the pre-flop betting lead who continues. $250,000. Track eyeing his remaining chips. Well, he certainly isn't folding. Is he considering raising? What?
Wow. I'm really surprised.
What?
Track folds another pair.
I don't understand how
You're
you can call with 7-6 out of position, flop a pair, and then fold it.
I think he may be just losing his mind a little bit. Like I think he's in a situation he's not used to. I think that he is not the most experienced player at the table, and I think that you know, he's just not used to making those decisions that are pretty standard for most guys in this situation.
Well, he's still got the chip lead ahead of Chidwick and Silver. Marcus Rawlings says, hi, just got in from my daughter's Christmas play. Nice to see you're still going strong. Please can I have the password for the free roll? Yes, you may, sir. Today's free roll, 8:15 Central European Time. 5,000 players currently registered. The password is PCA 2014. So that's PCA lowercase 2014. PCA 2014 will get you in today's free roll. Once again, we're putting $1,500 in the prize pool. It's on your screen right now.
Arda says, oops, I called it again. You raised with dry cards, got lost on the flop. Oh, baby, baby. Oops, you think I have none that I'm trying to bluff. I'm not that amateur.
Yes.
Lol.
Yes. You get bonus points for doing a Britney Spears song.
Adam says, I refuse to fold. You must have me confused with some other guy. Bridges were burned, and now it's your turn to cry, cry on the river. Chaucy says, for those about to take a flop, we salute you.
What is it about 10-3 of clubs?
It's the kitchens.
Max Silver.
Kitchens.
At least he's raising with it rather than just calling.
This is a little gift for everyone watching the live stream, getting to watch Max Silver play the suited kitchens.
However, Stephen Chidwick has a suited ace-king, re-raises and wins the pot.
Well done to Max for folding quickly and not Hollywooding it up.
All the people tweeting in with call me maybes. It was probably not even that funny a year ago when I did it on the TV show.
Have you found the Liberty X one yet?
No. But I have 115 that I haven't even gotten to yet.
Really?
So
wow.
I'm skipping a lot of them.
All you have to offer someone is something as small as a dealer button, and you get hundreds of people.
Kieran
Imagine
said,
if you had like a huge prize.
or if it's an actual good
if it was
prize.
an actual decent prize.
You say
how many
it's
people
small.
you get.
It's literally a money can't buy
You
prize.
can't buy it. It is pretty cool, actually.
And are you guys going to sign it or anything, or
Look,
is that going to devalue it?
I don't want the person's house to get broken into for someone to come after it.
Yeah. Have to take out an insurance policy.
Carl Kwan Lao raising under the gun +1 with Jack 10.
While we wait for the next player to act, Kieran says, I'm bringing Hold'em back. Patiently wait, it's my time to act. Pocket Jack, special move in my stack. Flop a set, watch aces cracked.
Too many syllables in some of those lines, sorry. Sing it back to yourself, people. Check its scans before you hit send. 3-bet from Chidwick with 10s. And Lao folds. By the way, just to keep you up to date, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 contestants currently on our shortlist.
This is Bob Marley from Matt D. Get up, stand up. You tried to bluff the nuts. Get up, stand up. Busto, and you're out. Oh.
It started off
bad.
Yeah. It started off strong and then
such
just
potential.
went. Oh. Bit like deactivating the tractor beam on the Death Star.
Okay, this is to Proud Mary. Big Slick keeps on losing. Max Silver can't be fooling. I'm folding, folding, folding on the river. I'm not a fan of fooling, but that one was really close. I'm going to go to the Liberty X page, guy's page here, Rory.
I can't ignore this any
Here you
longer.
go.
before we get to that, I can't ignore this any longer. So many people tweeting, claiming that Georgios Soteropoulos looks like Stapes.
I don't see it.
Well, he has facial hair. Okay.
That seems to be the one determining factor for me to look like anyone, is if we both have facial hair.
Lao with ace-king has raised under the gun.
Your man in the small blind looks like he's going to do something.
Yeah, well,
it's a 3-bet.
The player people are calling the Greek Joe Stapleton is going to 3-bet from the small blind. Which normally prompts a cold 4-bet from Julian Track. Not on this occasion. Uh-oh, he's 3-bet with ace-jack, and I would expect Lao to ask for a red triangle here.
Yeah.
Dealer, triangle me. Things are about to get loud.
He's definitely 4-betting here. He's pulled chips back.
If he 4-bets rather than just moves all
He's
in.
committing, right?
Yeah, but this is also, doesn't this display how strong his hand is? The fact that he
Little
isn't
bit.
shoving.
Well, he's given the guy a chance to just think he's clicking it back as a bluff and just shove it in. So may get more value from his hand that way.
That guy looks more like Nacho Barbero than me.
Yeah.
Greg tweeted to say that the two factors are beards and bedhead. Some of that's headphone head.
So I wonder what Greek Joe Stapleton is thinking now, because he either 3-bet ace-jack to get the guy to stick it in to call it off, or he 3-bet to fold to a shove. So don't know why it's a big decision, you know. Like, yeah, seems standard.
3-bet folded.
Yep.
Adam Reinhardt on Twitter says, man, Hartigan is the Simon Cowell of this EPT Lyrics game. Let's see Rory McDonald's entry then, because he sent it. Sexy. All your light 3-bets are so sexy. I don't even know what you've got. You really put me in a tough. You did it again. Too many syllables.
I mean,
it doesn't scan.
I immediately skipped that one, not because I didn't know Liberty X, but it just didn't feel right.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Oh, you mean Liberty X didn't make it to the States?
No, sure didn't. Do you want me to read this Sir Mix-a-Lot? Sir Mixed Game a lot?
I like it.
Okay. It's got one flaw as far as I'm concerned.
It's
but
really difficult to read, though, without wrapping it.
Well, you can wrap it. There's no... This is from Mark. I like the nuts, and I cannot lie. The other players can't deny that when I come in with an itty-bitty raise, then shove the nuts right in your face.
You get sprung.
I just don't know if I like the repeat of the word nuts. I like the nuts, and I cannot lie, and then shove the nuts right in your face. I don't know.
He's not rhyming the nuts with the nuts, so I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah,
Got some.
It's not going on the list.
Got some Macklemore here. I'm gonna pop some chips. Only got 7 deuce in my pocket. I'm a bluffing, looking for a quick muck. My stack is awesome. Really close.
Shemian has raised the cutoff, and Lao has defended his big blind with Queen 10. Ace high flop. It's all Shemian.
Must be nice.
You guy on Twitter says, what is the red triangle for? We've explained this a few times, but appreciate we've got new viewers all the time. The red triangle is used by the dealer to denote when a player is all in. So all they have to do is make a verbal declaration, and before they've moved any chips over the line, the triangle will show the rest of the table that they have shoved.
Ashley says you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold. How has no one said this one song already made for poker? Sebastian says, bad beat it.
That's it?
That's it. Dr. Arroganto says, I'm holding a monster that's under my hand. Get along with the voices inside of my head.
Is it possible, Joe, that some people have misunderstood the competition and think it's just about changing the title of a song rather than the lyrics of a song?
Well, to be fair, that is also a lyric. Someone's changed Yellow Submarine to We All Live on the Button with Deuce 3. Dan Smith says, Twitter's 140 characters crippled my song entry. Sorry, dude. Dan, email us, nuts@pokerstars.tv. They are getting sent to us.
Yeah, he needs to get email. Like, it's a pretty decent thing to have.
We've got a Christmas one. Poker Pros, are you listening? EPT Prague Silver's glistening. He'll 5-bet for fun, under the gun, walking in a silver wonderland.
Meh.
Nice try with the holiday spirit. Dale says meh.
Meh.
I was going to be kinder, but then Dale beat me to it.
Just sum it up in one word. Not even a word, just a noise.
Nikki says, my role is gone but not forgotten. Is this the story of Johnny Lawden? It's better to bust out than it is to rust. We built this chip city. We built this chip city on all your dough.
See, again, the addition of the word chips to a song does not constitute a rewrite.
But we ship this city on all your dough.
See, exactly. You see, they missed an opportunity. And for that reason, they're not going on the shortlist.
Because if you liked it, then you should have put a protector on it. Don't be mad when the dealer bucks it. Oh, oh, oh. Shazzy says, don't check back in anger. All right, here we go. A raise from Chidwick.
3-bet by Shemian with King Jack.
Kind of a light open for under the gun, I guess, but a really light 3-bet from +1, I think. Not really light, but a little light, especially with Shemian's chip stack. Shemian with some amateur stacking there. Maybe he wants to convince Chidwick he's new to the game.
Seems like a decent spot to flat, but see what Chidwick does.
Now Shemian looks at his hand.
Chidwick calls.
Ooh, King Jack.
7-4-4.
Now Chidwick checks.
Shemian bets here. It's a huge part of his stack. So they're playing effectively pot to stack ratio 2.
Shemian's continued for 180,000.
That is like a quarter of this pot.
Yeah. No, it's because of the stack size. He's right. Like, doesn't want to go put in like a quarter of his stack and then folding. And you know, in such a dry board, that kind of size is as good as a bigger size, right?
Chidwick, no pair, no real draw.
Wow.
Maybe picking up on the fact that Shemian has made his bet such that he could fold.
Check raises to 425,000. And Shemian is forced to fold.
So what do you reckon Chidwick's representing there? It's representing these kind of like trap and pre or something? Pair?
I think he's just representing you can't call.
You can't call, right.
Shemian now the shortest stack at the table, playing 20 big blinds. Chidwick up to nearly 7.4 million, second on the leaderboard. Track the chip leader on 9.6 million. James Lau on Twitter says, Julian Track's pre-flop play is exciting, but his post-flop decisions are the strangest and most bizarre I've ever seen on the EPT. Could I handle this EPT Direct's entry from
Please,
Sam Razavi?
Please do.
Sam says, Santa Claus is coming to town. Santa Claus is, oh wait, no he's not. He's doing the lot at the G Casino Tunbridge Wells. Hashtag King's no good.
Funny, doesn't make the list, but very funny.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Sam.
Austin says, flop, flop, floppin' a set of fours to the tune of knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Don't hate it.
That's not bad. Who is that?
That is Austin Polivka. Sataropoulos raising a little loose again. Maybe it'll get through this time.
Haven't heard from Max for a while, and it looks like he's going to play this hand. Hey.
I think, what did that hand move? I just wanted to see his chips. Sometimes that's it. All in. You gonna handle the S Club 7?
I love S Club 7. Want to see him in concert.
Did that make it to the States?
Maybe one song.
Right, okay.
Silver calls out of the small blind and flops the joint.
Nice. More than a 99% favorite.
Yeah, he may get one straight value, I think.
Well, not the literal nuts for this board. Dang close enough.
Silver checks. Soteropoulos continues. $115,000.
You think Max gets all weird here sometimes and just jams on it, make it look a little bluffy?
Looks like it.
There's a raise. Small raise.
So if you're Greek Joe Stapleton there and you've got jacks, what are you thinking?
Boy, jacks is a really tough spot. I mean, ace-3, not as tough.
Yeah, obviously.
I don't know, man, because I can see all the hole cards right now. I would say that a raise this small looks suspicious because Max generally doesn't raise this small. He's usually hammering away.
Mm-hmm. If you had jacks, you'd probably call, reevaluate in turn.
I don't know if calling is an option with Soteropoulos' stack, but
I don't know, if you're calling, you've probably got a decent amount of tens in your range, so you'd expect Max to, if he was like check raise bluffing the flop, to give up a lot on the turn.
So you can sort of rep a 10 by just calling.
Soteropoulos continuing to have a pretty dismal time at this final table, down to 1.4 million. So yeah, a reminder, if you want to enter the competition, the hashtag to use on Twitter is EPT Lyrics. Please don't use EPT Live because you'll clog up the wrong timeline. Adam points out that S Club 7 had a TV show on ABC Family, so definitely made it to the US. And here is Callum's entry, nuts at PokerStars.tv. He has reworked the lyrics to their hit Reach. Play PokerStars on the stakes you desire. Play PokerStars, build your bankroll higher. Play PokerStars. And when the poker gods shine over you, your EPT dreams will come true. Callum, you are on the shortlist.
Jimmy's gotten back in touch. He fixed his stop in the name of love.
Does that count as a second entry?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get through hard again,
GG,
unfortunately. Okay, we have our second attempt at Macklemore. I'm going to win some pots. Only got aces in my... Let's just go with pocket again. You said hole, but I'm going to change it to pocket because I think it still works. I'm betting, looking for a big pot, and now I'm getting rivered.
It ended bad again, in my opinion.
Josh says, angle shot through the heart. Freites is to blame. Oh, he gives poker a bad name.
Yes, 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 and twice on a Wednesday. Who's that?
That's Josh Tovell, T-O-V-E-L-L.
Josh. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people on the shortlist. And we only have 11 prizes to give away.
But we can eliminate people from the short list.
Of course.
I want to make sure. We're going to have to cut it off at some point.
How many have you got to get through?
160.
Wow, we're going to cut this off.
I mean, I'm not reading all of them. I'm just saying that's how many I haven't scrolled through yet.
We're going to cut this off in 15 minutes' time.
Yeah, play more fun game like Joe. How about strip club or hair salon?
Yeah, we can play a little strip club or hair salon.
That?
Haven't played that one in years.
Yeah. Actually, your podcast was the only podcast I've ever listened to regularly.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate
and
that.
Now it's not in my life anymore.
You know, I get people every single, like, probably every other day, I will get at least one person to tweet at me or Facebook me or Scott asking us to do the podcast again. And I would love to do it, absolutely. We just live.
You just need to find another Scott Huff somewhere.
Yeah, right. There is no other. It's like saying find another James Hardigan. And believe me, I've tried.
I don't know. Mark Convey did a decent job on day 1A.
We aspire for better than decent.
Yeah.
We don't achieve it, but we aspire.
Friday Night by Katy Perry. Thanks, by the way, Dale. I appreciate that. Roland's Friday Night by Katy Perry. Last EPT, yeah, we bet on tabletops, and we took too many shots. Think we went broke, but I forgot.
You know the expression, silence speaks volumes?
Dal Reflexa says, I was going to bet my... No, we're going to skip that one.
I love the way you kind of retract.
Yeah. Okay, Javier, you submitted twice. You lose.
Lao's raised under the gun. Silver's got 9s. Cole's in position. Round to track in the big blind. He calls as well. 3-way to the flop. 4s against 9s against King 7 of hearts.
Does he flop King 7 and fold? See a 10 and an 8. We'll get there. We'll get it up there. The track has flopped pretty decent here. Set of 4s for Lao, though. And a hand silver probably doesn't hate either.
Yeah. All three of them kind of like that flop. Silver's first one to bet, and two guys with hands that are never folding behind, so...
How hard are they never folding, though? Are they just calling both of them?
Well...
Richard, I was gonna read your song because I really liked it, but you submitted it twice, so you blew it.
So Lau's loving it. Silver bets out. And little folds. Calls. I reckon he's just gonna stick in a raise for a stack him in an amount.
If you're Lao, you have to raise, right?
Oh, you don't have to. You can be tricky if you want, but certainly less risky to raise.
I think once it goes bet call, there's someone you can get action from.
So the raise is just over $500,000, 550,000. Action back on silver. And he will fold the nines. So what does Track do with his flush draw?
Wow, surprised about that. He's getting pretty decent odds to just try and... Are they... Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this.
Another strange laydown from Julian Track post-flop.
I mean, sometimes the guy who raises there, he can be doing that with an ace-high flush draw, and then you're in a kind of bad spot, but otherwise, it's... What he bet, he raised to 370. There was 1.4. What was the pot?
How much money was in the pot?
Yeah.
Before the, let's see, there was 460.
There was 1.4 in the middle at the point that he folded. He was being asked to put in
370.
370 with 1.37 million in the middle.
So 4 to 1.
Yeah, I mean he's getting direct pot odds to call and hit flush.
He doesn't trouble himself with things like pot odds. He makes fast decisions.
Yeah.
Just very quickly, a couple of more song entries, a couple more EPT lyrics. It helps if they rhyme. For example, this entry from O White, trying to rework Nirvana Smells Like Teen Spirit. With the button, I'm outrageous.
Good so far.
I will 6-bet without aces.
Cool.
You tank fold. I show 6, do 6. You got bluff, bro. How you like it?
It's not terrible.
It's... The rhyme goes at the end, though. I'm sorry. Sam Razavi comes in with another entry, just for fun, keeping his theme of Santa playing at the G Casino in Tunbridge Wells. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Degen did the lot on pocket twos, but it don't really matter, because Santa did the rest on Rue.
I like Dominic's here. When the flop hits your ace like a slap in the face, that's an all-in.
Who is that? Dominic?
That's Dominic.
I like that.
So we did take a flop here, take a break from the songs and go back to this poker game.
Silver's
raised.
raised.
There's a poker game going on.
Yeah.
Called by Lao in the big blind. Silver still ahead with king high.
Andrew says, I love you aces, and if it's quite all right, I need you aces. To warm my lonely stack, I love you aces. Trust in me when shove.
Oh, almost. So near yet so far.
Just fail at the end.
People are asking for what email to send in the lyrics. I'm going to cut off the submissions, by the way. You got 5 more minutes.
Exactly. We said 15 minutes, so another 5.
Your timeline's going like more unread tweets than you're able to read, right?
Correct.
So, yeah.
So anyway, the email is nuts@pokerstars.tv.
Well, it's good that you get so many entries. At least you know that people are watching this, right? If
Got-
there was a timeline silence, then you'd be a bit worried.
Yeah, no, we got plenty of people on board here. Little M&M. You're going to lose your chips the very moment you fold it. You should have never let it go.
Yeah. By the way, a lot of people slightly confused by Julian Track's play. Francesca says, wow, what is Track doing? Craig Barker says, another really bad post-flop play from Track. How is he chip leader? And Andrew observes that if Track keeps playing a wide range and then folding pairs and big draws, he will get targeted, surely, because remember, the players will find out this information an hour from now.
I've got one I absolutely love right now. We're going to get to this hand first, though. Wow, Track now folds King-Jack on the button to a single raise.
Javier says, I don't get how Track can snap a 100 big blind pre-flop shove with 10s and yet play so soft post-flop when he's actually hitting.
He's gonna show Track he's a genius.
Yeah, it's just going to make him even more tight, right?
Unbelievable that he was right there, too. Okay, Dylan, I really like Dylan's, James, as long as you agree. We're going to take a look at the high roller table.
Yeah, I think we've got 3 players remaining in the high roller.
Oh, look, there's another Joe Stapleton.
Ivan Soshnikov, Olivier Bousquet, and Dmitry Yurasov. And Yurasov is the big chip leader, 3-handed. Okay, Stapes, hit me with some more EPT lyrics.
I really like this one. I would do anything for trips, but I won't set mine. It sounded better when I read it before, never mind. Close.
Do you know what? It probably would have been better had you not built it up so much.
I guess. We had someone do the entire Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme song.
Yeah.
Smell you later.
By the way, Luke Harper says, sorry if this has been mentioned, but I've only just tuned in. The Greek guy looks like Stapes.
No way.
I'm going to give this Fresh Prince one a chance here really quick. Now, this is the story. Now, he doesn't get into the actual parody for a little while. This is the story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there and tell you how I became chip leader with complete air. In middle position board, I raised with 7 deuce off. I must have been in a daze, spewing out chips like I was a fool when I realized I tried that. Yeah, I'm done. I tried.
There is a difference between trying and being trying. Well, I don't think Track's folding this.
I think Track's got a hand he's probably not going to fold.
If this is the one that does him, too. He may start folding kings.
And I think your man's just going to have to ship it in or fold.
The competition, by the way, is closing in 3, 2, 1. Any tweets that haven't been submitted now, this is where I'm leaving off. I'm going to do a refresh of my timeline. And that's it. Polychrome Sean is the last one.
No more submissions on the EPT lyrics competition.
Looks like he's going to fold. Nice lay down, Greek Joe.
Andy's trying to confuse everyone. What do you mean they'll see this info an hour from now? Surely they'll see it now when we've seen it. Yeah, Andy, the point I'm making, an hour from now, as in what's happening on the screen, rather than an hour from now, what's happening in our time zone. You get what I meant. TCA 2014 is the free roll password for today's game. 8:15 Central European time. Get registered right now. Currently 10,000 players have signed up, 20,000 more seats available. These have been maxing out every day, by the way. 30,000 runners, $1,500 in the prize pool. And there's a very strong chance that we will still be on air when the free roll kicks off at 8:15, because we are still 7-handed at the final table of EPT Prague. We've only lost one player today. Jorma Nuntinen went out in 8th place for 84,600 euros. Everyone has now locked up a 6-figure score, but they are all playing for the win. George Soteropoulos gets another small pocket pair and raises. 6s this time.
I think if he gets 3-bet this time, he's going to end up shipping it in. And Track picks up ace-jack.
Dave thinks he has a better look-alike, by the way, for Soteropoulos. He says he looks like Stuart Sutcliffe from the Beatles. Google him. Okay, I'll go on to that.
I reckon he's shipping it in this time, and with these stack sizes, Track's probably 3-bet calling.
Actually, that's not a bad shout.
Can we really say anything that Track's likely to do at this point?
No.
Especially
I
when it
can
comes
say
to
what
calling
I
off.
can say what I would do if I was in Track's position. It might actually be worse than what Track actually does, but we'll see.
What do we think about the Stuart Sutcliffe look-alike?
I don't know. I think most white guys in sunglasses and black and white photos look like that. Am I still allowed to call people white? It's cool. I meant no offense.
Oh.
And again, he folds the pair.
Yeah. With this kind of stack size, it's not a good spot to be folding much.
This table's full of tidy whiteys.
Yeah.
And once again, Track moves towards the 10 million mark, now playing 9.9 million. Shemian, Soteropoulos, both playing 20 big blinds each, but they'll only have 20 big blinds stacked for another 15 minutes. That's when we reach the next tournament break. Then we'll go into level 29, which is 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante.
Daz says, I got the Rockets, man. Check raise and all in to take your stack.
I'm not going to lie to you, Joe. I know we've still got a lot of these to read, and I kind of feel I'm done with this competition right now, unless someone really blows me away.
Okay.
So what's the pay jump from next pay jump?
It's about 40,000 euros. 118k for 7th, 160k for 6th.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, we get to this stage, the prize money's big, as are the jumps.
Soteropoulos with a raise under the gun. Gets it through. Okay, how about love me do, you know I won't raise you, I'll always be true, so please muck your hand.
You know when I said I wanted to be blown away?
I gotta read these through first.
And 77 of the final table.
Donnie says, I see a red ace and I want it painted black. The silence was deafening.
Yeah, I repeat my assertion that I need to be blown away.
I'm only 40 minutes behind in the timeline right now, guys. We're catching up. All right. Hold on. I think I might have one that's worth reading.
Hang on a second, because Chidwick has raised the button and Ola Shemian has moved all in from the small blind.
20 bigs.
Soteropoulos also has ace-9.
Easy fold.
I think so too. That one I know.
Yeah. So why is he tanking?
You're almost never good here, and maybe when you are sometimes, you're not a huge favorite.
Seriously?
Maybe he's waiting for someone to bust out on one of the other tables so he can ladder up.
Wow, is he seriously considering this?
What do you, I mean, it's not like Ala can really be bluff shoving here.
I mean, if you're in Chidwick's spot, you're going to be thinking, oh, maybe there's like one less ace in the deck, you know, if this guy tank folds.
We were just talking about this earlier, Eugene.
Yeah. I think calling there would be pretty horrible.
Finally folds.
Yeah.
But Chidwick snap calls, puts Ola Shemian at risk. However, Shemian is a big favorite. Ace queen against 9 with a 9 folded.
This is gonna be so gross when the 9 peels off.
Shemian set for the double up. Oh, wow. Soteropoulos has just told everyone that he folded ace 9.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that. If I'm Chidwick, I don't want to hear that. Just shut up.
Yeah, don't tell anyone.
Yeah, just shut up. Say it when the hand's over.
Say it once he's walked away from the table. Well, he won't be
When
either way.
I'm sweating, I don't want someone to tell me when my outs are dead.
I also don't, if I have ace queen, I don't want someone to say
Yeah,
they folded a
exactly.
9.
Then you feel even worse when the 9 hits, right?
With ace of clubs and queen of hearts.
And the crowd goes wild.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the ball.
Yes, let's.
And the flop is 7 of spades.
Spades, not a factor.
Diamonds, ace queen in the lead.
6 or 8. Julian Track very proud of his fold.
Chance to chop.
Yep, some chop outs now. Three makes it straight for both players.
Ace queen holds over ace 9. Ola Shemian doubles up. Shemian will now have 2.2 million. Chidwick down to 6 million. About the same size stack as Max Silver.
First of all, Dazzler, who did the Rocket Man, claims that I blew it because my delivery killed it for him. Does anyone want to give him a second chance?
That's the same guy that said I unfollowed him on Twitter, right? GTFO.
Yep, agreed. Okay, here's the one I think y'all might like.
Okay, let's hear it.
Someday you will find me caught beneath the grand prize as a PokerStars Supernova online. It's worth reading. You have to put it on the list, but that one's decent. It does scan quite well.
I think we got all the good ones early.
Yeah, I agree.
Now we're just getting the dregs.
It should be like the original lyrics are Supernova in the sky. You cannot replace in the sky with online.
That's pretty close.
You're removing a syllable.
Can't do that.
Oh man, I can't. You
can't add syllables. Can't
You're gonna be the easiest dad ever to please. Nope. Nope.
Damien says, can a player leave the table to smoke and just have their hands folded, or do they have to wait for breaks? They're welcome to leave the table anytime, but you're absolutely right, Damien, their hands will be folded. And at a final table of this magnitude, I'm not really sure you want to miss any hands.
This one's so bad I want to read it, but I'll spare you guys.
Please do. We have seen 78 hands at the final table. 7 players remain.
So you reckon maybe that Greek Joe gets it in a bit lighter now that he's I didn't even look at the guy's name, just call him Greek Joe. You reckon he gets it a bit lighter now that he's a clear short stack? Because previously he was kind of joint short stack with the block to his right, and now he's clear short stack. You think next time he open raises 6s and gets like small free bet, he might just ship it in?
Yeah, he's now hovering around the 20 big blind mark, right, with 7 minutes left on the level.
Yeah. He definitely can't keep raise folding those kind of hands with that kind of stack size. Either if you, yeah.
You mean hands like 4s and 6s? And
Did you guys cover Ross's tweet yet?
No.
Our old friend Ross Jarvis, who says, is that a good call by Chidwick with the ace-9? Honestly, not sure, but I think I find a fold there. What was
Yeah, it's another spot where, like, I would fold, but I'm not Stephen Chidwick, so I don't know what goes through his more intelligent poker mind.
So Julian Track raising from the small blind. If Lao calls and the flop comes 9-9-6, do not expect Track to continue in the hand. Actually, Lao's got deuces. He may not just call here.
The thing is, when he raises there, it's kind of just turn. You might as well have anything, right? Like if he was to 3-bet there, but it's a decent spot to flat and try and hit the flop. You can do a lot of post flop in position as well. So. Making he calls here and folds to second barrel in the turn probably.
Lau calls. Not James Lau, who tweets in to say pretty
Wow,
strange.
he hits his set.
Oh boy.
Fortunately, I think Track slightly just to give up now. Yeah.
Anyway, James Lau, we're not talking about you. But thanks for tuning in.
Yeah. I think it probably goes kind of the same way if he doesn't hit the set.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's try to fire a couple more of these. We'll just do it to the end of the level.
Okay.
Here's what I think is okay. Hello, Ace is my old friend. I've come to shove with you again.
It's not bad, but
okay, fine.
I think it's better than anything we got on the shortlist.
Okay, enter Salmon. 3-bet light every night. Take my hand. We're off to value land.
You guys you have both you combined. You can get
From a poker's perspective, it doesn't really work. If you're 3-betting light, you're not really off to value land.
Exactly, it doesn't make sense.
What if Poker God was one of us? Just a free roll donk like one of us. Just a broke-ass degenerate trying to make his jacks to hold.
Okay, I like that winner.
Who is that?
It's Colt Can. K-O-L-T?
Yeah.
I mean, it's K-O-I-T. It's K-O-I-T, K-A-N-N.
How many more are there?
What I'm going to do is, over the break, I will scan all of them and just come up with a couple more that maybe make it to the list, maybe not.
Jonathan on Twitter says that was the easiest call ever with ace-9 off. Shemian is probably reshoving any ace, suited ace or Broadway, and hands like 8-9 suited, 9-10 suited, small blind versus button. And Henry says, anyone know what brand of sunglasses Greek Joe is wearing? He wants to buy some. Well, Stevie Chidwick raised under the gun +1 and got 3-bet by Ka Kwan Lao. And there's the best hand in the small blind, pocket 9s.
Looks like he's trying to get a read. He kind of sort of lifted his hand up, his left hand up with the cards a little bit, as if maybe he was going to just muck. Maybe looking for a read.
By the way, one thing we haven't mentioned today, we've been mentioning it over the course of the week. Stephen Chidwick finished 3rd in the Eureka Poker Tour main event earlier this week.
Yeah, that was a huge one. I played that one. It was I played day 1B and there was like 870 people. It was just massive. What was it, like 200k for first? It was a 1k buy-in.
Pretty much $250,000.
Yeah.
And this has been a great year for Stephen. Final tables on the World Series of Poker in Vegas and Paris. And of course continues to have a lot of success online, winning that W Coupe bracelet, which he wasn't able to collect, by the way, because the ceremony was here in Prague while he was still in that Eureka event.
Tough life.
Uh-oh.
So Stephen 4 bets with the ace-4 to 555. Action back on Lao.
I think he asked for a chip count and Max answered.
Just verifying the size of Chidwick's 4 bet. It's actually 625,000. Just a minute left on the tournament clock, by the way. A strong chance that this could be the last hand of the level.
Is it a little odd that some of these folks, I mean, unless they're pausing for effect, aren't saying, deciding when they 3-bet, that they're 3-bet folding or 3-bet getting it in?
They should be deciding before making the move whether what they're doing, but I guess either they're not that experienced and are actually deciding, or yeah, they're just Hollywooding.
Well, Lao 5-bet to $1 million, got a very quick fold out of Chidwick, and looks like we'll be able to squeeze in one more hand at 30, 60, 10. Remember, after the break, the blinds will be up to 40, 80, 10. And we will continue playing 7-handed by the looks of things, unless we see some drama on this last hand.
I only see 6 players at the table. Someone took
Julian Track's taken a walk.
Oh yeah, he's taking a pee break or something.
Obviously, his ante will be posted. God, you have been there, Dad. I'm thinking, did I miss a knockout?
Yeah.
Now, the guy with all the chips is currently away from the table.
That's what you
remember,
can do when you have all the chips. You just give yourself a little break.
I'm sure, as everyone knows, if you're not in your seat, when the first card off the deck is dealt, your hand is dead.
He's been folding a lot anyway, so you might as well let the dealer fold for him and go have a wee break.
Ace-Jack for Chidwick under the gun. So just to clarify, Joe, during the break, you're going to go through these lyrics, just check we haven't missed any good ones. When we come back from the break, we'll go through the finalists again and we'll pick some winners, right?
Yes.
But remember, we've officially closed the competition. No more new entries, please.
You'll get them anyway.
Do you want to hear a From Russia with Love parody?
Go ahead.
Very quickly.
Into Russians I shove with aces but lose. I was hoping to see my all-in get through. Traveled the world to play this game, and now into Russians I shove.
I wish I hadn't said yes. That's the end of the level, and we thank Dale Phillip for making his debut on EPT
Thank
Live.
you, Dale.
No worries, Joe. James.
Great stuff, sir. Still 7 players here at EPT Prague. Julian Track, the chip leader. When we come back from the break, Georgios Soteropoulos.
Yeah, that guy.
Greek Joe will be the short stack with just 15 big blinds. We're going to take a 20-minute break, and then the action resumes here in Prague on the PokerStars.net EPT.
Competition everywhere. PokerStars.net. We are poker.
Ten years ago, I just finished NYU. I graduated during the summers when I was introduced to poker.
And while at the time, you know, I was certainly, you know, taking on the poker world by storm, there was a lot of things about myself that hadn't yet developed.
You know, I was just 15 years old. Yeah, my life has changed a lot.
10 years ago, I was just playing a game for fun with my friends.
From the time I was 16 years old.
There's an old saying that says, youth is wasted on the young, and I really like it.
At the time, I was still like living with my mom. I didn't really have any money.
Thinking I was gonna, be an academic, thinking I was gonna be this job, poker pro, back to law school, back to poker.
I knew that I wanted to like figure out a way to make money and to not have to like work a 9 to 5, but I hadn't figured out what it was.
So I was actually looking into trading as a career and kind of got sucked into poker a little bit.
I remember the first time I ever felt old. I went into the lobby and I saw like 75 pimple-faced kids with laptops in front of them.
Honestly, my impressions were just very basic, just kind of like, wow, people are playing cards and there's like big money involved. Like what's that?
Young kids say, I got this figured out. You don't have anything figured out.
5 years ago, I would say I thought I was amazing at the game.
Even if like 5 years ago, I didn't want to like eat at the big restaurants and stuff like that. I was really careful about it.
Now, I'm much, much, much better than I was 5 years ago, but I think much less of myself as well.
2 years ago, won the main event. Obviously, everything's changed at that point. Now you eat at all the big fancy restaurants, but at the same time, you stay the same guy. You have your same friends around you.
If someone told me 10 years ago I'd be where I was today, I'd say, yeah, I'm not surprised. I had a lot of confidence in myself 10 years ago, and I have a lot of confidence in myself today.
It's my career, it's my biggest passion, and it's taken me so many amazing places all over the world.
It's been a pretty surreal experience and a fun ride these last 10 years.
Guten Tag and welcome to Berlin. The PokerStars VIP Club is in Germany tonight for VIP Club Live, a series of parties around the globe for PokerStars players. So let's go to the venue and check it out.
My very first party, pretty excited actually. It's a great atmosphere. There's like retro games all over the place, and there's an open bar. And there's going to be food outside. You get to meet all the people that you play with at the tables that that you share the experience with playing on PokerStars. It's really fun, so you should definitely come along.
Well, we had a great act at the PokerStars party where a dancer had hula hoop rings and danced, and she picked guys from the audience to dance with her. And she picked me, and it was a lot of fun, and I won a chip package, which is a great prize, I think, and I'm going to have a lot of fun with it.
First of all, it's summer in the city and you should go outside. And what's a better occasion than to come here to the PokerStars VIP party to meet your opponents from online in live, face to face.
All the pros are here, Michael Keiner, Jan Heidmann, Team Online pros, some in Telly. The bar is also good. You got free drinks.
There's games inside, basketball, soccer, arcade games. The winners of the high score get prizes. It's going to be an awesome party.
Ich fordere jetzt und hier jeden auf, der heute hier ist, sei es Spieler oder Gast, mitkommen auf die VIP-Party, gleich hier um die Ecke. Wir machen eine tolle Zeit, haben eine tolle Zeit, wir connecten, wir sind tolle Menschen, die auch ein bisschen spielen mögen, die Lust auf Feiern haben, und deshalb sei dabei, wenn es heißt Party und Play.
I like it because as an online player you can easily be quite lonely, sitting in front of your computer and doing your games, and it's beautiful to get in contact.
Hi guys, we're ending the VIP Club party in a cool nightclub in Berlin. The next party is going to be in Sao Paulo, October 25th. If you get the chance, check it out. I'll see you there.
Jorge Balim Limón vive la vida a alta velocidad. Él soñaba en convertirse en un piloto profesional de rallies hasta que un accidente cambió todo. Ganador en los límites más altos desde el 2009, Jorge cree que la clave de su éxito está en su habilidad para calcular riesgos y controlar sus emociones.
Este fin de semana es el rally Cañadas Nakam de más de 2 horas en terracería, entonces un rally muy pesado tanto para la tripulación como para el coche. Es un rally muy importante para mí. Una parte creo que casi me define como persona es el no dejarme dominar por el miedo. Si algo me causa miedo, mi reacción es incluso agresiva contra el miedo. Siempre es empujar hacia el miedo. En una carrera, todos tus instintos te dicen que tengas que frenar y es tu cerebro el que tienes que controlar. El póker en realidad siento que se parece mucho a los rallies. Se tratan 2 actividades de cierta manera de alto riesgo, en las cuales tienes que dominar tus instintos y conservar la cabeza fría. En el momento en que pierdes esa cabeza fría, empiezas a perder o empiezas a chocar. En el póker tomo cosas a rally y del rally tomo cosas al póker, pero son parecidas, que cualquier actividad del estilo que tienes que tomar riesgos tienen muchas cosas en común. Toda mi vida he tenido una tendencia, o podría decir hasta me he esforzado por no tener una vida común. Prefiero hacer algo arriesgado y perder que no haber hecho nada. Creo que es la manera en la que vivo, por eso no puedes ganar si no estás dispuesto a perder. Siento que hay que arriesgar. Es el dicho de que la suerte le sonríe al valiente. A mí me ha funcionado. Empecé a correr rallies en el 2005, me parece. Es algo que me gusta mucho hacer. Hay una sensación que es indescriptible para mí, el tomar una curva o simplemente ver una curva es indescriptible para mí. Una modalidad de carrera un poco peligroso, pero para mí es el más divertido por mucho.
Tiene cierta tendencia a los deportes extremos, ¿no? Pero yo creo que este es como que el más importante, o sea, como que sí, creo que ha saltado del bungee y cosas así, pero el rally es como lo más importante, lo que más lo llena de adrenalina, lo que más lo hace sentir, como se divierte, a pesar de todos los problemas que pueda tener, pues por eso lo hace, ¿no? Al fin y al cabo se divierte y lo disfruta haciendo todo esto.
Yo soy miedoso, no tomo riesgos. Entonces, cuando él de chiquito me decía, vamos a subirnos al bungee, yo sentía que me iba a morir del pánico, pero para que no tuviera el miedo, me subía con él y me aventaba. He hecho locuras por él. Yo soy una persona muy tranquila, no me gusta correr, no sabemos de dónde salió. Debe de ser marciano el hombre.
Jorge es un hombre de corazón de pollo, ¿no? ¿Qué? ¿No puedo decir eso?
Me gusta mucho salir con mis amigos a bares, a fiestas, diferentes cosas del estilo. Casi todos los fines de semana salgo con todos mis amigos.
Esto se llama La Boa.
Me divierto mucho con ellos, son personas muy divertidas, siempre hay anécdotas rarísimas semana con semana.
Siempre nos hace sufrir cuando vamos de vacaciones, que maneja muy rápido y vamos arañando los asientos. Vomitando. Ha hecho vomitar a varias personas.
Sí, a tu novia.
Sí, a una exnovia.
Cuando Jorge quiso
ser profesional. Realmente fue un shock. Realmente no esperábamos que él pudiera dedicarse a eso.
Fue muy difícil. Yo soy ingeniero, quería que mi hijo fuera ingeniero. Cuando me dijo que quería jugar póker, para mí era un juego como al azar.
Definitivamente teníamos mucho miedo. Los dos peleábamos para podernos poner de acuerdo porque teníamos mucho miedo del riesgo que conlleva el hecho de jugar.
Cuando platiqué con él más a fondo, en lo que ya más adelante, y vimos que es matemáticas aplicadas, que es estadística aplicada, pues entendí que realmente es un juego entre comillas, ¿no? Es realmente una ciencia y que bueno, pues si es lo que le gustaba, adelante, ¿no?
Me imagino que la percepción en general de las personas es que soy alguien que le gusta tomar muchos riesgos, pero al contrario, yo me considero incluso al contrario. Las cosas que hago sí, obviamente son cosas de riesgo, el póker, los coches, pero pienso que yo soy una persona muy calculada. De hecho, incluso entre los pilotos, yo soy alguien conservador. Me considero igual en el póker, de hecho, me considero alguien más calculador que alguien que tome riesgos visceralmente. Yo me considero alguien de cabeza fría, aunque sí me gustan tomar riesgos, pero siempre son riesgos calculados.
Me pongo un poco nerviosa cuando hace rally, sin embargo tampoco es como que me ponga, o sea, que pueda perder los estribos cerca de eso, no sé, a lo mejor porque nunca lo he visto chocar, nunca, no sé, a lo mejor es también como propio bloqueo, ¿no? De pensar de que no pasa nada o de pensar de que todo va a salir bien. Entonces, pues sí me pongo un poco nerviosa, pero mientras no yo vea algo así como algo aparatoso, pues realmente no pierdo la razón, digámoslo así.
¿Ya te tocaron?
Cállate.
En el 2007, en una carrera en Oaxaca, el Rally Sierra Juárez, tuve un accidente masivo en una recta de 2 kilómetros.
Prácticamente terminando la carrera, se acabaron los frenos, quedó sin frenos. Entonces, al llegar a una curva, quiso enfrenar, se siguió de frente, salió volando, dio 3 giros el coche sobre sí mismo, quedó destrozado el automóvil.
Sí, fue terrible, fue un susto. Y no llegaba, ¿y qué pasa? ¿Dónde está? Y nos avisan. Tuvo un accidente y se van al hospital. ¡Ay, Dios mío!
Yo perdí el conocimiento a los pocos segundos de haber chocado. Definitivamente por mucho ha sido la experiencia que más me ha asustado en la vida.
No vimos el coche. En la noche que fuimos y vimos el coche, estaba destrozado. Sí he visto primero el coche, yo creo que nos da un ataque al corazón.
Un infarto.
Un infarto, sí.
Muchos pilotos, yo diría la mayoría, cuando tienen un accidente de esa magnitud, no vuelven a correr. Es algo difícil de superar. De hecho, durante más de un año tuve pesadillas, que no podía frenar y chocaba. Me di cuenta que era algo que me gustaba mucho hacer y valía la pena hacer y que no lo iba a dejar. Solo fue un lapso de miedo. Yo creo que para mí es la emoción que más limita a las personas. Es una de las emociones más fuertes que para el ser humano y impide que la gente viva sus vidas plenamente. La gente está muy asustada de hacer muchas cosas, incluso de morir, y termina por vivir vidas insípidas. Y eso va totalmente en contra de mi filosofía. Yo pienso en disfrutarla completamente, no importa lo que dure. póker y en rally siento tienen muchas cosas en común. Siento que se basan en control emocional. No puedes permitir que te domine ni miedo, ni la emoción, ni nada. Tienes que mantener una cabeza muy fría todo el tiempo. El control emocional es algo muy importante en general en la vida. No, eso no significa que no tengas emociones, simplemente que no tomes decisiones basadas en ellos.
I'm Charlotte van Brabender. I'm a friend of PokerStars since 3 years. Well, when I was a young girl, I was a gamer. I played Counter-Strike 1.6, which I was pretty good in. I made the World Championship with my all-female team. And from there on, a lot of opportunities joined up. So yeah, it's from there I joined PokerStars. I played 4 hours a day, so with my all-female team we had like training sessions every day, which was very hard to combine it with my studies by then. So yeah, it was pretty professional. I don't play computer games anymore because I gave my PC to my dad, who's a writer, but I still play on the PlayStation 3. I just got GTA 5. Back in the days I was a very shy girl, I still am, so it was very hard for me because I got a lot of media exposures because I was the only girl gaming by then, and yeah, but I grew up and I became more talkative, so yeah, it's got a lot of opportunities for me. The PokerStars experience has been very great because I've seen cities I would never have seen if I didn't have a contract, like the Bahamas. Poker is a very mental game. You have to keep your focus on winning and don't get demotivated when something goes wrong. And it's the same with Counter-Strike. So yeah, I think I got my advantage from Counter-Strike.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. We're coming back from break with 7 players still remaining in the main event. Blinds are about to go up to 40,000, 80,000 with a 10K ante. The chip leader right now is Julian Track from Germany with 9.4 million. And at the opposite end of the spectrum is the Greek player George Soteropoulos, who's got 1.2 million. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton. And during that break, Joe, you've applied yourself, and we're going to put an end to our EPT Lyrics competition.
Absolutely. I scrolled through the rest of the tweets that had come in before the deadline. Honestly, not a one was worth reading. I will say, if you emailed your tweet in, we got over 200 emails. So we read some of them. We did the best we could. Sorry if yours didn't get read. That's all we can say. We had probably 400 or 500 tweets and 200 emails, so we did the best we could. We can't turn the whole show, the whole 9-hour show, into the poker lyric gag, excuse me.
And remember, the judges' decision is final, and the first decision the judges have taken is to keep 2 card protectors that maybe we can award as spot prizes later on, because we've got a feeling this is going to go on for some time as we look how deep some of these guys are at the final table. But we are awarding 5 card protectors, so we're keeping 3 back actually. JD Rice, your reworking of Losing My Religion, has won a card protector. Matt Crocker, who sent in a variation of Stuck in the Middle with You, that's also worthy of a card protector, as is ETB's version of Hard Day's Night, Callum's rewriting of S-Club's Reach, and Coit Canner's What If God Was One of Us. Congratulations, guys. All of you have won card protectors.
But that's not all. We've got more prizes to give away. Yes, you guys have won card protectors, but the big prizes are still coming up.
Correct. All in triangles go to the following. Martin Smith, who emailed lyrics for Should I Stay or Should I Go?
Boom.
That one's a triangle.
You should stay, by the way.
Arda, who sent in lyrics for Baby One More Time by Britney Spears. That one's a triangle. But the grand prize, first place, the gold medal in the form of a PokerStars dealer button, goes to Josh for Angle Shot to the Heart, Freites to Blame. thank you to everyone who entered. There are no appeals. No complaints will be acknowledged.
Walter says the best part of the song contest was the end of it. Walter, sounds like sour grapes to me because you submitted at least 4 or 5 times, buddy.
Password for the free roll on your screen right now, PCA 2014. So the players being reintroduced as we come back from the break. And there is a small crowd that's built around this final table, and most of them are Spanish players who are railing Kwan Lao. Spain has yet to have a winner on the EPT, and they're hoping it happens here today. And Lao has done a great job of building his stack over the last level. He's up to nearly 4.2 million now. Talk about track being the chip leader. Max Silva is second on the leaderboard with just shy of 6 million. Stephen Chidwick's got 5.7 million. Olashemian doubled up just before the break. He's got 2.2 million. And then we've got Shiravko Duvniak on 1.5 million and George Soteropoulos on 1.2 million. So here we go, level 29, 40, 80, 10.
You know, I really think Kwan Lao should do something to make his name sound more Spanish. Can we at least put an Enye on Kwan? Something? No? I don't get anything I asked for.
Even if they were going to give it to you, it would take an hour for it to happen.
That's true. Action is on Kwa Enye Lao. Once again, blinds at this new level, 40, 80,000 with a 10K ante.
It's a raise to 160,000. A min raise from Lao, who's in the cutoff with ace-king. Three bet from Max Silva from the small blind with king 8 suited. By the way, even though we have closed the EPT Lyrics competition, we still welcome your contributions on Twitter using the old school hashtag EPT Live. Chances are if you send an email to nuts@pokerstars.tv, it might take a while to reach us.
Yeah, and if we did announce your name as one of the winners, feel free to get back in touch with us, like John Rice just did, JD Rice. So that way we know that you're still out there, and we can get someone in touch with you about collecting your prize.
Wow, deciding how to respond to this 3-bet. And yes, Lee Jones is standing by to join us in the booth for the last edition of Lee's Lowdown from EPT Pro. It's going to be, EPT Live rather, it's going to be a doozy, by the way. Lee's got some exciting stuff to announce, including a competition that you can take part in. That's right, we just love giving away prizes.
We really do. Is this decision still happening? We know Lao's not folding. He, again, is what I like to call a deliberate player.
Javier says, this is the one. The trophy is coming to Spain or the UK. Oh, actually, it's going to Portugal. There's the 4-bet from Lao.
And as Javier suggests, I think I'm going to call him Juan Lao from now on. Bet gets it done.
That was hand 82 of the final table, first hand of this new blind level. And just a reminder of prize money. Jordan Newton collected 84,600 euros for his 8th place finish. Everyone's now locked up 118,200 euros. And you can see the pay jumps there with the winner receiving 889K.
James Lao gets back in touch and say turning Lao into Laul, like the legendary Spanish footballer, would suit me nicely. He thinks we're talking to him.
And what a legend he was.
One of the best kickers in the game. And Ryan says tonight, to play tonight's free roll, do you need to have a PayPal account? Because I want to know before I sign up. No, you sure don't.
Not at all. Rupert says, I'm looking forward to getting home at 5:30 to watch EPT live, watch the final table. I'm going to assume that Rupert's in the UK, and therefore he will be home in around 50 minutes' time, and I guarantee we will still be here. I'm not sure how many players we'll have at that point. We have got a couple of shorties at the table right now.
Arthur, I did read one of your verses of Paint It Black. It got painted poo by James Hardigan.
Not being funny.
Stop moaning.
Any further messages or complaints about the lyrics competition will be ignored, and you face the prospect of the ban hammer. Blockage on Twitter. It is a thing. Raise and take it for Max Silver there. Vila on Twitter says it's going to be heads up between Shemian and Silver. The predictions are starting to come through. What does your heart say and what does your head say? Those are the predictions we always like. Tag them EPT Live.
I think that everyone's still too deep to make those predictions. We've only got 2 players under 2 million in chips. Ravko's got right around 20 big blinds. Soteropoulos is the only one who's kind of hurting right now.
We've blown Phil Seven's mind. He says, where is the whole card camera? Technology, Phil. There are computer chips in the cards, and we've got scanning technology that reads them. Sexy, huh? Under the gun raise from Julian Track. A reminder, by the way, the action you're watching on your screen right now actually happened just over an hour ago. We're calling it live here on the stream, but we're watching the same delayed feed that you're seeing. Obviously have to protect the integrity of the tournament.
And just to protect my own human emotions, we don't get spoilers. We don't know what's happening out there.
Not at all.
Now, you guys have been watching every minute of this tournament at home, but no one's more invested in this than me and James.
Brian Murphy says, get the coffee and Sambuca ready, lads. We could be here all night.
I'm in for that.
Under the gun race from Track gets the job done on hand 84 of the final table.
Asif writes in with another submission, as if we would read it.
A cheap gag, but I enjoyed it. The cheap ones are the cheapest.
Jamie writes and asks what our predictions are. Would love to get an insight. I refuse to answer this question. People, a lot of times on Facebook, a guy wrote to me on Facebook last week and said, who's going to win PCA? And I'm just like, I'm not in the prediction-making business. That's crazy.
I'm willing to make a prediction for the PCA. Gary Turnbuckle.
Gary Turnbuckle is the favorite, the odds-on favorite. A dark horse. But I just don't know how you could say, like, yeah, I think Phil Ivey's probably going to win it this year. The piece, like, what?
I think there'll be a lot of people regarding this tournament, by the way, which is down to 7 players, who have an instinct about the way they think it's going to go, especially as we've seen these guys play a couple of levels at the final table now. And that's why I always ask, what's your head saying, but what's your heart saying as well? Because who you want to win and who you think will win aren't necessarily one and the same thing.
And it's not uncommon that someone will come to the final table who has a chip lead, a monster chip lead, and it's not uncommon that someone will come to a final table that is a favorite, that is probably the most experienced player. And I would say even when they are the same person, that person probably only wins 1 out of every 3 times. So even at this point, I'm not comfortable making a guess who's going to win. It's random.
Well, I enjoy Jacob Sears' prediction on Twitter. I predict the dude who keeps changing his flag and the guy who looks like Stapes will be heads up at the end. Adam says, my heart wants Ola to defeat Silva or Chidwick heads up, but my head says it will be Chidwick or Silva destroying Julian Track heads up.
Which 2 guys are going heads up according to your pancreas and or other body parts?
Ooh, matron. Damien says, how do you guys keep away from the actual live action? Well, fortunately, we're on a different floor of the building, so it's actually quite easy to stay away from the tournament room and avoid spoilers.
Also, this chain makes it difficult for me to get more than 6 feet from the table. Which, by the way, real funny, guys, that you left my bucket 6.5 feet away.
Should point out that we employ that chain even on days when we're not streaming on a delay with hole cards. We have an all-in. Folded around to Soteropoulos, and he shoves the button with 8-6 of diamonds.
Take it.
Jamie says, will the final table be played until completion tonight? Yes, Jamie, however long it takes. Viv Manta says, it's the first time I've watched this tournament live. It's running for 5 hours now. For how long approximately can the tournament run? Well, the weird thing is, because yesterday was such a short day, they've come into this final table pretty deep. The blinds are still pretty low. I think, which blind level did we get to in Barcelona? Was it 200, 400? I think it's the first time we've ever...
153, I know for a fact we got to.
I'm pretty sure in Barcelona, where we had a field of over 1,200 players, we got to 200, 400. It's the first time we've ever hit that blind level. So with a similar size field here in Prague, it's not inconceivable that we could get to 153.
It's inconceivable that I'd be conscious at that point.
Sebastian has an interesting theory. What if Track deliberately made strange plays at the beginning of the final table, knowing his opponents would see this in an hour's time? Ooh, metagame.
I doubt it, but it's possible.
Under the gun +1 raise from Stephen Chidwick, ace-6 suited, and both blinds fold. So let's introduce the man you've all been waiting for. Head of Poker Communications at PokerStars, Lee Jones, is here for another edition of...
Please, 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 please. Let me get some of that, Lee. Slow down.
Low down. Great to have you here, Lee.
Hey, it's the last one of the year.
And a particularly exciting one, because I know among the many things you're going to be talking about today, there is an awesome social media competition.
Yes, yes, indeed there is.
Which I'll be honest with you, we were kind of chomping at the bit. And Stapes,
yeah, I saw that Stapes
so
just
keen.
about almost leaked it.
It's such a great contest, though.
It is kind of a cool contest. You know, you guys are talking about how you want to find out who's going to win PCA, which is kind of ridiculous, right? There's going to be at least 1,000 runners, you know. But we're going to give you a slightly different version of that contest, and here's how it works. Basically, you tweet, or in the next few days, Facebook, the person that you think is going to last the longest of a bunch of the PokerStars team pros. And if you are the person who, if your pro that you've picked is one of those people,
is the one
who makes it the furthest among our team pros, then you get entered into a 5K free roll. So all you need to do is, I'm going to tweet right now that we have made it, and I'm tweeting it with the EPT live hash. There is a blog piece that you can go to, because it lists everything that you need to know, which you do need to be aware of, because, we've got a raise and a 3-bet, and the 3-bet got it through. Basically, you need to send in tweet and via Facebook, which will not be available until next week, but via Twitter, you basically say, my choice for the hash PCA last longer is, and then there's a hashtag for a bunch of the pros, and there's like 10 of them.
10 pros, yep.
10 pros, and then your PokerStars user ID. Okay?
By the way, I just want to highlight to everyone, Lee, that you have actually just tweeted that link to the blog piece about this competition, and if you're following along with the hashtag EPT Live timeline, you'll see that link immediately.
Exactly. It's up there now.
I'm also going to tweet my pick right now so people can see.
I was going to say, why don't you do that? Because
Yeah.
we need one out there so people can kind of get the template. Because this is one of these things where I figure we're getting about 70% of the tweets are going to use the right format. That's my
I
number.
take the under.
Yeah, you probably. But when I said 70%, I mean the ones that are close enough that we can use them.
So simply you write, my choice for the hashtag PCA last longer is, then include the hashtag of the pro you're picking, plus your PokerStars ID. It's not that...
It's the pro's last name, but then also the words last longer for the hashtag. So I, for instance, am tweeting hashtag Kachalov last longer.
Yes.
And then my PokerStars player ID.
And then your PokerStars player ID.
Okay, let's just pick up the action here back at the final table. Lao raised to 160,000 from the cutoff, and Duvniak has shoved for his last 1.35 million with the same hand.
And do you know what? This is interesting because we've seen Duvniak do this before. He makes a massive re-raise shove, and it's been working for him.
I mean, obviously, as things stand now, with the blinds up to 40-80, Lee, he's got a sub-20 big blind stack.
Yeah, and so, I mean, now things have gotten that just is a good reshove stack.
I think this is one of those hands that's going to be right on the line for a lot of players. I think something like King-Queen suited is probably an easier call.
Yeah. And, you know, it really, like, this to me is a perfect way of talking about how poker is a game of skill. Because at this point, it really comes down to who is the most aggressive. Obviously, at this point, we're not going to see a flop with chips in front of people. But I'm always interested to see what happens when two players have exactly the same hand and they're trying to play a hand of poker, right? And basically, the person who has the button just is doing so much better every single time. In this case, if you think about it, it's because Duvniak had the button. Lao raised. Duvniak had a chance to shove his, 19 blinds or whatever it was. And now Lao is like, ugh, you know? And it's exactly the same situation if Duvniak raises and Lao shoves behind him. Now you've got its miserable situation that you're calling, or not in this case.
Thank God there was a fold there, because even though I totally agree with you about poker being a skill game, if all the money goes in and then one of the guys loses, it becomes a tougher hand to prove poker is a skill game in this case.
Well, I mean, yeah. But
someone has to win and someone has to lose. That's all.
Right.
But yes, I agree. And that's right there. That was an exhibition of skill, and one guy made the quote-unquote wrong decision because he folded what was likely to be a chop. But,
I mean, if you think about it, it's so much easier to shove that hand because you've got fold equity, right? Duvniak had fold equity, Lao had none, and that's why the game plays differently from, you know, with the positions involved.
So let's get back to this last long. So, Stapes, you're going to tweet a sample of how people should vote. Actually, Artie Lee may have beaten you to it. Lee, have a look at this one. My choice for the hashtag PCA last longer is hashtag Kachalov last longer, and he includes his PokerStars ID.
Yes.
Does it matter that he's included extraneous information?
I don't know. I mean, if I were you, I wouldn't. And I'm not sure about the brackets.
Okay, well, Joe Stapleton, has he got it right? Did Stapes nail it or blow it? My choice for the PCA last longer is Kachalov last longer, player ID Joe Stapleton.
I think that's 100% awesome.
Okay, copy Stapes.
Obviously, well, hopefully pick someone different.
Yeah,
because
you don't have to pick Eugene Kachalov. You could
watch
pick
Eugene Kachalov get all the votes, and then you're going to be in a free roll with 1 billion people.
Let's just go through the other players you can have. Negreanu, Duhamel, Greenstein, DeMelo, Moneymaker, Elke, Akari, Selpst, or Baree. Those are your other options.
Shemian and Silver to this flop after Silver raised. Shemian defended his button with King Jack suited.
We'll get back to this competition in just a moment, but yeah, let's pick up the action.
And this is
here.
going to be really interesting because Ole is winning, but now Max is open-ended, and he's got the button. And this, you know, it's kind of hard for Ole to check here, to win the pot. I mean, if he bets, you know.
Well, he's not getting a fold if he bets.
Exactly.
He bets 200,000.
Max is almost getting the right price just to call for pure pot odds.
By the way, I love the fact that the immediate question...
And Max will never, ever make a mistake on calling when you're getting the right pot odds, Mr. Stack.
Wow, where did that come from?
Leah's all bleep and vinegar today.
Just going to say, Lee, loads of people asking if they can enter this competition more than once. No, multiple entries not allowed.
Yes, you can enter 10 times. It's fine. No.
I wouldn't even risk sending more than one.
No, we will certainly disqualify anybody that sends more than one.
So Max Silver does not get there, but Shemian just has king high.
Shemian does not fire the river.
No, I'm sorry I went off there, James. I lost it when Stack has twice now. Just, you know, it's like playing all this creative poker. Like, sometimes it really is the pot odds, what you are calling versus your price to win. It's no more complex than that.
Well, Track still has the chip lead at this table with nearly 9.4 million. Max Silver up to nearly 5.2 million. Third on the leaderboard. Shemian playing around 31 big blinds. George Soteropoulos, the short stack, with 15 big blinds. So here's the thing, Lee. This competition, what can people win? Let's say, for example, that I say Jonathan Duhamel's going to do it. So I say Duhamel lasts longer.
Right.
And then Jonathan Duhamel nearly makes the final table of the PCA, outlasting every other member of Team Pro. What do I win?
Right. You win a ticket into a $5,000 free roll, and the pro who did, in fact, last the longest will be in the free roll with you, and there'll be a $500 bounty on his or her head.
Nice.
I think it's a great promotion because there can't possibly be that many people in the free roll with you.
No, I mean there's gonna be a fair amount of value.
So this is hand 91 of the final table. Action folded around to Stephen Chidwick, who's got ace-queen suited on the button.
I think he's going to raise.
Yeah, Fraser complaining on Twitter that people using the EPT Live hashtag for this PCA competition don't. As Lee said, don't put extraneous information. Just follow the template that Stapes has tweeted.
Including the guy who tweeted it at me.
Uh-oh, ace-king.
This could be interesting.
And with his stack,
it's all going in.
A very easy all-in situation.
Boom.
Give him the triangle, or called by Chidwick, who is behind here. But Soteropoulos is the player at risk, and he is the player
but you know what?
Will need to stay in front to survive.
Full marks to Chidwick. Did you see how quickly his chips went in? Like, he knew exactly what he was going to do.
He did the same with the ace-9 against Shemian's ace-queen. And this is the thing, this is the second time that Stevie's called an all-in and found himself with a dominated ace. But he's still got 28%. And he is not the player at risk here.
I just love, because he knew when he made that raise, he said, okay, if this kid ships, boom, chips are going in.
Plenty of time to build the drama here.
Now, Greek Joe is wondering if he's getting ready to go to have dinner. Looks good for him.
Only one club and no queen.
Give us a jack of clubs. Everybody loves a sweat pot.
Absolutely.
Oh!
Wow, Lee.
The blockage of Lee Jones.
I would not have wished that on many people, especially Greek me.
The river is another ace. So, Soteropoulos doubles up through Chidwick.
An inordinate amount of big hands being dealt out.
Soteropoulos no longer the table short stack. Olashemian is now the low man at the table with 2.4 million. But no one in the immediate danger zone.
What does Teresa think is so interesting? She's shaking her head.
We have lost one player all day today.
Can I ask a favor of the social media department, Lee?
Social media department, are you listening? James has a request.
If people enter the competition and include the EPT Live hashtag, can they please automatically be disqualified? Because I'm kind of sharing Fraser's frustration. They're clogging up our timeline. Guys, please, the hashtag is PCA lasts longer, followed by the pro hashtag. You don't need to tag EPT Live. You don't need to @reply Stapes, Lee Jones, or myself.
Okay, Joe, remember how I said 70% and you took the under?
Yeah.
Yeah, you win.
Pay me.
Obviously a great competition and creates a bit of a sweat for everyone, for a pro to get behind. Do you know what's interesting? I mean, obviously there are many more members of Team Pro than people can choose from. Was this chosen as a geographical spread? Is it just with names drawn out of a hat?
People that have more important jobs than I are the figure that kind of stuff out, guys.
Lee, there is no one.
Who?
Okay, maybe
Yeah,
one person.
Like
there
the
is
PokerStars Fat Cat?
Yeah. Other than the PokerStars Fat Cat, there is no one more important than you.
Simon says, OMG, this Lee guy always revealing this great stuff. My pick for him in the booth all the time.
Oh, that would be fun, but I have other things I actually have to do. But really, there's no more fun part of my job than being on this show, that's for sure.
Nicholas says the earlier prediction that they will play till 4 a.m. is turning out to be pretty solid.
Hey,
yep.
But then again,
another big hand here, kids.
Did I call the turn card?
You did indeed. So Duvniak raises to 160,000. Max Silver picks up jacks in the hijack, and he is 3-bet.
Greek Joe.
He's in the small blind.
He's not going anywhere.
He's got aces, that's why.
That explains it.
Unbelievable. Picks up ace-king against ace-queen. Now picks up aces against jacks.
Like I said, an inordinate number of huge hands.
What? Okay, you know what? If Graphical Nick turns on the Thinkometer, then you have definitely blown poker etiquette.
Wow.
I mean, really, there comes a point where it's just like, you know, we're going back to the World Cup of Poker 2000 and
I'm not sure that he's really confused what to do in this spot, but there are some dynamics here he has to consider. He doesn't necessarily want to fold out all of his competition. He doesn't want to beat everyone into the pot, certainly, and be like, oh, I got them all in.
Max Silver calls.
Boom.
And Soteropoulos is a 4-1 favorite to double up through Silver, having just doubled up through Chidwick. He's pulling these Brits apart.
Yeah, I was going to say this is the form of the Euro bailout, right?
This is why I do not make predictions.
Nice political reference from Lee Jones as we go to the flop. And suffice to say, once again, Soteropoulos needs the best hand to hold up because his tournament life is on the line. Max Silver would be happy with the jack of clubs. No kidding.
I mean, jack's always in the window, right? Yeah, jack in the window.
Jack of clubs is on the
Oh,
flop!
no.
Oh, my God.
Max Silver said it was coming, and there it is. And now, Soteropoulos will need an ace on the turn or river. And there's the
Oh
ace of
my
clubs.
God!
Now he just has to fade the case jack.
Look, you know what? Full marks to Max Silver, who is laughing out loud at the poker gods playing with him.
A full house for both players. Soteropoulos gets 2 doubles up in a row, and he is now up to 5.2 million. He's second on the leaderboard.
Boom, boom. Max Silver is down to 6th. 5th.
Oh, my heart can't take this.
Yeah.
What a hand.
Oh. Out of breath after that.
Cards.
A cigarette.
Luke May says, just about to go to the pub. Good job on the coverage. Hope that either Silver or Chidwick brings it home for the UK.
Yeah, if they keep dumping their chips off the grease.
Yeah. And WMF says, Greek Joe is being rewarded for folding 6s and 4s earlier. Hashtag patience.
Oh. Oh.
Particularly sick hand.
Just too good, man.
As we reach hand 93 of the final table.
PokerStars, right? Yeah.
Hey, you guys.
We can see Soteropoulos has increased his stack by nearly 4 million since the start of this level, and we are only 30 minutes into this level. Chidwick and Silver, the biggest losers so far. So Lee, obviously this competition is going to keep running until we get to the PCA.
I think it ends, your entry has to be up by January 3rd, so just 23:59.
Just before the PCA festival starts. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Obviously, for the rest of December, the December festival is running. We had someone tweet earlier on saying they witnessed one of those all-important bonus hands.
Yeah, like the guy won a 1K pot and shipped like 5K in bonuses or something. Yeah. So that is definitely going on. We've got basically 2 things in the, we have the bonus hands running right now, and we've already covered this a billion hundred times. So there is basically 1.8 million hands per hour dealt on PokerStars. Every hand that ends in 6 zeros, every millionth hand, we're going to give away some cash. And the guy that tweeted in was telling us about seeing, you know, somebody ship 5K in bonuses. But the 300th of those that we deal, there's going to be, we're going to throw $200,000 up in the air and see where it lands. So there's, and actually there's a timer on the client. If you bring up the PokerStars client, you can see the timer counting down.
Another big hand for Soteropoulos, pocket 9s.
He didn't 3-bet.
Facing a raise from Stephen Chidwick. He just flats on the button.
I don't understand. Didn't we see Soteropoulos like raise, fold a couple of pocket pairs in spots where I think a lot of other players would have gotten it in?
Which was the point WMF made just earlier on, saying patience has paid off for him.
He could have easily lost any of those flips and be out right now.
Ace, 8-9, so Chidwick pairs his ace. Mateus says, Greek Joe was my favorite from the start, but he had some run bad spots. Now he rule. Go, go, Joes of the world.
Soteropoulos.
At this point, Chidwick is pretty much never, ever going to fold.
Lee says that was such a brutal hand for Max Silver. Gets it with jacks versus aces. Spikes a jack, but loses to the turn ace and laughs. Big props, Max.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point. I mean, Max played good poker. That's all you can do.
Laughing to keep from crying.
Paul Walsh says, I reckon my neighbours think I'm entertaining a lady or something with the noises that emanated from me on that last hand.
Oh, don't worry, Paul. There's no danger of that.
A bet of 200,000 from Chidwick. Soteropoulos calls. 3 of spades on the turn.
This is bad because there's nothing out there that, you know, like if Soteropoulos decided that he's got the best hand, there's nothing to change his mind now. And he could easily suspect that Chidwick is pushing diamonds or something. And Stevie's going to fire again.
Now, I'm not saying he's not capable, but we haven't seen Chidwick do a ton of
just
betting
bet
with nothing.
when he didn't have it. Sure we did. We saw him do it with the 7-6 of diamonds, and he bet, and then he got there.
Hammer notes that Greek Joe didn't even flinch at either the ace or the jack. Also, he observes that Track has consumed 3 bottles of water since the break. Is he okay? Some people could drink a lot of water, and I'm one of them.
Some people may have been out at an all-night club and be really thirsty today.
Well, once we get a 9 on the river, this is going to be interesting. That should be the card that lets Soteropoulos get away from this disaster.
But Chidwick's looking forward to getting some of those chips back.
He doesn't exactly act Chid quick, though, does he?
Headley Goddard says, just scared the hell out of my wife and little boy with that aces versus jacks hand.
Could have also been the axe in your hand.
Watch out for that axe, Eugene.
Chidwick value bets the river.
And Chidwick is thinking, you know, maybe he was calling with diamonds that involved the king. Diamonds that involved a weaker ace. He's just like, there's lots of things you have to call with.
875,000 into a pot of 2 million.
I wonder if Chidwick was aware of some of the hands that Soteropoulos has been folding, if he thought he could really get 3 streets out of ace-jack. But as it stands, he's made a great read on this particular hand.
Well, I think he just decided after he gets called on the flop and the turn, he's thinking ace-jack is the nuts here. You know?
Well, there's a pretty good chance.
Soteropoulos is not in there with king 8 or, you know, king 3.
Correct. There's a really good chance that if ace-jack were up against a bigger ace, it would have been 3-bet before the flop.
Yeah.
Soteropoulos has played this hand very passively.
I suspect that Chidwick knows just pretty much exactly what Soteropoulos has. I mean, basically, he sees it as Soteropoulos having a weaker ace or, you know, pocket 9s, right? Or
9s,
8,
10s,
9,
jacks.
8, 9, right?
Yeah, probably 10s and jacks hit 3-bet also.
Yeah, he's just like, you've got a real hand over there, and I'm going to get value from it. And I love that last bet on the river. The only thing you might have done was check and try to induce, but this is great poker right here. This is way more interesting than aces and jacks just randomly coming up on the roulette wheel. Soteropoulos is trying to figure out what he's beating. What is he beating? What do you think you're beating, Greek Joe? 7s? The only thing is if Stevie had raised with something 8, like he had raised with 9-8, right? Or 10-8 from Soteropoulos' viewpoint.
Well, I don't know if Chidwick's really going to be betting an 8 the whole way. He probably at some point takes his showdown value, but Soteropoulos is more than likely just wondering if Chidwick would just barrel all 3 streets with nothing.
Yeah.
And ultimately makes the right fold.
And by the way, speaking of Eugene Kachaloff said something, and I never hear people talk about it, and I think it's so important, is the value that you get for betting on the river and not getting called because they don't see your cards. And that also leads me into a pet peeve of mine. If Eugene Kachaloff says it's valuable to bet and not have to show your cards, then doesn't that make it a frigging disaster to show your cards when you don't have to?
Sure, unless you have some sort of greater plan in mind, but I think even those can backfire on you. I think it's better just to not show at all.
I think very few people understand the relative cost of giving away information in this game.
This graphic, by the way, real quick, guys, is the current chip stack versus the player's lowest and highest points. So you can see Track was as low as 7 million at one point, which isn't that bad at all, and as high as almost 10 million.
Lee, something I wanted to ask you about, because I noticed that there was a big announcement made the other day, which has immediately prompted a thread on 2+2.
No, really.
High-stakes cash games.
Yes.
Becoming all Zoom from the beginning of next year.
Not all high-stakes cash games, 50 and 100 specifically. We're trying it as an experiment. And we are going to have the 50 and 100 No Limit Hold'em and PLO games be all Zoom all the time. And our goal there is that we feel, and the players really feel, that the game has become far too much about seat selection software, jumping from table to table, trying to get position on specific players, trying to get at the table with those specific players, so on and so forth. And we think that, yes, table selection is one component of the game, but it's basically become the only component of the game. So, obviously with Zoom, you don't get to select a table, you don't get to select a seat, you sit where we drop you. And that way, we think that people are going to have to concentrate on raising and folding and calling and betting appropriately, which is what the game is supposed to be about. And realistically, this is really coming from the players. They're telling us that there's a problem. We know it's a problem. We're going to try this as an experiment to see if this mitigates the problem.
By the way, Ezra Stang says, okay, so Greek Joe does look a little like States, but he's obviously way younger than 43. Nice callback, sir. Nice callback.
This is beginning to have the virality of the Paul is dead. I always wondered, how did they get the Paul is dead thing so viral without Twitter?
Just a quick one from London. An idea for the PokerStars merchandise team. Maybe you could pass this on to the VIP store guys, Lee. PokerStars should provide aqua packs for mobile devices to use in the shower. Wow, for people who need to grind while washing.
I've always wanted to be able to use my mobile device in the shower, just not for poker.
So, Chidwick is raising with one card.
Well, sometimes you do need to take that all-important call, right? Even in the bathroom.
Sometimes you're making a call at exorbitant prices. It's like 3 pounds a minute.
Under the gun raise from Chidwick gets through.
Especially, it was just particularly impressive because he only had one card.
Sometimes it's all you need. Occasionally the batteries run out on these decks. We got to change them out.
The other thing that's coming up in the December festival is W-Coop events. We've got some, like, basically a mini W-Coop coming up. And that's going to be, I want to say December 20th through 22nd.
It's like a W-Coop Christmas special.
Yeah, it really is. It's a W-Coop. I mean, because Bing Crosby is dead, we're going to have a W-Coop Christmas special instead.
With B. Arthur and C-3PO in the Mos Eisley Cantina.
Wow.
Have you never heard about this? The Star Wars
Christmas holiday special?
No.
It was one of the most awful TV shows ever created by man, and for years it was kind of hidden away in like a vault somewhere. Like George Lucas was so embarrassed by it. And in recent years, like tapes have started surfacing. But
Boba Fett does the moonwalk. It's crazy.
But yes, B. Arthur and C-3PO entertaining people in the Mos Eisley Cantina is part of it.
Wow.
But no, something tells me that the W-Coop events are going to be much more entertaining than that.
Yeah, there are. And the main one is a $2,100 buy-in, that's $2,000 plus 100 with a $3 million guarantee.
Boom.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that it comes with a W-Coop bracelet, which is always worth, you know.
Hey, maybe if Vanessa wins it, she'll give me her W-Coop bracelet too. She gave me a PLO trophy.
Yeah, I heard about that incident in the hotel room.
I know, misread on my part.
Something tells me that she can probably fit the bracelet in her case and wouldn't need to pay for excess shipping.
Well, now this is getting interesting. Because I'm sure that Stevie and Max must have played approximately 1 billion hands against each other.
Well, blind on blind, it's always very tricky, especially with two aggressive players.
Says, yeah, let's look at flop.
So Chidwick's frisky 3-bet with 10-6, called by Silver, who's out of position, and it's Chidwick who flops best, 2 pair.
And I think Max must think Chidwick would do exactly this. Sorry, guys, my bad again. Anyway, Silver must think that Chidwick is capable of doing this with exactly the kind of hand he's got, because to call this out of position. Now, I know that there were a lot of chips out there already. But to be out of position, you know, Jack 8.
God, it'd almost be worth checking once if you're Chidwick. But I don't think he did.
Hasn't acted yet. No,
Yeah,
he has. He's bet.
350? 375.
Max does have a gut shot, but he lets it go.
You know, it turns out that pot odds matter. He's got 4 outs.
He didn't know that, though, and that's, I think that's kind of a tight laydown after, not a tight laydown, but a good disciplined laydown after the pot gets bloated before the flop like that.
You know, I see this a lot of times. Go, you know, how can he fold a flush draw? Well, flush draws are 4-1 against on the next card. You know? I mean, obviously there's implied odds and whole stacks and all this other stuff, but I mean, to a first approximation, you're 4-1 on the next card, and that's what made stacks fold just unconscionable earlier, because it's rare in a big bet game that somebody offers you that kind of price to see a card when there are stacks to play for if you get there.
Soteropoulos first to speak. He folds from under the gun. Julian Track, pretty quiet at the moment, but still the chip leader with more than 9 million. Looking frustrated.
I don't know, maybe the theory about him being out all night is not as wrong as you had originally suggested.
Duvniak, 8-10 suited. And he shoves from the cutoff.
And he's got, what, 15, 16 big blinds?
A little less than 15, yeah.
Shemian calls.
Ace, king.
Well, the good news for Duvniak is that his 8 and 10 are live. The bad news for Duvniak is that his suit is not live.
No,
and he's also just flat out behind.
Yeah, there's that 2-1 problem he's got.
Sure enough, Shemian a 64% favorite to eliminate.
Oh, by the way, speaking of etiquette,
yes.
Something else, this business of announcing cards that you folded before.
Yeah, we don't do that.
You know, I see that happen, and that's just so wrong. It doesn't add anything to the game, people.
Here comes the flop.
Wow.
And that is a pretty horrible flop for Duvniak. Top pair for Shemian, who has the live flush draw. And Duvniak could be drawing dead.
I didn't realize he was that
on the
far
turn.
off.
Yeah.
Now he's drawing dead.
Game over for Vashko Duvniak from Croatia. He goes out in 7th place. That's worth 118,200 euros. And now we are down to 6 players. And Shemian is now playing close to 4 million in chips.
It only took us 5 hours to lose 2 players. Congratulations, Javko Duvniak.
Just while they reset for 6-handed play, Lee, just a question on the Zoom argument. Aaron Bass says, I understand your side of the argument, Lee, but isn't developing reads on your opponents a major part of the game?
I mean, yes, and you will develop reads on your opponents, and like in the 5100 games, obviously you're not going to see that many players. It's not like there's 400 5100 games running. Now, if we take it down into lower stakes, there's going to be some of that. But, you know, people, online poker is not the same as live poker. They are 2 very different games. And when we first did online poker 13, 14 years ago, everybody said, no, we can't do this.
Back when I was 30.
Back when Joe was 30. People said, well, you can't, this will never work. It's a terrible game because one of the key things of poker is looking at your opponent and seeing if his pulse is going fast or if he's, blinking or whatever it is, right? But it turns out we actually managed to make a pretty interesting game out of online poker, even though there are no physical tells. So, I mean, we got into the situation and you can't put the software genie back in the, back in the lamp. So we have to react to the world as it exists, and the world as it exists is that the software tools are becoming more and more powerful, and we have to respond to that.
Raise and take it for Max Silva. That was hand 98 of the final table. Lee, I also want to talk about the subject that you've been talking about all week. It is the PokerStars Facebook game.
Yes, it is.
And I had an epiphany last night.
Really? How was it?
I suddenly realized.
I thought it was a beer.
Because I'm thinking,
I thought it was a Czech beer.
PokerStars has offered free money play since launch.
Right.
And then I realized the big thing with this is no download needed.
No download.
It just suddenly clicked in my head because, and it's just one of those sad things, because I speak to people like this, one of the things that puts them off playing poker
is downloading the client.
Absolutely. Is actually downloading something to their desktop. And the idea that they can play this game without actually downloading software, this is a game changer.
Oh, it really is.
I'm sorry it's taken me 5 days to realize that.
No, and you know what? It's funny you should say that because I hadn't really, at some point in the last week, James, I should have said that. And you're absolutely right, because there's many cases where, like, not that you would ever be playing poker at work, but, you might not be allowed to download games on your work computer. Or, you're playing at an internet cafe where you're not allowed to download games onto the computer there. So it really is an opportunity for people to play poker that, that couldn't do it otherwise. But, as Joe and I have been pointing out this week, Joe's got scratchers.
Joe is addicted, by the way, to this game.
Yep.
Oh, hang on a sec.
Wait, Track's going to 3-bet.
He has not played a hand for what seems like an eternity, and he will defend his big blind here against the opening raise from Max Silva.
It's going to come 10-10 ace, and he's going to check fold.
Specific prediction. Flops a gut shot.
Yep.
He's folded bigger draws than that.
Yeah, he sure has. Now, granted, they were in slightly bloated positions. Maybe for one bet he calls here. He does have 2 overs and a gut shot.
Well, he's checked to Silva. And Max continues with ace-king. And again, I appreciate we've got new viewers joining us all the time. Mark Brown asking, no cameras on the table. How can we see the cards?
We have X-ray vision.
Well, we are scanning the cards, Mark. This is a special deck of cards with computer chips in it.
We don't have X-ray vision.
I'm afraid we don't, Lee.
Okay.
And we are able to read those cards with a special
scanner.
scanner.
And that turn card you see is not the turn card.
There was no turn.
This guy tracks flop play tighter than a nun's schedule. You don't want to keep God waiting.
So yeah, the Facebook thing, and Joe is actually getting on the Facebook game as we speak. So you will see him out there. Let me see what his bankroll is. Yeah, and he's I don't know, Joe. You've gone down a little bit, I think.
What are you talking about? I've only won money. Other
Have
than
you
that,
really?
other than when Papa Lee took care of my.
No, that was Papa Ravid.
Papa Ravid took care of my my first.
Kinda
I was on the rail almost immediately.
On the play money rail.
Bang! Just won 10K in
Just
scratchers.
won 10K.
By the way, the 268,000 I'm up since Ravid.
Since Papa Ravid took
Since
care
Papa
of you.
Ravid hooked me up with a 10 mil ball. That's all been won in scratchers.
So let me get this right, Stapes. You're in makeup for 10 million?
Oh man, I should have read the fine print. I don't even know what the juice is on the 10 mil. I can pay it back though.
The VIG,
right now.
the VIG kicks in at 3 points a week. By the way, Silva's raised for the second hand in a row, this time from under the gun with ace-10. Action is on. Greek Joe on the button.
Does Soteropoulos actually have a first name?
Georgios, or
Georgios.
George, as you like to
But
know.
he is now Greek Joe throughout the poker world forever. What? How was your chance to cold 3-bet, dude?
Down to 2 in the high roller, and a deal is being discussed. Ivan Soshnikov and Olivier Bousquet. Soshnikov has a 3-1 chip lead. Yurosov went out in 3rd. Mulacher in 4th.
And he was the big chip leader, 3-handed.
Yeah, well now it's Soshnikov.
I'll tell you if you hear anything, but don't forget live updates from that high roller available on the PokerStarsblog.com as we go 3-way to this flop. 7-7-5
That actually looks pretty good for Lao.
I mean, we know it looks good for Lao. Lao probably doesn't hate it either.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're not gonna flop a set like you did the last time with this force,
he's in the lead for 200K.
Which is really sweet because that makes it really hard for Max to continue squeeze between him and Greek Joe.
Sure enough, Max folds.
Now, Greek Joe's one that's going to decide if he can play overcards here.
Does have a backdoor flush draw as well. Not sure how good that is on a paired board.
Like the lead out, gets 2 folds.
Skip has a question for us, Joe. He says, when are you guys back on Channel 4 with EPT Barcelona? Channel 4 is the network in the UK which airs the EPT highlight shows, which also get uploaded to PokerStars.tv and the PokerStars YouTube channel. I guess Channel 4 is probably going on its Christmas break from poker right now. I don't know for sure, Skip. Watch the schedules, but I imagine that we'll be back on Tuesday nights very soon. If you've got the show Sky Plus, it should appear back in your planner.
I'm not going to lie, I like it when people watch us on the TV. That's what really feeds my ego.
No, that's how you continue to get paid, Joe.
Exactly, on the television. But I think, aren't they going to get a bunch of, like, uploads to the PokerStars.tv soon instead of having to wait for Channel 4?
Yeah, well, basically, Channel 4 is only going to show the final table from the Super High Roller in Barcelona. We made 5 TV shows from that tournament, so the first 4 shows are going to go uploaded, bang, 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 bang. So if you watch on TV, you only get to see the final 8. If you want to see the tournament from the very beginning, you'll have to watch on PokerStars.tv.
Chidwick's coming in with a raise with his ace-jack.
By the way, Graphical Nick has provided an explanation to everyone in the EPT Live timeline that the cards contain wafer-thin chips, which are read by sensors in the table, very similar to the technology in contactless credit cards and, of course, Oyster cards, for those of you who are used to traveling on the London transport system.
I need a new Oyster card every couple of weeks, actually. I don't know what I do to them.
Can't take them in the shower.
No, no, no. I just maybe that's what it is. No, I've yet to lose one.
Ace-jack against ace-jack. Chidwick's under the gun
And this
raise.
is the kind of thing that I just love watching because this is where having position just means everything.
Soteropoulos flatted in the cutoff, and it's a 5-5-3 flop with 2 diamonds.
They both missed, but now it's like Soteropoulos bets a couple times. He probably wins his pot. But he's going to wait for about 20 minutes. Then he's going to check.
I think a bet here gets called most of the time by Chidwick.
Yeah, I think Chidwick's going to, I mean, $130, $140? That can't be right. It was. No, 160.
165.
That's like what, a third of the pot? Not even.
It is a small bet. Making it even more likely that Chidwick was going to call, which he does. To the turn. King of diamonds.
Now it gets interesting.
Soteropoulos picks up a flush draw. Flush draw that's not always going to be good. Decent flush draw, I'd say.
If I were Chidwick, I can't imagine checking and calling again. It's like either bet or check with the intention of folding here.
Soteropoulos checks behind. Another 5 on the river. So as long as no one folds, this pot will end in what we like to call a chop. Chidwick could potentially bet here.
I think he's already checked, actually. This is one of these things where the dealer's like, I don't even know where the action is.
He's just staring directly between them.
Please. There we
It
go.
does
Yeah,
go
that's
check,
what-
check.
So for the third time at the final table, we have a chop. And you know what they say. Everyone loves the chop pot.
Chop pot.
Lee, I think you're going to like this tweet from Sven. It says, Lee, a few years ago I tried Limit Hold'em. I lost, unbelievably, 15 days straight on PokerStars. Then I bought your book and I slaughtered the game. Thank you.
Really? Thank you. I was ready. I bought your book, and now I have to go get a second job.
I bought Lee's book, and now this window that I couldn't keep open in my apartment just stays open all the time now. It's the binding on it is awesome.
Let me tell you about bindings on my book. We had a batch that had a bad glue.
Oh, thank
on
God
the
I didn't get
binding.
that.
You'd be sweating. You'd be sweating.
Off
No,
at nighttime.
No, and it was awful. I mean, we ended up having to replace like some large number of books. It was like not a pretty situation.
At least you could, say, well, we've had 2 million copies printed.
Yeah, right.
Urgent question from Simon. Stapes, how do I play against you in the Facebook game?
I don't know.
Sit down at the same table? What is, by the way, what is your, are you willing to give out your identity?
Well, I know what my identity is on PokerStars, but I don't know what my identity is on Facebook.
It's actually your Facebook username, so it might not be something that you want to share with everybody.
No, my Facebook username is Joe Stapleton. I accept everyone on Facebook, so.
Hey, look! Track found a hand.
So did Max Silver.
Track raises from the cutoff to 180,000.
Well, he's been awfully quiet. Max may be thinking about shoving there.
Elron observes that Lee Jones adds the perfect third part to the harmony on the Chop Pot song.
Oh, this is like, just think of me as Graham Nash.
I think the Facebook app is wicked fun, by the way, but with the final table going on, I don't want to be too distracted by it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd get right in there right now.
Max Silver decides just to call with his ace-jack. And we go heads up to the flop. And Dorothy says, I'm not sure if Track is bored or nervous, but his lack of experience is going to make this tough as the final table goes on.
That's basically a perfect flop for Track. He's gonna end up with an overpair, like something like 30 or 40% of the time. So that's a really sweet flop for him.
James, do you think that Track is sort of just gotten weird because of the pressure of being at the final table, or that he's been playing like this the whole tournament and just has been running really good? So when he has like 2 overs and a gut shot, maybe he's been doing that all tournament, because we haven't had cards up until now.
Agreed. However, purely from just reading body language, and I appreciate this could be a false read, he didn't look this uncomfortable, for use of a better word, when we had him on the feature table yesterday. He seemed quite calm. He seemed reasonably relaxed.
That was the ace of diamonds.
Yes, Silver has just picked up the nut flush draw.
Did he double check his hand?
Went back and checked it, yeah.
See, who was that yesterday that said they didn't think that was a tell? I think it was Eugene. I think that gives away a lot of information when you go back to look at your hand. So 9s are good.
Are we going to get a value bet from Track on the river?
Did Max check? I don't think so. I think Max is reaching for chips.
Oh, sorry, I was seeing Track cutting out chips, so I naively thought the action was on him. And if there's one piece of information that Max Silver may have been given by friends of his who've been watching the live stream, it's that Track makes some pretty tight laydowns.
Yeah, you're right.
post-flop.
You're absolutely right about that. That's a great point.
Yep. Track doesn't like it, not one little bit.
Ezra says Track has started to doubt his game. fatal.
And every time he hasn't liked it, he's been in a spot when he should call.
Yeah, but you know what? The other thing is that he's been making these little weeny bets. Like he basically gave Max a really good price on the flop. And, you know, Max is like, oh no, I'm betting like 40% of the pot here.
By the way, I appreciate that we haven't given out the free roll password for a while. We'll get to that ASAP. Let's see this hand through to its conclusion, though.
Is it so much to ask that they wait and watch the show for a few minutes? Our free show? For your free password to the free roll?
I guess it's because there's only 6,000 seats left.
Oh. All right.
Oh, Nick's got the decision meter up.
And Track says call. And he can beat ace high with nines. He does not make a tight laydown this time.
Alonsky tweets in to say Track told German media that he's got a fever. And that actually makes a lot of sense. He looks awful.
That would explain it. That would explain it. That's good to know. So free roll password is in the top right-hand corner of your screen right now. It is PCA, all lowercase, 2014. PCA 2014. Track, by the way, closing in on the 10 million chip mark after winning that pot. Some useful information from one of the EPT TV production team, Carrie Hubbard, regarding the Barcelona TV shows. Episodes 1 and 2 of the Barcelona Super High Roller will be posted on PokerStars.tv and the PokerStars YouTube channel on the 23rd of December. And then episodes 3 and 4 will be posted the following week on the 30th of December on those two channels.
And if you're a fan of those bonus cuts that we put out every once in a while, the extra hands, the bloopers, stuff like that, Carrie is one of the driving forces behind that. Why don't you say hi to Carrie on Twitter? Tell her how much you like him.
Yeah, there's a special bonus cut airing Friday to big up Season 10 of the EPT.
There you go.
At Carrie Hubbard.
And Adrian says, what is the next event after Prague on Season 10 of the tour? Loving the action so far, watching in Ireland.
Go look at the free roll password, Adrian.
You see that at the top of your screen, PCA 2014? That's where we're going next.
That's just a hint.
The Bahamas. Yes, I know it's ridiculous, but the Bahamas is part of the European Poker Tour. The PCA.
I'm hoping no one will notice.
Kicks off first week of January, and we will be there with more live streaming. The full schedule will be published on PokerStars.tv pretty much as soon as we've wrapped up here in the Czech Republic.
So one thing I did want to talk about, because when you guys had Eugene on, I was down in the gym, and by the way, it was so great. My workout just flew by because you guys, I was listening to you guys and watching the show. It was really cool. Enjoyed it a lot. But you're talking about deals. And I want to talk about deals a little bit, and you know, people say, well, you know, do the pros do deals and stuff like this? People, when they're playing for this much money, there's this concept of bankroll management. And there's this thing called the Kelly criterion. And basically, if you're going to gamble for a whole bunch of money, you should have a bankroll that can take that kind of variance. There is essentially nobody that isn't like Dan Shack or Bill Perkins that has the kind of money that they should be gambling for what is at the top of these major events. And so to give you a sort of extreme example, sometimes we run these massive tournaments at PokerStars, right? It's like the Sunday Storm we just ran. $11 buy-in and $1 million guarantee,
Sure.
right? They did something like a 5 or 8 way, deal when they got to the final table, because these guys are basically $11 players suddenly with $50,000 every step up the ladder. In the same sense, a lot of the pros you see, and I mean, I hope I'm not giving away anything that nobody. Okay, that's the nut low. Okay, I think the king's going to win.
He didn't need the 8. The king was good enough.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is that a lot of times, a lot of these pros, they have pieces of themselves chopped out.
Sure.
And the amounts of money, yes, lots of people deal for lots of reasons. And in many cases, in terms of the utility, you'd be crazy not to. So I think that people really shouldn't have an attitude about, it's uncool to deal as Eugene said, basically, you should always be thinking about what is the best thing for not only my equity in this tournament, but your long-term utility and stuff like that. Because, unfortunately, you don't get to do final tables of tournaments all the time and sort of, you know, extract all your equity from that.
By the way, details of the PCA on your screen right now. It kicks off on the 5th of January in the new year. Just a quick reminder to everyone who won a prize earlier on in our EPT Lyrics competition. If you emailed your suggestion, we'll contact you directly via email. If you entered via Twitter, follow at EPT Live. We will follow you back and we'll get in touch via direct message. Appreciate, Lee, that there's 20 minutes left on the level, 20 minutes left of Lee's lowdown. Is there anything we haven't covered off? Anything you still want to talk about?
No, I mean, I think we've covered all the important stuff. And I'm just enjoying the poker.
And that's what it's about, enjoying poker.
Hey, what do you guys think it costs to replace one of those string things that are in the shower of your hotel room?
What did you do to it?
What string thing?
You know that string thing?
The clothes dryer line.
Oh, the clothesline over the bath, right?
I pulled it out. Wait, what is it for?
Clothesline. For hanging up clothes when you wash clothes.
I thought it was for cleaning a certain part of your body, first of all. What do you guys use it for hanging clothes?
You're talking about like the zip line, right? That comes, it's on.
Yeah, I thought it was for getting the hard to reach spot. That's beside the point. I pulled mine out all the way and it didn't suck back up like it usually does. And so I'm afraid they're going to charge me for it.
I wonder why he was limping today.
It was probably Claw or Riley's fault, but...
Oh my goodness.
I had no, so that is for hanging clothes. I thought it was like a European backside washer.
I pity the person who gets
I was amazed
the room
and I was feeling
after
bad
you
for it.
and hangs their clothes on that line.
Boy, I am just not very worldly, am I? Welcome to Europe, Stapes, huh? Welcome to Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Stapleton, the ugly American.
What about that water fountain that's in my room?
Yeah, you should continue drinking from that for sure. Lao's raised under the gun with 6-5 suited. Shemian picks up 10s on the button.
He's going to rebase every single time.
So useful information
As
from
soon
our
as I said that, he called.
German viewers about Julian Track. And what a horrible position to be in, Lee. You make the final table of your first major live tournament. You come into that final table as the chip leader, and you are suffering.
Yeah. And no, you can see him now.
I want to answer Adrian's question really quick because time is running out. He says, can I still join the free roll? I'm not a member of PokerStars, but if I download it and join, can I play? Yes. I think you have a few more minutes. You can probably still get in. There's still seats available. You don't have to deposit. That's why it's a free roll. Sign up. There are still, 2,000 seats available. It's going to be close, but if not, you can certainly play every single day from the PCA. Anytime we're broadcasting, there will be a free roll, and there are lots of other free rolls that take place too.
Oh, yes. I mean, even if you don't get into this one, there's free rolls going all the time. This is unfortunate for Shimian because he basically has this locked up 3 ways, but the other 2 guys have nada, so he's not going to get any action. Unless it runs out Broadway and you get a 3-way split. Go fold, fold, next hand.
Well, Track hasn't folded yet.
No, he's folding. He's got Lao behind him. I mean, unless that fever is way worse than we thought.
Look at that. The graphics guys were so confident he would fold, they folded him for himself.
He saw what Graphical Nick did, and he said, oh, well.
So 16 minutes left on this level. And this kind of reminds you of the situation that Eugene Kachelov found himself in when he made the final table of EPT Barcelona in Season 8. Feeling horribly sick, and that was a very long final table, just like this one's likely to be. They played until 4:30 in the morning. They played 3-handed for 5 hours, and by the end, Eugene said he just couldn't do it anymore. He almost like was a defeated man. could struggle to read boards, was struggling to stay awake.
Really?
When you look at that final table, the only name you would have known is Eugene Kachalov. I mean, unless you're Spanish. There are a couple of Spaniards at the table, and I think everyone was shocked because he did go out with like a whimper also.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there's only so much you can do when your body's just kind of shutting down on you.
When you're sick, you're sick. Shemian back in the action, folded him in the cutoff, and he raises on hand 106 of this final table.
Now, Max Silver has basically a 3-bet shove stack.
Joe, seriously?
That's like a 5th time today.
I understand, but if I don't keep knocking him back, I get the shakes. Knocking him over is what happens when I get the shakes. That means I need a refill.
Soteropoulos, King 9 of diamonds.
Looks like he's re-raising.
Sure enough, that is a 3-bet. Are we going to get a patented Julian Track cold 4-bet from the small blind?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
More like a fever fold bet.
Yeah, he just looks awful now. Oh, look! On the other hand, there is going to be a 4-bet. Just isn't coming from Track. If I'm Lao, I think I just ship for the whole thing. Could be really tough to play.
Dorothy Meyer says, knowing Track is ill makes me root for him even more. Poor guy. Well, whatever happens, he's guaranteed more than 160,000 euros. Now we're down to 6.
I hope my first live cash is for 160,000 euros one day.
Stapes, you've got to be in it to win it, so buy a ticket.
Well, I thought I was going to be able to make the 5 p.m. 110 euro turbo that was happening today, but
Dale Phillip got down there.
It's probably over by now.
Yeah, it's probably over. He probably won. He's going to come back up here with 23,000 euros. Boom.
Well, there is the 4-bet from Lao. Shemian folds the Jack 10.
I don't think either of these guys can call.
What's it going to be, Greek Joe?
Soteropoulos suited and in position. Lao's shown a lot of strength here.
Yeah, but this is the scary thing. I mean, if he calls now, Lao. If he calls, they're going to have like about a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio, and he's got ace king. It's like, what a mess.
Nice tweet from Kevmath. So apparently Julian Track is sick. Literally.
Okay,
there's
then.
the fold. I did have one further question, actually, Lee,
yes,
about the Facebook game. I'm assuming, and forgive me if I'm being stupid here, but you actually have to have a Facebook account to play the game.
You do, in fact, have to have a Facebook account, but of course it takes like 18 seconds to get a Facebook account.
And you could create that account just to play the game.
Oh, absolutely.
You don't have to create a profile and
no,
link
you
to
just,
people.
No,
and
as a matter of fact, that's what I did for the ones that I've been demoing during the week, is that there's just this sort of shell person called Vanessa F. Duck that plays in the Facebook game. And, you know, I really, while I just have just a few minutes here, I really want to talk about the Facebook game as an opportunity to learn poker. And as Joe said, it's a fun, happy game. There are quizzes that you get to do, and the quizzes sort of increase in complexity and information as you go on. There's colors, there's contests, there's all kinds of cool stuff going on.
I like it when I get the questions right because it makes me feel good in my belly.
Yeah, well, as you go further, Joe, they're going to start to be more and more complex questions, but they also tell you how to play better poker. Like, for instance, we have one that's like, okay, you get an award and you get some extra chips if you fold before the turn. Because a lot of people, like, that's kind of the first thing they have to learn to do.
I think if you fold before the turn, that's when the trivia questions
Yeah, that's when the trivia questions come up. So it's something that allows you to get better at poker in a fun environment. You'll see there's no black and red there. We've actually changed the PokerStars color scheme for the Facebook game. You can buy chips. So if you want to move up into the really big games, because in the big games, we're playing real poker up there, okay? And I'm probably actually going to write a blog about that, because obviously down at the lowest stakes games, it's just basically everybody shoving all the time. But when you get up to the higher stakes games, you're seeing real poker being played. You're getting C-bets and check raises and floats, and you're really learning to play good poker, because people have done one of two things. Either they've purchased their chips, or they've grinded those chips up, and they're really trying to play their best poker.
Serious.
Yeah.
We talked earlier about Eugene Kachelov being sick in Barcelona a few years ago. Nice piece of trivia on the emails from Lee Clayton, another member of the EPT TV production team. He reminds me that back in season 4 at the grand final in Monaco, Maxime Villemur made the final table. He was hit hard by flu and exited in 4th. That was the year Glenn Chorney went on to win. But yeah, I remember, poor kid looked terrible and was really struggling to focus.
You know, I wanted to ask a favor of our poker media that may be listening right now. Right now, we are on hand number 108.
Yes.
I think that some final tables are over by hand 108.
Definitely.
So I would like to know, when is the last time that we've had this many hands and been this many handed?
The last time we were 6-handed with 108 hands dealt.
Something like that. Just give me some numbers if you guys have access to them. We appreciate it if you can do it. If not, totally cool. But I'm just curious as to like when other final tables have finished, how many total hands they've been, and where, if you can, when they got to 6-handed, how many hands they were at.
Oh, triangle for Max.
Maybe we make it for 5-handed.
He's got ace-king. We've only seen one of Georgios's hand cards.
Even if the other one's a 10, he's folding.
Well, he has folded.
He discovered he only had one card, so he had to fold.
One more question on the Facebook game, Lee. This one from Jack on Twitter. He says, with these chips, are we allowed to sell or trade them? Can we sell or trade chips?
No, none of the above. They have absolutely no cash value. It's just like buying, you know, cabbages in Farmville. But the difference is that you can actually use them to go play in games.
And Will says, where can I find this game? So if I was on Facebook, how would I find it?
Right. So search for PokerStars.net, and you're going to see two different entries. One is our Facebook page. So you don't want to go there because, I mean, it's cool to go there. It's fine, but you won't actually get to play the game. But you will see a game called PokerStars. Click on that, and Liv Bory will walk you right into the game.
You lucky thing.
She was telling us last night about the photo shoot for that, and about how she really had to put on a show, a big smile, and ham it up for the cameras. So you'll get a very smiley Olivia Bory giving you chips and, if you're lucky, maybe some scratches.
The original OB.
By the way, if you like playing free poker and would actually like to make a financial return on your investment of $0, don't forget tonight's EPT Live free roll starts in 1 hour and 20 minutes, but it's going to fill up way before then. There are fewer than 2,500 seats available for that free roll. Password on your screen, PCA 2014. A7 against Jack 8.
What?
Tracks raise.
What did you...
Called by Shemi and check on the flop.
What are you doing? You're supposed to bet here. There we go.
Delayed continuation bet, Lee.
You know, that seems like an oxymoron to me. Delayed continuation bet, doesn't it?
Yes, but I think that's the point.
Oh. God, that has weak Jack written all over it. Just the way he threw his chips out. It's just like, I mean, I know we can see the chips and everything, see the cards, but it's just like, oh, now he's going to bet and get called. Come on, Track. I don't care how feverish you are. That's 2 pair. You know, Ole is thinking, if I was good on the turn, I'm good now.
By the way, if anyone in the media does come up with those numbers and they want one, I think we should give them one of the card protectors for helping us out. One of the 2 we have left. Unless they're a PokerStars employee. Oh, if they want it, they can have it. I think I have one personally in my bag that I will give.
Ed Kilworth has just remembered the final table of EPT Campione in Season 8. Says, if I remember correctly, that went on for quite a long time. It did. I nearly missed my flight. The cab was coming to take me to the airport at 5 a.m. Tournament finished at 4:50 a.m.
Wow.
Stuff thrown in suitcase, bam.
I can't tell you how many times I was just coming home 10 minutes before the car to the airport is arriving. Pretty much every final table.
Simeon does not like it.
By the way, that noise I think we heard was Ka Kwan Lao's rail.
They know he's not in this hand, right? I know that they can't really see the stage, but...
They just decided it seemed like a good time to do it.
And why not?
Wow.
I mean,
that was
these
a very
guys,
disciplined fold.
Look, I'd be really shocked if Alla didn't know exactly what track style was at this point, even if the whole card information weren't available an hour later.
Yeah.
But certainly because it is, you know people are updating him.
Yeah, Max keeps getting up and walking away from the table. Wondered if he's getting like a blow-by-blow update of...
Look how woeful this level has been for Max, by the way. He's lost nearly 4.5 million, playing a stack of 1.6 million. He is the table short stack right now.
Everyone's shipped up this level but Max.
Just 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on this level. As things wind down as we head towards the break, Lee, I'd just like to thank you for all your efforts over the last few days. We've appreciated Lee's Lowdown on a daily basis and all the information you've dispensed into the poker world.
It's the best part of my job.
Like Santa Jones.
By the way, during the break, we have got a little video feature about the PCA Last Longer contest. So if you want the details, keep watching. Under the gun raise from track, 4-5 suited.
If you can't wait for that video, I think Barry Greenstein has just tweeted a link to it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, he's just trying to pick up followers on the... He wants people to vote for him. If you can raise with 5-4 suited, I can 3-bet with 9-8 suited. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Second hand in a row where it's Shemian v Track. Two players of German origin. Of course, Ola Shemian now choosing to make Austria his home.
Track choosing to make out
Tax
of
haven.
Mongolia.
And Track very quickly calls the 3-bet.
Wow.
2 diamonds.
I don't see how he calls a C-bet here. I think that Shemian in general is going to bet this.
Well, see, that's the thing. He's not going to give Track the right price.
Track's folded flush draws, better flush draws on less scary boards than this.
He sold at better flush draws and getting better with way better prices.
Shh. Ka Kwan Lao asking his rail
He's
to be
calling.
quiet.
And he is calling. Yes, he is.
Lao asking the Spanish fans, just respect the two players who are actually in a hand here.
And maybe Shemian just shuts down now.
And now he's like massively behind.
Because if you have that information I was talking about, how easily Track was folding pairs on the flop, folding draws on the flop, really good draws. I don't know, you keep barreling here.
Yeah, if Ole fires here, he's my hero. Because that'll get it done.
Without that, without all that information being out there, I think Ole fires again here a lot. It is a draw-heavy board.
But yes, but most of the draws can easily be totally dead.
Yes.
I mean, if you're calling with a draw here because you think you have draw equity, that's insanity. Yeah, we did. Boom. Okay, LA, I see now why you are ahead of some other guy whose name I can't remember in the GPI rankings.
And Track folds the second barrel from Shemian. Shemian shows the 8-9 with a cheeky smirk.
And Track says, "You were good."
It was the best hand.
So we will squeeze in one more hand before the break, one more hand at 40-80. When we come back from the break, by the way, and we'll see whether we're 5 or 6-handed, but blinds will be 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante.
Well, I just want to thank you guys for the time this week, because this really is just a ridiculous amount of fun, and I enjoy it so much.
Yeah, buddy.
You're welcome, Lee.
I know Kieran agrees. Kieran Davey out there, he thinks this has been a blast as well. All this free content we put out there. 7 days of live streaming for nothing.
He thought the competition was the best thing we'd ever done on the stream until Lee's Lowdown kicked off.
And we'll do it all again from the PCA in what, like a week and a half?
Yeah.
Ship it, Max.
Is that your recommendation here? Just stick it in?
What is he going to do?
He's got almost exactly 20 big blinds.
He has moved all in.
Push.
Chidwick's got 7s.
Chidwick knows exactly where he is. Sometimes here's the thing. Sometimes he's basically flipping, and then sometimes he's way behind, and he has no fold equity. That's the point. And there's like 3 people behind him, one of whom could wake up with like jacks, and then he's got a giant mess on his hands. It's really hard for him to call here.
20 big blind shove from Max.
I think if we're just the two of them, it'd be a snap call, but he's got, you know, he just doesn't want somebody to find a hand behind him.
Thank you to Elron. Is this stream is best plus EV in poker. Guaranteed ROI.
Thank you.
Especially when your I is 0.
Yeah, it does help the... And you know what? I would like to thank the 3 guys behind Chidwick who are doing nothing. This is really important that they not indicate what they're going to do. Please don't tell me somebody just got up and walked away from the table. Thank you. Thank you, Stack. But if you're playing poker, and please watch this, because right now one of the key components to what's happening to the dynamic here is that Chidwick has to be careful with these 3 guys behind him. And if you just stand up and like indicate that you're going to fold.
Well, because the reason why is because we're into the break right now. So sometimes players, even though it is not good etiquette, will stand up.
Chidwick reshoves, gets rid of Shemian. Georgios also folds, track passes.
Right.
So Silva at risk and flipping against his fellow countryman. Ace-10 against 7s. Another classic race underway at this final table.
Twice you guys have said classic race.
Twice. I'll take the over on that.
Really?
The classicest.
Oh! I can't believe you did that, Graphical Nick.
Neither can he. He's barely literate.
Practically a flip. 7's the slight favorite. 5 cards to come. Silva needs to hit to survive.
Look at Max. He's up there. You know what? And I actually was talking with him and Stevie before the tournament. I said, you guys make sure you have fun, right? You don't get to go to an EPT final
They
table
probably
every
wouldn't
day.
have had fun had you not suggested
No,
that.
but it's I just tell everybody that's going to an EPT final table or any big final table, you're right. Be sure to have fun. Life is short, and you don't get to do this very often.
There's a 10 on the flop.
So far, so good.
yeah, but he says I've been here before. Spades won't do any good for Chidwick.
Be quiet, yeah. I won't call any more cards.
9 of hearts.
There are some running straight cards.
That's not one of them.
So just a 7. Max Silva set for the double up here. On the last hand of the level, the last hand just before the break.
Dos sietes.
It is a 7!
Wow.
And that seals Max Silva's fate. eliminated by Stephen Chidwick in 6th place. And that's happened to him twice now. The old suck-resuck. 160,200 euros, shakes the hands of all his opponents. A big result for Max.
And this is why you can't make predictions at the start of the day.
And then there were 5, and those 5 players will return after a 20-minute break. Stephen Chidwick now up to 7.9 million. Julian Track still leads on around 9.7 million. The shortest stack, by the way, at our 5-handed final table is Georgios Sotopoulos, and he has got around 40 big blinds. Actually, he'll be close to 30 big blinds once the blinds go up, and they will go up when we come back. Lee Jones, thank you once again.
Thank you, guys. It was a blast.
More action from the Prague leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour in 20 minutes' time. Enjoy the content through the break. EPT Live, back soon.
We are competition. Aggression. Calculating. We are trapped. Fighting back. We are heroes. We are poker.
The €330 buy-in ladies event kicked off on Sunday the 15th of December and attracted 39 players. That meant an €11,700 prize pool was created, with just over €3,500 going to the winner. In total, 6 players would finish in the money, with a min cash being €789. Full Tilt Poker ambassador Hannah Slowjan and her mother Eva, who's a keen online player, took to the felt and were drawn at the same table. Other entrants included friends of PokerStars Natalie Hoff, and last lady standing at EPT London, Jamelia von Perge.
At least just from the stories that I've heard women tell me, there are definitely a lot of women that came into the game strictly because of women's tournaments, so I just think they're a great idea.
I think
if it does bring female players into the poker world who wouldn't play if they weren't like integrated slowly and decided to want to play women's tournament first, then it's a good thing. But at the same time, I kind of am in the camp where like there's so many great women players these days that like nobody even thinks of them as like women players. They're just like players, the same as everyone else.
I don't really have any issue with ladies events per se. I know there's always these dramas where guys dress up as women and try and enter the ladies event. It's a good thing.
I think ladies events are totally legit and key, and I don't know why any of the guys would ever have a problem with it. But I also think if you're a guy and you do dress up like a girl, kudos to you. You should totally play the ladies event.
You can always tell when ladies events are going on because I walk through the tournament floor way more than is necessary, which is actually, for my job, 0.
You know, it's a little annoying every time someone says, "Gentlemen, do this," and I'm just like, really, again? You know, but other than that, you know, I'm just one of many poker players out there, and it's a game that's the great thing. The differences between biological sex or by gender, it doesn't really change the game.
My name is Hanna Scholem. I'm a full-tilt ambassador for Eureka, and this is my mother, Eva Scholem.
I play ladies event, yes. I like everything in poker. It's very, very interesting play. Very interesting. It's very good for my health, for my mind. Very amusing play.
Yeah, I started playing poker about 3 years ago, and I just played tournaments in Croatia. My first international tournament was in Prague 2 years ago, the ladies event. So I won it, so that was my first tournament, and I started to play serious. And after 2 years, I get a sponsorship from Full Tilt. Right now, in total, my tournament winnings are like 50,000 euros. Ladies events are very good for a starter, for ladies who want to start with playing poker. I organized the first time in Croatia ladies events, and the most interesting thing was that there was lots of ladies who came first time, because they were afraid to play with men before. So we were having like 20 new ladies on that tournament.
France, Italy, Germany, Russia and Belarus were represented in the money at the ladies' event, but it was Aurélie Slangy from France who came out victorious and claimed the €3,860 top prize. She defeated Svetlana Lebedeva of Russia heads up, conquering a field of female players from all over the world at her very first live tournament. Let's hear from the winner now.
Thank you. My name is Aurélie Slangy. I win the ladies EPT Prague 2013, and I'm very happy because it was difficult for me. It was my first time, and I finished first with a long heads up, and it was hard to attack every hand. So I try and I win. So I'm very happy. This is my first tournament. Sorry. I play poker for fun, sometimes, oftenly we say, but I'm a dealer in a casino. So I knew the game, but I don't really play it. So I recommend to other ladies this tournament. This is very nice. We are very welcome, so everybody is very nice, and it's easy to win.
Not just learning, but mastering the basics of poker will give you the strong foundation to improve your game. Check out the free courses at Poker School Online.
Imagine a football game where, you know, someone was playing and then you're like, okay, we'll get to like watch it in 6 months. You know, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you want to know what's happening now, and so I think live streams are a perfect way to make that happen.
Doing the EPT live broadcast is a lot of fun, especially with Stapes and Joe.
James and Joe, I think they're a bit like a married couple, to be honest. I'm not really sure who wears the trousers.
They're like salt and pepper, those two. They complement each other, and
but sometimes leave a strange taste in your mouth. I don't know. They're an odd pair. I love them.
You know what they say. Everyone loves a chop hut.
That Gary Johnson witnessed Daniel Negreanu purchasing an African baby.
More than once, Daniel's thoughts on the TDA. More than once, Daniel's incorrect opinions on the movie Django Unchained.
They actually feel comfortable making fun of me, so it creates really like a nice dynamic where we can needle each other.
I have the fun job, and that James steers the ship, and I get to fire the guns. I will occasionally fire the gun directly into the bow of the ship that he is piloting, and he's bailing water out and keeping the ship going at the same time. Like, he's just incredible.
His job is to just sort of pull Joe in and keep him in control.
I'm a protected animal in some countries.
I think that if you were to write a job description for me, number one on the list would be stakes wrangling. And I do think that keeping them under control, and I kind of play up to it. I do kind of slightly play the disapproving kind of older brother or disapproving father, if you will. But I do think it needs that to balance his sometimes outrageous remarks.
I love watching the stream. I actually have the PokerStars TV app, and I watch the stream when I'm playing sometimes, or if I'm like, for some reason I'm not at a tournament. I always get it up, and it's like a lot of fun.
I come from a live background because I started my career in radio where everything is live. And there is an adrenaline rush, there is a buzz that you get from knowing that something is going out there and it can't be changed, it can't be fixed. And it was weird for me to come from radio into TV initially, where everything was very rehearsed, very prepared, you could do multiple takes. And so then to take the TV product and put it online with the creation of EPT Live was great, because it was combining the glamour of TV with the great fun of doing live.
Well, I think James and Joe are really like the best team that we have in poker, and they do a really good job of combining humor and obviously analysis. They bring in pros into the booth, and I think like they've got so much experience.
Obviously, EPT Live has been on air since 2007. Nick Wealthall used to be my co-host. I then went out to America to work on the NAPT. And I was doing a gig where they decided they were going to try out this kid who'd never done poker commentary before. And because I wasn't as across like the American poker media as maybe I should have been, the name Joe Stapleton was not on my radar. I had no idea who he was. He was this kind of like slightly sulky looking bearded chap lurking in the corner. But he came on just to do a kind of guest spot on an NAPT live stream. And I liked him immediately. I thought he was genuinely funny. I thought he was witty. He clearly knew a bit about poker. And I don't think he knew that that was his kind of screen test to do future NAPT live streams, but they were also trying him out for this new TV show they were working on called The Big Game.
White men can't jump, but they can re-raise.
So that really was where the career of Joe Stapleton was born, and the good thing is I then got to do a couple more live streams with him in America, and then of course he came over to Europe post Black Friday, and we've really sort of built a relationship, and I really think, you know, we've reached that pinnacle now where we really know each other really well, we know each other's strengths, we know each other's weaknesses, and we've now got the double act going.
What matters most to me is I want to try to be funny on there, and I want to be entertaining. And what's scary to me about live is you have to be entertaining for 8 hours or 6 hours or whatever it is versus 42 minutes on a TV show.
I think he found the live stuff at the start really tough because Joe really likes to prepare.
Although I like live and I think it's good for the audience, I'm not terribly comfortable doing live. Partly because I do like to toe the line, and I'm afraid that one day I'll just say something that cannot be unsaid. And I also do very much like to prepare. When I do the TV shows, it's prepared down to the second. I know exactly what jokes I want to make. I started off coming out of school wanting to be a writer. I wanted to be a comedy writer. I didn't think that I wanted to be a performer. I think I was lying to myself a little bit, but I never found much success as a writer. It was only once I was saying my own words in front of the camera or in front of a microphone that I actually got anywhere. And the fact that like there is no amount of preparation I can do to help me out over 6 hours, it's just never gonna happen. And also, I'm still learning, especially when it comes to poker analysis.
There's really nobody better in the world, there never has been, than James at just running through these long ones. And Stapes is just funny on the spot. And yeah, he might not, you know, they might not be like top players, but you know, they let me do the poker commentary stuff, and then I get to joke around with Stapes because we, you know, we've known each other for a long time.
You know, when someone like Lex or Vanessa Selps comes in, if we tee them up, they just provide amazing analysis the entire time. And if we are having like a goofy little, like just messing around, pushing each other into the bushes, that can last for a while too. So I think we do play to both sides of the audience.
And I had done poker commentary on TV for probably 2.5 years before I started doing the live stuff with the EPT. And I don't think my game progressed at all. I was very much a recreational poker player, a poker enthusiast who knew the basics, who was able to call the action, but couldn't begin to even explain what was happening in a hand. As soon as I started doing the live stuff and working alongside these players and looking at the game without hole cards, that's where I really sort of felt that I was becoming not a poker expert, but certainly I had a better understanding of the game. And these players, their advice, their strategy talk is indispensable.
And I enjoy it. I think it's also a great way to teach poker also. You know, watching these EPT lives, if you're a player, it's a great way to get better because you get players like myself and others who will share their insights in terms of like how players are playing hands.
But one of the best things about live is the variety of it, the fact that, you know, with the interaction you've got with the audience, be it through email or through Twitter. I consider myself to be very lucky because it is a pretty awesome gig to travel around the world talking about poker. Yes, the days are long. Yes, it's sometimes hard being away from home for a long period of time, but you're staying in nice hotels, you're surrounded by the EPT, which is the biggest, most prestigious poker tour in the world, and you know, you get to commentate on it for 10 or 12 hours a day. You know, what's not to like about that? It's great fun.
This is the stage. This is the ring where 8 elite contenders will compete for one of the most prestigious titles in poker. This is the arena for the best final table of all time.
Jake Cody.
Jason Mercier.
Andrew Pantling.
Grant Levy. Daniel Negreanu.
Noah Schwartz.
Steve O'Dwyer.
Johnny Lawton.
Without doubt, this is the greatest EPT final table in history.
Literally every seat is just a world-class player.
These guys are very talented, and everyone has over $1 million in earnings.
This is going to go down as clearly one of the most all-star studded final tables in a major event in history.
There's so many great players that have won EPTs over the years, and me and Jake are both going for our second time win.
7 people away from being the first ever 2-time champion. It's just something you dream of.
Last year I was the chip leader with maybe 30 or 35 left, and I got an unlucky pot against the second biggest stack. This year I have a lot more chips, and we'll see what happens.
Most final tables I make back at home, I'd be the most experienced player, but this one, guys like Negreanu and Jason, it's just pretty ridiculous.
The biggest competition on this final table now has to be Steve, because he's very experienced. This is his 4th final table.
He's got a lot of chips. He's extremely aggressive.
I thought I'd made some final tables previous to this that were tough, and they just don't come anywhere near this. This is unbelievable.
1.2 million euros is a lot of money, and I have been trying to win this for 9 years.
That money is life-changing for anyone, but just to be crowned the EPT champion is a distinction.
The winner of this final table is going to have to play really top-notch poker and get a little bit of luck.
The stage, the occasion is just incredible, and this would be, without doubt, the greatest achievement in my career.
Welcome to Heads Up with Stapes, the show where I chase down Team PokerStars pros to find out more about their lives away from the table. Then we play a little heads up of our own. Today we are at the childhood home of Team PokerStars pro Olivia Baree. Now Liv and I have a little bit of history, so things could be a teensy bit awkward to kick things off. I think it's going to be fine. There's only one way to find out. Let's go ring the doorbell. I think she's expecting us. Hello, Olivia.
Hi, Joseph.
Now, before we get started, I just wanted to clear up one thing, put one thing to bed, if you will.
Bed? Really? Those are the words you have to use?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. I do this gag where I pretend like I'm really into Liv, she pretends like she's really creeped out, but really, when the cameras are off, we're actually pretty close friends. And Liv, can you please just tell everyone once and for all that she's not gonna do it.
Are you coming in or not?
Yes, please.
You insist on coming to my house?
Yes, please. Thanks for playing along, Liv. Really appreciate it. What's that? What is that, and how many hours of therapy have you spent discussing Tell me about all the animals that you have here. We'll start with this. I want to say guy, but it's not a guy, is it?
Well, yeah.
I can tell by her natural aversion to me that there's female body parts
This is
there.
Mr. Osterland, who was named Mr. Osterland because we were told it was a boy.
Lizard, 2 turtles.
2 tortoises. Turtles live in the sea. A bunch of chickens, I lose count, and dogs.
How many dogs?
2, but there's also like a revolving door of dogs that come to stay, such as the other 2 that are here.
This is Bella. Bella, I've had since I was 12. She's technically a pony. She's wonderful. I actually had her until the age of 18, and then when I went to university, we had to sell her. But then, I just won San Remo. My mum rings me, she's like, Bella's back up for sale, please buy her. So, she's back, and she's an old lady now. She's like, well, she's 19.
So wait, so you had to sell your horse, heartbroken.
Yeah.
You win a poker tournament,
Get
buy
the
the
horse
horse
back.
back. Was it like the war horse? Was it just all like a Let's talk a little bit about college, or as you guys call it, university. You have a degree in astrophysics.
Correct.
I used to intern at NASA, and I brought a really cool astrophysics rocket ship, blow your mind,
Yes.
alien, bend the laws of time and space science experiment for me and you to do, and we can maybe even turn it into a little bit of a competition.
Ooh.
Are you down? Are you game?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go do it.
All right,
Come on.
let's go.
Bring Mr. Higginbottom thing. That explosions have been very good to you.
I was down in the south of France when the volcano in Iceland, or whatever it was called, went off. Basically, I couldn't fly home, so I was stuck in the south of France, and someone was like, well, there's an EPT going on over in Italy. Let's get a train over. So I was like, all right. I'll go and play a satellite, and then binked my seat, and then binked the tournament. So
Bink the tournament for how much?
Thank you.
How much money, by the way?
Lots of money.
I think it was the #1 EPT prize
Yeah.
at the time, ever. So,
It
no
was
big
good.
deal. Thanks a lot, Explosions.
Thank you, Mr. Volcano.
All right, let's get to work on these rockets.
Ta-da!
Oh, man. Building rockets is hard work. Let's see who's going to get their face licked by a horse.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Just typical daytime fare at the Barry household. See you guys out there.
The highest rocket wins. The losers got to get intimate with Archie the horse.
20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9.
I can do this all day.
Sequence start.
Ouch! Oh my God! Oh my God. I think I lost a nail. I think I lost a fingernail.
9. Ignition sequence start.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Pretty. And it's stuck in the ground. I gotta give you bonus points for the dismount.
Look at this. I mean, that's just like a javelin. Just. That was like at a good
That was
altitude
hot.
of like 500 feet.
To get my face licked by a horse.
Come meet Archie.
All right, well, I'm gonna go meet the horse now. See you guys in a second. Okay, so I lost the rocket challenge. This is Archie. I'm about to get to know him very well. Archie is really interested in this Marmite that Liv's got in her hand.
Loves it. It's his favorite thing.
What you're gonna have to do to get it, my friend.
It's really sticky, so he's gonna have to lick a lot to get it off.
It's just, all right, I think that's, take this off. Hey, buddy. Come on.
Come on.
I don't think I'd ever be at a point in my career where I'm begging a horse to make out with me. Come on. All right, Liv, well, the horse tasted me. I tasted the horse when it sneezed in my mouth. I think that I have fulfilled my obligation in this bet. The debt has been paid. That's all for this edition of Heads Up with Stapes. Don't forget to subscribe to the show here on YouTube. Follow us on Twitter. I'm at Stapes. She is at Liv_Barry. And we'll see you guys next time on Heads Up with Stapes. Someone get me... God bless you. Somebody give me a wet wipe.
Next time on Heads Up with Stapes, me and Liv talk life on a balcony, and we rock out.
Isaac Ike Haxton fell in love with strategy games early in life. After chess and Magic the Gathering, he discovered poker and finally realized his childhood dream of playing a game for a living. His 10-year career has been filled with many unexpected twists and turns, but throughout it all, he's never lost his competitive drive. With over $5 million in live tournament earnings and over $3 million in online cash game winnings, Isaac has proven himself to be one of the best professionals of his generation.
I was born in New York City and grew up in Westchester. My mom is a psychiatrist and my father is a poet and an English professor. I definitely grew up in a pretty cerebral and academic environment. My mom had just graduated from medical school and my dad was a junior professor at Sarah Lawrence University. My parents were definitely very serious about education and expressed its importance to me early on. I was very close to my parents growing up. When I was very young, I started playing a lot of games with my father.
Isaac and his father started out playing simple games like checkers and Go Fish. But when Isaac turned 4, his father introduced him to chess, a game that would capture his imagination for years to come.
We would handicap the games where he would start down a few pieces, and we would play with that handicap until I won 3 consecutive games, and then we would move to a smaller handicap, and certainly by the time I was 10, I was winning pretty consistently.
When Isaac was 6, he began competing regularly in local chess tournaments.
That sort of competition really captured my interest right away. If there was a big chess tournament coming up, that was all I could think about for the weeks leading up to it, and I would be studying openings and game planning. I absolutely loved it.
But Isaac's passion would only take him so far.
My chess career, as it were, sort of plateaued when I was 10 or so. I found myself in this situation where I was, by a very large margin on both sides, the second best player in the county. There was one dude who I never ever beat, and I never ever lost to anybody else. And going to tournaments got to be pretty tedious.
Isaac's interest in chess may have tapered off, but his interest in strategy games was only just beginning. It was only a matter of time before he found a suitable replacement.
Around the time that chess was beginning to lose its interest for me, I got really into a card game called Magic the Gathering.
Magic the Gathering is a collectible trading card game with fantasy elements. Strategically, it's often been described as a combination of poker and chess.
I would play in a couple of local tournaments a week. I would spend a lot of my free time reading what I could about strategy online, playing online, talking to my friends who played the game. I became, absolutely obsessed with it.
At 14, Isaac set his sights on the professional Magic circuit. For an elite few, it offered the opportunity to play a game for a living. A dream come true for young Isaac.
I definitely considered that I could be one of these people. I was friends with guys who were doing that. I thought it would be fun to spend all my time traveling around playing Magic.
But even on the professional circuit, earning a living through Magic was difficult. Isaac and his friends soon found a way to use their skills in a different, more lucrative game.
A lot of the guys I knew through Magic started playing poker before me. A lot of them were a few years older than I was. I think mostly they got started by going to the local casino outside Syracuse. One of them described it to me as, well, it's a lot like Magic, only the other guys aren't trying to win, and you're playing for a lot of money. It's like, oh, that sounds pretty good. I think I could get into that.
When Isaac turned 18, he joined his Magic friends on a trip to the local casino.
As soon as I started, I thought this game is awesome. I can't get enough.
In fall of 2004, Isaac attended Brown University, where he majored in computer science, his first step towards a career as a research scientist.
When I got there, I pretty quickly found some other kids in my dorm who were interested in poker, and we started playing little $5 and $10 sit-and-goes.
The dorm room poker games would often last all night as poker fever swept the nation.
This was 2004, the year after Moneymaker won the main event, right toward the beginning of the big online poker boom. So it was a great time to get started in the game.
Isaac soon moved his play online, where he grew his $50 bankroll to tens of thousands playing mid-stakes limit hold'em. Amongst the poker crowd, he was the talk of the campus. Little did he know his reputation would soon lead him to the most important encounter of his life.
Oh, love's a crazy game, or so they say.
Isaac and I met in school. When I first met him, I was dating someone else, one of his good friends, actually. He played poker casually and was trying to get me into it. He thought I would be good at it.
He was very impressed with my success at the game and got the idea in his head that I ought to teach Zoe how to play poker.
He sort of encouraged me to get to know Isaac and learn from him, and by then I already had a bit of a crush on him, and so I would sort of use that as an excuse to go hang out in his dorm room and watch him play and stare at his beautiful shoulders.
I was definitely attracted to her right away. There was a bit of tension between us, even though she was still dating my good friend.
Eventually, that relationship fizzled out. Isaac and Zoe didn't see much of each other, but they stayed in touch online. 2 months later, Isaac finally made his move.
It's Valentine's Day. I'm sitting at my computer in my dorm room talking to Zoe on Instant Messenger, and we're basically commiserating about how much we both hate Valentine's Day. Isn't this so annoying? All of the couples who are so pleased with themselves. Don't you hate Valentine's Day? Yeah, I hate Valentine's Day. It's the worst. Could really go for a drink. Well, I have a bottle of gin at my apartment. Do you want to come over? And basically the rest is history.
Zoe brought new energy to Isaac's life, and poker was going better than ever. Unfortunately, his studies were an entirely different story.
Spring semester of my junior year, I kind of hit a wall with computer science. I would go to the computer lab to work on a project and sit down, and my mind would just go blank. I would stare at the screen, and an hour would go by, and I would just still be staring at a blank screen.
By the end of his junior year, Isaac had failed all his classes. With his future in research science looking more and more uncertain, he realized he needed a new plan.
It was around this time that there was this movement in Washington to crack down on online poker.
In September 2006, Congress passed the Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act. No one knew exactly what kind of impact it would have on the industry, but suddenly, Isaac's future in online poker didn't look so certain either.
I started thinking, I maybe have 1 year left to get as much money out of this as I can. I think that if I devote myself full-time to online poker for a year, I can make about $1 million. The big no limit cash games were very clearly the best place to be making the money at this point. I sought out people who were better than me, and I got professional coaching, and that was huge for me. After having started off at 2-4, within 2 months I was playing 10-20, and my goal of making $1 million a year seemed absolutely within reach.
By the end of 2006, Isaac was well on his way towards his $1 million goal. His cash game results were impressive by any standards, but his biggest boost would come from somewhere totally unexpected.
That fall, I decided that I would play some satellites for the PCA.
The PokerStars Caribbean Adventure is a destination poker tournament held each year in the Bahamas, an aspect that made it one of the most popular tournaments on the circuit.
I was kind of thinking of it as satelliting into a fun vacation for me and my girlfriend.
You know, he wasn't expecting to win. You know, he was expecting to bust out on the first day, and, you know, then we would go swimming in the ocean, hang out at the pool.
By the second day of the tournament, I was runaway chip leader, so I was getting asked for interviews on break.
I'm excited. Yeah, I like the tournament.
He just kept winning pots. He just kept winning. It was crazy. And then, you know, it was, okay, he's made the final table.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Mike Sexton alongside Vince Van Patten, and we're at the beautiful Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island in the Bahamas for the final table of PokerStars.net's Caribbean Poker Adventure. All 6 players, 28 years or younger, and the youngest of them all is the whopping chip leader, 21-year-old Isaac Haxton from Boston.
Going into the final table, I had more than half the chips out of the 6-handed table.
I mean, he had that huge chip lead, and I was very confident. And, you know, I just thought he was the best player, period. You know, Isaac's the smartest, he's the best, he's gonna win.
It was a much bigger stage than I'd ever been on before, but I kind of had this feeling that my whole life has been training for this.
I'll raise to 80,000.
I'd been running so hot throughout the entire tournament, I felt like winning was a foregone conclusion.
Isaac's good fortune continued as his fellow competitors were eliminated one by one.
My stack pretty steadily increased throughout the day until we got down to heads up.
We are down to heads up action. Our current chip leader is Isaac Haxton. He's got 13.9 million in chips, about a 3-to-1 chip lead over Ryan Dowd, who's sitting on about 4.9 million in chips.
Once we got heads up, things started going much less smoothly.
So it all comes down to the river. Let's take a peek. It's an ace. Ryan Dowd has doubled up, and that's just that quick. We've got a new chip leader for the first time tonight. And look at the stunned look by Isaac Haxton.
That's when I started to, like, have almost a panic reaction. Like, I, started hyperventilating a little bit. I had to, sit down and put my head between my knees. I was very emotional.
So Ryan Dowd taking down yet another nice pot.
Isaac continued his downward spiral as Dowd seemed to win every pot. All seemed lost until a single hand turned everything around.
Well, the Queen of Clubs comes off. As the cards lie, Ryan's got the best hand with the 7 high.
700,000.
And he bet 700,000.
Raise.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Ryan, with almost as bad a hand, says raise. Well, this is incredible. He is raising it, gonna make it $2 million. With absolute Garfunkel.
The first thing that went through my head was, damn, I guess I lose this hand.
He's got the worst 2 cards you could have at this moment.
After spending a while with my head down, mourning the loss of this big pot, I started thinking, I don't know if I buy this. I don't think he has it. He certainly didn't check the turn with a straight. He didn't check the turn with 2 pair. None of this is really adding up to convince me he has a good hand. Maybe I can just bluff shove here.
Re-raise all in.
He's gonna go all in. Wow, Vince, he's done it. He's pulled the trigger for all the chips. And there's no way Ryan can call him. Ryan was bluffing himself with a 7 high. And look at this, Isaac's gonna show the hand. Oh, he's gonna put some salt in the wound. Wow. Isaac Haxton bluffed him completely, man. He moved all in with a deuce 3, the worst 2 cards you could be holding in that spot.
You're gonna like when that's on TV.
To this day, that's easily my favorite single-handed poker I've ever played.
Unfortunately, the thrill from Isaac's bluff was short-lived. He ultimately finished in 2nd place, a disappointing result until he considered the prize money.
I won about 860,000 for finishing 2nd. That put me over 90% of the way to my $1 million in a year goal. And I got home from the tournament, ran good online for a week, and was there.
In 2008, Isaac and Zoe moved to Las Vegas. They heard about a condo development that catered especially to poker players and decided it was the perfect place for Isaac to take his poker career more seriously.
Panorama Towers is a high-rise development right off of the Vegas Strip. It's an exceptionally convenient place to live if you are playing live poker in Vegas.
There was a time when it was essentially completely populated by poker players and strippers. And it was just a weird place to live.
1, 2, 3.
Panorama Towers was home to a vibrant poker social scene where Isaac befriended many of the game's elite players. Together, they created a new world filled with online poker, fine dining, and all-night parties.
I had a really good time in those few years in Vegas. It was kind of the start of my adult life, away from college, making lots of money, and with lots of fun stuff to spend it on around me.
Their high-stakes, carefree lifestyle soon attracted the attention of the mainstream media.
I don't know quite how we came to their attention, but Maxim decided they wanted to write an article about the poker players of Panorama Towers. Davey, the guy who wrote that article, did a really good job capturing what that scene was all about and how our group of friends operated.
It was really wonderful to have all these friends around. We were all in this together and, living this totally bizarre Vegas life. And it was this joint experience that we all had, and we became very close.
For Isaac and his friends, Panorama Towers was a party that never ended. It represented the kind of freedom where anything was possible, even the ability to play a game for a living. For 3 years, they were living the dream, but no dream lasts forever.
In early 2011, I was at a great point in my life, both poker-wise and otherwise. I was on a giant upswing. I felt like I was just booking a 100K win every day.
He got some momentum, and some new people were playing him, and some people who hadn't been playing him started playing him, and he was on a serious winning streak and putting in a lot of hours and really enjoying playing poker, and then boom.
On April 15th, 2011, the U.S. Department of Justice shut down online poker in America.
It felt like the sky was falling. I mean, the sky fell. It was really the end of something, of an era of that situation.
Black Friday was definitely the death knell for the Panorama Towers online poker player culture.
Yeah, there was definitely a sense of loss. Having to accept that that time was ending, would soon be over, is now over.
In order to keep playing online poker for a living, it became clear that we were going to have to move abroad. One afternoon, we were sitting on the couch in our pajamas talking about the various legal hoops we were going to have to jump through. I said, this would be a lot easier if we were just married. Do you want to get married?
Then he apologized for being kind of abrupt and not very romantic in his proposal. But, we talked it through, and it was the obvious choice. We had a big, beautiful, formal, lavish wedding, with our whole family, and a lot of our friends came, and that was a really incredible experience.
It was a lot of fun to have everyone from Panorama back together for the celebration, and it was a lot of fun to introduce my friends from different stages of my life to each other.
It felt sort of important to have our families and all of our friends, all together at once, meeting each other and joining us in celebrating our marriage.
The celebration gave friends and family the opportunity to see Isaac and Zoe one last time before they began their new adventure. 2 weeks later, they moved to Malta.
Malta is a beautiful country with 7,000 years of history. It's a really relaxing environment that's very conducive to getting a lot of play in. I really enjoyed living here. The food here is awesome, the weather is awesome. I really like the Mediterranean sensibility of not working too hard and enjoying life. Black Friday has been a bit of a blessing in disguise for us. We had always talked about wanting to travel the world, and that is one of the best things about playing poker for a living, especially playing online poker for a living. You have almost unlimited freedom to work when you want and not work when you don't want, and go anywhere you want and work from there if you feel like it, or take time off if you'd prefer that. And that was something we had taken almost no advantage of while we were living in Vegas.
Meeting Isaac, falling in love with him, getting wrapped up in this lifestyle has presented me with so many wonderful opportunities to see and do and learn things that I never would have otherwise. And it's great.
It is very hard to say what the future holds for Zoe and me. I have every intention of continuing to play online poker for a living, and what it takes to do that is an ever-evolving question. Oh, thanks.
Let's give it up for the winner from UK,
I guess it's a fairly little known fact that I grew up in this beautiful place with these wonderful animals. People always think, oh, she's from London, she's obviously a town girl, grew up all glammed up and so on, but it couldn't be further from the truth. I was such a disgusting child. I used to try and make pizzas by just gathering detritus from the floor of the woods. And then I'd bring it and be like, look, there's a pizza. And my mum was like, that's lovely, dear. I think you can catch diseases from this. My mum was a huge influence on me growing up in terms of, you know, riding.
As a very little girl, I think I was told before I could even walk, I had this passion for horses.
She used to ride a lot. She used to compete, and you know, my mum sat me on her horse when I was about 6 months old, apparently. He was a big old gentle giant, and it was mostly my mum that was my influence, my inspiration.
Obviously, when I had Olivia, she followed the same sort of passion, and so we got her a little pony.
He was just a pony on loan. And then I had another one when I was 8 called CJ, and he was this little grey devil.
She and I were able to ride together, which was really nice, especially in lovely countryside that we've got round here.
Sadly, my little pony wasn't big enough to keep up with her big horse, but we tried anyway. He was fantastic, so talented, and we won a lot of competitions together.
She actually was quite competitive. She competed locally quite successfully, and because she was quite brave, she did very well.
All the rosettes, you know, meant the world to me, and when I was about 12 or 13, sadly I grew too big for CJ, and so we got Bella.
When Liv went off to university, we reluctantly sold her because we decided it wasn't really going to be worth keeping her.
After I won San Remo, my mum called me and she was like, Bella's back up for sale. Do you want to buy her? And I was like, yes, I do. I can afford this. I guess it was nice for everything to kind of come full circle. You know, I was lucky enough to have a daddy that would buy me a pony when I was a little girl, and now, you know, I made my own way and was able to buy my own. So Bella, she's a woman. You know, she has mood swings. Some days she's an absolute angel, and other days she's an absolute cow.
Hey. Bella.
But she's a very good horse. I trust her hugely. She's got an incredibly gentle nature. She's very patient, and the other animals love her. Oh, it's so nice when I can get on my horse and go galloping across the fields. Definitely blows away the cobwebs, and poker is the last thing on my mind. It's gone. I'm just me and my horse trying to stop. You know, if you're in fear for your life, then it's hard to think about anything else. No, Bella's not that bad. She can just, she gets a little excited sometimes.
Her love of animals has definitely come from me. If I have an animal, I commit to it and look after it well, and I've tried to teach her to do the same thing.
There we go. Oh, God. He's a good boy.
I just love all creatures. I don't really care what they are. I used to have pet snails.
No, not my hat.
Stick insects for a while.
He's got his legs stuck in it.
I don't really care what they are. I'm not scared of any creature.
Ow. Come here.
One thing that's mildly frustrating about living here surrounded by animals is that when I was about 14 or 15, I started developing really bad allergies to animals and animal hair and just anything to do with them, basically.
So it does limit the amount of time she can spend with them.
Now, whenever I ride my horse, either my mum helps me tack her up or I just have to kind of do it from a distance.
I wish I could give her a kiss.
And then try not to cuddle her too much until I come back, because otherwise I just can't breathe, I can't see, I won't stop sneezing, it's awful. The thing with horses is that you have to work really hard to get them to a level that they're going to win when you enter competitions. My mum in particular was quite a driver, shall we say, when it came to getting me to practice, and it really paid off because, you know, I would be bringing home armfuls of rosettes and trophies. Having that drive and having someone sort of supporting and pushing you really instilled this work ethic and taught me that diligence and hard graft will pay off in whatever field you enter into.
Whatever she put her mind to, she really succeeded. She always put 100% into it. She was successful riding. She was realistic enough to know that she wasn't going to earn money from working with horses, but she always showed a great determination and committed to it.
I was probably one of those annoying kids at school that had to be the best in every subject and then the best at sports. I'm not saying I always was, but I wanted to be. My competitive nature, I guess, drives success in some extent.
I'm obviously very proud of her, and also her degree at Manchester University. I don't know where she gets her brains from.
After returning from university, I was living in London, didn't want to get a normal job, so I started applying for game shows randomly. And one of the first shows I got on, they took 5 complete beginners and taught us how to play poker. I was taught by Annie Duke and Phil Helmuth and the Devilfish.
First of all, we thought, oh my goodness, you know, 21 years old, weren't really that keen on the idea.
I fell in love with the game of poker instantly. And one of the things that I learned, particularly from Annie, she was like, well, if you want to be good at this game, you just have to study it and study and study and study.
She very quickly reassured us that the sort of poker world that she was involved in is not the image that a lot of us had. and she clearly was going to make a success of it.
I just bought all the books I could and read as much information as I could. I had some pretty early on success in small tournaments in London, and then, yeah, it just sort of blossomed from there. My mum was obviously supportive of me growing up in all of my sporting and competitive endeavours, particularly with the horses, and nothing's changed.
I've been on a few tours with her, not as many as I'd like to. I really enjoy it. I would rail her for as long as I can. It's great to watch her.
So in 2010, I was down in the south of France playing a €500 event, and then the volcano went off and I couldn't get home. I was with Liz Lou and she said, well, I'm going to San Remo, there's an EPT there, you should come. And I'm like, well, that's outside my bankroll. And she's like, well, there's satellites and some side events, come along anyway. So we got on a train and a bus and a train and a bus, and we eventually got there. And there was a satellite that night, so I'm like, all right, I entered it and I won my seat. I'm like, oh cool, I'm gonna play this main event. It was an absolutely enormous tournament, 1,240 runners. It was extremely exciting, obviously, throughout the whole thing, because I didn't get to play many main events. I was quite nervous because I'm like, oh, this is big.
It was the most frustrating time for me because it was when there was the volcanic ash cloud. I knew she was going to be doing the final table. I was all set to jump on a plane and come down there. I'd been following it on the live streaming, and of course I couldn't get a flight out.
I played the best that I could, and obviously the cards were on my side. And then I go and bink the whole tournament.
Please.
I was obviously having some crazy emotions and extremely happy.
I think one of the first things she said was, I must ring my mum.
I speak to her on the phone and she's just crying her eyes out.
Yeah, it was just floods of tears, very emotional. It was a shame I couldn't have been there to fling my arms around her, but I know she had lots of support out there.
Let's give it up for the winner from UK, Liv Boris.
The thing that I'm so happy about is just how proud she is of me.
It was probably my proudest moment because she worked hard at it, so to do that was brilliant.
I guess it has changed my life in some way. It's made me much more known on the poker circuit, and it led to me being invited to join Team Pro, which was a huge personal goal. I'm so lucky having an incredibly supportive family, and especially my mum. I definitely wouldn't be here without that. My family kind of described me as a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde in terms of what they see of me on the cameras, out on the poker circuit, to what they know of the Liv, or Olivia as I'm known back here. Coming back here definitely gives me a chance to decompress and really feel refreshed and invigorated. It's nice to be able to get away from all of it. I don't want to say I escaped to here because I love my time when I'm on tour, but I also love the polarity of being back here with its calm and its peace. So the two just complement each other so, so well. It definitely gives me a real boost and, you know, a new lease of life, ready for my next poker trip.
Gregor the Warsaw Mikhailovich first discovered poker in the back of a bowling alley. He soon became one of the first online poker professionals in Poland, posting 8 consecutive winning years at the online tables. For Gregor, poker represents a freedom that wasn't always available in his beloved city of Warsaw, and it affords him the kind of lifestyle he's always dreamed of.
My name is Gregor and I am a member of PokerStars Team Online since 2009. I live in Warsaw. My poker nickname is the Warsaw, and I hope it shows that I'm really proud of it. I was actually one of the first Polish poker players. When I started playing, I was focused mainly on the multi-table tournaments. Then I decided to play more sit and goes. For the last 2 years, I play almost exclusively small stakes, short-handed cash games.
Może 12 grudnia, ale nie jest...
Koleś asy znowu dostał.
Ale i damy na ten. A jakie mają blindy? 2 razy więcej. Ten ma...
At the moment, I would consider Wojtek as my closest poker friend.
Myślę, że gdyby nie Warsaw, dużo mniej w swojej grze bym się przyglądał, dużo mniej bym analizował. Poker nie jest łatwą dyscypliną i jest wiele momentów zwątpienia. Są okresy downswingu, są okresy gorszego nastawienia i Warsaw jest niezrównanym motywatorem.
Zmuszaczem.
Zmuszaczem, tak. Żeby przeczekiwać gorsze okresy, żeby spokojnie grać dalej swoje, nie podlegać tiltowi, emocjom.
Mniej wydawać na buty.
Mniej wydawać na buty.
I met Wojtek for a first time, I think about 10 years ago. We were playing bowling together. I think bowling was introduced to Poland on the late 90s. I was going to the bowling center almost every day and practice.
Warsaw w bowlingu miał zupełnie inną ksywę. Miał nick Duel.
Od Pik Lebowskiego.
We are at the bowling center. We are playing here a small exhibition game with my bowling friends. There is 11 perfect games between these guys, so they are very good.
When I was playing a lot and I was good at it, I would love to be a professional bowling player, but because bowling was so young in Poland, it couldn't provide for a full-time job.
I ja pamiętam, że przez jakiś czas, może nie teraz żyłem z bowlingu, ale nieźle sobie dorabiałem. A jak to wygląda teraz?
Wiesz co, kiedyś nawet były większe nagrody niż teraz.
Tak?
8-9 lat temu było w turnieju, można wygrać, nie wiem, 2-3 tysiące były za pierwsze miejsca, a w tej chwili mnóstwo turniejów jest tylko, dajmy, 1000 zł za pierwsze miejsce.
1500.
I think after about a year, when I was playing bowling less and less, I started playing more online poker.
Warsaw na pewno jest jednym z pierwszych, może nawet pierwszym graczem pokerowym, profesjonalnym online w Polsce.
For me, poker is a symbol of freedom, and I think this is something I definitely couldn't do like 20 years ago. My country, Poland, has a rough history. It's been occupied very often during the last 250 years. And just after the World War II, Poland was occupied by the Soviet Union. Poland was a grey, sad country. There were no freedoms for people at all. Everything was controlled by the country, by the government. It was very tough for people to live in this kind of system. There was no such thing as a professional poker player. Maybe some people thought that they are professional gamblers because there were few casinos in Poland open, but this has nothing to do with what we can call now a professional poker player.
During the last 20 years, everything in Poland and everything in Warsaw has changed. From the old great times to the new modern buildings, new modern people, activities. Actually, everything has changed.
No a jutro wyścig z Jurim. Coś mi nie odpisywał na SMS-y ani na ten, ale mam nadzieję, że...
No, może ja przyjdę rezerwowo, w razie czego ja pojeżdżę z tobą.
Unfortunately, I have a history of making a lot of silly prop bets, most of which I have lost.
No muszę powiedzieć, że Warsaw jest mistrzem w podejmowaniu dziwnych zakładów. Zdaje się, że 90% zakładów przegrał.
No, może nie 90.
We are in Blue City, that's the shopping mall in Warsaw, and we are at the go-kart track, and we're gonna make some challenge against Yuri.
We're in a go-kart center, where one of the poker players is about to get demolished.
Yuri is semi-professional go-kart driver. He's very good at this, so he gave me handicap.
Basically, we're gonna do 4 rounds, and whoever comes up with a better time wins.
Welcome, race fans, to today's event, Yuri versus de Warsaw. Winner takes all. Ready, set, go! And they're off. De Warsaw takes the early lead. He's sharp, he's focused, he came to play. He certainly doesn't look like the underdog right now, but look out. Here comes Yuri. He's moving at an unbelievable pace, and oh, Yuri wins the first race. De Warsaw isn't giving up. Here he comes barreling down the straightaway. What a turn. Yuri is struggling. He takes the turn wide, and oh, beautiful recovery. Yuri wins the second race.
I'm losing by 1 second. I can only lose by 0.3. I'm struggling a little bit at the moment.
In the third race, Yuri starts out strong. And Yuri wins the third race.
No more Mr. Nice Yuri.
This is the final race, folks. De Warsaw has only one last chance. It all comes down to this. Here comes Yuri again, and he's too fast, and Yuri wins!
Oh. I lost by 0.3 of seconds.
For not a professional, he's really quick. He's really quick. Yeah.
Not quick enough.
If I play cards like he race cards, I'd be a rich man.
I think poker is a symptom of New Poland because it's this kind of a new activity which was not accessible back in the old times. So I feel really fortunate that this happened now and I can be a part of it. I can enjoy my freedom and I can do whatever I want, and one of those things is playing poker.
Welcome back to EPT Prague, and to quote Alan Partridge, computers can go wrong. Unfortunately, we did have a computer malfunction, which led to us losing about an hour of action from this final table. So we come back on a 40-minute delay with 25 minutes of the level remaining before the dinner break. So huge apologies for that, guys, out of our control. But no one has gone broke during that hour. There has been some chip movement. Let's pick up the action on this hand.
Can we get that hour back? Computer says no.
A 3-bet from Julian Track, who has chipped up. He is now playing 13.67 million. He has extended his chip lead. Karkwan Lao has 4.74 million. Georgios Soteropoulos has got about 4.5 million. Olashemian 3 million. Stephen Chidwick around 4 million. It's James Hartigan, Joe Stapleton. We're joined by Vanessa Selps from Team PokerStars Pro. Sadly, Vanessa, we've only got you for 25 minutes. That's how much action we've got here before the dinner break.
Well, I'm happy to be here.
You're not really that happy. Now, you're not unhappy to be here, but you really wish that you were still playing the high roller right now.
I do wish that I were still playing the high roller. Well, the high roller's finished, so actually, no, like, I could have already won, but I didn't.
You wish that you were in here rubbing $50 on your...
Yeah, I do wish that I had done better in the high roller. But you know what? That's poker.
I haven't seen you this bummed in a while.
So huge apologies, guys, but thank you for bearing with us as Olashemian raises from the cutoff with King 10. By the way, this blind level 30 of the tournament, is 50 and 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. And good luck to everyone playing in the EPT Live free roll. It has just kicked off with 30,000 runners. Our last free roll from Prague. Lao defends his big blind with ace-7. The flop, king, queen, 8. Shemian flops best.
Lao checks to the razor. Pretty standard defend from Lao.
Yeah, this is a really bad board for ace high, even against Wizzo, who's gonna what are we calling him? Shimeon?
Whatever you want.
You know, he's obviously just playing like tons of cards, but like ace-7, you have no backdoors. Like, you know, if he calls here, he's just praying that he's gonna shut down or something, and it's just
which is also not likely.
Right, exactly. So, you know, he's folding that the whole time. You know, I expect that's the kind of board actually that Shimyan's going to go off for a bunch of barrels on actually, quite often. So it's, you know, even in a bad spot kind of with a queen sometimes.
Almost easier to be in a spot like that where you can just fold with impunity and not have to worry about it.
Right. That's what a player like him, you know, that's what they do to you though. They put you in these crappy spots and make you hate your life, and that's pretty much it.
Who's the last person that made you hate your life, poker-wise?
Jonathan Duel gets me. He's got me for every time I play with him, he just gets me. It's
really?
Yeah. I don't know. But no, I always said that like Shimyan actually reminds me of like how I used to play before I became like grew up and like got all these responsibilities and things like that. Now when I think about pulling that like crazy, you know, river 3-bet jam or whatever, I'm just like, but what about
all the stuff that money could buy?
Yeah, exactly, you know.
Yeah, he's 21 years old. He can still play like that for another year or two at least.
Kids college fun, yeah, stuff like that. Just like, but no, I love the way he plays, and it's obviously so much fun to watch.
Next hand, Georgios Soteropoulos raising to 200,000, called by Stephen Chidwick in the big blind. By the way, guys, I know we've just taken an extended break, but in 22 minutes' time, when we come to the end of this level, we are going to go on dinner break. So we're going to have another 75-minute hiatus in the action.
This could be a trouble spot for Stevie here. He's going to be check calling at least 2 barrels here.
Sure.
And then making, depending on how the board runs out of, what's the board? Yeah, Queen 8-4, yeah, he's going to be calling. And then depending on what comes in the turn, especially with the 9 of hearts in his hand, it's hard to be able to figure out any turns that he's going to fold on, so.
We may, by the way, have some residual graphics glitches just catching up with the stuff from before. So if stuff moves around, we'll do our best to make sure that we are saying accurate information.
And just to clarify, it's the 5 remaining players who are going on dinner break in 22 minutes' time. Obviously, we'll take a break as well, but that break scheduled in for the benefit of the players in the tournament.
And as Vanessa predicted, not really a turn card that Stevie can fold on.
It's actually a really bad turn card. I mean, I haven't been watching much of the action. I don't know how likely he is to go off for 3 barrels, you know, Soteropoulos, but this is a card where, you know, he could very well, if he picks up a lot of backdoor draws, if he had a draw, you know, he could have a lot of combo draws now. So he's going to fire, depending on sizing, Stevie's going to call, and then you're going to be in a pretty tough spot on the river now with top pair.
And we haven't talked much about George Soteropoulos other than branding him Greek Joe Stapleton. Mainly an online player, plays a lot of MTTs on Stars. Cashed in the Sunday warm-up once for 148,000. Has played several EPTs, has cashed in a couple. At EPT 7 San Remo, he finished 33rd. At EPT 7 Copenhagen, he finished 43rd.
Not too bad. What do we think the chances are that Stevie's able to soul read at some point? Just get away from this.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's making his decision on the river, unless he has some kind of sick read, like if he just hasn't been barreling off at all.
I mean, that's just the way it goes so often, right? With top pair and one that you're not like super in love with, it's just call, soul read, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's you know, that's the problem with defending hands like these. I mean, obviously, you're gonna get run over playing 4 or 5-handed if you're not defending these hands, but they are troublesome for those reasons. You know, my plan is usually to try to river a 9.
Solid.
That card actually is going to save Stevie, because that's going to slow. He might not even value bet that. It's a really bad card. It hits Stevie's range, and now a lot of his backdoor draws picked up a pair, like a pair of 10s via 10-9 or something. So I don't think he's going to expect Soteropoulos to bluff this card very often. So I just think he's going to find a fold here, especially if Soteropoulos bets any more than, if he bets like 500 or 600, he might get heroed, but I have a feeling Stevie's going to find a fold here on this card. It's, you know, it kind of hits 10-8, 2 pair, Queen 10, stuff like that. It's hard to figure out much of what you're getting value from if you have King Queen in this spot. You know, it's Queen Jack or Queen 9 is pretty much it at this point. So it's, you know, he's going to, you know.
Well, there's a chunky bet from Soteropoulos into a pot of 1.78 million.
Yeah, 800,000. I don't like this bet sizing on this card. I just think like I said, I mean, it's just too likely that he has so many two-pair combos in his range and that he wouldn't be bluffing this spot very often. So I just think it's just going to be a spot where Stevie folds. I'd actually prefer a smaller bet or an under bet or an over bet, kind of one of the two in this spot.
I mean, the over bet's a tough one to make for some of the reasons you already said, though, that this isn't
the
safest.
It's not the safest
value
card.
bet.
Exactly. It's not the safest card. Exactly. So it is tough to make that kind of a thin over bet for value. If I had kings or aces, it's a little bit easier because now there's a lot more hands that you're beating, but, you know, I do think Stevie will find the fold here. Might actually jam as a bluff. I mean, no. Only I do that stuff. No, I mean, you know, it's kind of a sick spot to do it, but it's easier when you see the cards, that's for sure.
Would you take jamming as a bluff over calling here?
Yeah, I mean, any day. Any day. Whatever. I mean, I've made some heroes in my life, but this is a hero call. I mean, he has a bluff catcher, and it's just a board. I really think he's unlikely to be bluffing because the thing is, Stevie could just have like 8-9 of diamonds, and now if he's caught a pair of 10s, so many of the barreling hands that he have caught a pair of 10s. You know, and if he's sitting there on ace-jack, it's just like you're really going to barrel this board twice. Maybe if you had a flush draw to go with it, but you know, it's just there aren't that many combos of hands that are going to be barreling off, especially, you know, deep in a main event. Final table, especially, I don't know what his experience is.
Soteropoulos, I mean, experience notwithstanding, and Stevie does make the right fold here, so nice, fairly disciplined fold there.
Yeah.
Soteropoulos has been playing fairly snug in spots, so.
Yeah, and I don't even think that value bet is, I guess, like, you don't know that he's going to fold, but I would probably have made a kind of a smaller bet. Try to make it look like I may be value betting something really thin or whatever.
So a reminder of the stacks. Obviously, we did miss 60 minutes of action. Let's just recap where things are. Julian Track leads with 13.6 million. Second on the leaderboard is Georgios Soteropoulos. He's got 5.4 million.
Wow.
Kwan Lao has 4.4 million. Absolutely, it's a huge chip lead for Track at the moment. Olashemian 3.4 million, and Stephen Chidwick is actually the shortest stack at the table now with 30 big blinds.
And still pretty deep, everyone, though, if the short stack is 30 big blinds.
Yeah, there's definitely some room for play here. Stevie had quite a bit more chips before the break, before we went off, so.
And a reminder that there's 15 minutes left on this level, and then the players go on a 75-minute dinner break. So apologies, but you're going to get more extra bonus stuff for an hour and 15 minutes. Are you admiring Stapes' play in the free roll?
I am, yeah. He's playing like a donkey. Oh.
Just me folding winners as usual.
So an under the gun raise from Greek Joe with King 9 off. Julian Track has pocket sevens.
Oh, has Julian called? Oh no,
no,
he's three bet.
And Olashemian's all in.
Wow, so Track made it 540. Shemian moves all in with 10s.
Oh, wow.
For 3.4 million.
See ya, Soteropoulos.
Yeah, he gets out of the way.
This is the problem with three betting this deep with pocket pairs like this. It's like you put yourself in the worst possible spot. And, you know, it's this new fad where everybody wants to three bet, but
you're partially to blame for that fad.
Yeah, but I three bet my trash. I mean, you know, it's pocket sevens, pocket eights, pocket nines, king, queen suited. These are hands that you want to see flops with. And I just think, you know, barring some like really deep dynamic or something, some other reason that you you really believe that you can 3-bet to 5-bet or just some other reason, I just think flatting should be the default. But now you come over, play these tournaments in Europe, and it's like people don't know how to play post-flop poker, so they put themselves in these awful spots where now, you know, you're getting sick odds. His range is super strong, but there's enough ace-kings and ace-queens in it that, you know, you're almost priced into a call for, you know, 1/4 of your stack and a major final table. It's just too much risk for, you know, unnecessarily putting yourself in that spot, I think.
Talking of sick, by the way, Julian Track told German media he actually has a fever.
He looks better now, though.
He does. He's been drinking a lot of water. One presumes he's been taking some medication, but during the first part of the day, he has looked terrible, and he calls, putting Shemian at risk, but Shemian a huge favourite here with 10s against 7s, and 10s are the hand which Julian Track has done so much damage with in this tournament. And 10s still ahead on the flop.
Nice flop for 10s.
Shemian set for a double up.
Oh.
But there's a 7 on the turn! And Shemian now needs a 10 on the river to survive. It doesn't come, and we lose on a Shemian.
Wow.
Wow.
All in and all out in 5th place in EPT Prague, and slightly shell-shocked.
That's sick.
Ola Shemian receives 218,300 euros for his 5th place finish, and we are down to 4. And look at the chip lead that Julian Track now has.
Holy
17 million. That's a better than 3-1 chip lead over his nearest competitor, Greek Joe.
OMG.
That's really, really rough.
He's pulling a Michael Jordan, game 6 here. Jordan had the flu and had like the game of his life.
It's a shame for the viewers out there too, because Oli with a stack would have been a lot of fun to watch.
Sure, I mean, you know, your favorites so far, you would have named Max, Ola, Steven Chidwick, and now the first 2 are gone, and Chidwick's the short stack.
Poker's fun for everyone.
And so we are 4-handed here in Prague. 4 players remaining from the 1,007 who started in this 5,000 euro event. And 11 minutes left on the level. Then comes the scheduled dinner break for the players.
Just kidding. Joe's really grinding this free roll, by the way. I keep telling him to go all in as a bluff, but he's just not.
Yeah, it doesn't work in free rolls.
Oh. All right. That's what I'm doing wrong.
Basically, in a free roll, everyone has your rep.
Doesn't work in like 25Ks either, as it turns out. But anyway.
Ka Kwan Lao raises with Queen Jack from the cutoff.
There we go, 3-better. I guess, you know, when it gets shorter-handed, well, we don't really know what he has. Similar thing. I mean, I guess you usually see this out of the small blind. See, out of the big blind, we know 1 card, I guess. I mean,
usually a little stronger out of the big blind.
It should be, but it really depends on stacks, too. I mean, Soteropoulos, yeah, I mean, he's 3rd stack, so he should be super nutted here because if you look at the stacks with ICM considerations. He's got 5.2. There's huge pay jumps to consider. You know, I'm not re-raising. Like, I'm literally flat calling ace-king out of the big blind here, and I know that that gives the huge stack a massive advantage if I'm never going to be re-raising anybody, but at the end of the day, sorry, I thought he was playing against Julian, but still at the same time, when you're the, you know, the 2nd stack and you're considering huge pay jumps, to play high variance just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, really, to me.
I just don't know that these guys are as cognizant of that as you are. We know that this is Julian's first live cash ever.
Oh, really?
Soteropoulos, you know, has gone deep occasionally.
Right.
But, you know, these are somewhat
Yeah.
experienced concepts. They're not the hardest concept to grasp, but they are things that you don't, if you've never been here before.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. It's tough. I mean, it's for sure, it's not something you think about necessarily, but you know, that's something definitely, you know, for anyone that's at a major final table needs to know, you know, if you're looking at 150K when the next person goes out, I may not want to get in a flip with my ace-king against pocket nines, you know, or whatever. You know, maybe ace-king I'll be 3-betting, but ace-queen I'll just be flatting and other hands too.
By the way, I'm out of the free roll. I did a max silver and discovered that ace-3 suited does not have good equity against aces.
Oh, no. It's close, but you're still behind.
This is a super interesting turn card here, too, because, well, we still are playing one-card poker with Soteropoulos.
We know Soteropoulos has the best draw. He may have the best hand if he's got a jack under there.
I doubt he's going to... I can't imagine he has a jack, but he's 3-betting king-jack at the big blind. He could very easily have an ace. He's debating whether or not, you know, or he could have kings with king of diamonds, or he could just have air. Who knows? I think if he had, you know, king 10 with king of diamonds, king queen with the king of diamonds, he's going to be barreling here. I think if he has a value hand, he's going to kind of be debating whether to bet or whether to bet small or to check. You know, kind of know a lot from his bet sizing usually. Not always, though. Some people size really well. And
Soteropoulos really hasn't been 3-betting light very much, so I wouldn't be at all surprised if he had ace-king under there.
yeah, I mean, the thing for Lao is, like, you have a diamond and you have a queen, but, like, against a strong range, you're not happy. But obviously we can see the cards, and, you know, when he's just got, like, 2 black 7s, and he's just betting again, you have to call at least the turn, and then once again, this kind of hand, you kind of have to make your decision on the river.
Another ace on the river, ace of hearts.
If he does have a hand like kings or ace-king, that's a great card, just because, you know, especially with kings or something, you're so much more confident now that your hand is good.
By that same token, does Lao maybe think his hand is good once it comes runner ace?
Well, yeah, when you first see the ace, but you've got to consider the fact that, you know, Soteropoulos has 3-bet and then fired 2 barrels, so that's obviously, and especially on, you know, the ace, you expect him to be barreling, but at the same time, it's the ace of diamonds, so he might not. And,
I guess maybe king-queen suited is a possibility with the queen of diamonds.
yeah, I mean, there's tons of hands that beat Lao's hand, and once again, if he makes a bet, it's a bluff catcher, so you know, just got to be thinking about how often is he bluffing. He did just go off for 3 barrels, and didn't get to showdown. That's got to be running through his head, you know.
He wasn't like then.
Warren C tweets, shout out to Vanessa Selbst, holding it down in the booth. Hashtag boss chic.
All right. I don't know what that means, but I'll take it.
Like an oil chic?
No, as in Le Freak say chic. So Georgios betting more than $1 million on the river. Javier predicts that Lao's hand is good. And right now you can see at the bottom of your screen what will be showing during the dinner break.
I mean, you know, it's very possible that he just has a hand that he was just trying to win at pre-flop, like a junky king X offsuit, king 5 off, king 6 off, and he didn't want to defend. And if he does have a hand like that, he would definitely be barreling at least this flop and turn.
I don't see him playing.
Potentially falling through on the river, but yeah, it's just so unlikely. It's just, you know.
I mean, this is pretty similar to the value bet he made.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much more likely that he's got, like, kings or ace-king, or king-queen of diamonds, king-10 of diamonds, stuff like that, like you said.
He calls. Ace-king.
Yeah.
Lao's hand, Javier, was not good.
Well, that puts Lao in a real dicey place.
Yeah.
Down to 1.9 million, just 19 big blinds. Soteropoulos up to 7.78 million. Still some way behind Julian Track. And Bob on Twitter says, I guess having a fever not only makes you play sick, but also run hot. Nice, Bob. Nice. You can still get in touch. The hashtag is EPT Live. The email address nuts@pokerstars.tv. Just over 3.5 minutes to run on this level before the dinner break. And the next blind level is 6120 and the ante doubles. We go from playing with a 10k ante to a 20k ante. Not what Ka Kwan Lao wants to hear right now.
What's it like going to the dinner break short stacked?
Crappy.
Yeah, you just wish you could find out what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
75-minute dinner break.
Yeah. It feels really bad to lose a huge pot right before dinner, for sure.
What's it like making a dinner break, actually? That's something that I don't know anything about.
Awesome.
Is it good?
It's
Yeah, it
awesome.
must feel great.
Yeah. Sometimes dinner break in that free roll.
There ain't one.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna take it with me.
That's that's one of the problems with calling raises with Queen Jack off. I mean, I think there's obviously four-handed. You're gonna want to defend your Queen Jack off if you're raising it, but you just got to identify the times that someone has a much stronger range. And like you said, I mean, these people they're not as experienced or whatever, but for all the dynamics that I said, I mean, I think even if you haven't studied ICM or played lots of major final tables, maybe you're not going to describe it in the same terms that I'm using, but it is going to sink in hey, there's 100,000 euros pay jump next, this may be worth kind of slowing down for and maybe not be inclined to make any huge bluffs. I think that's the tendency of most people, is to play a little bit more snug, and so I think it's okay to be folding kind of dominated hands
And I
like
think
Queen Jack.
if you can also pay attention to the fact that your opponents are probably considering ICM, maybe they're not messing around.
That's what I'm saying. Oh no, for sure, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So even if I didn't fold Queen Jack off, it's the kind of spot where on the river you've just got to be thinking about it's just so unlikely that he's light to begin with, and there's just no hand that bets 3 streets that your hand is better than.
David Bridgman feels now is the time when he can comfortably make the prediction that Track will win it all. Now he's the monster chip leader. Hey, things can change pretty quickly. Let's pick up the action here. Chidwick raised under the gun with Queen Jack. Georgios has 3-bet the button with Ace-6. Action back on Stephen. The last remaining Brit.
He's gonna kind of shove. Oh wait, oh, he's limped.
He just limped. He
Yeah.
Gibbons. We see the Gibbons in action at the final table of EPT Prague.
He's gonna call for sure. He's limping to call because he doesn't want to be put in a tough spot by being 3-bet off his hand.
What do we think about? That's fine, right?
I love it with Broadway kind of cards.
I think an under the gun limp too is not as bizarre.
Yeah.
Four-handed.
I mean,
as it is 9-handed.
Yeah. I mean, what he's doing, in effect, is taking away, the kind of, Stevie feels really confident in his post-flop ability and everything that I've been talking about people kind of being 3-bet happy. He's taking away their ability to do that to him. He's saying, you know what, you put in whatever raise you want, and if it's small enough, we'll see a flop, and if it's too big, then I'll just limp a big hand next time.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's kind of saying, let's play post-flop, which I like. This is a really interesting flop.
It looks like a boring flop to us. Why is it interesting?
Because it's just a flop that's likely to have missed both people. I think if Stevie had more chips or hadn't just lost the big pot, he'd be, I was just going to say, it's the kind of board where I think if he hadn't just he's just been on a massive downtick and just kind of hurricaning off chips, I think honestly he was limping his Queen Jack to try to hit a pair and get some chips back, make some good value bets. Normally I would actually expect him to float a fair amount of the time out of position on with the 10 on the board and rainbow flop, but it's just kind of the way the momentum's shifting right now.
So there we go. That's the end of the level. The 4 remaining players going on a 75-minute dinner break Would love to have more time with you, Vanessa, but thank you for the 25 minutes you spent with us this evening.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the trophy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I thought I only gave it to you because I thought I was going to get another one today.
So when we come back in 75 minutes' time, 4 will play down to a winner. Back shortly here in Prague at the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour.
No take backsies on the trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I am poker.
Join Ronaldo at PokerStars.net. We are poker.
As I set forth on this journey, may the gods of this game continue to bless me with the gifts of good fortune. I ask that you grant me the power to hold my ego at bay in the face of adversity, the strength to choose patience over greed, and a trustworthy gut that knows when to lay down and when to fight. Once that decision's made, I leave my fate in your hands. I have faith that you'll be there to guide me along this ride on the river.
Check, 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 check. Raise hell, bet call those angels. Better know that range well. So we meet again. EPT season 10, Barcelona first stop. Back in the home of the first flop. Stavage will get in the record book out of the gate. Original champion, not far behind him. Star rising, currently king of the cash in. Luca, Pagano, huge bucks, Bronco. Still no title yet. Never know he might be next. Antonius a day late by the time he got in. Started at the bottom, finished on the top and bought in. Thinking Johnny Loudon's riding right there on the brink of his first EPT win. But what does Johnny think? I be widely regarded as the greatest on the scene. Still no number 1, but number 2 in season 3. At Chips and by Big Ben, the big story was victory for Vicor and that victory Season 4 we saw 2 new cities on the tour. Expanded that casino, PCA and San Remo. Elke earned a new moniker by the quick way that those chips came. Mr. PCA leading the way and hey, a new nickname. First time in San Remo, victory would go to J Mercy. First time on a live circuit, worthy of that first seed. Got it again in a year, way to begin a career. The only difference here, now the original high roller title holder. Come on! Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You could cry me a river. In Germany, McDonald, only 18 years old. Maybe grinning silver, but that baby's winning gold. Nearly got that win again in Dortmund season 5. Path blocked by a black mamba, only she survived. Season 6, make a living with the chips. 1,240, fell short except Bori. Super high rollers need 100K to play. Catch love and go snatch it all in the first at PCA. Monte Carlo, season 9, grand final. Searching for that first win was Laden in the Granu. Mercier and Cody hoping to pioneer a title pair. Smoke finally cleared, only O'Dwyer in that chair. So the jinx lives on, even after 9 years. We've never seen a double, gotta say that's kinda weird. Matter of time indeed, it might be seen in season 10. Sit back, enjoy the ride as that new season begins. Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You can cry me a river. Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You can cry me a river.
This is definitely the best jacket. But it'd be good to have you a little bit more casual.
Craig, why does it look so serious?
We're making a title sequence for EPT 10, which involves shooting 6 people around a poker table. This is going to look amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
It'll be beautiful.
Beautiful. It's 20 seconds of beauty.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. We're sat around the poker table, you know, with a bunch of other team pros. We can't actually play any poker, and we're just sort of repeating the same shot over and over, different angles, look more serious, look less serious, you know. But it's fun, you know, it's something a little different, trying out our acting skills.
To do this kind of stuff is really funny for us, and it's actually part of our daily job. As professional players, we just don't sit at the table playing cards, but we also do a lot of media things, and this is one of the things that we do like the most.
It's really hard to imagine how it would be in the end, you know, with a green wall, and we don't know what's going to happen, so I'm really excited to see the results.
Your left shoulder's a bit slumped. That's better, yeah.
That's it. Perfect. Yep. Action!
Work out a bit of static. So if she does a real slow one like that, imagine the chips are going to be falling like really slow. Okay.
Well, you know, the EPT, when it first started out, not a lot of people knew what to make of it, you know, but now you look at it, it's 10 seasons strong, and it literally is. It has become the most successful tour in the whole world.
It's kind of crazy how it's gone, and it's like getting better and better every year, so I'm like really like impatient to play there again.
You know, I won in season 6, so it's been a few years now, and yeah, the fact that the tour has grown to what it has is just magnificent.
Hey, it's professional poker player Vanessa Russo. I'm here in Vancouver for VIP Club Live, a global series of parties hosted by PokerStars for its VIPs. Let's go check it out.
Welcome to Vancouver VIP Club Live. It's already turning into a great evening, and it's just going to be a whole lot more fun.
Yeah, you know, I just came off the World Series of Poker. I've been playing hardcore every day, but now this is a nice way to just kind of like an after party, relax, meet some fellow grinders, meet some fans, or just meet fellow colleagues. It's a great experience. I think it's great.
This has given me a chance to meet people like Nanonoko and Taylor Frost, people who I wouldn't have met otherwise. It was really cool to come out here and talk to them about their game and how they play, and give me inspiration to play more myself.
We have goodies to give away. We are giving away a beautiful Tag Heuer watch.
All the team pros are giving out boxes of macaroons, and inside one of those boxes is a golden macaroon. And that golden macaroon will be turned in for a Tag Heuer watch for the lucky VIP.
Here's your man, Darren Sang. Got the magic macaroon.
I think that PokerStars parties are certainly unique. They have their own kind of draw to them. I thought like the chip idea with like the gambling and like the blackjack tables and the rock tables is very interesting. I felt like the body painting was very cool.
I'd say PokerStars made my hometown proud tonight. Everybody at Dodge said they had a great time, and I mean, it definitely, the whole party exceeded my expectations.
Us all smiled and just good food, good drinks. Had a good time, really.
Ian, 751.
I certainly don't know too many jobs where you can just work and grind and do something you enjoy and then get rewards like this. It's pretty unique.
Remember the feeling of entering our lobby and easily finding the game you're looking for? Remember the sights and sounds of online poker at its best, or testing your skills against the pros? Remember the non-stop action of Rush Poker and destroying egos one hand at a time in the most exciting tournaments available? It was a thrill you could only get at FullTiltPoker.net. Good news, the thrill is back. FullTiltPoker.net. It's where we play.
Day 4 of the PCA main event. Things have changed around here. We've had world-class athletes.
Welcome to poker, my man.
Thanks, buddy. Now we have the coach.
That's what I'm talking about, baby! Bang, 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 bang!
We've seen brothers stand together, and now one must walk alone. We've had big talkers.
Hallelujah! It's a miracle.
Now the chips are doing the talking.
I'm all in. All in. I'm all in. Good call.
An elite field remains here at the PokerStars.net PCA 10. With 13 major titles among these players, there is no questioning their caliber. But it's the main event trophy and $1.8 million they all want to get their hands on.
In the back of my mind, being the first ever two-time EPT winner is pretty much up there.
Having already won an EPT, the motivation is to make history and get that feeling back.
And as day 4 begins, it's not just Jake Cody and Mohsen Shirani are eyeing the prize. Eugene Kachalov and Olivier Bousquet have come close to main event glory in seasons past, not to mention the 55 other players, all of whom have the talent and the desire to claim one of the biggest titles in Hold'em. Swimming with the sharks is a Miami Dolphin trying to make a splash of his own.
There's a big entourage from 305, Miami. Grinder and I are very dear friends. Grinder's brother Rob, who's still in the tournament. Ryan Fair, who's in the tournament. So we have 305 represented well.
Fellow Floridian Robert Mizraki has gone deep before, but fallen short. Now he's looking for redemption.
I always do good in the island tournaments. When I came fourth and came really close to winning it, Then 3 years after that, I came really close too. I want to take down the main event more than anything.
Olivier Busquet has already surpassed his PCA best. His expectations are high.
It's my furthest run in the PCA. This is one of the biggest tournaments of the year. You know, it's pressure-filled, it's intense, and I'm definitely excited.
59 remain, and we expect to more than halve that field today. So here we go, players arriving for day 4 of the PCA 10 main event.
It's all us, baby. You know it, right?
And there are the 2 remaining former EPT champs. Former runner-up, Olivier Busquet, on one of our outer tables alongside Jeremy Cutler. Patrick Kelly comes into the day as tournament chip leader. Eugene Kachlov on our secondary feature table alongside Chris Klodnicki. Mohsen Shirani is also going to have a seat at that table.
And say hello to one of the most successful tournament players of all time, Carlos Mortensen. Is that a Bluetooth? What?
There's the last remaining Mizrachi.
Nice little pep talk, just short and to the point. Okay, great. Enough of these guys. Let's get to the feature table. Yes!
Tatiana Balarosova is the last lady standing.
Jake Cody, not bad either. Jan Dion and Mikhail Blomley are on either side of him, so I guess you could say he's sandwiched between them? Huh? No?
Both Jake and Tatiana have significantly less than the tournament average. We've got 2 of the French-Canadian contingent on our feature table, Jan Dion and Jonathan Roy, plus Joe Siroc, who's second on the tournament leaderboard with more than 1.6 million. Lines at the start of the day, 5,000, 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. Let's get cards in the air. Jake Cody's going to be first to speak. Jack Queen offsuit under the gun.
Some folks will fold this UTG, especially with less than 30 bigs, but that's clearly not happening.
Jake raises to 20,000. Action folded around to Jonathan Roy. 6-3 off. He'll pass. Round to Jan Dion in the big blind. Jack 10, and he calls.
Standard hand to defend with, even though we know Dion is dominated.
An ace-king deuce flop.
Both flop gut shots, which means they swapped out. They don't know that, though.
Dion checks, and Jake checks behind. 10 on the turn, a pair for Dion, the nut straight for Cody.
So that was a good card.
Dion checks a second time. Jake goes for value, 22,000.
And Jan Dion is drawing dead. By the way, Jack Bauer called, he wants his face back.
Dion calls.
The old call and hope your opponent shuts down routine. Plus, he still does have a nut draw.
Blank on the river.
And Jake now has the stone nuts he shan't be shutting down.
Dion checks a third time. And Jake Cody will bet again. Question is how much? $38,000.
Should be a pretty easy fold for third pair.
Dion does give it up. So a good start to the day for Jake Cody, up to 331,000. Over at the secondary feature table, an all-in and a call. Chris Klodnicki with 8s, Mohsen Shirani with overs.
One of us is grinding that 2K.
Mohsen's got him covered.
I hope it's you, buddy. Too quick, Eugene. At least pretend like you're not trying to bust him.
Good flop for 8s.
Let's take an ace of clubs for the flush draw.
And then the 8 of clubs for justice. 8 of clubs, you said?
Yeah, that's fine.
Ace of spades.
Ace of spades good enough for you?
Yep.
Nice, man. Good luck.
That'll do it for Chris Klodnicki.
Which way to the 2K side event?
On Eugene, whose side are you on? Ace of clubs for justice. No shady, Eugene.
Eugene does not like being called shady.
So 57 players remain. To the outer tables, where chip leader Patrick Kelly has gone to the turn in a pot against Andrei Shatilov. And Kelly will bet the turn, 150,000. Shatilov only has around 250k behind.
And he pulls the old, I guess I'm all in move, reeks of strength.
Kelly counting out the call. He makes the call.
It wasn't much more to call, but I don't think you're even always ahead with a flush.
Wow.
Quads for Shatilov.
Yeah, see, told you. I didn't know he was that strong, though. Sheesh.
Wow, look at that, too. Either way.
And Kelly makes his flush.
Wow, that's
awkward.
ridiculous.
Shatilov had shoved for more. I think Ace-King is an easy laydown there. You're going to be drawing dead often enough.
Well, Patrick Kelly has lost the tournament chip lead. That honor now belongs to Joe Sirok. Owen Crow and Nicholas Godoy both still in the top 5. Russia's Maxim Panyak is 10th in chips overall. He's in action on the outer tables. He's raised. Olivier Busquet is called. We're going to the flop.
Olivier in position.
King, Queen, 7 flop with 2 clubs. Panyak continues. He bets 37,000. And Olivier calls.
Well, he's got to have something to call on that board.
5 of spades on the turn.
Looks like Panyak's going to keep barreling.
102,000. Quick call from Olivier.
Snap calls twice now.
And the board pairs on the river. It's the 5 of hearts.
Does Panyak fire again?
Yes, he does. 227,000.
This is a big decision on a bricky board. If he calls and he's wrong, he's only leaving himself 5 big blinds.
Olivier calls. Ace-10 for Panyak. Ace-Queen for Busquet.
Sick, sick call. Station the pants off of him. And that is a near double up.
Olivier now up to 852,000. Across the floor, the coach has 3-bet George Clyde Smith.
And it looks like Clyde Smith is counting out a hyphenated 4-bet.
He re-raises to 175,000. And Michael Lippmann will call.
Just flats the 4-bet out of position. Okay.
So heads up to the flop with 361,000 in the middle already. It's a king-high flop.
Go ahead.
Lippmann checks, and George Clyde Smith bets 100 grand. Lippmann folds.
Gives it up immediately to the small C-bet. What do you have, 2 10s? Classy shirt.
Back to the feature table. Action has been folded to Joe Sirok, and the tournament chip leader will raise with ace-queen offsuit to 22,000. Queen 6 suited for Yan Dion.
Yeah, Dion, what are you up to?
He's 3-betting to 48k. 9s for Jake Cody on the button.
Jake's probably not folding this with 27 bigs behind. If he shoves now, he also has a decent amount of fold equity.
I'm all in.
Jake does move all in. The blinds both fold.
How much is that?
270.
Sirok considering the call.
Run one of those stacks down for me.
Sirok's got a great hand. He might be leaning toward a call, knowing Jake would probably shove fairly wide with his decent fold equity. He just has to worry about what Jan Don't Call Me Celine Dion was taking chances with.
Sirok does call.
Gulp.
Dion will fold. And we have got a race on our hands.
Not that strong.
And 9s.
Let's get to the starting gate.
Jake Cody needs this pair to hold. His tournament life is on the line. Good flop for 9s.
Real good flop for 9s.
Jake now a 76% favorite to double up. Oh, an ace on the turn! I am regretting singling out Jake Cody as a potential 2-time champion.
It's the 2-time champion curse.
No 9 on the river.
That's a.
Sirok improves to a flush.
Click.
And Jake Cody exits in 47th place.
Not a bad showing for the newest Team Pro. Disappointing, but not bad at all. Meanwhile, Joe is rocking and rolling. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Because it actually is over.
The chip leader now up to nearly 2 million.
It was my first tournament as Team Pro. I mean, it's been a great start. I had a deep run. It would have been nice to go a bit further, but It was a great experience overall. It was nice to get off to a decent start, and hopefully I can continue it.
Read articles, watch videos, learn tips in your free time. Use your mobile or your tablet to play and learn poker via Poker School Online.
Ten years at EPT, many moments, very good memories, some also bad moments. Well, I really like to mention my first event, my first final table, my first in the money was right here, 10 years ago in Barcelona. Was just another era, was 10 years ago. The buy-in was just 1,000. I finished third. Today, if you finish third, probably you go home with 300,000 euro. At the time, I got 20,000 euro, and I was the happiest guy in the world. Well, 5 minutes after the beats, because I get buzzed with a 3-outer hand, and it took me a while to recover from that beat, because, you know, when you are so close to complete your career at the right beginning, and we are still trying. I mean, 10 years of hard work now.
It's the PokerStars.net PCA 10 main event. And on our feature table, the action's on Tatiana Baratosova, who's just been 3-bet by Jonathan Roy.
Don't think a shove's gonna get a fold from Roy.
I will.
She does shove. And he calls. She has got 2 live cards. But with the flop, turn, and river to come, Roy is a 65% favorite.
I don't know if I love shoving for 20 bigs with King 7. You're gonna get looked up a lot.
The flop has a 7 on it, but an ace as well.
That wasn't good. Made a pair, but it's not good enough. She's gonna need a second pair or trips now.
King or a 7 needed on the river.
5 outs.
It's a jack.
Okay. Bye.
And that'll do it for the last woman standing. Oh, look at that, a little tip of the cap, like a gentleman.
Can you...
Awkward. This is a very decent run for the newest member of Team Online in one of her first live events. Certainly one of her first live events of this size.
She cashes for $32,000. Still some distance to go before we start paying out the really big sums.
Jonathan, it's okay if you want to laugh.
We've got 3-way action on our secondary feature table. Robert Mizraki was the pre-flop aggressor.
Mizraki with TPTK.
He continues for 36,000. Eddie Sabat folds. Manik Lerza has a gut shot.
This would be a pretty loose peel, though if he hits a non-hard 10, that is the nuts.
He calls. And the turn is a non-hard 10.
That's not supposed to happen.
Mizraki slows down, he checks.
Wow, he could have easily double-barreled there, somehow managed to check on a sketchy turn card.
Lerza bets 68,000.
Rob can also now hit a gut shot for a chop.
He calls. And the river is a 7, changes nothing. Mizraki checks again.
How much value does he go for?
All in.
Lerza shoves. 359,000.
How much is it?
I said 359,000.
Armiz may not be able to get away from this. You should never try to bluff a Mizraki because they've been known to throw on the hero call like it's the bat signal.
I call.
He does call. And Manik Lerza will double up.
And it's like Tina Turner said, we don't need another hero.
Lerza now playing more than $1 million. And Robert Mizraki down to 625,000.
Also, what's love got to do with it? It has nothing to do with poker, I just want to know.
Blinds up 6,000, 12,000 with a 1,000 ante. We're going to sweat with Joe Sirrock on this hand. Aces, nice.
Blades. Somebody's about to get bladed by us. Snick, snick, snick.
A raise to 27,000, called by Yan Dion in the cutoff. Anyone else coming along for the ride?
We got enough blades for everybody.
Nope, heads up to the flop.
Yeah, we probably do really only want to take the flop heads up.
7-6 deuce with 2 spades.
That's an awesome board for us. Not too much to be scared of there.
Sirot continues for 40,000.
Even though there are a few draws out there, you wouldn't really expect Dion to have called from the cutoff with many hands this board connects with.
Well, he calls the bet of 40,000. So we go to the turn. The Queen of Hearts.
I think this is a great card for us. Maybe Jan was floating with 2 overcards and he just caught one. We can barrel here again on the turn for straight value.
105,000. And Dion will call again.
Okay. 2 flush draws out there now. I'm still not super worried about this.
3 of clubs on the river.
Probably the safest river ever. 4-5 just got there, but honestly, I don't see why we wouldn't go for 3 full streets here. 2/3 pot would be pretty sick.
Green chips, 25,000 each. Sirot bets 250,000.
Is that 2/3? I'm not so good at the maths. But will it get called?
Dion was 630,000 behind.
All in.
Count. And he shoves.
Gulp. Well, here's the problem, James. We're getting pretty good odds right now, like good enough to call. But I feel like when this happens, it's because the other guy's never bluffing. Call, call, shove looks really strong. But we're getting like 3-1, 6 spot.
Call.
Sirot calls and Dion tables. 3s, he rivered a set.
Ah. Celine Dion sang about the heart of the ocean. This guy should be singing about the heart of the river. Nice river, sir. All right, take it easy there, Lost Boys.
Dion called flop and turn with just a pair of 3s and got there at the end. And with that hand, Joe Sirot has lost the tournament chip lead. He's now 7th on the leaderboard. Jan Dion is the new tournament boss with over 1.6 million. Just behind Sirot in the top 10 is Michael Lippmann. And the coach is in action here. He's gone to the flop against Killian Kramer.
Oh, that's Lippmann. I thought it was the real Michael Jordan.
Lippmann has raised 130,000.
Pretty wet board. Could be any kind of pair or draw.
And Kramer looks back at his hand and folds.
Don't mess with the Jordan kid. Don't mess with the Jordan kid. Don't mess with the Jordan kid. Don't mess with Michael Jordan. Do not mess with him. Get him, coach. Do not mess with him.
I'm not clear. Are we supposed to mess with Jordan or not?
For once.
Oh, top 2, sorry.
Shows Queen Jack.
One time.
Maybe not the best strategy.
Wow, Jersey really gets it done.
Had to change.
Coach, don't ever change.
Michael Lippmann, Miami, Florida. I coach the AAU South Beach All-Stars 9th grade division. My son is one of the elite point guards out of Dade County. He's an 8th grader. I've been coaching since Jacob was a young kid at the boys club. When he was younger, I used to bring him into the inner cities to get competition. And they were like, who's this little white boy making a name for himself? And we put together a team and we're the South Beach All-Stars. It's really a passion because I'm not just a father to Jacob, but I'm a father to 60 kids. Many of them are from broken homes. They really lean on me and they've been following my run and they're really excited for me. I really love the kids and a lot of the money I make for poker definitely supports our charity cause for the South Florida community. Ironically, I had 305 people, Rob Grinder's brother and Ryan Fair, so they always called me Coach.
What are you doing, Coach?
So it really caught on because a lot of times I'm wearing my AU outfit and it says Coach, so I'm running to an AU game early on a Sunday morning and then I'm in a poker tournament for a noon start. I'm a dad, I'm a basketball coach, and a businessman and a poker player all in one.
Oh, what are you doing to me? We're all rooting for this guy to bust, and now he's all philanthropic and whatnot? What a bummer.
Lippmann back in action against $10 qualifier Nicholas Godoy. Lippmann bets 55,000 on the flop.
How much is?
Used to be the chip leader, has an issue with buttons.
Godoy raises to 115,000.
How much you have behind you?
Less than you do, Lippmann.
All in.
Lippmann shoves.
I call.
And Godoy calls. Godoy's up and down, and Lippmann has king high.
What just happened?
Come on, high cards. High cards.
I don't know, who's trying to give away their chips more?
That's what I'm talking about, baby! That's what I'm talking about!
How about getting it quietly? I don't think he really meant that thumbs up, by the way.
That's cojones, man.
Look at the hand though.
Cojones.
Check raise, bet, check raise, all in. Nice hand, Joe.
Sure.
Nice hand.
Guy shoves with king high, gets called, and it's good. Not even sure what Godoy was doing in there with 6-9 in the first place.
Well, 32K is a pretty good return on $10, but understandably, Godoy is devastated to be out. Or more out-of-table action, Greg Mueller is all in and drawing thin. He's run 10s into Ryan Fair's kings.
Hockey player about to get showered. Cold deck big time with his chips.
4 across heart would have been nice. Yeah, the other one.
Mueller needs a 10, doesn't hit it.
Good luck, everybody.
So we lose Greg Mueller, and Ryan Fair looks like he's having a good day.
Over to the secondary feature table where they've gone 3-way to the flop. Mo Centurania will bet 34,000.
C betting semi-bluff with a pretty weak gut shot. Eugene with second pair top kicker.
He will call. Mizraki with absolutely nothing.
It's actually almost the nut low and no suits.
He folds. Heads up to the turn. 6 of hearts.
Well, that's not his gut shot. Mosen's still got just 10 high. Will he shut down? No, he will not.
He will bet again. 78,000, and Eugene Kachalov will fold the best hand.
Nice double barrel, Mosen Gosen. You know, I think this kid could win an EPT one day.
He's actually our last remaining potential 2-time champion, although I probably shouldn't mention that after what happened to Jake Cody.
Yeah, that's some bad juju, my friend.
To the outer tables where Carlos Mortensen has 3-bet all in with 8s. He's been called by Maxim Paniak with ace-king.
Paniak looking for some more paint yak.
The turn is a queen, giving Paniak Broadway and sealing Carlos Mortensen's fate.
Mortensen drawing Muertensen.
The last remaining former world champion exits the PCA main event in 36th place.
Yeah, and check it out. Paniak's got stacks.
Meanwhile, Carlos is being consoled.
Carlos.
Hey, I forget to congratulations, man.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you, brother.
One of the greatest no limit hold'em players in the world. Why don't more people know who he is? That's the question, my man. Carlos Mortensen.
That backhand would have Boris Becker jealous.
That was painful. Back at the feature table.
It's Phil's world. We're all just living in it.
Action is on Dimitar Danchev. He recently joined the feature table. He's a former runner-up on the EPT, came second in San Remo in Season 8, and he's raising here with 7-5 suited, makes it 24,000 to play.
This is a little loose from early.
Fold it around to Yan Dion. Pocket 8s.
Good enough to play. Not a typical spot for a 3-bet, though.
He defends his big blind, heads up to the flop.
Hope Danchev's got some kind of plan.
Well, he likes the look of 2-pair. Unfortunately for him, Dion's flop top set.
Dion makes more sets than the universal backlot. This is not going to end well for Danchev.
Dion checks, and Danchev, with less than 1% equity, bets 26,000.
I'm not a huge fan of slow playing a set on this flop. Sure, Danchev is drawing almost totally dead, but Dion doesn't know that.
He just calls.
Slow play it, he does.
6 on the turn.
Now what? Awful card for both players.
Dion checks again. And Danchev will check behind. The river is a 9. We've got a 5-card straight. They are both playing the board. It's going to be a chop. And you know what they say, Joe?
Hold on a second there, Chief. He's betting. This might not be a chop pot.
Oh. Dion bets 78,000.
He thinks he can credibly rep a 10 in his range, and he pretty much can. Tough to get a fold here, though.
Danchev is counting out a raise?
Looks like it.
Wow. He makes it 156,000.
This is a min raise, trying to make it look like he really, really, really wants a call. Also, he probably doesn't want to lose too much if this bluff goes wrong. Sick move, though. See if Jan can sniff it out. You just had to slow play the set.
Dion folds. Danchev's raise takes him off the chop.
In Dion's defense, I don't think Danchev's bluffing there that often, so nice move. What? What do you think Jan Dion just said there? Hashtag him, people. PCA 10.
And also tell us what you think about Danchev's move on the river. Well, the players are going to go on a short break. We'll do the same. More action from Atlantis. Straight ahead.
We are anticipation. Committed. Anonymous. Focused. Holding it in. We are poker.
Welcome back to the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas. As the push to survive Day 4 continues, many of the short stacks slip away here at the PCA 10 main event. We're already down to 32, and the tables are all shook up. This means we have a new feature table, and on it 2 players who've already tasted success on the tour. Robert Mizrachi and Olivier Busquet have both got their eyes on another final table finish. Nice mix of nationalities on our new feature table. Both of the big names, Mizrachi and Busquet, have below average stacks. Jan Dion stays on the feature table, and he is the table chip leader with more than 1.5 million. Blinds are up, by the way, 8,000, 16,000, with an ante of 2,000. Action on Olivier Busquet. Jack 8 suited, and he's raising 32,000.
This is a light raise, some early 2. Does anyone care about position anymore?
Well, Pedro Cuervo in late position calls with ace-queen.
Yeah, what's this Sith Lord gonna do?
Timo Eckert folds the button. The blinds get out of the way. Heads up to the flop. It's top pair for Cuervo. The flush draw for Busquet.
Busquet's usually gonna c-bet here.
He checks.
Hoping to get a free card and disguise the strength of his hand. It's gonna half work.
Cuervo bets 23,000.
Yeah, vote for Pedro. Should really not be given free cards on this board. Nice bet.
And Olivier calls. The turn is the ace of diamonds. Busquet makes a flush. Cuervo now with trips.
Ugh, that's the worst thing to happen to a Cuervo since Prohibition.
Busquet checks a second time.
By checking, he can get a ton of value out of a river check raise or lose the minimum if a really awful river hits.
Cuervo bets 59,000.
I'd be surprised if the check raise came here.
Once again, Busquet just calls. 268,000 in the middle. 1 card to come.
Check.
And Busquet checks dark.
Ooh, mysterious.
8 of hearts.
Busquet's gonna be licking his chops for this check raise. What?
Cuervo checks behind.
How do you check ace-queen, man?
What a nit!
How do you check ace-queen? Good check. That's wild.
Olivier's a little tilted.
Oliver will win this pot.
Olivier, not Oliver. Please don't call me Oliver.
Sorry, super tilted.
Good check. Wow.
Sorry, man.
No, it's okay. I'm more upset that I won the
I understand.
least possible I could have won.
It's okay.
Remember his name. We see a lot of him on the tour.
I've always been really competitive when I was a kid. My dad taught me chess. I loved going to tournaments. I would always get really nervous, but I really enjoyed the kind of thrill of it. When I got a little bit older, I kind of transitioned into sports more. I really loved the competition in sports. I played basketball and I ran track pretty seriously. When I got into college, my college experience kind of set up my poker. In finance, I had always heard that there was a strong skill set overlap between trading and poker. And I actually started playing poker as a way to try to develop the skills necessary to become a trader. And then one of my coworkers told me that you could play online. And when I started playing online, then it just exploded in terms of my interest. What actually happened was I got fired from my job for playing online at my job, which is kind of an embarrassing way to lose my job, but it kind of speaks to the interest and obsession that I had with the game at the time. There was nothing that was going to stop me from playing poker. When it happened, I was a little bit embarrassed, but ultimately excited about this kind of new path that I was going on, and the fact that now I had a lot more time to play online, and now instead of this being like a hobby that I was really interested in, now this was my main pursuit, and this was going to be the way I supported myself. I had to take it that much more seriously.
Olivier is a famous EPT bridesmaid. Hopefully Bousquet eventually catches the bouquet.
Which would mean he'd still be a bridesmaid. But finishing second here at the PCA still makes you a millionaire, but the winner will get the better part of $2 million. To the outer tables, where we've got three-way action, three of the biggest stacks in the tournament. Check, check, check on the flop, no betting action on the turn. Board pairs on the river.
Looks like all the checking's over.
Dimitar Danchev bets 55,000. Ryan Fair.
Those are the big chips.
Greens 25,000 apiece. So he raises to 178,000. Patrick Kelly folds.
Boy, nothing really got there except for a 4.
Danchev calls.
I call you, sir.
You usually have to show the winner.
I don't think so.
Somebody have to show me a winner.
Yeah, Ryan can't show you a winner.
And if Ryan Fair is mucking, Dimitar Danchev doesn't have to show anything.
Not sure if I love the way Danchev played it, honestly. He should have been building a pot when he flopped a pair in a big draw, not putting in tons of chips when he didn't really get there.
But his game plan is working for him. He's now third in chips overall. Staying out in the field, Michael Lippmann against Owen Crow. Crow has just 4-bet Lippmann on the flop.
A 4-bet on the flop often means business. And I'm not rooting against Lippmann in this hand, but I am rooting against his celebrations.
Don't worry, Joe, he's folded.
I hope Owen had 4 high.
So Owen Crow adds 287,000 chips to his stack. He's now up to 2.2 million. He's the current tournament chip leader. The chip lead has been changing quite frequently here on day 4. Ryan Fair currently second in chips, Dimitar Danchev in third. And at the opposite end of the spectrum, plenty of short stacks, including Jeremy Kotler, whose tournament life is currently on the line. All in with ace-9, called by Eddie Sabat, and Kotler drawing to a 9 with only 1 card to come. Doesn't hit.
Good game, Jeremy.
Yeah. Good luck, guys.
Hey, well, at least you got it in good. Oh, wait, no you didn't. Didn't Eddie also knock out Michael Phelps? Dislike.
Eddie Sabat back in the tournament top 10. Jeremy Kotler out in 30th for $47,000. To the outer tables, and a player whose stack has been on the descent all day, Joe Sirok facing a bet on the turn from Patrick Kelly. Sirok folds.
Yep, the older guys tend to have it. Just a rule of thumb. A weathered, grizzled thumb.
Back to the feature table. Olivier Bousquet with deuce 3 suited, raises.
Olivier, this guy, will he ever learn?
His nemesis, Pedro Cuervo, calls with 10s.
I keep wanting to call him Jose because his last name is Cuervo, but his name is Pedro, and I feel really bad about it. Some folks will 3-bet 10s, but not always into an early raiser.
Mizrachi with ace-king.
All in.
He shoves from the small blind, and then checks that he does actually have ace-king. Back on Olivier. He gives up the deuce 3.
Now, Pedro doesn't have to call, but he probably should.
Call.
He does call.
All right.
Call.
You didn't even need to hear my reason. That's good.
So Robert Mizrachi at risk and racing for his tournament life. Looking for an ace or a king. And there's an ace on the flop.
Was there ever a doubt who was going to win this hand? Rob Mizrachi or Pedro?
Huevo could still hit a 10 on the river. 2 cards in the deck that Robert Mizrachi has to fade. It's a 6, so Mizrachi gets the double up.
Aw, I like Pedro. I want Pedro to hang in there. Aw, again. Look what you did to Pedro, Rob. It's like you don't even care.
There's an all-in at the secondary feature table. Eugene Kachalov has shoved the button with 6s, but he's run into aces.
I call.
After Hollywooding, Owen Crow just calls, hoping to entice the big blind into joining the party. But Nogueira folds. So Kachalov in horrible shape.
Oh, Sean.
10 is a brown card.
And Kachalov is practically drawing dead.
Wait. There's running quads.
Good game, Eugene.
Another deep run for Eugene Kachalov here at the PCA. He'd hoped to make the main event final table, which this guy has a strong chance of doing. But Eugene will have to be content with a 29th place finish.
Time for Kachalov to catch some rays of sunshine.
If you want to play in an EPT event, go to PokerStars.net, where there are qualifiers every day.
My favorite EPT moment is definitely the EPT Prague last year when I won the high roller, and it was my last shot of winning the Player of the Year award. And I had to get top 2. I actually ended up winning the tournament. And yeah, that was by far my favorite EPT moment.
The PokerStars.net PCA has grown in the last 10 years from a single tournament to a festival of 50 events. A lot has changed in the poker world in that decade, and back when it all started, some of today's biggest names weren't names at all.
If somebody had told me that I would be where I am today 10 years ago, I probably would have not believed them. I mean, it's been a pretty surreal experience and a fun ride these last 10 years.
10 years ago, I just finished NYU, but at the time I was still like living with my mom. I didn't really have any money, and kind of got sucked into poker a little bit. I remember recognizing that Daniel was like, wow, who's this guy who's like winning everything? There must be something to it.
If someone told me 10 years ago I'd be where I was today, I'd say, yeah, I'm not surprised. I had a lot of confidence in myself 10 years ago, and I have a lot of confidence in myself today.
10 years ago, I was going to prom.
Hang on, you were 21 10 years ago.
And?
On the wall behind the players, the faces of all the previous EPT champs. Gus Hansen won the first ever PCA. Daniel Negreanu finished 3rd. Blinds 10-20 with a 3K ante. Robert Mizrachi raising an early position with Jack Deuce.
Oh, Robert Mizrachi. Lol.
Olivier Busquet calls out of the small blind with King Jack. Guillaume Rivet, who's just been moved to the feature table, folds the big blind, so heads up to the flop.
Oliver's got Rob dominated. Just kidding, Olivier, calm down.
9-10-3 on the flop.
Not a bad flop for King Jack. 2 overs and a gut shot to the nuts.
Busquet checks.
Should be an easy check call situation for him for at least 1 street.
Mizrachi continues for 44,000.
I'd be very surprised if Olivier did anything but call here. But I guess he wants to make it look like he's got some kind of decision.
Well, Olivier does elect to call. And the turn brings another 3.
Big brick.
Busquet checks again.
If Rob could find the second barrel here, he might take it. What am I talking about? This is Rob Mizrachi. He's going to find the second barrel.
82,000 and Olivier Busquet folds.
Rob Mizrachi double barreling like a boss.
To the outer tables, where the former tournament chip leader is all in.
For just shy of 20 big blinds.
The decision is on George Clyde Smith, a British player who qualified for this tournament via a $10 online satellite. And he reshoves.
Trying to freeze out Kelly.
Which he does. Kelly folds. Clyde Smith tables jacks. Siroc's got fives.
Great spot for George Clyde Smith.
Horrible spot for Joe Siroc, who started today second on the leaderboard.
Looks like he's ready to leave. He just can't quite drag himself away.
No help from on the flop, drawing dead on the turn.
Well, you know what they say. K. Siroc, Siroc.
He finishes in 26th place, which is good for $47,000.
And we are getting closer and closer to the final table and those huge payouts.
Good hand, George. Thank you.
You can tell it's huge because I left off the H.
Let's check in on the coach. Playing post-flop against Jerry Wong. Lipman checks, and Wong checks behind. King of Hearts on the turn. Lipman checks a second time. Wong now bets 125,000.
450. Raised to 250. 450. My apologies. Raised to 450.
Lipman check raises to 450.
This raise could mean literally anything, but honestly, when they say it all angry like that, it's usually a bluff.
Wong folds, ship the pot to Lipman.
Wait for it. Where's the celebration? We've been spared! Maybe he's listening to a self-help book on there.
As day 4 draws to a close, all the remaining players start thinking about that trophy and the prospect of winning the better part of $1.9 million. Back to the feature table, where action has been folded to Robert Mizrachi on the button. He looks down, 7-8 suited.
Rob's got a great hand for him.
He raises to 40,000. 6-5 suited for Yan Dion in the small blind. He calls.
Just calling from the small blind. I think I like the 3-bet here a little better because sometimes you win it pre-flop, but against Rob, actually, what am I talking about? You'll never win it pre-flop. Just call.
Well, the big blind has folded, so we're going heads up to the flop.
You just have to have a plan because remember, you're rarely going to flop anything except for, in this case, it's a flush draw.
Mizrachi with bottom pair. Dion checks. And Mizrachi continues for 56,000.
Jan's maybe caught on at this point that Rob's going to bet his entire range here. A semi-bluff check raise might do the trick.
Boom, 153,000. And Mizrachi, with just a pair of sevens, will call.
What was I talking about? Of course he's calling. He's got a pair.
6 on the turn. Dion now with a pair to go with his flush draw.
Jan's got showdown value. He could slow... No.
Having check raised the flop, he leads for 190,000 on the turn.
Rob defended against the check raise because he knows Jan thinks he's going to have air here a lot of the time.
390.
And now Mizrachi raises up to 390,000.
Jan was semi-bluff raising. Rob is plain bluff raising. This is a weird spot to raise, actually, because most of the time your opponent's going to fold his bluffs and call with his monsters.
Dion probably thinks that 6s and 5s are live in addition to hearts. He calls.
But some way, somehow, Rob Mizrachi just made an absurd value bet against one of the only hands he's beating and got called.
Dion looking for help on the river. It's a brick. He checks, and Mizrachi checks behind.
Here. Hasta aggressor.
7s are good.
More Lost Boys happening there. Yeah. I'm the greatest. Yep.
Nice, sir.
Rob Mizrachi now up over 1.8 million. Well, he looks set to make it to day 5. The same cannot be said for Steve Rosen, out in 23rd.
The Orange Man is looking for the Orange Man. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
All in on the secondary feature table. Mikhail Blomley officially the player at risk, but if Mohsen Charania loses here, which he probably will, he'll be crippled.
Flush draw.
A queen or a club gets him out of this.
Take the queen of diamonds.
You know you have a flush draw, right?
Queen of diamonds.
That might have been news to Blomley.
King of clubs.
He'll take the 4 of spades.
Oh, here. 5.
Oh.
Sorry.
That'll about do it for Mohsen.
Charania's 2-time hopes are fading. What did I do?
Jinx.
That's pretty sick that you said that someone's busting his hand. But you didn't. Oh, you didn't bust. So.
Come on, Eddie. Another battle of the big stacks on the outer table. It's the last hand of the day. Dimitar Danchev opened, Ryan Fair called, and now Patrick Kelly has 3-bet. Danchev will 4-bet to 460k. Ryan Fair is out of here.
And these guys both have tons of chips.
He will flat the 4-bet, and with more than $1 million in the middle, we go heads up to the flop. The flop is Queen 10-7 with 2 hearts.
It's a fairly wet board. You'd expect us to have hit somebody.
Dimitar Danchev continues, 360,000.
I'm all in.
Kelly shoves!
And this is now the biggest pot of the entire tournament. Kelly is repping pretty huge. Hands like aces, kings, sets for his value hands. And if it's not a made hand, the rest of the time I think he's shoving hands with tons of equity, like ace, king of hearts or king, jack of hearts. And with Kelly's image, Danchev's in a really sick spot right now with a hand like top pair or 2 kings. And he's so tortured, it looks like that might be what he has.
I call.
Danchev calls. Kelly proudly flips over 6-7.
Wow, it was near air.
And Danchev does have kings.
Good call by Danchev. I would not recommend shoving 7-6 in that spot, but then again, I wouldn't recommend calling a 4-bet out of position with it either.
Kelly needs a 6 or a 7, and he needs it on the river.
What an unnecessarily huge pot.
The board bricks out for him, and we lose the former tournament chip leader on the last hand of day 4.
Tournament poker is unforgiving.
What a coup for Dimitar Danchev.
Poor Patrick Kelly just gave him away. Running 7-6 into kings is not a cold deck.
So Dimitar Danchev is now playing a stack of more than 4 million. Robert Mizraki and Michael, the coach Lippmann, also in the top 10. But it's the former EPT runner-up who'll come into day 5 as tournament chip leader.
Why'd you slow roll him? Come on, you didn't know he had 6-7? Now I think you're the chip leader.
Yeah. He most certainly is.
Next time, the mind games begin.
Whatever your mind wants, it's gonna perceive it that way.
Just don't believe me, huh?
No, I didn't believe you.
Only 8 seats around the final table, and everyone wants one.
One more bang, bang, bang today, and I'm ready for this final table.
It's where we come to match skill against ego, where we check, call, and raise. It's where night turns into morning and friends turn into foes, where odds can be tested and aces can get cracked, where the river can turn deuces into trips and fear into confidence. Because uncertainty is a rush, and what happens next is anyone's guess. FullTiltPoker.net. It's where we play.
There are few who know what it takes to be the last player standing.
Your body aches.
You're so tired.
The pain, the hurt.
It's strange.
Surreal.
Your adrenaline is rushing.
And then it hits you. I won.
I won.
I won.
Today, the PCA 10 main event title is on the line.
My friends on the rail are going to be absolutely nuts today.
JMP! JMP! JMP!
To win an EPT title will be the biggest achievement of my life.
It's a day that I've been waiting for a long time. It'll be validation. I can actually play at a world-class level.
Being crowned the 10th anniversary PCA champ, it would change my life.
Back in 2004, Gus Hansen took down the inaugural PCA main event. 4 years later, Bertrand Elke Gropellier made a name for himself as he scored the biggest tournament win of his career. The years that followed have seen Nazari, Gimbal, Hall and DeBella lift the winner's trophy. And now we're set to crown the 10th PokerStars.net PCA main event champion. Almost 1,000 players took to the tables, hungry for a slice of that $9.6 million prize pool. This epic 5-day poker feast has seen debut appearances for 2 competitive Supremos.
Welcome to poker, my man.
Thanks, buddy.
Larger-than-life characters.
That's what I'm talking about, baby! Bang, 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 bang!
Some world-class poker.
I can't believe I'm folding this.
Jackson. You just made one of the most insane folds ever.
And redemption.
All right, call.
Oh, good call.
Thanks.
Ruined.
Couldn't fold.
All culminating in day 5's tumble from grace for American pro Ryan Fair. His chip lead crumbled to dust under the bright lights as he bubbled the final table.
I have the light right in my eye. Yeah, like this, it's okay.
Now only 8 remain in the quest for the top prize of over $1.85 million. The crowds are here and we are about to get cards in the air.
Awesome sauce. Let's meet tonight's starting lineup.
In seat number 1 is the online qualifier from Portugal, João Nogueira. In for just $1 and guaranteed at least 166K.
Seat 2, Dimitar Danchev. He finished 2nd in San Remo Season 8, so he's no stranger to an EPT final table. Comes in with $2 million in chips.
Seat number 3, the Russian player Andrei Shatilov. He's 3rd on the leaderboard. He has a 58 big blind stack.
Owen Crow, the first of 3 Canadians, well-known online player, $3 million in chips.
Seat number 5, Jerry Wong. He's the start of day chip leader, and he has roughly a quarter the chips in play.
Don't trip over Jerry's invisible shirt. Today's short stack is our 2nd Canadian. Jonathan Roy has 27 big blinds. Short stack, pancakes, maple syrup, Canada. Boom.
To his left, in seat number 7, Joel Micker. JM Prodigy Online. He's a heads-up specialist. He's 2nd in chips at the start of the final.
There's only one JMP in my book, and that's Juan Manuel Pastor. And in seat 8 is Jan Don't Call Me Celine Dion. Our final Canadian sits in the bottom half of the chip count with 44 big blinds.
What the?
That's his online name. Although they didn't tell me they were doing this right away. Now I have this big N painted on my chest for no reason.
This is one of the biggest poker tournaments of the year. Let's get things started with the blinds at 30,000, 60,000 with a 5,000 ante. Action will be on Owen Crow. He will fold from under the gun. Chip leader Jerry Wong has kings.
Run better, Jerry Wong.
From under the gun +1. He will min raise. Makes it 120,000 to play. It's been folded around to the small blind. Dimitar Danchev has ace-queen suited.
Some folks would see re-raise here, but Lieutenant Danchev may opt to just call. Yeah, you don't want to 3-bet call it off with ace-queen in the spot. You don't want to 3-bet fold it either.
Is that a stack of green in the back?
Yeah.
Andrei Shatilov with pocket 7s will call as well. 3-way to this flop.
Plenty good odds for Shatilov to take a flop.
And Dimitar Danchev flops the nuts.
Jerry Wong's shirt is about to get puke in it.
Danchev checks. Shatilov checks. Wong, an overpair to the board, plus a flush draw.
Yeah, so he's not even going to really know to be afraid of this flop.
Bets 175,000. And look at Danchev shaking.
OMG. Well, the good news is, Jerry, that Danchev can't hit a royal. I think Danchev could very well raise here. He can rep a lot of semi-bluffs on a board like this.
He does raise to 430,000. Shatilov gets out of the way.
All in.
Jerry Wong shoves.
Call.
Danchev calls.
Gotta respect the lack of slow roll, but when you get called like that, your stomach just drops out.
Wong drawing extremely thin, just 3% equity. Danchev set for a big double up here.
Like Mike and the Mechanics, Jerry Wong is gonna need a miracle.
You wanna chop the pot?
No.
Everyone loves a chop pot. Well, that'll do it. Yes. He was already ahead.
They turn me every single time.
I don't know who these guys are, but I like them.
Danchev's rail celebrates as he doubles up to 4.1 million. A big blow to chip leader Jerry Wong.
How much you have?
5.1 or something.
Okay.
His hand was like shaking like a. Like.
I mean, you have the king blocker. He's got like, could he have like maybe queen jack of clubs that you have equity against? I don't know. I mean, it sucks to just like fold, but.
Andrew Baddocker, more like Andrew Good Coacher.
Everyone's locked up a six-figure score. Top two get 7 figures, with the winner receiving more than 1.85 million. Blinds up to 40-80 with a 10k ante. Action on Yan Dion. He folds. Xiao Nogueira will pass. Danchev's out. 8-9 suited for Andrei Shatilov.
Sure, I guess you can raise this in the hijack if it's folded to you.
And he does raise. A min raise to 160,000. Jerry Wong has ace-queen on the button. And he will 3-bet. He re-raises to 375,000.
Looks like Shatilov picked the Wong time to get cute with 9-8.
Roy and Mika fold in the blinds. Action back on Shatilov.
Shatilov's out of position and isn't really getting the right price to call. He could maybe 4-bet if he thinks Wong's just monkeying around.
He does call.
Smell the sweater.
That's an invitation I can say no to. So jack high flop.
Gut shot for Shatilov.
He checks. Wong continues for 410,000.
Now, even though Shatilov's got a draw, I think I like a fold here. He just doesn't really have the chips to do anything else.
Doesn't look like he's folding. He will call the 410,000.
Calling is optimistic.
Well, he gets there on the turn.
Man, Jerry picked the Wong day to pick up big hands.
Shatilov checks his straight. Wong.
Is he going to take the free card?
All in.
No, he shoves.
That was a little too aggressive, methinks.
Call.
Shatilov calls.
Call.
He definitely said call. Now that'd be a bad beat. Wong stepped in Shatilov, but not drawing dead. He can still bink a king.
The river is a deuce. Shatilov now doubles up through Wong.
Pretty lucky hand for Andrei Shatilov, who's now second in chips. And in just 2 hands, Jerry Wong has lost 183.5 starting stacks.
Well, it's also not a good start to the day for some of the big names playing in the high roller. It's day 2 of this $25,000 buy-in event.
You can tell Phil is used to California traffic. He likes to show up late and leave early.
Nice play, Phil.
Thanks for the 25K, Phil.
Elke also hitting the rail. No repeat of his high roller victory from 2009. But things going well for Vanessa Selbst, currently 7th on the leaderboard.
Things not going as well for Duhamel. He's out of the high roller, but he's sweating Dion and Roy in the main event. So cute. These French-Canadians stick together like French fries and gravy.
And back at the final table of the main event, it's all gone Pete Tong for Jerry Wong. He's now 6th on the leaderboard. Joel Mika, the current tournament chip leader. Action's on Joel. 9-10 of diamonds in the cutoff.
Looks like he's going to come to life with his big chip stack there.
He raises to 160,000. Yan Dion on the button. 6-5 off, and he re-raises. A 3-bet to 350,000.
Maybe sensing a little weakness for Mika. Saucy 3-bet. I like the re-steal in position.
The blinds are folded. Action's back on the chip leader.
He's made it big enough that Mika's not getting ridiculously good odds to call. Though it looks like he wants to call anyway. He's certainly got the chips.
Mika does call. So we go to the flop. Dion with position and the pre-flop betting lead. Mika with the best hand for now. Still the best hand. Flops top pair. Dion with second pair.
This could get dicey for Dion, flopping a pair in a 3-bet pot. Tough to get away from.
Mika checks to him. And Dion continues for 260K.
Jonathan, I know what you're thinking, but he's not related to Celine Dion. Bummer, right?
Mika is gonna call. And go to the turn. Jack of spades doesn't change anything.
That card hits a little more of Jan's range, but Mika shouldn't mind it too much. Big rail for Mika.
He checks a second time.
Just trying to get to cheap showdown now, maybe.
Dion does not bet again. He checks behind. King on the river.
That card's a lot scarier for Mika.
He checks again.
Does Dion check to see if his hand's good, or does he have a read on the situation, try to get Mika to fold exactly the kind of hand he's got?
He's going to bet into a pot of 1.4 million. He bets 580,000.
This bet's only 1/3 pot. I don't know if this is going to be enough. If you got a value hand, why would you bet so small? George Clyde Smith on the rail there, rocking the Rihanna. He finished 11th in this main event. He shined bright like a final table bubble.
And he's now a fully signed up member of Team JMP. Mika has counted out the chips for the call. And he does call. A great call. Takes a huge pot off Yan Dion.
Nice attempt by Yan Dion. Better call by JMP.
Mika now up to nearly 9.5 million.
Let's go, baby!
Let's go, baby is right. That's not even fair. Too cute.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Well, if you want to communicate via slightly more conventional means, you could always tag your tweets, PCA10.
There are 100 players left in the Sunday warm-up tournament. You're on the button with a stack of 9 big blinds, holding ace of spades, 8 of clubs. Everybody folds to you. What do you do? Find the answer and test your knowledge. Take the MTT quiz at Poker School Online.
As with any final table, emotions are running high. But here at the PCA 10 main event, it's not our finalists struggling to keep their composure.
Let's go, baby!
American pro Joel Mika has the liveliest rail we've seen in a long time. And they're certainly making their presence felt in their own unique way.
About 3 years ago, a group of them were sitting around having a few drinks, and one of their friends, David, says, "Guys, what can I do to make $500? Somebody says, "You should get Joel's name tattooed on you." And someone else says, "You should get Joel's face." And Joel's like, "I'll give you $500 if you get my name tattooed on you." And here it is. Joel thinks it's the best $500 he's ever spent in his life. David was in Burma now, thanks to Joel's extra $500. Everyone loves Joel.
Let's go, baby! Stacking them up!
Yeah, At what point does it stop being the wolf pack and start becoming Brokeback?
Finally, some ladies.
2.
Blinds are up, by the way. Joel Mika has min raised to 200,000.
All in.
With his short stack, Joel Nogueira shoves. Gets called.
1, 3.
Joe only had 13 big blinds, had to do it.
He does have an overcard. There's a 30% chance that he doubles up here.
Damas. Astiana.
Diamonds would be good.
Well, there are 2 diamonds on the flop, also a 6. So Nogueira has 5 immediate outs, plus the backdoor flush draw.
He did not lose any equity after the flop. Strong. Mika obviously has a gross sweat here.
King on the turn takes away the diamond draw. Just an ace or a 6 saves João Nogueira. The river is a jack. So he exits in 8th place. Joel Mika boosts his chip lead. João Nogueira qualified online. Bust. Welcome back. We are in Prague for the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. It's the final day of the main event. It's the final table, which is currently 4-handed. That's right, 50% of the players who started the day remain. And the guy who came into today as chip leader has extended that chip lead over the last 9 hours. Julian Track playing 17.3 million. Georgios Soteropoulos playing 8.4 million. And then we have the 2 short stacks as we enter the 61-20 blind level. Stephen Chidwick, 2.7 million. Ka Kwan Lao with 1.8 million. I'm James Hartigan, rejoined by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
So here we go. It's the evening session, post-dinner break. Thank you for bearing with us. Apologies for the various delays over the last few hours, but we're back into the action. And Chidwick and Lau are the players at immediate risk, Joe. We're hoping to be joined in the booth very soon by German pro Dominic. He's just tweeted, going on EPT Live just in time to watch Stevie pull off an epic comeback. He's keeping the faith alive.
It would have to be an epic comeback right now. Julian Track's got him out chipped about, I'd say, better than 8-1.
Stranger things have happened at EPT final tables. By the way, there is a delay in restarting this final table. The players came back from dinner at the scheduled time, bar one, Julian Track. And just to cut the guy some slack, he has been rather sick today, telling the German media that he woke up with a fever. He looked very uncomfortable during the first few levels of play. Many of our viewers observed that he'd been drinking a lot of water. One hopes he's also taken some medication. He is late back from dinner, and the other players have chosen to wait for him, so the clock has not been restarted. They are not dealing.
I always appreciate that, by the way, when the players do that. I think it's absolutely the right thing to do. Within reason, you give the guy a couple extra minutes. You're playing for millions of dollars, aka hundreds of thousands of euros. It looks like Julian may be walking up the stage right now. There are some stats I kind of want to go over if I could. Right now, the average stack is 65 big blinds still.
Wow, so it's still deep.
Very deep for four-handed play, which means that if we do lose players, that average is going to go even higher.
Here he comes, and applauded by the spectators at the bottom of the stage as he returns to his seat, and we will play on as level 31 of the tournament gets underway. 61-20 with a 20K ante.
And with all the hullabaloo in the last level, we didn't cover this, but I asked some folks in the media to get in touch with us. And Carrie Hubbard, producer for the European Poker Tour. Now, right now, we're about to deal hand number 138.
Correct.
In Barcelona, by hand 108.
So 30 hands ago.
30 hands ago, they were heads up.
Wow.
And in London, at hand 108, they were four-handed. So this has gone far longer than our last two final tables already.
But that was probable. If you look at the mathematics of the situation, when you consider how quick the action went yesterday, just 2 hours and 15 minutes to get down from 22 to 8. It was naturally going to be a deep stacked, slow playing final table. But we hope you've been enjoying the action so far. We're going to stick with this tournament until its conclusion, until we have a champion, until we have a winner, and we appreciate your contributions. On Twitter, tag it EPT Live. Email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Carl Summers says, and we're back. Game on. Game on indeed. Hand 138 starts with a button raise from chip leader Julian Track.
And I thought before the break, Track was starting to look better, but he looks worse again.
Raise and take it. Obviously, the players have now spread out around the table, now that we are down to 4. And if you're just joining us on EPT Live, I imagine that, you know, if you're a poker fanboy or fangirl, you might be a little bit disappointed to see that we no longer have Matt Silver and Ola Shemian at the table. I know that Stephen Chidwick is a very popular player, not just with the UK poker community.
Yeah, with Javier. Javier says Chidwick is still his pick to take it all.
As far as those railbirds are concerned, as far as those spectators go, most of them are supporting Car Quan Lao. There's a lot of Spanish players here in Prague, and Spain still has not had a winner on the EPT in 9 and a bit seasons. And they're really hoping that he can become the first Spanish player to win an EPT. It kind of reminds me of what happened in Prague back in 2008 when Salvatore Bonavena won, and the Italians went mad. It had taken 5 seasons for Italy to take a title, and Spain probably feeling that they're due right now.
I know that this won't happen, but, and I'm kind of just trolling everyone, but Spain with an asterisk?
Yes, we have had some fun with Mr. Lao's nationality over the course of this tournament. There was some confusion, I would dare say, over the last few days. Initially the Spanish flag, then the Union Jack. The confusion caused by the fact that he does have a UK passport. He was born in Hong Kong, but when he was 4, his family moved to Spain. And he recently relocated to Portugal so he can continue playing on PokerStars.com. Had he remained in Spain, of course, he'd be playing on the .es client in the segregated market.
And I think he registered with a British passport.
He did. But he does consider himself Spanish. People have spoken to him over the last 24 hours. And as far as he's concerned, he is a Spanish player looking to become the first Spanish EPT winner.
Fairly interesting hand here. Soteropoulos has decided to defend his big blind against...
Well, Chidwick just called in the small.
I see, he did just limp. Wow, limps with aces, so even more interesting.
Yeah, and Georgios got to check his option and pair his 3, and now with the action check turn, bets 125,000.
I think if Stevie puts in a cheeky little raise here, he may get action on it.
David Bridgman says, still watching, been a great day. Charlotte says, fingers crossed for track.
There's the raise.
And Nick points out that a second place finish for Georgios Soteropoulos guarantees the biggest Greek cash ever. Tupas, who came second in last year's event, won 520,000 euros. Second place this year, 536,700. And can you imagine that? The Greek player comes second in this tournament 2 years in a row. I kind of understand George's confused expression here. What kind of hands is Chidwick check raising with on this board?
Yeah, of course.
Having just limped pre, so he calls the check raise. We go to the turn, which is the 7 of clubs.
So Soteropoulos picks up a gut shot as well. And I would imagine Chidwick's just gonna bet out now.
Georgios on Twitter points out that Greece also doesn't have an EPT winner. Georgios could become the first European Poker Tour champion for Greece. Chidwick betting 475,000, having check raised the flop. Hello to Marius, who says still in the free roll with 700 players left, but sad that Shemian busted earlier. I hope Julian Track will take it down now. Ezra says the secret of Track's success revealed. His high fever is completely masking any tells. Soteropoulos folds the turn, and Chidwick chips up to just over 3 million. Well, he promised he'd be here, and he joins us in the flesh. German pro Dominic Nitscher in the booth.
Hey guys, it's nice to be back again.
Yeah, Dominic.
And Dominic, you've made no secret of your allegiances here. Stephen Chidwick is your man.
Well, yeah, absolutely, because earlier it was kind of close between Max Silver, Ole Shemian, obviously, and Stevie, so I didn't know who to root for, and that's why I'm a bit late. I just waited till one of them was left, and now it's pretty obvious I'm rooting for Stevie.
And he does have some work to do if you look at the chip counts here. I mean, Julian Track has a pretty dominant chip lead at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Julian Track has just been running really hot all tournament, basically. And
nice pun, by the way, considering he has a fever.
Yeah, I know, I heard that. He's just been winning a lot of hands, and it's going to be difficult for Stevie, but Stevie knows how to play his 15 big blind stack better than anyone, so if he gets a double up here, you know, we might be in for a nice comeback from Stevie. I really hope he can pull it off.
Well, that was a walk for Julian Track in his big blind.
Yeah, it's not surprising with the chip counts the way they are that he's going to get a lot of walks. There's Lao, who's a really good online player. He's going to understand what's going on. Stevie, really good online player. He's short as well. So like these two are just going to sit there and kind of wait it out and hope that the other one busts. I mean, Lao is the shortest of them all, so Stevie's going to be very careful till that guy busts. And yeah, Julian is going to be dominating from here on out.
As you'd expect at this point in the tournament, big money jumps as players are eliminated, and Stephen Chidwick is obviously going to be conscious of that. Ali tweets to say, I'm rooting for Nacho Barbero in the 2-seat, or Greek Joe Stapleton, as many people are calling him.
Greek Joe.
By the way, Dominic, I know you had other concerns yesterday, being primarily a player and entering the many tournaments that we run during the Prague Poker Festival. But I'm sure you heard that it took a level and a half to get down from 22
and
to 8.
I know we're all going to get punished for this today.
Yeah.
I can go whenever I want, but you guys are going to be here for a long, long time. I mean, if this goes to heads-up stage, there's going to be more than 100 big blinds in play, and that's just going to be brutal, really. That's going to take a long time.
I mean, we keep saying it's unprecedented. I mean, almost seems borderline unbelievable that we could lose 14 players in the space of an hour and 50 minutes at that stage of the tournament.
Well, you saw how they play. I mean, they weren't scared to get their money in. I mean, like there was this infamous tens against ace queen hand, which saw a lot of chips get in, which in my opinion was completely unnecessary. And I talked to a lot of good tournament players about it, what they thought, and they all kind of agreed that it was pretty unusual. I mean, like we were playing the high roll at the time, and like someone brought up the hand, and then we were just like, oh, that's just unheard of, you know, like.
Yeah.
A chip for a quarter of the chips in play, with like 16 players left in the main event, you know, and they have tens and ace queen. You know, just you would expect aces or kings.
Yeah.
But I guess you know people have just become a bit crazy with their aggression, and they like to get their chips in. It's not very smart, but sometimes it works out, and when it doesn't, then yeah, you're out on 15.
And we just had one of those strange things where every time the short stack got eliminated. I think only one short stack won an all in. Only one short stack doubled up.
And that's why Julian Trek has all the chips.
Yes.
That's how it happened yesterday, yeah.
I appreciate, by the way, that this being a work day, many people have just got home and just switching on EPT Live and are asking questions about what happened to X, what happened to Y, what happened in that hand involving Max Silver. Remember, if you're watching on the desktop play, you can rewind the stream. But if you just want to play quick catch-up and get the story of what's happened so far, I do urge you to check out the live updates from the PokerStarsblog.com. There will be no spoilers on there because the guys are very kindly reporting off the stream, off the delayed feed. They're not reporting in real time. A reminder that what we're watching actually happened an hour ago, or roughly 45 minutes ago, and we are commenting live over this delayed picture.
Yeah, I mean, my personal opinion was that I was in the room because I was playing the 2K side event, and I was trying to follow what's going on, like as in real time. I found it kind of annoying that I couldn't see like the real action because it was really hard to see chip counts. So I was relying on the 1 hour delay, but you know, it's not very nice if you're like in the room and you're trying to follow live. So maybe there's something can change in the future there.
Yeah, something tells me, Dominic, they're not going to cater a stream that's watched by hundreds of thousands of people. For
I mean
the dozens who are in the poker.
The dozens that are in the poker, I understand, but like for the people at home that want to follow along live, you know.
Well, you have a choice.
Yeah.
We can follow it live and you don't get whole cards, or we can have a delay and you have whole cards.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
I think when it comes to final table, most people's vote would be, we'll take the delay because we like having the whole cards.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think most people would agree with that. It's just me that I have a personal rooting interest for like some of the players.
I totally appreciate that.
And a lot of people, like the families and friends, they would rather, you know. But like for the general fan, it's obviously nicer to have whole cards.
And a reminder, of course, that we only stream whole cards, A, with a delay, and B, when we're at the final table. We do not believe in streaming whole cards from feature tables and putting one table in a tournament at a disadvantage, unlike other tours and festivals I could mention.
Yeah, no, I think that's good.
Heartland Poker Tour.
As a player, you know. Was it a good answer?
I don't know if they show.
I was supposed to say it was good? Yeah? Okay.
Correct, Dominic.
Yes.
Tracks under the gun race. Wins in the blinds and antes.
No, I mean, I generally, as a player, I think it's really, really unfair to the other players if you start showing whole cards of one table. So, as a player, I would not support if we did something like that.
No, absolutely. And that is something I appreciate, and even though I look at this very much as a TV person rather than a poker person, I really appreciate the fact that the tournament comes first and the coverage comes second. Daz says, thought I would watch Runner Runner while EPT Live was on dinner break. Suffice to say, I didn't watch the end.
I mean, it's like an hour and 10 minutes long. You could have watched it more than once if you wanted to. Why would it? Never mind. Why would anyone ever want to do that?
I have to say, despite my passion for cinema, it's not a movie I've watched yet. It's probably what I'm going to put off for a few years, because I know I'm going to find it a painful experience. Wow, pretty tight since we come back from the dinner break. That was a walk for Track in the big blind.
I mean, as I said, Track's just going to get quite a few walks right now, and that's, I know he's going to he's going to be tripping up quite a bit, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
We referenced the money jumps, Dominic, and
Exactly,
we can see here
yeah.
that the next player out is going to get nearly 284,000, then a jump of almost 100K into third.
Well, I think these payouts are very good. As a player, I have to say these payouts are pretty much perfect. This is the way they should be. I was playing a tournament in October where the payouts were like 1,600,000, 400,000, which is completely player unfriendly, especially as they said deals were illegal, and that's not the case on the EPT. So that's, you know, like, the payouts are good. You can even make a deal. So like this, you know, this shouldn't change the play too much, where it becomes like really.
Walter doubts me. Walter on Twitter says, James, hundreds of thousands of viewers? Hashtag seems like a stretch. No, Walter. This is based on accurate information, which has recently been published in a Poker Player magazine article about EPT Live, which I urge you to read at pokerplayer.co.uk.
You know, Walter's kind of catty sometimes. I could do with the numbers being hundreds of thousands -1.
Bela says, how do you get to know the player's hands if there are no hole cams? As Graphical Nick explained earlier on, there are tiny chips in each playing card, and there's a scanner in the table that reads those hole cards. It's known as RFID technology. So Queen 10 against Queen Jack. Stephen Chidwick limping under the gun. And Track calling out the small blind.
Where's the big blind? Are we sure this is correct? Because if he limped, then there is no big blind in hand. The big one must have folded.
Yeah, we might have got that one wrong. I'm assuming that was an under-the-gun raise from Chidwick, which got a fold from Lao in the big blind.
Yeah, and I was going to comment on the open limp, but then I didn't see a big blind in it, so I thought there was something wrong. Just didn't seem right to me.
Koenig says, to be honest, if I was on this final table, it would bother me, even on a delay. Poker is all about the unknowing factor of what people are playing. And I appreciate that not every player is going to be happy about the nature of the live stream. It's something that, however, you sign off on when you sign the contract, when you play an EPT. All I would say is that it is a level playing field. Everyone's in the same position at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. It is fair for everyone. Everyone can have friends watching the live stream. Everyone can have people like doing the analysis for them. And yeah, it's just very fair and even for everyone.
Track.
Track raised the one.
250,000 and Lao shoves for 1.2 million.
I don't think Sith Lords fold here.
Yep, he's gonna call. This is a very easy call. Actually, you just and even I mean Lao has been shown. Sorry, not Lao. Track has been shown to be kind of reckless, and he likes to splash around in pots. And also, it's just a very easy call. So now he's just gonna verify, but I don't see him folding ever, to be honest. So this is gonna be.
Oh, by the way, we did get the action in that last hand correct. A few eagle-eyed viewers saying that Lao accidentally mucked his big blind. It was a limp by Stevie.
Oh, that's
Track has called.
Yeah.
So here we go. Lao accidentally mucked his big blind. Now he's all in with fours.
Oh, I was going to say, that must have been a call.
It is a call with Queen 10.
It would have been an absolutely awful fold that I didn't expect of Track at all.
And I tell you what, Dominic, with Queen 10 to overcards against pocket fours,
a slight favorite, yeah.
There is a classic race underway at this final table.
And that is a classic race face from Kakwon Lao.
He's the player at risk.
Looks like he's about to spew.
He needs these fours to hold. Thank you, Graphical Nick.
What a crazy, tense moment for Kakwon Lao.
Whoa.
Yikes.
A lot of cards for Kakwon Lao to fade on the river.
Now he cracks a smile when it's not looking so good. Oh my God. That is a lot of outs.
But the 7 of spades is not one of them, and Kakwon Lao has doubled up through the chip leader.
Yeah, buddy, you can smile, it's all right.
Or he's still the, I mean, he doubled up, but he's still the short stack. And now he's almost even in chips with Stevie, so that's a good double up for him.
Still four-handed at the final table of the EPT Prague main event. These are the stacks, and those of you who have just joined us can see how the other players departed and the money they won.
I mean, there must be an error in there because Max won 160, not one.
Correct.
Yeah, they just repeated seventh place twice.
Okay, good.
I'm going to do a really kind of like disapproving head shake at Graphical Neck for that one.
Or at least you have me here to point that out.
Was that Graphical Neck, though? I think that happened an hour ago.
Well, in that case, don't expect to be fixed anytime soon.
I'm just plowing through these bottles.
I love this from Posterman. Hi chaps, just logging into EPT Prague. Can you bring me up to speed with the action over the last 5 days? Cheers.
There is 4 players left, right?
I love that succinct summary from Dominic Nitscher. Alternatively, you could read all of the reporting on this tournament from day 1A all the way through to where we are now on the PokerStarsblog.com. Players being reminded that there is an exact spot on the table where they have to place their cards for the scanner to read it. Otherwise, we don't get the info.
And even though they did all agree to, we do appreciate that they do it.
Of course.
They could be difficult.
I mean, a lot of players are. A lot of people that don't want to show their cards, they just don't do it. So, I mean, it's not a lot of players, but some of them, they just...
We don't run into it too often, luckily.
Yeah.
In that all-in situation, Chris Rycroft points out that that was an obvious case of too many outs on the turn for track. Under the gun raise from Lao with Jack 10 of spades. Track with Queen 7 in the big blind. And he defends.
This is fairly standard defend at this point.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it seems to be slightly on the loose side. I mean, I'd rather like something a little bit stronger than Queen 7, but can hardly blame him for that. It's not a bad defend. But if you defend there, you better have a good plan for your post-flop play.
Flopping middle pair and peeling a card.
I mean, yeah, flopping middle pair is hardly your plan, is it? But if your plan is to flop a pair, then you probably shouldn't be in this in the first place. But yeah, I mean, as soon as you flop a pair, you get a check call here.
The plan gets easier when you flop middle pair.
It gets a lot easier, yeah.
3 of spades on the turn.
It doesn't get easier if the guy flops top pair. I mean, that's really unlucky for track.
Showdown gets tough.
Yeah.
Deciding to call 1 or 2 streets is not that tough.
I would expect him to check call 2 streets here. And then just almost always fold the river. With a hand like Queen 7 there, he's ahead of all the draws. He beats, he beats some of the 7s Lao could have. Like 7-8, 7-9, 6-7 for sure. All kinds of draws. He's going to call the turn here.
Quick reminder of chip denominations. The smallest chips in play are the blues, they're 5,000 each. Yellows are 25,000, and the green and black chips are the 100,000 chips.
But it's like something we can see, even though it's a small pot, which is kind of insignificant, if you pay close attention to it, you can see Lao's bet sizing, which is really good. He bets 500,000, which is kind of a small bet, but he effectively puts the entire stack at risk. Because what I mean by this is, if he gets called by track, then there's less than a pot-sized bet left on the river.
Yeah.
And that's going to make it really difficult for a track to continue on the turn, where he's going to eventually face an all-in and he doesn't know what to do. And this goes all back to what I was saying about the pre-flop call earlier. Like, you're Your hand is kind of weak. You're not going to make a strong enough hand to continue, and then you just sit there on the turn with middle pair, and you're just going to get barreled off your hand by some kind of 8-9, like a Jack-9. You know, it's just going to make for a really difficult post-flop decision there.
It's a hand that's pretty close, though, right? I mean, Queen 7.
I mean, it's not an awful defense by any means, but it's close.
It just feels weak to fold.
Yeah, but against a good player, I think you can make a case for folding.
Sure.
Or, I mean, just in general, like, I would definitely just call the turn again. I'm really surprised to see Lao just fold.
He actually did that a lot, track so far today. He's folded 2 overs and a gut shot when he's defended his big blind with a hand like 10-8.
Yeah, I heard that he somewhere defended a 3-bet and then just gave up really fast again.
On a pair, yeah.
Exactly. So, like, if you see people who do that, then your obvious adjustment is to just continuation bet small and just continuation bet all the time and, like, put them in tough spots till they just fold, just fold. It's not surprising, though, because he's mainly a PLO player. I'm not sure if you guys knew that, but he mainly plays PLO online. So he's used to hands being stronger. Like, he just defends and then he sees middle pair. He's not used to, like, you know, playing big pots with middle pair kind of hands that have no redraws, no extra added equity. So he's not the most experienced no-limit player, and I think that's starting to show here in some of these spots.
So button raise from Soteropoulos. Lao defends his big blind. King 8 deuce with 2 diamonds.
That pre-flop play is about as standard as it gets. King 10, easy defend. 8-7. You're surely going to raise this at this point. So
top pair for Lao. He checks. Soteropoulos with second pair checks behind. And improves to 2 pair on the turn.
So we would guess that Lao's going to bet this now. And if you're Soteropoulos, are you even raising?
No. I would just call simply because I can't think of any hand that I would raise there, you know, except for exactly 8-7. And also, I want to keep the guy bluffing if Lao has like a diamond draw or something and it doesn't get there, he's going to bet the river again. Or if he has like a 10-9, or if he has just a stone cold bluff, he might fire again to get me up the 8. So all in all, you just want to be calling here and see a river card. And also, you're just way too easy to play against if you always have a single 8 there. If you check behind, then call. So you need to have some stronger hands when you call the turn against good players like Lao.
Looks like he is going to go for a raise.
I was going to say, if he raises here, then that just works out really well simply because
he's up against top pair.
Exactly. It works out really well because he's up against top pair.
So the raise is to 480,000. No, sorry, 755,000, which is an additional 480 for Lao to call.
And that right there puts Lao into a really difficult spot with somehow a hand that's close to the top of his range. It's pretty interesting, actually, because Lao called from the big blind. He flopped top pair, and then he gets raised on the turn, and now he's up in a spot where, you know, like his top pair is pretty much just a bluff catcher, and that's kind of annoying.
I think it's really easy to level yourself into thinking you have the best hand here.
Yeah,
maybe most of the time you would have the best hand.
Because you're thinking like, oh, what kind of hands could he have that check the flop, then raise the turn? You just go through this. You're like, well, he doesn't raise 7 deuce. Could have king 7.
King 7, king 8, 8 7.
Exactly. And king 8 most likely just bets the flop anyway, and king deuce. So it just leaves like king 7 and 8 7, or like some kind of bluffs that didn't bet the flop, and then decide to raise the turn. I find it really hard to come up with some hands that would do that.
Or just some hand that picked up a straight draw on the turn might do it also.
Yeah, like a 10-9, but I would usually expect that to continuation bet. That's why I'm struggling to come up with like. Yeah, it's just really difficult spot where, like, most players don't raise in that spot ever, so it's kind of hard to play. Like, I mean, the guy could have 2 7s. I mean, or exactly 8-7. Not many people bluff like that, though. Seems completely unlikely.
Two minutes now on this decision. Stuart Leahy on Twitter says, you've got to respect poker players having to concentrate for 9+ hours. I feel drained and I'm only watching. Remember, this is day 6.
I see you can actually see like how unusual of a situation this is by just looking at Lao, because he's really confused. He did not see that raise coming at all.
Yeah. It's not inconceivable that a hand like 9-10 might check back the flop and then, having picked up the straight draw on the turn, might semi-bluff.
Yeah, but then again, Lao also has a 10 in his hand.
True.
So it makes it 10-9 even more unlikely.
Now more than 3 minutes in the tank.
Yeah, he's really confused.
Confusion reigns.
And you can't really blame him for taking his time at this point. This is a very difficult spot. But also a problem he's facing here is that if he takes so long here, it becomes kind of obvious that he has like a medium strength hand at this point. I mean, if Sotiropoulos has played some live poker at all, he's gonna know that this guy has like a king X or, you know, maybe some kind of strong draw where he's thinking, oh, can I call here? And like, do you have the right implied odds to get some money out of it if I hit?
After 4 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the... Is that a call?
No, it's a raise.
It's a raise.
It's a raise to over $1 million.
Yeah, no, it didn't look like a call either.
1.25 million.
All right, so that is what he was thinking about, but I don't understand, because you have a hand that's a bluff catcher, and if you think the guy has enough draws in his range that, you know, he's bluffing, then you obviously just want to call the turn and then check call on a blank river and like check fold on rivers that complete like some kind of draws. Problem here is what is your plan for if the guy continues? And do you actually tank there if you have a set of deuces? Do you actually tank for 4 minutes before putting in your raise? No, you don't. And
an all in and a call.
All in oh, he's just... Wow.
The dealer didn't even have time to reach for the triangle.
I hate it.
Sotiropoulos declared all in.
I really hate it.
And Lao snap called.
What on earth? See, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, Sotiropoulos knows he's ahead. Like, he just knows.
Maybe Lao thought he was inducing there.
Well, as things stand, guys, Lao is at risk and needs a king 10 or deuce on the river. 8 outs, or we lose Karkwan Lao in 4th place. A lot of Spanish supporters here looking for that king 10 or deuce. It's a 4.
Wow.
8s and 7s hold, and Karkwan Lao exits EPT Prague.
Wow, that's surprising.
In 4th place.
That is just... I mean, I know Karkwan Lao is a really strong online player, so that's... You see him go out like this, it's just... I'm shocked.
Sometimes people lose their heads.
And he did lose his head there, yes.
283,000.
Wow, that was
800
shocking.
euros. And the Spanish walk away, still denied a victory on the European Poker Tour.
Still hope for Greece.
Absolutely. As Georgios narrows the gap between him and Julian Track, now up to 10.5 million. And Stephen Chidwick ladders into 3rd with his 23 big blind stack.
Yeah, well done, Stevie. He's surely gonna be happy with this. Someone like Stevie is a very ICM-aware player. Like, he knows about the pay jumps better than anyone else.
I guess that's another reason not to lose your head there, too.
Yes.
I want to say hello to Brian Murphy, who has been with us since day 1A, so he's been with the stream longer than Stapes and I have. Glad yesterday flew by because would rather watch the cards up today. First time hooked. And we appreciate all our first-time viewers, and I hope you'll join us again in the new year when we bring you live streaming from the 2014 PCA. Rob says, Dominic, now we're down to 3. Do you think the chance of a deal have gone up?
Oh, absolutely, yes. But not as, you know, like, now that Stevie's still so short, no. Stevie's going to either have to double up or Stevie's going to have to bust, and then they'll talk deal. But with Stevie being in the chip position he is, and with Julian Track being the dominating chip leader, being able to apply all the pressure on Sotiropoulos, they're not going to deal 300. I'd be very surprised.
You guys want to make a deal? Hey, let's see what happens to the short stack first, guys.
Yeah, but
and I think a deal becomes an even bigger possibility if Sotiropoulos is the guy that busts Stevie, assuming he does.
Exactly, because then they're very close in chips. Yeah.
Well, that under-the-gun raise for Sotiropoulos wins him the blinds and antes, and that was hand 150 of this final table. We are now 3-handed.
But also, you got to keep in mind that Stevie is probably the most experienced player here, and he knows it. I mean, so maybe if Stevie doubles up, he doesn't really want to deal, or he would want more than his fair equity.
Probably more, yeah.
He'd probably ask for more money. So I think the deal is most likely if Stevie busts. Which I'm not hoping happens, because I'd really like to see him play heads up, because I want to see what he does.
Action on track, coming in for a raise. King 9.
Stephen Chidwick moves all in from the small blind with Queen Jack.
Yep. No, I should say, you should probably fold. Mr. Track. Yeah.
Emperor Palpatrak does fold.
Francesca says, come on, Chidwick. Good on you to get to the final 3. $54 minutes left on this level. The next blind level, by the way, 80-160 with a 20k ante.
Oh, yeah, then we're probably gonna see a heads up which has like 80, 90 big blinds, you know, if Stevie goes out soon. That's gonna be a long heads up match most likely. Awesome. I'm not trying to jinx Stevie or anything, but might be here for a really long time.
I'm actually intrigued to see what kind of a heads-up player Julian Track would be.
Probably very aggressive. Probably on the reckless side, so maybe we're not here that long after all. Seems that kind of player. Another open limp from Stevie, by the way, which I think is pretty interesting strategy. We've seen him open limp the Queen 10, now he's open limping the King 10. So we're starting to get a good read on his open limping range here, and I think that's pretty interesting. Like, we can see what hands he chooses to limp instead of raise, and because it's something not a lot of players do, open limp at this stage of a tournament, so maybe there's something we can learn from.
3-way action. Julian Track not making the same mistake that Kwan Lao made a short while ago and mucking his big blind. So an unraised pot. Every player at the table is in it to win it. Ace, deuce, deuce.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to go check, check, and Stevie's going to bet. And they're all going to fold, even though like they should know that it's very unlikely that Stevie's open limping an ace. You know, people would usually choose to raise their ace on the button there and not limp with it. Wait, did Track win the hand?
Nope, shipped to Stevie.
I thought it went to Stevie. I didn't even... What's all the graphics? Yeah.
I mean, as you saw from the payouts,
yeah,
Dominic, there is the occasional graphics error. Number one, we've had some technical problems, but also, just as the players are probably feeling mildly exhausted after 6 long days of poker, I'm afraid fatigue is starting to show in some members of our team after 7 days of live streaming.
I just don't like it when I'm wrong, like when I'm predicting the action, and then I'm not even looking. I'm like, Stevie's going to win this hand, it's going to go like this, and then I look up and I see, oh, no, it's all right.
Well, if you are wrong, you want to figure out why, too.
Exactly, yeah, and it would have really surprised me if Trek just let out there with a bet and Stevie folded immediately, so it would have just been a very surprising outcome to the hand.
Mantis says it would be nice to see the current blinds somewhere on the screen. We normally recap them regularly in the top left-hand corner, but for your benefit, Mantis, the blinds are currently 60,000, 120,000 with a 20,000 ante.
You can figure the blinds out yourself at home, too. The yellow chips are worth 25K. The greens are worth 100K. The blues are worth 5K.
Or you can figure it out using the pot size on the top left corner. That works as well. We have quite a loose open raise from Sotiropoulos here. The 6-3 of diamonds.
Track's 3-bet gets through.
Yeah, usually that should have hit the mark like a round before, but he tried to raise and he got punished by the chip leader. So just in general, like raising the 6-3 there is pretty loose play, and then doing it against the chip leader. With the chip cons the way they are, it's just unnecessary, and it's not going to be a profitable play.
And that's the worst thing that Georgios could do right now, is he getting some ridiculous leveling war with Julian Track when Stephen Chidwick's sitting there with 2.8 million.
There would be one person at the table who would just be absolutely loving it, and that's Steve.
But the weird thing is we see it so often.
Yes. It's because people lose their head, as Joe said earlier. Yeah.
Rob says, is it too early to start the Copenhagen gags, or do I have to wait for heads up?
Tim
yes.
Vance?
Yes, you have to wait for heads up.
That was one of the greatest final tables I ever saw. That was awesome.
That wasn't the only long heads-up battle we had in Copenhagen. There were many.
Mikkels.
Talking of Mikkels, I think he's due to join us later on. Assuming this thing goes past midnight, which is only an hour and 15 minutes away, Mickey Peterson from Team Online, the last ever Copenhagen champion, is due to sit in the guest commentating spot.
Could have a clash here. In fact, we should have a clash here.
Chidwick limps the small with ace-10.
Interesting that Chidwick chooses to continue with his limping strategy.
Yeah.
By the way. I just want to point that out, but this one's clearly a limp race, and it's obviously a limp shove because there's not much play left. And then it's going to go call because don't fold king-queen there. You know, just don't fold that. Like, they both have really strong hands, three-handed, and at 20 big blinds, all the money is going in. I'm going to predict it right now. So.
Yeah, there's the raise from Sotiropoulos to 340,000.
Yeah, there's no way Stevie's just going to call against.
Chidwick says all in. The triangle will slide in front of his chips, denoting that he is all in. The red triangle of death.
Yeah, and really that's just an easy call, but you got to give it a few seconds, think about it, ask for a count, make sure, and then call.
Lee Jones chimes in, OMG, do I remember Copenhagen? A long day's journey into Hold'em. You're only there one year, Lee. There were 2 other heads-up battles in Copenhagen that were just as long in future years.
What are y'all whining about? It's not like you want to be outside there.
There are some cool bars and restaurants in Copenhagen, Joseph. You'd like it there.
At least it's warm.
I miss Copenhagen from the tour. It's one of my favorite cities.
I only miss it because of Noma.
What's Noma?
The best restaurant in the world.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Like the #1 restaurant.
Yeah, the #1
ring.
ring. Yeah. That was great.
He's still thinking, Dominic.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's just making up his mind. He's calling.
Again,
I'm not going back on this. He's calling.
We just have to remember that these are really huge decisions for these guys who aren't in these spots all the time.
Exactly. The page-ons are massive. You can't blame him for taking his time. I mean,
He calls. So Stephen Chidwick gets it in with the best hand, but he's only a 60% favorite here, and he is at risk.
Yeah, Soteropoulos is going to win this hand a lot.
Yeah, Stevie doesn't look too happy here.
Let's see how this board runs out for Stephen Chidwick.
He wants low.
Queen on the flop. Soteropoulos moves in front.
And with just 2 cards to come, that is a difficult flop to come back from.
Stephen Chidwick needs an ace. Only an ace will do it, and he's only got one more chance to hit. A 7% chance of survival. The river is another queen, and we lose Stephen Chidwick in 3rd place. 378,000 euros. He was 3rd in the Eureka main event just a few days ago, and now he's 3rd in the EPT main event. A great festival, but no victory for the UK.
Great festival and a great finish, despite the fact that he's going to be hugely disappointed. Nearly 400,000 euro, huge score, definitely worthy of our congratulations.
I'd definitely say congratulations to Stevie at this point. He's going to be happy with 3rd place, and I mean, we can't forget that at one point he was the short stack and he outlasted Quan Lao, so I'm sure he's happy with his 3rd place finish here.
So finally, we are heads up here in Prague. Julian Track with 17.3 million. Georgios Soteropoulos with 12.9 million. And they're going to take a short break to set things up for this heads-up battle. We are going to play down to a champion very shortly. You've come all this way. You've watched from day 1A. You've followed the final table from the start this afternoon. You want to follow this thing through to its conclusion. So join us in 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of the EPT Prague main event.
We are 10,000 people in Brazil, holding our breath. We are alone. Hunters. Hunted. We are committed. Blessed. Calm. We are all in. We are poker.
For Shane Shaniak Schleger, poker took him from a restaurant in Brooklyn to the Baja Coast in Mexico and everywhere in between. A passion for writing and a long career in live and online poker have given Shane one of the most widely read poker blogs on the internet. The game didn't always come easily, and at one point he considered leaving the poker life behind. But a big score in the Sunday Million turned everything around.
When I started playing poker in 2004, I was waiting tables at a Brooklyn restaurant. I never would have guessed that 7 years later, I would be on the Baja Peninsula in Mexico playing poker tournaments all day on the internet. My daily life in Mexico is focused around a fairly tight routine. I wake up in the morning, brew coffee, shower, try to do a little exercise, and then I devote my energy to grinding poker tournaments. So how did a waiter from Brooklyn wind up being an online poker pro in Mexico?
When I was 17, I had a piece published in a New York newspaper called the New York Press. And at the time I thought, well, I've sort of like got it going on and I've got these great options and I can become a writer and I don't really need to like follow any system or any path that was mapped out for me and I can just do it on my own. So I decided not to go to college and basically just to try to write, but not having any idea what it took to become a success as a writer. So what really wound up happening is I sort of just let my writing ambitions slack off. I wound up sort of just like drifting along in my early 20s, and like I wound up working as a bike messenger in office jobs, waiting tables, bussing tables, and that sort of characterized like a long stretch in my early to mid 20s where I was just like depressed and lost and just like a broke New Yorker. I didn't have any clear direction or aspirations like I once had. And then poker came along.
Like a lot of poker players, I was in the right place at the right time when the poker boom happened, and I worked my last shift at the restaurant in Christmas of 2004.
Hey guys, Kim here with Shane the Shaniac.
In 2005, I moved to Los Angeles, which had always been a sort of dream for a kid from New York. For years, I traveled the world playing live poker tournaments, living well, and enjoying a lot of new experiences.
Vincent, look at this.
When I was younger, all I wanted to do was travel and chill and eat well, smoke well. And that's what I get to do now.
It was an amazing time to be a poker player and one of the happiest times of my life. In fact, I had no idea at the time just how good I had it.
I feel like for the first several years of my poker career, all I did was squander opportunities in terms of just taking it all for granted. The money that I was making, it just seemed to come too easy in some ways. There was a level of sloppy thinking that characterized how I approached poker, and that wound up holding me back in, the years to come.
By 2010, my passion for the game was wavering. The poker boom was a few years past its prime, my results were disappointing, and I was losing the ambition and confidence necessary to succeed as a poker player.
It felt like I had lost my soul as a poker player. Whatever it was that made me a confident poker player had just like disappeared. And I feel like with the way things unfolded after that, I kind of learned that you almost have to be willing to give up something in order to get it.
It was just after Thanksgiving that I dabbled in poker again, albeit in the most casual, recreational way possible. I decided to spend my Sunday at a friend's house, one tabling the Sunday Million on PokerStars.
And it wound up, 12 hours later that I was at the final table of that tournament. And I took 5th for a $50,000 score. Making the final table that day turned everything around. It was a huge turning point in my poker career.
It felt great to finally win again, and it instantly rekindled my passion for the game. But what happened next was totally unexpected.
When I got the call that I was being considered for Team Online, I was elated. I was so grateful for the opportunity, considering where I had been just a few months before. And it was sort of like a great metaphor for how poker can be. You can really, you can not only go from being at a very high point to a very low point quickly, but you can be picked up from a very low point to a very high point very quickly. And this just felt like the cap to the end to a fairy tale. When 2011 started, it was just like game on. Getting signed to Team Online was now my chance to start new and to start like making good decisions and to start being a good poker player, a good professional.
This time I felt aware of how good I had it, and I set out into 2011 with an unparalleled amount of optimism. And then everything changed. On April 15th, 2011, the U.S. Department of Justice effectively ended online poker in America.
I remember those first few hours of just not even knowing what that meant, or just a little while, and then it quickly became clear that we were not going to be able to play on PokerStars anymore.
The universe I had inhabited full-time since 2005 had suddenly disappeared, and once again I felt completely lost.
And all that momentum that I had going for me just came to a screeching halt. All that disciplined, determined, organized energy that I had now felt like it had nowhere to go, and it was just like a cruel joke.
When someone attacks your existence, the thing that makes you what you are, you find ways to fight it, to carry on, and to survive. I knew I had to fight to preserve and continue what I was working towards, regardless of what that required. And so, I moved to Mexico.
Welcome back to the EPT Prague main event, where we are heads up. Georgios Soteropoulos against Julian Track, and during that 10-minute break, a deal was struck between the two players, a very simple deal. Let's take the prize money, let's chop it 50-50. 700,000 for Track, despite his huge chip advantage. 700,000 for Soteropoulos. Left in play 25,700.
That's going to sound crazy to a lot of people, I think, who are used to seeing deals and knowing about chip equity and maybe thinking about people's edges and stuff. But when you consider the fact that this is the first live cash ever for Julian Track, and Georgios is the one that has the chip disadvantage, you could see why they might come to that deal so quickly.
I'm sure many of you will share your thoughts on that deal, though. EPT Live on Twitter, nuts@pokerstars.tv on the emails. Let's head back down to the floor and hand things over to EPT event host Neil Johnson.
We've reached heads-up play here at EPT Prague. Our 94th final table has made it down to only Julian and George, with 1,425,700 euros left to play for. These players have decided to do a deal. They're each going to take 700,000 euros, and they're going to play for the remaining 25,700 and the 94th EPT title. Our chip leader at the moment is Julian with just under 17 million, and George has just over 13 million. The blinds are still 60,000, 120,000 with the 20,000 ante. Gentlemen, congratulations on making it to the heads-up stage. Good luck the rest of the way. Dealer, please shuffle up and deal.
Well, Dominic Nitcher is still sitting alongside myself, James Hartigan, and Joe Stapleton. And Dominic, actually, the chip disparity is not as great as perhaps we thought it initially was. 16.7 plays 13.3, 56%, 44%. What do you think of the deal they've done?
I still think it's I wouldn't have made the deal if I was Julian there, because you can just ask for a chip count deal and then the guy's probably still going to say yes. Like a 6%, he's 56% to 44%. You have some kind of an edge there, so you definitely should push for a chip count chop. And given how quickly this all went, it must have just gone, you want to even chop, yes, done. It's kind of surprising that Trek didn't try and get more, because I think a lot of the money you make in tournaments comes down from just like making a smart deal, and I don't think he made a smart deal here.
The feedback we're getting from our guys on the floor is that Julian Track really wants this to be over and be over pretty quickly. He is not a well bunny.
Fair enough, but he's still going to keep in mind that he's playing for a lot of money here, and if he's making the deal here, it's going to be a crucial mistake, which is going to cost him thousands and thousands of euros. He's going to, I don't know. I can understand that he's not feeling well, but he's played well all day, and he's made the right decisions, so I don't know why it's starting to become a problem now.
I mean, maybe he's just not thinking clearly, so that when the deal's presented, he just says okay.
He just said yes. Yeah, I mean, he must be feeling really bad for that to be in his mind.
So first hand of heads up, 8-9 against 10-7. Soteropoulos raised the button and Track defended his big blind. And a pair of 8s beats a pair of 7s. First blood to Track.
By the way,
how did this one play out post-flop? Sorry, I was just trying to...
That's okay. Average stack, I just want to mention his 83 big blinds here. So this could go for a while.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's still the better part of 26 grand on the line, but also an EPT title is no small feat.
Exactly. With the title at stake alone, it's going to take for a really long time. Like, no one's going to put all the money in because they both want to win the title and obviously the 26 grand. That's still up top. So yeah, we're going to be in here for a pretty long time, and I don't think anyone's going to go completely crazy and try to finish this early. Even though Track's feeling sick, he's still going to try and play his best.
So we'll try and close the deal. By the way, Greece do have their biggest ever cash, guaranteed 700,000 euros. And of course, Georgios Soteropoulos is looking to be the first ever Greek EPT champion. I think it was Nico on Twitter who pointed out that Greece have had a couple of second place finishes in the last 12 months. Yeah, it was Nick. Of course, we had Katupas, who came second in Prague last season, and then Karakousis, who came second in London, which was the last event. So Greece have done well to make it to the last two in back-to-back EPT main events.
Yeah, that's very impressive for Greece. I remember playing an EPT in Greece 1 or 2 years ago, and there were quite a few really good Greek players there, and like some of them even make the final table. So it's actually surprising to me that no Greek players ever won an EPT.
I think if Soteropoulos finishes second again here, we can call this officially my big fat Greek bridesmaids.
Andrew Tang says, what a joke, not showing the chop discussion. That could have literally been the best single moment of the day. Well, Andrew, the discussions took place away from the table and we did not have cameras on them. It's not like when it's a televised event where they're on the main stage, they have nowhere to go, and we have the players mic'd up and we capture everything.
Also, from what I understand, the deal discussion was a sentence. Do you want to take this deal? Yes.
700 each, done. That's a really good score. I mean, you got to...
Andy Biggs points out that it's a bit quicker than Barcelona's deal, which in real time did take 45 minutes, and then they decided not to deal.
But to be honest, that's more what a deal should be like. I mean...
Well, I mean, the discussions in Prague last year were similar. Remember the three-way discussions there, which resulted in David Boyasian trying to squeeze out more and more and more until eventually Katupas exploded and went, no, we play on!
Exactly. Yeah, that was actually one of my favorite deals of all time. And let's not forget Mohsin and Lucy Kayel chopping up the grand final, where Mohsin is just like, I'm a better player, I'm a better player. And then in the end, he just said, okay, let's take an even chop here.
Tug says, by my calculations, Track cost himself 84,000 euros by not pushing for a chip chop. Hashtag expensive.
Yep. That's a good tweet. I like that.
So there we go. We have corrected Max Silver's prize money. 160,200 is what he received for his 6th place finish. And there we see the runner-up will get 700, the winner 725,700 after the deal that was discussed. Christian says, everyone loves a chop prize.
I don't.
We got a couple of things to give away still, right?
We have 3 card protectors, I believe.
Everyone loves a chop prize. Got a chuckle out of all of us. You want to give one to Christian?
Christian's a long-time viewer, so he deserves it.
Soteropoulos raised. Working on the hole cards. Julian checks this ace-high flop. Soteropoulos checks behind.
And it's very unusual already for the pre-flop aggressor to check behind an ace-high board, especially one that is as dry as ace-3-5. So usually that means they hit something, and it probably means they hit something good, like a weak ace, or yeah, probably a weak ace is the most likely thing they check behind at this point.
I don't disagree with you, Dominic, but I feel as if these guys may not play conventionally heads up, and that might be part of the reason why they were so quick to come to a deal also.
All right, we'll see, but I think it's even more true for some inexperienced players to always check behind their showdown value and just never check behind their bluffs on this board, you know. And I guess I was right. He did have a pair. He had a 5.
Second best pair.
Second best pair, yeah. And what else have we? Chop pots.
This is a chop pot,
This is a chop pot, yeah.
James, this is a chop pot.
And you know what they say, Joe.
Everyone loves a chop pot. There have been so many chop pots today.
Is that you?
I must say, one thing I really like about Julian Track is how fast he plays. His hands just, they don't take very long at all. He's just like, check, bet.
That's one of the things we've come to know about Julian Track, that not only does he act quickly, but he has made his feelings known that he doesn't like players who don't act quickly.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I think in some situations he's still too fast, but you gotta respect the man. You know, he doesn't like to waste time.
Question for you, Dominic, from Javier. What has been your toughest heads-up battle?
That's a good question.
There have been so many, he's having to rack his brains.
Yeah, there have been too many. No. Probably the one at the World Series when I was playing a really good player for the bracelet and like a lot of money. And there's also a lot of pressure there because there were so many people I know. And we played heads up for almost an hour. It was tough. Yeah, it was really tough. Playing heads up poker for a long time is a lot tougher than playing full ring poker. And the guy I was playing is Jonathan Hilton, who's a very well-known online player.
Dana Craven on Twitter. Can I have a card protector, please?
Uh-oh.
I appreciate you may be new to the EPT Live fraternity.
But Dana, you blew it.
Asking / begging / requesting immediately excludes you from being able to claim a card protector.
I do like Don's callback here. Karakousis was that old Greek guy, a.k.a. Wild Bill Hickoff. He was the guy who was clearing his throat every time before he acted.
Francesca Gunn says, football finished, now watching poker and miscongeniality. Wow, polarizing. Vinjay says, my answer to the deal question would have been even quicker. Swift and blunt, no.
Wondering what Vinjay's biggest cash is.
Carl Robertson says, watched every EPT stop this season, loved them all. There have only been 3, Carl, and there are more to come. Make sure you join us for our coverage from the PCA, which starts on the 5th of January. Not long to wait. Just over 2 weeks until we do this all again. And there are still satellites running for the PCA. Remember, the main event is guaranteed at $10 million. It's going to be a great festival. So why don't you try and be there rather than sit at home and watch it on your laptop?
I can't wait for this year's PCA. It's such a good time. The last time was great.
Yoram says, I've watched the full EPT 10 Prague. It was an awesome EPT. Loved it. Hope that Track wins it. And I have to say, I'm going to salute anyone who's been with this from the very beginning. Anyone who's watched every day of the coverage from day 1A through to the conclusion of the final table, which may not be for several hours, by the way. You deserve something.
They deserve an exciting heads-up match. How about that, you know?
We can do that. We can do that. Simon Kaufman points out that after the deal you mentioned, Dominic, between Mohsen Chirani and Lucille Kai, they then got it in with queens against ace-king just a few hands after the deal, proving why you do deals, because you get yourself in a high-variance spot like that, and the poker gods take over.
Correct, yes. This guy's, what was his name again? Sorry?
Simon.
Simon's 100% right, yeah. This is exactly why you do deals, and this is exactly why I think the payouts, as they are right now, are very fair, you know. And that's exactly why I think deals should be allowed in any poker tournament, because they're just a part of the game, you know.
It's the players' money too.
It is the players' money. We pay the entry fees. We we cover everything. So if there are no players, you wouldn't be. You just need to allow deals, and I think that's it's a very wise decision to chop up the money when you're playing for so much. And even if Mohsen, for example, thinks he's a better player, how much better is he really going to be? 5%? Maybe? Maybe just 4, 3, and then you're playing for millions or 100,000 of euros. Yeah, good luck with that. That's not a very wise decision to put in all your money on like a 55% edge or something.
Joshua says, loving the poker, been watching it since the beginning. Roll on the PCA. I'm in a satellite on the 21st Megapath, round 5. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Absolutely. Martin says, PCA is a televised event. Does that mean we'll hear less from Stapes and Hartigan? Yes. Is that a good thing, Martin, or a bad thing?
Big hand shaping up here.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just about to interrupt you guys. We have a 3-bet from Sophie Tauropoulos with King Queen, and then we have a 4-bet from Truck. No. What else I can say about this? From what I've seen from their play so far, Truck seems to be like the kind of guy who's on the reckless side pre-flop. He seems to be very happy with a lot of 4-bets. I mean, he played the big 10s against ace-queen hand, which
yes, he did.
Yeah, so he just seems to be like on the very aggressive side pre-flop with lots of 4-bets instead of calling, where you might be better off calling. I'm not saying he should call here. That's a whole different discussion. But I think like for Sophie Tauropoulos to know that, it means that with a king queen you want to call most likely, and now you definitely like if you 3-bet you definitely want to call the 4-bet as well.
Can't 3-bet fold king queen.
You can 3-bet fold king queen heads up, especially not against Truck.
So here we go, biggest pot of the heads-up battle so far with 2.8 million in the middle.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's all spades. Track has the queen of spades. Plus, he has the pre-flop betting lead.
Soteropoulos does have a gut shot.
Seems like a pretty reasonable situation here for Track to just check behind with his ace high, with his flush draw. He's most likely going to have the best hand and the best draw. It's very likely he dominates Sophie Tauropoulos. So could check behind, call the turn, and then we'll see what happens. But as it plays out right now, this is just going to go check, bet, and fold, like always. And one thing to see in this hand is that if you're Sophie Tauropoulos there and you're playing someone like Trek who 4-bets a lot, who doesn't really call a lot of 3-bets, your obvious strategic adjustment is to 3-bet a polarized range, which means you're going to 3-bet your bad hands and you 3-bet your really good hands and nothing in between. That's how he should probably approach a game against Truck.
So Track closing in on that crucial 2-1 chip lead over Soteropoulos.
Because I mean, if you're 3-betting hands like King Queen is kind of borderline there, but if you're 3-betting hands like Ace 8 or something and you're up against Truck who's like 4-bet, you know, like Ace 10 or something, then you're just not making a lot of money by 3-betting an Ace 8 or whatever. So you want to 3-bet your small hands and you want to 3-bet your really big hands so you can punish someone like Truck.
Adam Timon says, I have to get up for work in 6 hours. Maybe I'll have to pull a sickie just so I can watch the rest. Adam, the economy needs you. Please go to work.
Can always come back and watch it later. I don't think anyone at your work's going to spoil it for you. You're not likely to see a newspaper headline.
Dieter tweets to say, Phil Helmuth. Thank you, Dieter.
Well said.
Thank you to all your messages of support. I'm glad you've enjoyed the coverage from Prague, but it's not over yet.
You know, there is an event coming up at PCA where a deal will not be allowed.
The shark cage.
And at that point, it is not the player's money.
$1 million. That is a check the PokerStars Fat Cat is not going to enjoy signing. And the shark cage is winner takes all. Remember, this format will be filmed at the PCA, Monaco and Barcelona, and there is a chance for you to be a part of it. Make sure you read about it right now on the PokerStars homepage. There's also an article about it on the PokerStars blog.
Brian writes in to ask, what's the best thing about poker? You, Brian. You. Soteropoulos raises 10-8 suited, called by Track.
What a flop.
Top pair for Track, flush draw for Soteropoulos.
And he's up and down. Happy to continue with this big draw. He's actually a statistical favorite. Track calls the 260,000. Now Track becomes a 2-1 favorite with 1 card to come.
And this is a card Sophie Toropoulos is definitely going to bet again. Still up and down. He still has a flush draw, and you know, an ace is still kind of a scare card, so like he's always gonna bet there. Try and make the guy fold a 4. Try and make the guy fold a 9. He's probably not gonna fold a jack right here.
Track's made some pretty tight laydowns.
Exactly. I don't see him folding a jack right here. That's just completely unlikely.
And he does not fold the jack.
475,000 apiece. Board pairs on the river. Soteropoulos does not get there.
Results of the high roller are in. We'll get to those after this hand.
Interesting hand going on right here. So we see a lead out from Track on the river here after he check called twice. And then he gets raised. Oh god. This is a really unusual line by both players, because it's really hard for Track to ever have a hand that's better than a single jack here. And because like he wouldn't check call the flop with most aces, so Sophie Toropoulos is more likely to have an ace. So basically a jack is just a bluff catcher at this point, so you'd expect him to check and then pay off a big bet on the river. And now that he let the river, he's kind of put himself in the very same spot, and now he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know whether to bluff catch or fold.
Yeah, and he led so small on the river too.
I mean, if he was trying to induce a race, then I think it's a weird line, but it worked out well.
Doesn't look like that's what he was trying to do, though.
Nope, he doesn't look like he had a plan for that. So it's just weird. I don't see what the small bet accomplishes on the river at all. It looks like he's folding to me. He's just...
Good on Soteropoulos for seeing an opportunity here. Picking up on a very weak bet on the river.
It's kind of hard to see what he's representing, though. I mean, I'm not sure if he would just raise a random ace here, though. So that's probably going through Track's set. Track's probably thinking, well, he doesn't have a single ace.
He can only rep a 4, right? I mean,
a four or better, maybe like an ace-9 or better. Raise a single. Yeah.
So I promise you those high roller results. Olivier Biscay still finished second. Ivan Soshnikov still the winner. Just thought I would repeat those for you guys, even though it finished hours ago.
Full update on the PokerStarsblog.com. Johan says, guys, you know what the age limit is for the PCA? 18 or 21? 18, Johan. And Carl says, I've only played a £750 guarantee at a casino. Don't know if I could handle a massive tournament like the PCA. Carl, in all seriousness, if you manage to qualify for even a few $100s, just think what an awesome experience it would be. I mean, it's a holiday, and the poker bit is just a bonus. But also, Dominic, you know, people say, oh, I'd be out of my depth, I don't know what I'd do. The reality is, and this is why poker is so appealing to so many people, in any given tournament, any given player can win.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, when was the last time you saw like the very best player who entered the tournament actually make it to heads-up stage? I mean, the way poker works is that everyone has a chance, and everyone can make it deep in a tournament. You know, like sometimes it's an inexperienced player who got in through a satellite who plays, you know, a very different style of poker, and anyone can win. You know, like sometimes it's really hard for a professional to figure out an amateur, and that way they win, or they get lucky.
I got 3 words for you: John DeBella.
Yeah, yeah, he was one of them. Or Bernard Guyon. It's the first one that comes to my mind in Monaco.
That was
one
the
year.
grand final, yeah.
That was crazy. I was in the booth for the German stream. I couldn't believe it. It was insane.
But I still maintain that even if you don't go on a sick run, maybe if it doesn't work out for you in the tournament, it's still going to be an experience you will never forget.
That's for sure, yeah. I remember my first live tournament, the one I went to. I mean,
nervous?
Yeah, very nervous. And I played pretty bad, and I was out very soon.
By the way, Lee Jones beats you, Joe. You came up with 3 words. Lee says, I've got 2 words. Chris, moneymaker.
Oh, well, that's kind of 3 words. Thank you, Czech commentators. I like that one.
Do you think they actually listen to what the other guy's actually saying, or they're always listening to us?
I'm not sure. Let's test them. Hey, Czech guys, can you hear this? Can you guys listen? Did he look over?
Yeah.
Weird.
So let's pick up the action here. Track raised the button. And Soteropoulos led the flop for 525,000. He's led the turn for 875,000. Pot's now 2.5 million.
And they're not showing us their cards, which is just a bit unfair because I don't know what to do. Let's see if I can do it again. Let's get check.
Well, here's some nice cards down coverage like you like, Dominic. Especially for you.
Especially for me. I was just not paying attention this hand, sorry. I'll try and catch up.
Track raised to 250.
It's called.
Looks like he continued.
Whoa.
Oh dear.
2 million on the river, and Track then shoves.
Check raised. Oh.
We now know Soteropoulos has 2 pair. Wow, it's sweat with George here. And what do you do when facing a decision for your tournament life?
Check.
Dominic's replaying the hand. He's going through the betting streets. Wow, Track's got it. He flopped the joint. 2 pair against a straight.
What do you think of this shove as opposed to just a more normal size raise?
Wow, I mean, that is a bit of a crazy hand. I mean, I think first of all, I think Trek has played this hand very well. Like, he just called the check raise on the flop, then calls again on the turn, and then on the river he goes all in. Before you call this off, if you're Soteropoulos, you gotta ask yourself, you have 2 pair, that's good, but what kind of hands do you beat? Like when the guy takes this line, you check raise the flop. You look, you're representing a very strong hand from the flop on. You bet the turn, and then you bet the river. So like, your opponent's gonna give you credit for at least 2 pair. So like, you gotta think that he wouldn't put it in with anything weaker unless he has a stone bluff. And I don't really see what the guy could be bluffing with, except for he has like a 10, which like a king 10, which he then decides to just shove all in on the river. If he had any weaker 2 pair, I can certainly just see him calling. sets are completely unlikely, given that we're heads up and that the flop went check raise. I mean,
isn't it, if sets are unlikely, isn't this a very narrow range of hands that are beating?
Exactly. We're losing to a very narrow range of hands, but at the same time, we're also beating a very narrow range of hands. It's just one of these spots where not a lot of hands make sense. Like, I'm just trying to come up with hands we beat here.
Soteropoulos lays it down.
That's an excellent fold. And it was pretty fast as well.
And we now have a big disparity between the stacks. 21 million for Julian Track, 9 million for George Soteropoulos.
Yeah.
Track with 70% of the chips in play. But we're still at a situation where the average stack is more than 100 big blinds.
I mean, that's still an excellent fold by Soteropoulos. I mean, wow. It's really good.
So, yeah, to go back to my original question, in hindsight, we can say that shoving was maybe too much because it elicited a fold. But before that, what do you think of the shove as opposed to a more normal raise?
I think you're right, 100%, because by shoving there, you represent such a narrow range, and it's really hard for you to be bluffing. I mean, think about it. You call a check raise on the flop, then you call the turn, and then you go all in on the river over a bet.
The floatiest float of all time.
Yes. And then you'd have, like, what, king 10 maybe as a bluff? And then most people are not capable of pulling that off as a bluff.
Yeah.
And definitely, why on earth would you just go all in with a weaker two-pair at this point? It just doesn't make much sense. So I agree a smaller raise on the river would have been better, simply to make sure you get paid off by like all kinds of two pairs. And if he makes it like 5 million on the river, he's going to get called by any two pair because it's just not going to be able to fold for that price. They're going to keep thinking, oh, well, maybe he just has a jack-6 or something, or like a 9-6, or like some weaker kind of two pair. There's no way the guy can fold jack-8 for a small raise.
Dan brings up a good point, too. He says he wouldn't need to raise so much as a bluff, and therefore he's more likely shoving for value here, IMO.
Yes, but then again, also, how on earth does he ever have a bluff on that river? I don't see it. I don't see him bluffing there. I just don't see a bluff in his range at all.
All reasons why. Probably not a bluff.
Some double float with a 10 maybe, with just a naked 10.
The last tweet from @PokerStars blog. Surviving an epic final table. Give me coffee! Exclamation mark. Who do we think tweeted that? Rick, Stephen, or Howard?
Rick.
My vote's for Rick.
We have a raise from track here, and just a call from Soteropoulos with the ace-7. Yeah, I like the call by Soteropoulos, given what I said about how he should play track in this match. And he's just going to check call on this board again. Looks fine so far.
Dominic, thanks so much for being with us, by the way, because
no worries.
My analysis is shaky in general. Heads up, it's very difficult for me at this point, so I really do appreciate you being here.
Yeah, no worries. I actually prefer doing it on heads up than like doing 9-handed on day one.
Well, we do appreciate you coming on that day, too.
I tried day one, and there was a bunch of people I never saw, and I was way off with my analysis, so I came here to redeem myself.
We also know that you weren't a huge fan of some of the play you saw.
Oh yeah, no,
on day one.
That is true. Yes, I just try to be honest, and I try to, just give people like a look into my mind, what I say, and what I think about these situations. For example, here I think Track's double barrel is kind of unnecessary, and yeah, he's probably not going to get a lot of folds on that turn, I think. And he should definitely give up now.
Here he gets checked to showdown, and Track says, I have a flush. And George says,
yeah, he does.
I do too.
Yeah, he does.
Well, Dominic, we appreciate your honesty as long as it's not about us.
All right, I'll be nice to you guys.
Fantastic. There's the trophy. Got one of those sitting in my room, no big deal. It's not for the main event, but, it was a 5K PLO event. Dominic looks like he doesn't believe me.
I'm looking forward to the moment when you get to Prague Airport and British Airways tell you how much they're going to charge you to take that thing home.
Dominic doesn't believe me. I'm going to show him the picture.
Did you steal Vanessa's trophy?
I didn't steal it. She gave it to me.
She gave, oh, that's nice. How do you get that?
She was like, hey, do you want a trophy? Because I got like 1 million of them. And I was like, yes.
No, no.
That's
no.
James?
Wow.
It's a true story.
Congratulations.
She basically said, my wife doesn't want me bringing home another trophy, just the money.
To be fair, at that point, she was also reasonably confident that she was going to win a second trophy in the high roller.
Wow.
You know, they live in Brooklyn. That can't be a massive apartment. I mean, I know Vanessa's a baller, but... I would imagine by your 4th or 5th trophy, it kind of, the thrill has maybe lost a little of the luster.
One of my trophies is still in South Africa, and I won the tournament a year ago. That's a long story, by the way.
Jeez, yeah. Do we know
it's not my fault. I wanted to get it, but sometimes things aren't that easy. Like when they tried to send it by post, and then it somehow ended up in the United States, and then it came back. It was quite weird.
It probably cost whoever shipped it, or or the people sending it back, way more to get it back to South Africa than to get it to you.
Yep.
There we go.
That's for sure.
So now it's track with the medium flush draw and the gut shot. The double gutter.
Soteropoulos with second pair.
Yeah, it looks like track check raised the flop as well. So that's interesting. I definitely expect him to continue on that turn. He improved. He picked up a flush draw, and he has to kind of try and get the guy of a 9 or a 6, but he decides to check. Not a big fan of the check, honestly.
Yeah, it seems like he had the right move with the check raise on the flop, but you gotta follow it up.
The check raise is an alright play because you have a double gut shot, and you do. Your 10 might be good as well, and you have the backdoor flush draw. And you can make the guy fold a 9 or a 6 if you just bet the turn. If you just bet the turn, the guy's going to fold everything that's not a queen. And even if he doesn't fold, you have good equity. So you shouldn't give up there. Really.
It's now 19.3 million playing 10.76 million.
Yeah.
With 12 minutes left on this level, then the blinds go up to 81.60.
I mean, and you got to be honest, this is a hand Julian could have won. This is a hand Julian could have used to, like, make the gap even bigger and greatly improve his chances of winning.
Oh, Dominic, I want your thoughts on this one. Vinjay, Mr. I don't deal, I don't negotiate, says, bit mean perhaps, but knowing how tired and unwell Track clearly is, Soteropoulos should be delaying every play as long as possible.
Well,
no mercy.
That is unfair, but I was considering that as well. I thought some people might think that's a good...
It's not really in the spirit of the game.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. And I think they're both playing pretty fast, and that's nice.
I mean, that's an angle. That's an angle. It's not that different from other angles we've seen shot.
It's also very disrespectful to your opponent.
Right.
Yeah. And there are clearly some people who do that, though. There are clearly some people who take their time on purpose, who just sit there not thinking about anything for a minute and then just act because they want to tilt their opponent.
I think that doing it as a mental thing is a little different than doing it as a physical thing. Like, if you just want to, I think there are little needles and ways you can get your opponent off your game that aren't as devious as, like, purposely delaying someone who's, like, clearly not well.
Yeah, or just in general, purposely delaying someone even if they are well is... I know, I don't like it. I mean, I think there should be a shot clock in poker, personally, because I think it's getting out of hand that people take too long.
I want to know who doesn't want the shot clock. Like, everyone who comes in here says the same thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, do you know where they're going to have a shot clock?
The shark cage.
That's right.
It's also unfair to, like, the viewers if they just sit there and they have to wait for someone when everyone already knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
And commentators.
Yeah.
And the best production team in all of poker, right? When I said that, one of our guys just spilled a coffee all over his console. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You guys.
You can also see they're playing two different styles here. It's very interesting to see that Soteropoulos just folded the Jack-3 to a min raise, while Truck decided to defend his 9-3. And also you can see that his Jack-3. And you can also see that Julian Truck's just trying to raise every button here. He just raised with 9-3 off.
So a reminder that just before they began the heads-up battle, they did do a deal. The stacks were reasonably even, although Track had a slight advantage. 700,000 each. They've locked that up, and they're playing for an additional 25,700.
So do you think that one of their styles is necessarily better than the other?
That's a good question. I mean, we haven't seen enough to reasonably justify who's the better heads-up player. At least not in my opinion. It's just kind of. It also depends on who you're playing. If you're playing someone like Truck, then who's very aggressive, then maybe it's a good idea to just fold the Jack-3 pre-flop. I have a hard time saying who's better right now. I'm gonna need to watch a little bit more.
Let's just talk about these players a little bit, because I appreciate that we've got new people coming in all the time who may have been hoping to see Max Silva or Olashemian in action. The two players remaining are George Soteropoulos, who's 23 years old, currently lives in Rhodes, one of the Greek islands, and he competes in MTTs on Stars all the time. He plays as Geomanousos online. He cashed in a Sunday warm-up for 148,000 euros. Live, he's cashed in a couple of EPTs, both in Season 7, in San Remo, 33rd place, Copenhagen, 43rd place. Studied pharmacy in Romania, and after graduating from university, he's returned to Rhodes. And then we have Julian Track, who is still a student. He's a mature student. He's 30 years old, lives near Gießen, studying politics, media, and sport. And as you mentioned, Dominic, mainly an online PLO player. Plays in the 1-2 PLO games on Stars. Qualified online for this event. Was also qualified online for the Aussie Millions in February. And says, yes, I don't like when players think about a decision for 5 or 6 minutes. Maybe the Aussie Millions will be my last live event.
Exactly, yeah, he doesn't seem to be a fan at all.
Should mention, by the way, that George also qualified online. We have 2 PokerStars qualifiers heads up for the title.
Yeah. Whoa, 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 what is this? What is... Quite a few interesting things to point out here is that the big blind just defended with ace-9, which I think is a good adjustment. Now that we can say like he's starting to adjust to the wild aggressive 4-betting that's going on. He just calls his ace-9. I think that's great, first of all. And then c-bet on the flop at 10 deuce is fine. And then it goes check-check is also fine. I think they both played the hand well. You can see that Julian's inexperienced because he just showed one card at showdown and he tried to muck his other card. If he gets really unlucky there, his hand might even be dead, but the dealer just turned it up. Because like you're supposed to show both cards at showdown. So you can clearly tell that he's inexperienced from just that hand alone.
Doesn't love the live game. Online, you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, they turn your cards over for you if you witness.
And 177 begins. And Simon Baker asks a question, Dominic. What's the worst angle shoot you've seen at a table?
Let me think about this. I'll get back to it.
Okay. Dominic's going to have a think.
Yeah.
As these guys go to a flop, Jack-9 against King-Queen.
Because like this hand's also coming out, which I think is really interesting again that Truck decided to 3-bet King-Queen. Sorry, he doesn't decide to 3-bet King-Queen, but he 3-bets his King-10 earlier. And he 3-bets very aggressive the whole time. And now he just calls with King-Queen. This is very, very unusual play by Truck. Kind of surprised.
Both players trying to mix things up a little bit, I guess.
Soteropoulos not so much though. Just the raise from the bottom of Jack-9, a continuation bad.
Track pairs his queen on the river. He was already ahead. Happy to value bet on the river.
Thin. That's the first strat. It's, yeah. The second time we've seen him lead out with like some very weak hands at showdown. Worst angle, I'm gonna say like some of the things I've seen from people who like they almost put their chips into call to get a reaction against very inexperienced players, or that's one I see all the time.
Thank you for all your questions and comments. I'm sure many of you are following the timeline. Hashtag EPT Live. You can still email as well, nuts@pokerstars.tv. 5 minutes to go on this level.
Yeah. Or another one, But the guy who won the EPT Grand Final 1 year, Ivan Freites.
Yes.
The infamous race. No English. No. Call.
That's a personal favorite of mine.
Yeah.
Someone referenced that earlier, winning a prize.
That was a classic. So if you want to see a good angle, you should look that up on YouTube.
Raise and take it for track.
I kind of want to see like the hands that Soteropoulos is folding in the big blind. We saw them once when he had 9-3, but I want to know exactly what is going on so I can get a better feel for the match and provide better analysis.
As we approach the end of this level, I got a weird question, actually. This one's from me. This
on.
one's on me, guys.
Of course.
Once they've made a deal and they're playing for 25,000 euros, and I'm tempted to say only 25,000 euros, but it's still a lot of money. Have players ever voluntarily asked that some levels be removed?
Yes.
Is there, okay, because is there really any reason for them to play this deep?
I remember happening at an EPT final table. I remember when Toby Lewis got heads up against Martin Jakobsen in Villamora. They skipped forward 3 blind levels.
Does anyone want to maybe let these guys know that's an option?
I don't. Would they want to? I mean, I'm not sure.
I mean,
Julian's in favor.
Julian may, yeah.
Julian's in favor, but he looks like he's in pain. But that's yeah.
I feel like when they make a deal like that, they're both kind of saying like, let's. I don't know. It seems like they don't necessarily want to battle it out.
Exactly, and I think it's also going to be really hard for Julian to stay focused now. He's locked up his 700,000. He's sick. He's sick. Like all this adrenaline that was going, it's now going to go down a bit. And now, I think now it's going to be tougher for him to play his best.
And I think given that this is his first live cash, he probably just doesn't know that that's even in the realm of possibilities.
Yeah.
By the way, there will be a break at the end of this level, but it will be a very short break. Or will it? I think it's going to be in the region of 10 minutes. Just enough time for a trip to the facilities, perhaps.
Our producer just said we'll be back from break at 11:67. I think he might be tired.
Who isn't?
What time's my flight tomorrow? 27:91?
Andrew says, left the house at 5 p.m. to play a weekly sit and go. Came home to watch what I presume will be a repeat of the final table, and they're still playing!
Guess you didn't win, did you, Andrew? Too soon?
Inga Christofferson says, will it end before midnight? Answer, highly unlikely.
Answer, hashtag, when will it end?
You might miss your flight tomorrow.
Like, I probably leave as late as 27:74. But I don't know if I can risk much later than that.
Alex Johnson says, unfortunately just joined, but Hartigan, I used the rewind button to not ask any dumb questions. You're welcome. Thank you very much, Alex.
You still managed to waste our time with a tweet, though, so well done. Just kidding, buddy. We watch you guys. We like the interaction. Give me something to riff on.
Eric asks if the Shark Cage winners have been announced yet. I believe players have been contacted. A reminder, if you don't know what I'm talking about, there is an article on the PokerStars blog about the new TV show, which we're making in 2014, which you can qualify for and audition for, a $1 million winner-takes-all free roll. It has a shot clock, and it has a real cage, which we're going to put poker players in.
All I can think about is that John Williams score when Quint and Hooper are building the cage on the deck of the boat. Dun, 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 dun.
The cage won't actually be lowered into the water, though, in the vicinity of a great white shark. I quite like the idea of there being live monkeys in the cage.
Kind of goes against the whole shark cage thing. What about if they just get dunked, like a dunk tank? It's pretty embarrassing.
That I like, and the player has to return to the table covered in slime.
Soteropoulos outflops Track.
This likely to be the last hand of the level.
It's interesting to see what actually is going on here. Soteropoulos earlier, he checked back a 5 on a board like this. If I recall correctly, it was a 9-5 exactly on it, very much the same board. And that time he checked it back, and now he decides to bet. And for some reason this time he's ahead. You know, I guess that's good timing. It's just interesting to notice these things, that they play the very same hand a whole different way. So I'd expect him to check here though. There's not much point in betting this turn, and okay. So now he bets twice with a 5, which has basically no kicker, and he's dominated by a whole lot of other 5s that are in Julian's range, because Julian doesn't like to fold pre-flop. Julian would play a Jack-5 off. We've seen him play that.
Craig is watching on the PokerStars TV app. He says, just tried pushing both stacks in on my iPad, but alas, it did not work.
There's no swiping.
It'd be a lot more fun if you could do that. I mean, somehow Soteropoulos is betting into one of the only hands that are worse than his, and he's still getting called.
It's a brilliant read.
Yeah, we will call it a brilliant read.
He's not getting called, he's getting raised.
I said I'd be nicer to people.
Track has just made it more than $1 million.
Oh, he's check raised.
Yes, he has check raised just over $1 mil.
Yeah. Now what's your plan, Mr. Soteropoulos? What? Yeah.
His plan is to fold.
Fold's the best hand.
So we reached the end of the level.
I don't know what that was. Sorry, I just want to say something really quick. That what on earth is Julian check raising there? That's like, you know, like, what on earth is he check raising there at all? Maybe too fair.
Well, it's now 21 million plays 9 million.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a short break, Dominic. We are going to be back in around 9 minutes' time. We're going to be back at 11:57 Central European time and continue this heads-up battle here in Prague on the European Poker Tour.
Rafa Nadal, 11-time Grand Slam champion. Versus Lucia Arroyo. In the Town Pillow fight of 2009, she was runner-up. We are competition anytime. We are poker.
Poker is a game where there are large areas of inactivity. And that's maybe why it suits still photography in a lot of ways, in that it is about defining moments and capturing those moments. And I think photography is a great way of being able to do that. I'm just trying to see things from new and different angles. I mean, obviously you're kind of limited in some ways in that you are covering people who are sitting at a table from waist upwards. For me as a photographer, it's not just about taking photographs of the tournament, it's encompassing the whole event, and that means going out and trying to take great landscape pictures. It means doing photo shoots with team pros in cool environments, and that's something that I'm still really developing on. I think portrait photography is something that I really love, and you get to be a little bit more creative, or perhaps a lot more creative. The tournament coverage, you're trying to capture moments, create an atmosphere, and get the best out of what's happening in front of you. But you can't really change it. Like, you're just letting the action happen and capturing it as best you can. I think you know almost instantly that you've actually captured a moment. You see it playing out in front of you, and yeah, as soon as you click the button, you know that that's it. That's the moment. That's going to be the one that is going to be replayed. That's the one that's going to go into the magazines, and that's going to be the defining moment from that event. The bubble's a great time to take a picture. There's kind of a chaos there. I think the tournament directors kind of hate it because of the amount of media moving around, the players who are getting out of their seats. There's a real atmosphere around the place. There's lots of people crowding around, and it makes a great image. When the bubble bursts, you get a big round of applause, everyone cheers, everyone knows they've made the money. So it's a great shot, and it's a great moment in the tournament. PokerStars they've been really open with me. They've allowed me to pretty much go off and do what I want to do. I mean, they have a pretty laissez-faire attitude to what I'm doing, and have trust in what I'm doing. Everyone who comes into the EPTs or any of the other PokerStars tournaments, they have to sign a media release, so they're aware that they will be filmed, they will be photographed. I mean, obviously you can't interfere with the play in any way whatsoever. I think this is my 8th season on the EPT. By EPT Monte Carlo Season 2, I was the official photographer for the EPT. Sort of become a little bit part of the furniture. The players realise that I'm there, and I think that they trust me. We want the players to look their best, and so I'm trying to take pictures of them when they look good.
I think Neil is great because he thinks about how the picture is going to look in the end, and I love his pictures always. After every event I look down to the PokerStars blog and I look at my pictures and I love them so much, so Neil is really the best.
The photos, unlike our actual performances, are generally quite flattering.
Yeah, but that's because of the photographer, not because of the subject.
Right, absolutely. Neil's like a ridiculous photographer, manages to make you and I look good almost all the time.
And there's a raise for that, for sure.
And if we don't look good, then, you know, the background, something about the photo always looks good.
I always look at the next gig, the next event as an opportunity to progress, to learn something. And I tend not to look back. I tend to more look forwards. I always feel that I can do a better job and take more interesting pictures at the next event. After EPT Barcelona, which was a slightly heavier one than usual, I handed over 2,500 photos. My work spans right across the board of what PokerStars do. So the pictures go onto the blog, they go onto the main PokerStars website. The pictures are also used for marketing material, they're used in advertising and other promotions. There's definitely players that are a lot easier to photograph than others. So the table talkers, the people who are dynamic, they're sort of bouncing around the table. If there's a buzz around the table, if people are chatting, if they're interacting, then it makes great photos for me. This is Liv's winning moment from EPT San Remo. I think in Liv's case here, just the actual realization that she'd won the tournament. She couldn't totally control her emotions, and you can see her with her hands over her face here, just taking in the fact that she's now the latest EPT champion. I think this is the third time I've photographed Elke winning a tournament, a couple in the PCA as well. We get a very limited time to do the winner shots, and you have a couple of formal shots that you have to do. But I always like to try and throw in something a little bit more dynamic, have a little bit of fun. And in this instance, I got a couple of dealers to stand either side of the poker table and spray cards in, and the second frame was the one. This is a shot of Toby Lewis winning the EPT Vila Moura. Portuguese laws means that you can't actually photograph inside the casino, which made it tricky to cover. And every time there was a break, managed to get pictures of them in various locations near the casino. And it's just, yeah, a fun group shot, which I know Toby was really appreciative of, and it's a great memory for him and a great memory of the event. Okay, this shot is Roberto Romanello winning in EPT Prague. It's probably not a shot I would have tried with everybody, but I know Roberto pretty well, and it had been snowing a lot in Prague that year, so unfortunately it wasn't snowing when we went out. And so I was with the TV producer who was throwing in snow from the side. He was complaining bitterly that he had frostbite, but he still seems to have all his fingers. So.
I mean, there's like tons of really funny pictures with players with crazy glasses, crazy clothes. Elke, for example. So all those pictures are really fun, really good, and yeah, I like to watch those on the EPT Facebook.
This is a shot of Jason Mercier winning his first ever tournament in EPT San Remo. I think it may have even been one of his first ever live tournaments. And I think the significance of this shot probably wasn't really realized at the time. I mean, he wasn't a known player. So this was the moment where he went from just being a qualifier into being a poker star. Okay, so this is a picture of San Remo Harbor. It's maybe a smaller town which people, if they haven't been to the EPT, might not know about. One of the great things about doing the EPT with PokerStars is that it's not just about taking pictures of the tournament. There's a much wider brief, and part of that brief is to go out and photograph the beautiful venues that we're in. Daniel Negreanu's just a great person to photograph. He's dynamic at the table, he's chatty, his arms are always going around, he's laughing and joking and interacting with the other players. One of my favorite subjects, one of my easiest subjects to photograph. Kind of semi-typical Daniel Negreanu pose, him smiling, throwing his arms in the air, goofing around about something or other. So this is Marcel Lusk. Unfortunately, he was the bubble boy here in EPT Monte Carlo. I just like this picture. Just gives people like an idea of the chaos, the buzz that goes on around the bubble. Like you can see all the media, the cameras, all hovering around. You've also got like other players who are trying to look in, see if that they're going to make the money. And Antonio Esfandiari is another great person to have around any poker tournament. This particular moment is Antonio Esfandiari prop betting Michael Phelps as to how much he would have to pay to wear Elke's trousers. We know that Elke likes his bling, and so these trousers were pretty leery. So this is a shot from Berlin. Went out the day before and found a fantastic location just near the Berlin Wall where there's loads of great graffiti.
He took some really cool photos out there, like by the graffiti and like using like the walls and stuff. It was cool.
A lot of my friends think I'm permanently on holiday. Whenever I speak to them, they say, "Oh, where are you going on holiday next?" But it's a draining job. But if you've got a passion for it, if you love doing it, the hours go by quickly. I think, I can't remember who said it, but someone said if you find a job that you love, then you'll never work another hour in your life. And I really feel grateful that I've got this job with PokerStars.
Welcome back to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour live from Prague. It is the 5K main event. The final two here at the final table. Georgios Soteropoulos and Julian Track are now heads up for the title. They've made a deal, 700,000 euros apiece. They're playing for 25,700 euros. I got bad news and I got good news. The bad news is James Hardigan on a little break. The good news is me, Joe Stapleton. I am joined by Dominic Nietzsche and Team Online's Mickey Peterson.
Hey, guys.
Welcome to the booth, Mickey. Dominic's been doing a great job crushing this heads-up commentary, but I look forward to just sitting back and letting you two go at it.
Yeah, I think that's the plan for now. Mickey and I will take it from here, basically. If we have to talk about poker, we'll do this, and anything else, It's your job.
Perfect. I'm just going to check
Awesome.
out the tweets.
And something else that was interesting here is that Julian this time didn't defend the 9 deuce while he earlier 9 deuce suited, but earlier he defended like a 10-3 or something off.
Oh, that's interesting. Usually, I assume that was before they made a deal, or
nope, they chopped right when they got to heads up.
Oh, okay. Usually, people play a lot more loose like right after the deal is made because there's not that much on the stake, and people will play more hands. But maybe that's not the case here.
Blinds now at 80,000, 160,000 with a 20K ante. Chip stacks as they current stand. Julian Track, the chip leader with 21.5 million chips. Soteropoulos, the dog right now, 8.6 million in chips.
I mean, the heads up started out with 13 million to 17 million, so Julian has increased his lead here by quite a bit. Personally, I think he's been playing better from the very few hands we've seen. But yeah, there was only a few hands, so it's hard to say who's actually the stronger player at this point.
And they're still really deep, it seems like. There's still plenty of play left. Like, this could take a while.
Yeah, I was saying that to Jones Dave, that we might be here for a really long time.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about once it gets to heads up. It could take one hand, or it could take a lot of hours.
Well, funny you should mention that, Mickey. We've got an email from James Hart again. Ha! Mickey forced us to endure an epic heads-up battle in Copenhagen. His penance? He now has to commentate on an epic heads-up battle.
Yeah.
Payback, yeah. Not surprising here that Track 3-bets the ace-jack. It's just...
It's a very good hand. Yeah,
exactly, yeah.
You're not surprised by that, and not surprised by king free suited folding to the free bet either.
Yep.
Seems pretty standard. It seems like they're playing pretty fast too, which
exactly,
is
yeah.
a very nice change of pace.
Especially Track, who's been calling people out for taking too long.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said he hates people who take too long.
Well, me and you both, Track. Me and you both.
We still can't get anyone in here who actually says, like, you know what, I really like taking a long time.
Yeah, I took quite some time when I was on there for some of my decisions. There's some decision in there with 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry,
well,
guys. Sorry.
That's why you're not in there now, Dom.
I don't remember anything.
Because I didn't take long enough.
I don't remember anything taking that long from you. Usually when it gets to about the 2-minute mark, that's when the graphic pops up.
Yeah.
And I don't remember it popping up at all for you.
Good friend of mine was watching. He said it popped up like once or twice for me.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah, because people kept going all in against me. It's not very nice.
There are definitely some people, too, who, when they're on a feature table, they will just take a longer time just because they enjoy, like,
having cameras on them.
You have to tweet at your mom that you're at the final table and whatnot, like, before they tune in. Like, they don't want to miss anything, but it seems like these guys are playing very fast, which I really appreciate.
Everything's been completely reasonable.
Yeah, that's really nice.
And you gotta be honest, like sometimes decisions are pretty tough. Sometimes you're gonna need more than 3 to 4.
Oh yeah, and
minutes
especially at
to
final tables where people are playing for so much money, I don't mind it as much as, on day one when people are tanking. But as a viewer, it's definitely nice to see people just like instantly fold 3 dues off like we see here instead of like taking 30 seconds.
Rob says that now that you guys are in the booth together, he does seriously hope that it lasts until 4 a.m.
Well, then
that's nice.
We're just both gonna go at some point.
and then you're stuck with me and Hart again.
Exactly. Yeah.
And well, yeah, 9-3. It's probably standard heads up. I don't know.
I will start ordering drinks. One of the two.
I'm totally on board for that. You guys are gonna have to get it done though, because they learned their lesson with me.
Don't tell anyone, but I started a little early.
You guys,
I'm already a few beers in.
You guys are allowed. It's just me. I actually had a producer smell my cup one time. Luckily, I just filled it up with only Diet Coke. Pedro says the blinds are ridiculously low. Pedro, you are ridiculously observant.
Yeah, they are playing very deep. But it seemed like this whole final table, from what I saw, started out very deep. So it's no surprise that by the time heads up comes around, especially with that many great players in the mix, they are going to be playing quite deep. And I guess we see the first flop here. Ace deuce opening, Jack 5 defending. Nothing wrong with either of those, and Ace deuce takes it down.
Yep.
It seems like they're both playing pretty solid from the 4 hands I've seen so far.
Yeah, like the really interesting stuff they do just comes up in the flop though. And I've seen some stuff that I wouldn't exactly call solid, you know, by any means.
Luckily, we went to break after the last hand before the break because it seemed like Dominic was teeing up for a rant.
My mind was about to explode, and then Hardigan just was like, "Get on break." I was just like, "Wait, that doesn't make sense. I want to say something."
Saved by the bell.
It sounds like it was probably for the best.
Kicked off. Well, I'm still here, so.
Richard with some kind words for Mickey. Says, really enjoyed Mickey's CR videos from a couple years ago. His thought process is sick.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully I can bring some of that tonight, too.
Did you do any strategy stuff as a member of Team Online that they can check out?
I've actually, yeah, it's funny you mention it. It was a couple of months ago we had the Team Online week, and I did a couple of videos with Andre Comber, where I go through his Sunday 500, and that's completely free.
Oh, cool.
And even guys like Ike Haxton, who are much better than I am, made some videos too. So I recommend anyone to check those out. Completely free.
I haven't seen yours yet. I'm gonna watch that at some point. I've seen the Isaac Haxton ones, and I thought they were great.
Yeah,
him and Felix Schneider.
Yeah, it's hard to get better value for free than that. Like those are very good videos.
Free Ike coaching, sign me up. I want to do that. I wish I was the guy playing, but no.
Yeah,
it's good. Ike provided some really good insight. I enjoy it very much.
Anytime Ike says something, you just shut up.
Yeah, you shut up and listen.
It's bound to be very good. So definitely check those out.
You can learn from listening to Ike, but also what I do actually to try to get better myself is watch what Ike does and then try to figure out why it's right.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, not figure out if it's right, figure out why it's
just
right.
Why it's right, exactly.
Yeah. It's very nice when it's a player where you're just sure what they're doing is right, so all you have to do is figure out why. Like
you just not have to worry about it. Is it right? No.
Everyone knows Ike is the end boss, so it just doesn't matter. Like you just have to know why he's doing it.
Ike is Ganon.
Exactly. Very nice.
I missed this tweet earlier. Let me give a shout out here to Craig, who says, Stapes, my GF is allowing me to watch the stream, but only if she gets a birthday shout out. Please oblige her. Her name is Catherine. So happy birthday, Catherine.
Wow, what a way to spend your birthday, watching the stream with your boyfriend.
But I guess she already got the present of your balls as a gift. If you're going to give her a shout out so you can watch poker. Come on, man. Just kidding, man. The girl's always the boss. Let's be honest. Mickey knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Mickey, where can these folks see the videos you were just mentioning?
I believe they're on... I'm not 100% sure. I think it's PokerSchoolOnline.com.
PokerSchool Online would be a great resource to check out lots of videos. If you can't find those exact videos there's plenty there that can help you improve your game. Soteropoulos wins that pot. It's gone track Soteropoulos, track Soteropoulos so far.
Soteropoulos?
Yeah, Soteropoulos.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure I got it right.
Every single time I have to think about it really hard. If he wins, you're going to see a long pause between
that might be the
champion Georgios Soteropoulos.
It might be the best second name I've ever seen.
Really?
Possibly.
Wow.
It's definitely up there.
Athanafios Polochronopoulos. Giving a
Oh,
shout out
yeah.
too.
That one is great. I wish those guys were heads up. I would definitely watch that.
Well, maybe we can go back on the Greek poker tour then if you're enjoying that. I would like another poker tournament in Greece. I had fun there.
Trax made it 325 with 2 sevens. Looks like Soteropoulos is 3-bet his 9-6 suited. He did to 825.
Seems very, very reasonable. Anything that doesn't involve folding seems good, either calling or free betting.
Yeah,
I can get behind.
And exactly from what we've seen earlier, where I said Soteropoulos should be taking a polarized range against Track when he decides to 3-bet. He's doing that right here. He takes the 9-6 suited and 3-bets against someone who likes to 4-bet a lot and doesn't really call a lot of 3-bets. So maybe I would have preferred a call and I would 3-bet something slightly weaker.
But here we see a 4-bet.
Yeah.
Which also seems reasonable.
Yep.
Especially if he's free betting a fair amount. Like the sevens are just going to be too good to not.
He didn't really 3-bet that much.
Regardless, sevens is a very strong hand heads up. And you don't really want to call for 10% of your stack and then have to guess on a bunch of flops. So
yeah, exactly.
Seems like both players played that well. And Also, this hand was very fast. Like, just again, got to give them credit for playing at this speed. Like, there are a lot of people where I expect we would have seen like 2 or 3 hands now, and we've probably seen like 10, and one of them was a 4-bet.
Exactly, yeah. That was... but I'll be honest, I think I prefer a call there with the 9-6 suited.
To free betting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Without any other knowledge, it's a little too strong to... Or a little too weak to, you know, turn into a bluff, and a little too good to have to fold.
Yeah, exactly.
But
and in case you guys are out there going crazy when Mickey says a little too good, that's heads up. Heads up, everything takes a whole new perspective.
Oh yeah, hands you would fold under the gun at the start of this final table are absolutely premiums at this point. Hands you're happy to get it in with. So when you're heads up, you just have to play a lot of hands, otherwise you're going to get completely run over.
I mean, it's kind of an understatement to say a lot of hands, right? It's most of your hands.
Right.
Yeah, especially when you're in position. I mean, in position, you got to be raising probably 90% or more. I mean, even close to 100. Trek has been doing 100% of raises on the button. There have not been any walks, not been any limps. It's 100% raise from
Trek's out flopped Soteropoulos here. Catches a 9 for second pair. And he's going to call
a little surprised to see the... Oh, did the 5 call the c-bet, or did they...
Nope, the 5's raised.
Oh, okay. Well, that's more reasonable. I was about to say it's not a good flop for 5s to call necessarily, but...
No, I mean, if the 5s are out of position, they should clearly check fold, because it's just about the worst board, and...
It's very hard to continue on any turns.
I wonder if you're going to get this one to showdown. I mean, you might have the best hand, but you're not getting it to showdown, so you're better off just folding right there.
Trek leads this ace turn.
I think that's really good.
You think that's good?
Yeah, just from like the way Soteropoulos has been playing.
That's interesting. That's not normally a player would offer with that kind of hand, but
he has a pretty strong 9. He dominates a lot of 9s. Soteropoulos, yeah, we've seen him double barrel before, but he's not been crazy aggressive or anything. So like, mostly the turn would go check check. And
well, that's where the river does.
Yeah.
And Soteropoulos is going to add another couple of million to his stack. 1.1 million in profit.
Has 4 times as many chips now.
Yeah. I mean, generally I like leading out when the turn card pairs the top or the middle card in these spots. Because like most players are just going to give up on their bluffs now, and they're going to check behind, or they might take a free card with a draw. And he doesn't want to give a free card, and like he's always going to get called by a 6. At this point, he's going to get called by a weaker 9.
I can see arguments for both. I mean, I don't know if you necessarily want him to give off your bluffs there with Jack 9.
No, you don't.
But you could certainly build strategies around leading the turn, or a strategy around checking the turn, I'm sure.
But like,
I'd be more likely to maybe bet a slightly stronger hand and my draws.
Like a king 9 maybe?
Yeah, and like my draws that you don't really want to check call again when it pairs, but I can certainly see the merit to it. It seems reasonable, and clearly it worked because the 5 calls again. So
it does work
against that exact hand. Yeah. It works out very well.
This is the chip movement from the start of this level. All tracks so far. Isn't it weird how the exact amount that track is up is exactly what Soteropoulos is down?
Yeah, where does all the rake go?
That is a crazy coincidence. What are the odds that it would turn out to be the exact same amount like that? Well, I'm no heads-up expert.
We'll have to double-check those numbers and come back to you.
Someone's just making them up. Got a raise from Soteropoulos, or as Nico says we should call him Manusos. That's how everyone knows him here in Greece.
Gonna see a flop here, I assume. Yeah.
Yep.
Good hand to raise with, good hand to call with.
Both missed the flop. Hard.
We're probably not going to see anything too exciting here. This is most likely just going to go check, bet, and fold.
That would be the most likely outcome here for sure. It hasn't happened yet, though. There we go.
And Trek has been playing very solid. He's not been the kind of guy to just randomly raise in spot in on these kind of flops.
It's a tough flop to raise too, because how many fours does he really call with, and would he really check raise his queens kind of thing? So
he does call with a lot of fours. Pretty like he's been playing.
He will
like
have he will have some fours, but
he's
compared to like if it's like queen 8-8 or something like that, where he will have a lot more eights than fours, I'd imagine. Like it's and also would he even check raise his fours, right? Like
I think that's more relevant than the earlier thing where you said how many fours does he have. I think it comes down to would he even raise those hands, and the answer is probably no.
Yeah, I'd probably rather call 9-7 than raise it as crazy, like with all the backdoors you have. But obviously folding it is probably the most solid option.
Yeah, I don't think there's any need to be going crazy.
Yeah, I mean he seems to be chipping up pretty nicely right now. Just the 5-4 is going to see a flop here.
And once again, very standard in both spots.
Yeah, I think 5-4 is...
You can start 3-betting that.
It is a pretty weak hand to call, but I certainly don't blame him for it. You are getting a very good price, so...
Yeah, I think like that's one you could start 3-betting though, because...
Yeah, I'd be more likely to 3-bet or fold to a hand like that, but I don't see anything that wrong with calling it either.
Good check behind by track on the flop, by the way, with an ace there. I think that's fine.
Yeah, that's not a very good flop to see bet with that hand.
And then you check the turn as well. Looks good.
Pair of 4 is good on the river.
Would be a good... I would be tempted to bluff with the ace 7
and that right, because you have no showdown value at all, right? Yeah, that's...
I mean, he has some, but it's like after... Like, it's just so hard for the 5-4 to, like, have a very strong hand there after checking that many times. So I'd be a little tempted. I would think a little bit more about it, but...
They play very fast, Mickey.
But,
let's not
obviously
checking,
checking behind ace high is very reasonable.
Thinking a little more about it would require some additional thinking.
Yeah, it's just like check, ace high, showdown value. And maybe you win, maybe you don't. Most likely don't at this point.
Roland says, great discussion, guys. So interesting to hear two different perspectives on the same hand. Two perspectives that eventually end up agreeing with each other.
We'll get there most of the time.
And we have you. And we have Staves in there.
Oh, yeah. Well,
great for everyone.
I'm just going to agree with everything. Uh-huh. Yep. You guys should troll me and see what's the dumbest thing you can say that I will agree with. No, you know what? Don't do that.
We'll see how long it goes, and then slap one in there just to like.
Maybe we've already done it.
I changed my mind.
We might have already done it. Yeah. Just didn't see it coming.
Soteropoulos flops best with middle pair.
Yeah, 7 for defending suited also seems fine. Could free bet it. Could
Yeah.
And Queen Jack checking behind. I like that a lot. I think that's very very good.
Trek has been defending like all kinds of hands, and so except he hasn't been 3-betting much. He's just been like defending his low card. I thought it was interesting to see him 3-bet a king 10 suited and then like call with a king queen off later on.
That is interesting. Yeah, those are hands that would rank pretty close to each other.
Right,
in terms
that's
of
what I
hand
was
strength.
thinking, and
Heads
they
up,
kind of ignored me when I pointed that out. So it's nice that you're here now.
But even if that's the case, you could make a strategy where you free bet a hand some percentage of the time and then call it most of the time, and maybe that was just a
randomizer. I'll be honest, I don't think they're doing that. Sorry.
Where he felt like free betting.
No, I just don't think they're doing that.
So, anyways, there was a bet on the turn here and a call.
Yeah.
And fully expect Queen Jack to bet again here.
Now it's Chuck who bet.
Oh, it's Track who bet the.
Track
so
bet
Track
the
is
turn,
betting
yeah.
the river now?
Yeah, track bet turn and river.
That's an interesting bet with that hand.
No, it's an interesting bet, but it's not if you've seen him play, because that goes back to what I was saying earlier, that most of the creative stuff we've seen post flop.
Oh, this is a huge bet though. This is an overbet.
This is an overbet.
That is very, very interesting. He's betting well over the pot. He's turning it into a bluff, I assume.
Who's going to start? I'll start. I think it's very, very unnecessary to do it with this hand. Makes no sense to do it with a single 4, really.
Yeah, it's certainly a peculiar bet, but
it makes no sense to do with a 4 because you want to check call or you want to bet fold.
Well, just it's a hand where it doesn't seem that likely that you're going to get better to fold.
Exactly, and I'm definitely not getting called by worse. So
you're definitely not going to get called. It would seem more reasonable if he had. Well, there are not that many hands in the flop, I guess, but like, I guess King 10 would be around the same value, but it just seems like this is like a very weird hand to pick to do it with. Usually you'd pick a hand that was a bit weaker or a lot stronger.
like a busted spade draw, for example.
But I mean, it is interesting because sort of Portalist pretty much has the best hand that's not an ace, right?
Yeah, pretty close.
Which would be a snap call. So he really is considering this.
And so what is the better option?
Check.
Yeah, well, it's easy to say now because it looks like he's not going to fold.
I said it before he put the chips in.
Yeah.
Is he just...
That is a call. It's a lot of green chips.
If anything, you're getting the guy off chop pot at this point, and I'm not even sure if you accomplished that.
Yeah.
Because I bet there's going to be viewed as extremely polarized between an ace or a busted flush draw.
Yeah, he would have to be very sure about what kind of hands he checks behind on the flop. For that bet to me, it really makes sense to me.
That's Giorgio's. Sorry, guys. The Giorgio's VPIP, by the way, for the entire final table. So those numbers aren't really as relevant right now.
I was going to say, did he only win 22% of hands heads up? That seems unreasonable. Yeah. It's a bit unfair as well.
I don't think anyone ever only wins 22% of hands heads up.
Well, it'd probably be over by now.
It would be over by now, yeah. We'd be out partying, but...
I think that's a cool idea for next time. Maybe have, like, when you get your heads up, reset this and have, like, the hands percentage 1 heads up or something. Because that would be really nice to just kind of analyze afterwards to see, like, this guy's actually winning the majority of pots. And
yeah, those are the stats for the entire final table. Stake Me I'm Broke writes in to say, finally this stupid track bashing all day comes to an end. Thank you, Dominic Nietzsche.
What?
I don't think that we bashed Mr. Track even one time. I think when he folded 2 overs in a gut shot after calling a raise, that was a little tight. I think when he called a 3-bet and flopped a pair, we thought that was a little odd when he folded, but I don't think we bashed him at all, but whatever, Dominic. Pretty awesome anyway.
This is kind of an action flop, a little bit at least.
Yeah, pre-flop is obviously fine by both players. Raising a call.
Oh yeah, I don't think it could be any other way. But then on the flop we have a very strong middle pair, top kicker, and an open-ended with an overcard. That could...
Gonna go check call here like all the time.
Could check call, could maybe even check raise if it was feeling like it.
I feel like a check raise is kind of an overplay here.
Yeah, I wouldn't personally doing, but I wouldn't be surprised to see people doing either.
Yep, nothing special on the turn as well. Check, check.
Interesting river card here.
I think I'd prefer a check call from Sotiropoulos to a bet, although...
It is really interesting because I feel like if he checks, Track would probably value bet his hand.
Yeah.
At that point.
But if he bets...
But if he bets, it's... Well...
What's he getting called by now? I mean,
well, he could be called by ace-10. But...
Yeah, but...
I agree, yeah.
I'm not even sure if ace-10 is a call at this point, because what does Track have to check call the flop that doesn't beat him now? Sorry, what does Sotiropoulos have to check call the flop?
Yeah,
that's
true. I would still be tempted to call an ace-10 here, just because people do weird stuff sometimes.
And you're getting such a good price.
And he's getting a very good price here. I don't think I would fold ace-10, but it certainly is. It's not that easy to come up with hands you beat, unless people are randomly. Oh, very good fold here.
Yeah. But I think like if he checked, he would most likely value bet it himself.
Yeah.
Because then he thinks he's getting called by a worse 10.
It's always easier to say knowing the cards, but I definitely agree that the ace-10 would have bet had it been checked to, and it should. So possibly he lost a little bit there, but very nice fold by the ace-10.
Impressive fold by Julian Track, yeah. So much for all the track bashing. I'm giving him a compliment.
It turns out he was talking about track bashing on Twitter.
Oh.
And once again, those stats a little out of date because these guys have a combined win percentage of, what was that, 48%. So that's not very good, heads up.
That you guys can do better, yeah, if that's heads up. Like, they're chopping a lot of pots.
I want to know who's winning these pots, who's winning the other 52%.
They must be chopped, right?
It's all the rake.
I heard everybody loves a chop pot here.
Yeah. Everyone does love a chop pot.
Oh, I see.
It took me a whole season to learn it's everyone, not everybody. It took me a long time. I know it's...
I'll be back in season 14 and preaching it.
Memorize those lyrics.
Julian Track just folded Jack-7 to a raise.
Discuss.
Yeah, no discuss, not good.
Oh, we're back to the track bashing.
I'll start. We've seen him defend so many hands, and then he just decided to fold the Jack-7. I don't see like what part of a strategy that is to like defend some Jack 3s and like fold Jack 7s. Mickey.
I don't know. He probably just needed a little briefer.
He's like, I'll take this one off. Fold. You know. Yeah. No.
Yeah, Jack 7 or like a hand like Jack 7 is the kind of hand where like it isn't that exciting to to defend it, but at the same time it is like a top, I don't know, like 40 or if you'd correct me, Dom, but like a top 40% hand or something.
Sounds
Like
right,
it is a hand that you have to play. So otherwise you're just gonna get run over, especially like against a min raise heads up with Andes and
exactly.
whatnot.
Otherwise you're just blinding off to a single min raise where you just fold too many hands and the guy's just gonna make money simply by min raising.
Exactly.
But then again, he somehow defended the Jack 3, so.
Yeah.
Sounds like a feel player to me.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you're feeling correctly.
Well, I know.
Especially if your feel in math end up checking out.
I want to see all the hands that get folded. Just. I know it's not possible because that's not how this works, but it would be a lot nicer if we can get a feel for.
Buddy, I can't make you happy. You want to do no hold cards sometimes. Sometimes you want to see all the hold cards, even the folded ones.
Trust me, Dom is impossible to please. Just assume they have like deuce 7 off every time they fold.
Well, they clearly don't because the guy just folded Jack 7, and I think that's very interesting.
That is a strong hand to fold.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm just.
But it is one of those hands that intuitively it might not seem as strong as it is heads up, especially if you've been playing full ring for like 6 days straight. Like it is hard to adapt to all of a sudden Jack 7 is a mandatory defend.
And we do have to remember that anyone at this point will be tired.
Oh, for sure.
And these guys aren't used to playing on this stage, and Julian Track is ill. In fact, he said that if he wins, he can't even do a winner interview.
That's not true. You'll get him stakes. You go in there and you just grab him.
I don't know. I'm still waiting to win my my Pulitzer, my Peabody Award for winner interview. Hey, man, here's a clever way of asking how you feel. 2-word answer. All right, everybody. Big round of applause. It's usually, I mean, it's award-winning stuff.
Your day will come. Your day will come.
So the last few hands have gone.
If I didn't know better, I would really think they had just agreed on the break to make it mutual. You have to raise every button or something like that. Because it does seem there has been a few folds, but although they seem reluctant to defend the big blind, it does seem like the button gets open a lot, which is correct.
I mean, I think if these two are playing the way they're playing with the Jack 7 fold in there, and Sotiropoulos has actually been the tighter of the two from the big blind. It looked like he's been folding more big blinds to raises.
Yeah.
And like it looked like he previously folded hands that Track would defend. So I think like they're both playing a correct strategy if they raise 100% of buttons. As ridiculous as this may sound.
Also, in my experience, like in these heads-up matches, the deeper they get into them, the looser people's requirement to play hands will be. Because people do get tired, and people do.
They just want it to be over.
People do just want it to, even though you're playing for, you know, it's the biggest tournament of your life. You do just kind of want it to get over with at some point. Like
you just had enough of all the folding as well.
It is very draining to play one of those heads-up matches.
I've got a couple of compliments for you guys. Short Stack Seamus says, enjoying the commentary on EPT Live, and he's put up a link to Mickey's Heads Up, I believe.
Oh,
that's nice.
Yeah, if anyone has 6 hours and they don't know what to do, they should go watch that.
Maybe just a link to this live stream. And Corey Burbick gets in touch to say, okay, but is there an English stream? I don't speak nerd.
Oh, very nice.
I think you can take that as a
Man,
compliment.
that has a lot of favorites by now, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Burbick.
I think it's actually one of his worst tweets, and I respect his Twitter.
He
game.
has a very good Twitter game, so we'll let just this one slip.
Yeah.
So anyways, here we see King 4 open and continuation bet the flop, I believe. And Queen 8 sticking along with the gutter and the overcard in the flop and turning top pair. And it looks like King 4 is going to keep on firing, which I don't really like.
Yeah, all you have is a gut shot, and
it seems like the kind of board where a lot of the hands that would call the flop improved on the turn, or turned some kind of equity, like an open-ended with a 10, or like 2 pairs or top pairs in this instance.
So he's definitely not getting a fold on the turn.
Yeah,
unless
he could fold out a hand like 7-8 maybe,
7,
or
8,
something like that. But
Ace-7.
Yeah, but it seems optimistic in general.
He's not folding out very many hands, basically. Yeah.
I don't think this is a turn card I would choose to bet.
Yep.
And he bets it very big too, which is kind of interesting. 2/3 of pot here. But
I mean, Sotiropoulos has an easy call here with the Queen 8.
yeah, there's no way to fold that yet, and probably won't be folding it. And well, I said that that was one of the rivers he might be able to fold it on.
Well, I'm probably just going to think this goes check.
I would imagine it goes check most of the time for sure. Yeah.
Although a lot of people just do hate checking behind when they get really lucky in spots like this, and they make some.
Yeah, I honestly think this is too thin of a hand to bet here.
It definitely is. But
there are just too many tens, and there are too many 2 pairs to try and bet this.
Yeah, and you're also not always getting called by a jack. I mean,
oh yeah, you're not always getting called even in a situation like this.
I mean, you need to get called 50% of the time by a worse hand, and that's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Good check.
And it seems like a good check back here.
Very good check behind, yeah.
Seems like he got pretty lucky this hand.
Yeah.
But
shouldn't.
That's okay. Happens sometimes.
Yeah. Shouldn't have bet the turn, really.
Yeah. Maybe not even the flop. I guess that's debatable, but.
Yep.
Worked out this time.
Here's your current chip stacks. 74% of the chips belong to Julian Track. Just 26% for Sotiropoulos. Hardigan, I got a question for you. Hardigan, can I shamelessly plug the Bluff Awards on here, you think? A begrudging nod? Oh, yeah, of course. Well, I should mention first the award we have in perpetuity. Which Graphical Nick is going to help me out with when he can. I'll wait. I'll wait.
Queen 9 opening here, suited. Queen 6 suited calling here, I assume. Two pretty good hands sets up. Oh.
Nope, raise.
I was very wrong.
As I was going to be wrong too. I was going to say this should be a raise and call like always. Yeah, I don't.
I would just always call with a hand like this.
Yep.
But opted to free bet here, so going to be interesting to see what happens. I can't imagine the Queen 9 suited is not going to take a flop here. In position, pretty good hand, flops well.
And plus, let's not forget he's dominating.
Let's not forget he's dominating.
I don't think he really expects
if it comes
to be
Queen
dominating.
9-6, it's all over, right?
2 spades on the flop.
Oh, this is an interesting flop.
Gut shot.
It's possible the Queen 9 will float and stick around to see the turn. We know the Queen 6 suited is going to bet, but what will happen after that, we're not sure.
I mean, I'd surely just expect Sotiropoulos to call the flop here.
Yeah, I think it's pretty likely. But it's interesting because they're both, in a sense, kind of bluffing. Like, none of them have real showdown value just yet.
Yeah.
So hands like these are always interesting to see how much are they going to keep calling, how much are they going to keep betting. And often it's just the person who keeps betting who's going to win the pot.
Yeah, this one, though, I feel like the Queen 6 is more likely to just win it.
Well, if I could pick one hand, I would take the Queen 6 too.
Even though
again,
it's out of position, Mickey.
Seeing the cards, it's easy.
Yeah, no, but even though it's out of position, I don't like that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close, to be honest, without a club on the board. I think the Queen 9, I would probably take a...
I take a card off.
Oh, I think we're going to have a pluck here. We're just going to...
It's okay, guys. Go ahead. I just wanted to mention that EPT Live was voted favorite web-based poker show. And since they don't have the category anymore in the Bluff Reader's Choice Awards, we own that award ad infinitum.
Forever.
Forever. And I will let you guys get back to your conversation, but as long as derailed now, you said Corey Burbick's got a good Twitter game. I'm nominated for Best Poker Tweeter this year in the Bluff Magazine Awards. So I would appreciate it. If you do think I'm a good poker tweeter, give us a vote here.
Oh man, is this how you want to win, Stapes? Is this
Is this dirty politics?
I'm not sure. I'm asking you.
I should slander all. I mean, I think my biggest competition is Daniel. And if you like all his fruitcake tweets, I say go ahead and vote for him.
Unfollowed months ago.
But if you like
if
you like a good masturbation joke, Stapes is your man. And I just tweeted a link if you guys do enjoy my work. And by the way, for TV personality, I think a vote for me, by the way, is a vote for Hardigan and a vote for all the people that work hard in the EPT because there is no show award anymore. So I do I do think that you're voting for the entire team here if you do happen to like our show. That's all I'm going to do.
All right,
the link is out there. Thanks, guys. Continue.
As soon as I get out of the booth, I'm going to go vote for you.
Oh, thanks,
Just
Mickey.
give me a second.
You're also voting for us because you're doing
exactly.
this.
You're voting for yourself in a way because you're part of this team.
This is how Stapes is trying to win. Okay, guys.
We've got some real-time tweets scrolling on the bottom of the screen. Thanks, guys, for giving me that second. It was a pretty good conversation that I screwed up, by the way. I'm not going to lie.
That's all right. There will be more.
Actually, Dan writes in with a good question. He says, is there not an argument for 3-betting on the turn in the Queen 8, King 4 hand? How many hands ago was that?
Yeah, I already forgot. I'm a terrible.
Wow, I'm the worst.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. We're going to move on because we got a big hand developing here.
Well, these are two very interesting hands pre-flop for sure. I mean, Jack-10 suited is an absolute monster heads up. I don't think that's an understatement. Obviously, you don't want to get all in with it, but you are always going to see a flop pretty much.
Yeah.
And Ace-King off is always good. It's even better heads up. So Ace-King off free betting here, and Jack-10 suited now. I would not be surprised if it's shoved. I would not be surprised if it called. Anything that doesn't involve folding.
I think calling is clearly better. And
it depends how much the other guy's free betting.
I would also like to point out that Mickey Peterson called Jack-10 suited an absolute monster.
Yeah, well.
For everyone who calls him a nit. And I know that's a lot of people.
I'm clearly just here trying to improve my image.
You don't disagree. You don't disagree, though.
For me, no. This hand could actually be over pretty soon.
Yeah, it is a flop where Jack-10 suited could trend float, I assume. There's one diamond. It would be a little cheeky, though.
Some backdoors, yeah. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would do it, though.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far. And also his stag is not that great for it. Like, even turning, like, you know, some semi-bluffs and stuff like that.
Exactly. Then he's going to be facing a big bet from track.
Yeah.
And then...
That's probably... this is a good fold, I think.
Yep. I still don't like the Queen 9 fold. Can't convince me that was a good fold.
Yeah, that was an odd hand.
And Julian Track continues to increase the gap between himself and Giorgio Soteropoulos.
Keeps going back and forth, but it seems like Soteropoulos can't really get a hold of it.
Soteropoulos hasn't been winning any big pots at all.
Not since we came back, yeah. That's the thing about heads up, though. It all could change in the span of one hand. Like, potentially in free hands, it could be all over, and he will just have all the chips.
Yeah.
We don't know.
We got Deauville next after PCA. Big festival in Deauville this year. Track raises his button with King 4.
Yep, good hand again. Like, when you have the button heads up, like, all hands seems pretty damn good, and like a king is well above an average hand, and so is 6-5 suited. So no surprise they're going to a flop here. Oh, this is a fun one.
It is a fun pair for Track, up and down for Soteropoulos.
Backdoor flush draw too, yeah. We could see some fireworks here.
Most likely just a bet on the call, though.
It is the most likely, but King 4 really is a much stronger hand here than it appears to be, right? On this kind of board.
Well, yeah, because you dominate all kinds of fours as well, and middle pair heads up is really strong.
But it is the kind of flop where if 6-5 does decide to check raise, I wouldn't be that surprised to see King 4 go all in.
Yeah,
just because you're not representing that many hands. And
exactly, you're not.
And even then you have outs. So I think a lot will depend on if Soteropoulos decides to check raise or just call. But
yeah, because he's not. Yeah, he doesn't.
But given
have
how
any
the match
chances.
has gone, he decides to just call, which seems in line with how he's been playing from what I've seen.
6 on the turn, so Soteropoulos catches up.
Yeah. Still though, I think a check very fast. I would have thought about betting the King 4 in the turn, but
yeah, no, I like that.
Because you're still ahead of a lot of hands. And I mean, all the ace highs, all the worst frees, every 4, like, and it's still very hard to have a 10 for people and a 6-2 for that matter.
Exactly.
So I would have bet it too, because it's too late to bet the King 4 now. It seems like he's going to do it.
And also you get to check behind on the river.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather bet the turn and check the river than the other way around, which is what he's doing now.
It's also possible for Soteropoulos to have like a hand like Queen Jack of Hearts or something that calls one on the flop and then.
Yeah, for sure.
So all in all, you want
I don't hate the king 4 bet on the river though. I do think betting the turn would have been a better option.
Yeah, I think betting the turn is a lot
even knowing
better
the
than
hands, but
I think betting the turn is a lot better than betting the river there.
yeah, it's just a little too vulnerable and a little too strong on the turn.
Soteropoulos wins back nearly $1 million on that pot.
We've seen that a lot from Track, that he likes to bet his, he bets thin for value on the river. And pretty much we've seen him bet a lot of rivers where I thought it was a bit too thin personally, but
Yeah, I think the king 4 down the river is really close. I don't mind that bet that much. Just because the 9 is the 9 is just a complete blank on the river pretty much. Like
how does he have a 9 that improves his hand?
there are no hands that calls you on the flop that really has a 9 other than 10-9.
4-9?
I guess if he defends 4-9 suited, yeah. But
yeah, no, I agree.
But overall, it seems like a fine bet.
Yep.
I echo Jamie's sentiment when he says, you guys analyzing the plays, making this game much more interesting to watch. Thank you.
Oh, no worries. Thank you for having us here.
Yeah, I like having Mickey here too. Felt like just
it's a little less one-sided. I'm treading water. I'm not gonna lie.
I like having you here too, Staves. Though.
Yeah, no, give me a water.
It's weird. I can absolutely follow along with what you guys are saying and can occasionally tee up a good question. I don't have to with the both of you in the booth. But what I do have difficulty is coming up with the stuff on my own, like the way that you. It's like looking at the Matrix to me, and occasionally I can make out something there, but you guys just know how to read it.
I mean, it just comes from experience. I think Mickey and I have both played a lot of heads-up poker online, so
just have to eat the blue pill, man. That's all.
Is that all? Oh
yeah,
my! If I could take a pill and be a better poker commentator, I'd probably do it.
Just watch some of Mickey's videos, right?
I gotta tell you guys, after staring at a video monitor with poker on it for 60 hours this week.
Not gonna do any till PCA?
Exactly. I'm hoping that a game comes out for PlayStation 4 that I actually want to play between now and then, so I can spend some quality time with that machine.
Wow, sick brag about having a PlayStation 4. Where did you win that?
My parents bought it for me on the day it came out. They refused to buy me a Super Nintendo when I was like 11. And at 32 years old, they bought me a PlayStation 4.
That's nice.
There are so many good games out for the Super Nintendo already, though.
I had a Super Nintendo.
That's true. Super Nintendo, pound for pound, was huge.
Right now, I think I'd take that over the PlayStation 4.
For nostalgia purposes?
Or just for, like, pure selection of games.
Remember those Mode 7 graphics? Return of the Jedi out in the little sand speeder?
All right.
Pilot wings?
Calm down. Sir.
Well, you guys teed me up.
Man, those are some good memories. I remember playing Super Nintendo.
I remember just completely like laughing so hard my stomach hurt playing WWF Royal Rumble. The 30-man battles were just hysterical. Bob has emailed nuts@pokerstars.tv. Joe just said he's 32. Seriously? I thought he was 43.
Whoa.
You guys.
Go on then, seriously.
We've been over this. I am 43, it turns out. Track raising, 9-7 suited.
Also a very good hand. It is funny how, like, once you get to the heads-up part, all these hands that, like,
they're so
wouldn't look good normally, they just look so pretty. And obviously ace-queen here, mandatory free bet. 9-7 suited, mandatory call of the free bet, I think. Like, just...
I think the 3-bet is slightly too small.
I didn't see the size.
It's 800,000.
Over 330 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little small.
You're just getting called by too many hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now he decides to check.
I don't think that's that bad, to be honest. Yeah, the 9-7 checking back, I don't mind that much either. I would like to have a slightly better hand if I was checking back, but hey, like, it seems okay. And I mean, the ace-queen definitely is going to think it's in front now. Like, the 9-7 can comfortably bet both the turn and the river here on most runouts, I'd say.
Absolutely, yes.
And the ace-queen will call it pretty comfortably, too, I think.
Yeah, but that's also
just because, like, also, like, frees and deuces, which are, like, half the board, is just, like, hands that people are unlikely to call the free bet with. Like, there are not that many combination of those hands, so...
Correct, but that's also why I don't like the check on the flop by ace-queen, because you have two overcards, you probably have the best hand.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with making the guy fold whatever he has.
Oh, yeah. It's not like it's a bad thing to fold out like 8-6 or what suited or whatever. Like I'd like it a little more if the ace queen had the ace of diamonds or something like that to call along with.
Because then you can make more of a case for check calling the flop.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a little nitpicky. Like I think both.
Wow.
Whoa! The 9-7
bet
check
the river,
behind
mate.
here.
Bet the river.
Yeah.
Definitely bet the river.
He just had the nuts on the river and checked behind, as far as I'm concerned.
I think for
it's a bit harsh.
For someone whose first live cash ever, that's a difficult thing to do. He does bet thin sometimes. It does seem a little random when he's choosing to bet thin and when not, but he does seem to be playing a little bit by feel.
Correct, Staves. Yeah, it does seem very random when he chooses. Like we've seen him value bet so thin, and now he's checking that.
I wouldn't have been surprised if he had like been thinking about it a little bit and then decided to check it back or something like that. But just to like instantly check it back, I do think that shows probably a little inexperience in his part.
He doesn't.
Just because in heads-up pots, like having second pair at that point is a really good hand.
Like all the flush draws busted, he is getting a call from ace high there all the time.
Yeah.
And even if he thinks the guy might have ace or something, there are more ace highs in his range than there is pairs.
But to be fair, it is probably just like a lack of like heads-up experience.
Yeah.
Like second pair, and like when they're starting the final table is a lot different than second pair when you're playing heads-up. Like
as someone who can get in the head of an inexperienced player, I think when I'm there, I think, okay, I might have the best hand, but
check.
And if I bet and I get raised here, if he wants to bluff me, like I'm gonna puke and I'm gonna lose this pot.
That's a common, that's a very common thing, and I used to have it for a long time too. Actually, the fear of like someone racing, which just like holds you back so much because you're afraid to like, bet your worst value hands.
Yeah, and
but you at some point you just have to like.
You're losing money in the long run, if not in that exact moment.
Yeah. But also, like, what are you getting raised by on that river? Everything bricked. What on earth is he raising? Makes no sense for him. Like,
but you can still be afraid of.
My hand's not very good. It's only a 7.
I feel the same way. Every time I don't have the nuts, I'm like, I hope they don't raise.
And
then if they do, you decide from there if it makes sense for them to have a better hand or not.
Yeah, fair enough. But I think that was.
Yeah, obviously it is.
And
it is a bit of a rookie mistake.
I also know Trek doesn't like to take his time on any decision, basically.
Yeah.
But I think this is just.
Oh, I love how fast these guys are playing.
But this is just like this is a point where you should.
But sometimes when you're playing for this amount of money and this title, you should take a little time to think it through.
Exactly. Yeah. Like how can you just immediately know what to do? Or like how can you just know it's check or?
So Jack 6 open, also a pretty good hand heads up, over top 50% or whatever, and 7-5 off. Getting a very good price, defending. Both are fine.
Could have also 3-bet.
Could have 3-betted. I like call better, but you could do both, yeah. And
7-5 is flop best.
It looks like it, yeah. Easy bet for the Jack 6, I'd say. Easy call for the 7-5.
Yep.
Let's see a turn, guys. Why is it taking so long now?
It's not fast enough for you.
No, it's actually pretty fast.
Where's the fast forward button? No, they're very good about it. I love this pace. Yeah. It's like there's like it's like it's speed poker, but you don't know about it.
Yeah, check.
It's like an invisible clock. Check, yeah.
I mean, this is the way poker used to be played before all you thinking players got in the game.
Yeah, what's up with all these kids with their hoodies and tanks and whatnot?
And their pagers.
Yeah. Poker in the good old days.
Their cellular telephones.
Where check raising was not legal or something, right?
Like I have heard about that in certain Vegas casinos where there will be like plaques on the wall or something that says like no check raises allowed, you will be shot or something.
It's my
like
favorite terrible joke to make as soon as I sit down. I was looking around. Check raise allowed here? Check raise allowed?
It's especially funny because you never do it.
What's that?
It's especially funny because you never check raise anyone. Right?
No, of course. I mean, well, when I have the nuts.
Well, maybe.
Well, then you just lead out double pot or something, you know. It's not very nice.
Look, I make a myriad of mistakes, and I really couldn't put my finger on all of them right now.
Hey, I saw you in the Sunday Million a couple of weeks ago. You did really good, man.
Is that backhanded or?
No. You cashed it, right?
Yes, I
outlasted me.
1730th.
Yeah, that's not. It was a big one. That's not bad, man.
That guy, Mr. Green, whatever, was calling for the ace when I. He was anti-railing me.
Yeah.
I would have handled the bad beat fine, except that really tilted me.
Yeah, we are talking about him like 2 weeks later.
Yep, exactly. I will never get my revenge.
Yep, this seems completely fine. Raise by 9-6, call by king 5.
Yeah, again, having the button is so good. 9-6 off is, yeah, a mandatory raise, I think. I mean, it is one of the worst hands you can open, I guess, but it's still totally fine.
Wow, I never fold 9-6 heads up. That's...
Yeah. Maybe against a really good player, it would be the worst hand I folded or something. But I'd open 9-7 off 100%, so yeah, it probably
I'd never
open.
fold 9-6 against anyone. I think that's probably a mistake. Because it's just, it's
but
too
what
good of a
what
9.
if they had king 5 and made top pair?
Duh. throw my cards in the muck at some point.
So yeah.
But no, you can turn a jack. Oh.
Yeah, but can you river one? I don't think so.
The answer.
No, but seriously, I'd never
is
fold
no.
the 9. Yeah.
No river, Jack. Kings are good.
I think you can actually make a case for betting this river with the king 5.
I think it's fine on both players' parts. I mean, you could make a case for it, I guess. But
Getting paid by a 10, surely. That's the far.
You could get paid for a 10. That's about it. Yeah.
You're also getting paid by a queen, spades.
Yeah.
Those hands might pay you off. Yeah.
Yeah, and then your money is gone. But no.
Yeah, I think that was fine on both players' part. I think the river's pretty close.
Quick reminder of what they're playing for here. The original $889,000 first place prize, there was a chop agreed to. Both players decided they would take $700,000 despite a fairly significant chip differential. So right now they're playing for a difference of 25,700 euro. And at this rate, they're playing for like what? €5 an hour?
It is odd, like, psychologically, how, like, to these guys right now, 25,000 feels like absolutely nothing. Yet if you were heads up in a normal tournament and playing for 25,000 euros, you'd be as serious as you could possibly be. I know this from experience. Like, once you get heads up and you've dealt for most of the money, people just loosen up a lot. Like,
true.
You can see the 10-5 off being open here in the button, which...
Well, that's hardly surprising. Truck has just been opening every single button.
It seems to be part of his strategy, but... It's certainly a lot easier to open hands like that once